And we're live. Welcome, everyone, to my very first study session. I've never done a study session before. I've never done any of the Atlassian certifications before. And I definitely do have certifications from the past. But one of the biggest things that I wish I would have done was a study session. So, with that in mind, I figured, why not do a study session with the internet? And so, welcome, everybody, to my very first ACP-520 study session here. Joining me today is none other than King Bob. And Bob, I have a little bit of Easter eggs hitting all throughout today's session, so I'm hoping you spot it really quickly. But you do play a pretty prominent role in my Atlassian videos. Not sure if you ever caught on or not.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm gonna
you'll
have
see it.
to.
Hopefully you'll
I'll
see
be
it.
spending too much time staring into kind of the background. So
Well, hopefully you catch it. But in my regular videos, Bob, I do like to leave that little Easter egg there. I've been waiting for you to comment on it in the comment section, but we'll see if you comment on it. But if anything, you should definitely at least claim the domain. Hello, Aaron. Welcome. Thanks for coming, Rodney. Hope you feel better, man. I am quasi fighting a minor cough, so we'll see how this goes. I don't have a mute button on my microphone. This is my fancy mic, so we'll see how this goes. But anyways, the agenda for today, folks, is we're gonna go over a couple of things. One, I'm gonna kind of walk you through how to get started, right? Like the different resources that are available for you. Obviously, this live stream is one of them, but there's quite a few resources. So we'll talk about those. And then we're going to go into the actual material. So when you actually buy the certification, it comes with the course. Now, obviously, I'm not going to show you the contents of the course, but I am going to discuss them. I do have it up on another screen. So we're going to be talking, I'll be pulling or extracting facts and data that I think you should know. But the real thing that I'm going to be doing, that I'm going to be showing, is going through. Atlassian has a PDF. It's called the ACP-520 exam topic, and it's just one long, giant, well, 3-page PDF that covers all the critical things that you should know for the exam. And then there's links. So I'm going to kind of review the topic, click on the link, look at the article, kind of walk you through that article. And then the most critical part is we're going to go into Jira or Atlassian and actually do it, right? So it's going to be very hands-on where we'll actually look at real examples, try to reproduce any confusion. So study along. The chat is always available there. So if you have any questions at any point and you're just kind of like confused about something or you don't understand something or you just want to clarify something, that chat is available. Bob and I will be monitoring that and kind of jumping in. This is why Bob's here to kind of help me out, right? Monitor this stuff because I have 3 screens, folks. So I'm kind of focused on the middle screen. So Bob, please feel free to, something good pops up here in the chat, let me know
sure,
and we'll
be
jump
happy
in.
to. One more thing that I should also emphasize that the study course when you sign up for the ACP 520 study course, besides the topics PDF, there's a second PDF that's also provided called a glossary. And that is going to have a lot of the important terms that you're going to see throughout the course and also on the exam. So,
Yep. And I do plan on reviewing the glossary here in these live streams. I don't know how much I'll show it. My wife was like, maybe you shouldn't show a whole lot, and I'm like, well, there's only one way to find out if you get in trouble, and that's by doing it. So I figured I'd do it and see if Atlassian slaps my hand. Maybe I just take the video down, but hopefully I don't lose my.
this is why we're doing it while it's still dark outside, right? You know,
Yeah,
just
yeah. We're doing it before hours, before the world wakes up. All right. So with that said, let's just jump into. I'm going to share my screen here. So the first thing that I want to do is kind of start off with a community article by our very own community leader, Mr. Jimmy Seddon. He's based out of Canada, Waterloo, and he's put together. He's one of our like head honchos here within the Atlassian community, and so he put together a how to prepare for ACP 520. And so just to kind of give everybody an overview of what the ACP 520 is, unlike some of the other certifications that are like Jira specific or Confluence specific, or just they have very specific niches or niche, however you like to say it. The ACP 520, while it's still a very niche exam, right? It covers the Atlassian cloud organization. I like to think of it as a blanket exam because it sits on top of the products. And we're going to get into a lot more detail with that. But this is a newer exam. It's currently on a promotion. Atlassian has it offered for only 100 USD. and normally it's like 250 USD. And we'll go over some of the details here. But as you can see, as of August, this is probably one of Atlassian's newest actual ACP. You may be familiar that Atlassian has since released 2 more certifications, but they're under the ACA certification, which stands for associate, right, Bob? Like these are just
Atlassian
non-passive,
certified associate. Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And so yeah, so those certifications not in scope for this conversation, but we're going to be focusing on the cloud administration. Now, why is this exam important? So let me give you my feedback and my thoughts on why this one's a super important exam, right? So a lot of people that are Jira administrators, and this is again just from my experience, the hardcore Jira administrators is what I'll label them as. They come from data center server versions of Jira. Guess what? In the data center and server versions of Jira, there is no admin.atlassian.com. Everything's kind of managed within the product itself, and especially when it comes to user management and so on and so forth. So when you move to the cloud, which you have until February to do, right? So time is ticking for you.
Unless you
Um,
go data center.
unless you go to data center, right? But Atlassian clearly wants you to go to the cloud because all the functionality is cloud first. So if you are a Jira administrator and your company is considering not moving to cloud and not moving to data center, well, then you're going to be in a little bit of a bind or a little bit of a pickle come February. But the best path, at least the path that Atlassian wants you to take, is to move to the cloud. And when you move to the cloud, managing your products and your instances of Jira is a little bit more complex. And so thus is born this ACP-520 that kind of is intended to walk you through the complexities of running an enterprise organization in the cloud, because let me assure you, it is slightly different.
Yeah.
So that's basically what the ACP is all about, right? Just helping Jira administrators figure out how to manage their cloud instances, because as much as you're going to still have to do workflows and screens and fields and restrictions and all that, all the great Jira administration stuff that we do, there's a new layer of knowledge that you need to have, the Jira administrator, and that is knowing how to manage the admin.atlassian.com, which, as I mentioned earlier, sits on top of everything. So anyway, so kicking things off here, we got this video here, right? So, well, it's an article, but then a video, so you can actually watch this video. We won't actually go through it, but it's an 18-minute video here made by Jimmy. It kind of goes over the a more detailed explanation of what I just explained. So if you're curious about what the ACP is all about, highly recommend you check out Jimmy's video. It's already got a good amount of views there. The other thing that I want you to know is that there is, through Atlassian's University, there's a couple of different learning paths. So let's take a look at those real quickly. And so we have a learning path with Atlassian University that walks you through a couple of $40 courses. So there's a 4-hour Atlassian Cloud Administration. I believe this is $39. So Atlassian's official courses are usually pretty cheap now. They used to be much more expensive, but about a year and a half ago, they significantly dropped the price to this unbeatable price of $39. And so if you're completely new, if you have never really dabbled with the cloud, this would be a great alternative, or at least a great option for you to take, where you can, for $40, learn the ins and outs of what Atlassian Cloud is, specifically with respect to admin.atlassian.cloud.com. So there's that $40 course, and then there's the Atlassian Access. So Atlassian Access is something that is unique to the cloud. It exists technically and to some degree in the on-prem versions of Jira. What's called what we've got, Crowd over there? What was
It
that
was
word?
Crowd.
Go ahead.
But Crowd doesn't do exactly what Atlassian Access does. Atlassian Access is primarily used for single sign-on. If you're using a standard called SAML, which at the moment escapes, I forget what SAML stands for. I'm sure Rodney's going to speak up on
Security
that.
Assertion Markup Language,
There you go.
which is like the
Crowd
standard.
does not do SAML.
Okay.
So for SAML-based SSO, you're better off with and you're on server or data center, you're better off with a Atlassian Marketplace app, such as one provided by Resolution or Mini Orange. They offer single sign-on based on SAML, but kind of rotating back to Atlassian University, There is a question from Aaron Geister. How do you feel about third-party training versus Atlassian University?
So I've done the about 2021, so a couple years ago. I tried to do Atlassian's University training because I had training credits and I wanted to take them all. I don't know if it was because I already knew the material, but I found it very unstimulating, if that's the right word. I just, I, you guys, when I'm doing my videos, it's very not monotone, and I feel like the videos were very, I'll call them dry, but they're good, right? They contain all the facts that you need. I just like to put a little kick in my step.
I
But other than
I
that,
I I think, and to give my opinion, I think there's places for both. I think on some things you're definitely going to want to go with Atlassian University. For example, the certification prep courses, such as the one Alex is going to talk about for ACP-520, as well as the ACP-610 and 620s exam prep courses, include a voucher.
right,
So that's what you use when you
great
register
point.
for the course to so that you're not essentially like doubling up your costs.
Excellent point. So yeah, so let's distinguish those. So the courses here, these are kind of like little standalone modules that are designed to just give you some insight. But the certification itself, and as you'll see, I've already purchased it. This right here is like an in-depth type of course as well, but it also gives you the voucher, right? So that's really the important part to know. But other than that, like I just said, I think at least the modules that I've done in the past where they're videos, I found them. I think it's because I already knew everything, so I kind of tuned them out. But they contain all the information you need, right? So if you want to know, I think my opinion would be third party versus Atlassian, right? And that would be that Atlassian's videos, it should, with the big giant asterisks, have the information you need to pass the test. A third party video may have the information you need to pass the test, but it's obviously going to be a little bit more opinionated, right? Especially like from this course, right? I've never taken the exam before, so I'm just going to review the concepts as I would prepare for the exam. Less, I'm not, or I should say, I'm not an Atlassian employee, sanctioning this training at all, right? So while these are going to be official trainings from Atlassian. All right. So with that said, let's see if Jimmy's got anything else. So as you can see, we had a couple of courses, right? The two different courses, and then there's the certification itself. The certification, as I mentioned earlier, introductory limited time of $100. I don't know how long this is going to last. It's been limited since May. I would get it if you're on the fence. You get 90 days to take it. So I just bought mine yesterday, and I have until February 19th to take the exam. So they give you a good amount of time. So worry not if you feel like you got to buy it and then take the exam right away. You do have some time from when you buy this to actually take the certification. And so don't feel pressured that you're like, oh my gosh, if I buy it today, I got to take it today. You definitely have at least 90 days
You have
to do it.
90 days to
Yep.
go through all the material.
Yep. Price is 100, duration's 180 minutes, passing score of 62%. So apparently that's what, 40 questions out of 65-ish, give or take.
About.
Yeah.
So the number of questions are going to vary. So questions are up to 65. They may the reason why it's a little variable is because on these Atlassian certifications, on the exams, they usually throw in a few questions that they don't grade, but they're there as far as testing goes to see if it is a good question or not.
Or
So,
to just mess with you is what I always like to
well,
say.
you know,
Takes you back to the days
that
of the
might be your reason
SATs.
for doing that, you know, but they claim it's for just to do some testing on it to see if whether or not it's a fair and valid question. So
I don't know about all that. All right. So here's a breakdown of what the exam is going to cover. So Atlassian organization is going to be 35 to 45% of the exam. So about 50% of your grade here is just going to be the first section. Then we got users and groups, 25 to 35, which I think is, in my opinion, users and groups as a Jira admin, once you have your organization set up, users and groups is probably what I spend 80% of my day in. Then we got admin roles, and then advanced features, which covers the last sections of the exam. So this is the PDF that I was talking about. We're going to be going over this PDF. So if you want to follow along, you can go ahead and download it. And for the rest of the course, for the rest of these live streams, at least, I don't know that we're going to be able to do them all in one shot here. There's quite a few sections. So we're definitely going to be breaking this up into multiple live streams here over the next coming weeks. But that's the file we're going to be using. And then, yeah, so that's kind of the logistics there. Let me see if Jimmy's got any other insight. He's got links, so he just basically brought the links that we're going to be covering here. So go look at Jimmy's article if you're interested. We'll link it here in the description. And then some final thoughts. In my opinion, if you have the option of taking the exam at a testing center, take it at a testing center. Bob, did you take it you went to a testing center?
Yeah, just to reveal some context, I have taken the ACP-520. Actually, I took it last week, and I passed. I did take it at a testing center. The reason you have the option of taking it at a testing center or doing it on demand from the comfort of your laptop. There are going to be some restrictions. It's going because it's a monitored exam. It's proctored. So they will require you to turn on your cameras. They will require you to the proctor will ask you to rotate said camera, 360 degrees up and down. Make sure that you're not like have anything posted for cheating. And they will also monitor the noise level. And because it might get a little chaotic where I'm at, I opted for the testing center. So it just requires a little bit of forethought of arrive early at the testing center, make sure and follow the testing center's procedures. They will validate your identity with so bring an ID.
And in my case, Bob's gonna have to physically drive to San Diego to drag me to said testing center. My disclaimer, folks, is I hate certifications. I not so much that I hate certifications, I hate tests. I rather, I don't know, do the most painful thing in the world and take a test. So I'm not the biggest fan. This is literally the only reason. And the reason I'm so scared is because I took the CISSP, or at least I should say I attempted to take the CISSP, at which point the CISSP exam had its way with me. And I was not very successful in that test. So
I will tell Alex right now, this exam is not near the level of complexity of the CISSP, at least this one.
It's what you say, but we'll see. All right. So let's jump into it. So again, I'm not going to share for privacy reasons of the fact that this is a paid exam, but I'm going to basically open it up. I'm in the getting started here, and I'm just going to articulate as best as possible. We'll go over some of the topics here, some of the items. I'm just going to scroll through it and read out some of the critical things that I think are important for people to know. So take note. If I'm speaking it, I think in my mind, I'm registering it as, ooh, this is helpful to know. This is something you should be aware of. And then what we're going to do is we'll switch over to that PDF, and then we'll jump into the actual tool and get started with that. So as I'm walking around 2021 survey, 87% of Atlassian certified professionals reported their credentials increased their confidence in their abilities of using and administering the Atlassian product. So definitely my thoughts on the certification. I know we had an episode of the Jira Life recently where we did talk about certifications, right? But I'm a fan as long as you're not a paper tiger. And so paper tiger is something that I learned from my cybersecurity days, where a lot of people tend to hide behind the certification, right? And they depend on the fact that they have every certification to give the illusion that they know what they're doing. Hence the paper tiger, right? Because a tiger is fierce and scary unless it's made out of paper, right? And so just be careful, right? Be careful that when you do take these certifications, that you actually know your stuff, right? Actually be skilled in the thing you're taking, and don't just memorize facts and data for the sake of having a piece of paper that says that you memorize facts and data. So fortunately, as Bob was saying, right, the exams are non-trivial, right? In the sense that if you don't know your stuff, you're gonna have a really hard time.
That is correct. It is. So it requires several different levels of thinking. It's almost like being several moves ahead in chess. It's not enough to know this, but what you want to do is, because of this, I can't do X,
Right.
right? And these are what the questions are really going to be going after, is if you know this limitation, why can't you do this? And that will help you weed out incorrect answers.
Correct. And honestly, the weeding out of the incorrect answers, I think, is the best method that we had going into, studying, which was we clearly know what's wrong. And that leaves us, instead of having 4, 5, or 6 answers that are available to you, you literally only have 1 or 2 at that point because you've eliminated everything else because you know what the facts are, right? And so as you know exactly what Jira can't do, or I'm generalizing Jira to be, I don't even know what to call this, admin.atlassian.com, because it's not Jira, but it's not a product either, right? So it's, I don't know, the thing,
Or
right?
I just call it being an org admin.
An org admin, yeah. And so let's talk about that for a second. So who's the ideal candidate to take this exam, right? So if you're an end user, if you're just like a scrum master, project manager, a product manager, a developer, this would not be a certification, in my opinion, that you would want to care
No.
for. But if you're a Jira admin, Confluence admin, Jira service management admin, any of the product actual technical admins, and you're in the cloud, this is 100% a certification that you should have under your belt.
I am going to add one more further thing. You don't have to be a Jira admin, Confluence admin, so forth. You can be what I would call a generic sysadmin, maybe somebody who is on the LDAP side, and as an organization moves to cloud, you're going to need to understand, from this cloud migration, how are we going to have our users and groups synced up for a potential single sign-on situation. So typically those generic sysadmins, they may not have deep Atlassian experience. They may not know how to modify a workflow in Jira, but they are going to need to know how
Mm.
the assets that they have in a cloud-based LDAP, such as Azure AD, how the Atlassian tools are going to line up with that.
Really, really good point there, right? Because usually, I've always told people, right, when you're a Jira administrator for on-prem or data center, or what we'll just call on-prem, right? You do need to have a significantly bigger, intimate knowledge of IT systems. And I've always told people, when you come over to the cloud, you just need to know how to manage Jira. But when you're looking at this org administration, you definitely, those IT skills quickly rush right back in, because there's a lot of more IT centric technical chops that you need over there. Aaron says, I would say that the IAM team would be a good for this too, like a sysadmin. Very good call. Yep. Definitely good call. I definitely, in the teams that I deploy Jira for, IAM teams are a partnership, right? Because usually the Jira administrators are not like the Okta or LDAP admins, right? So you need to work in partnership with those teams, because there's a handshake that you have to do between the two. So keep that in mind, that if you are ever deploying Jira Cloud or Atlassian Cloud, and you want to set up securely, then you will need to partner up, or at least have a connection with other auxiliary teams. Now, I do want to share this section here, Bob. I thought this was cute. This is again straight from the course itself. Um, they have a Trello guide, so you can download the template. If you're a Trello user, you all know I'm not the biggest fan, but Brittany, I know every time I say that, I feel like Brittany's going to come at me. But if you, they have basically like a little template that basically has all the sections and everything ready for you. So if you're interested in that, you can download the study template, and you'll have a Trello board to help keep you accountable. So let's go to overview. All right. So course topics. So as we talked about, I think I can share this, right? So we have this from the other slide, right? So Atlassian organization, we're going to talk about creating and managing an organization, managing multiple sites and products, managing product access, managing access requests, managing product subscriptions and billing. So that's going to cover, again, almost 50% of the exam. So very, very important stuff. And this, folks, trust me when I tell you, this is confusing. Very, very confusing. Product access, product roles, project roles, groups, right? How do the permissions, even though permissions is not really covered in the exam at the project level, but they are related. So how does someone have a license that's in a group that gets put into the right access in the Jira project? Like, this gets really, really confusing really, really quickly if you don't have a very clear picture of what this all looks like. So it's very, very important for you to understand how product access works, how groups work, right? It's super, super critical, which we're going to be covering in these live streams. Module 2, which will be in a future, so module 1, we're going to try to cover here within the next hour. Module 2 here, it will be probably next week after Thanksgiving, but we talk about user management, group management, troubleshooting access for users. Then we got module 3, which we talk about distinguished admin roles and granting the appropriate admin privileges. And one little disclaimer here that I want to make, Bob, unlike on-premise where you get updates slow and steady, the cloud changes every single day. So one of my biggest concerns in taking the certification, and one of the reasons why I want to take it now rather than later, is that the UI, everything that we're going to be showing you today, changes daily.
And that is true. I've actually spoken several times with members of the Atlassian certification team, and they know that the exam runs behind the UI. In other words, the UI is always, there are going to be changes on the UI that are different from the exam. And there are one example that we'll see later on is that there is a group that the exam calls the site admins group. Right now, if you open up an existing cloud, Atlassian cloud organization, you may see it, but it won't have the same power as a different group there called the org admins group. So some of these UI changes, you have to be aware of some of these UI changes. What they have advised is follow the course, follow the certification course. Don't but be aware of the differences. So,
and
if you look at the exam versus looking at the interface, take what the exam course lays out.
And my biggest tip that I would give you, because this again is the reason I attribute that this is the reason why I failed CISSP, and not so much that I should have done a study group. But the reason I feel like I failed is I took the class because I did an instructor-led 5-day, 40-hour course, thousands of dollars. Obviously came with the voucher, also like $1,000, right? But then I waited the 364 days that you have to take the test. And in that 364-day period, I forget who makes the CISSP, but the makers of the CISSP, they decided to change the format of the exam completely. So when I came to take the exam, everything I had studied for it and learned was now like completely irrelevant. And well, not completely, but it was more irrelevant. And so I think that screwed me over. So my word down the street or on the rumor mill is there may be some changes that are coming here soon to the exam, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're looking at making changes to not just this exam, but all the other Atlassian certification exams.
So my recommendation, right? This is a moving target, folks. So jump in and just get it out of the way now before even more things change, because like I said, the UI changes quite a bit. The exam itself is gonna it be going through an iteration, and so it's hard to know your facts when the facts are last night's news. And so just get it in, rip it like a Band-Aid. Any thoughts there, Bob?
Yes. Don't procrastinate, Dr. Jira.
Working on it. I bought it today. I should have bought it 90
Okay.
days ago.
Okay. I'm just here to keep you honest. That's
Yeah.
one other thing in my job description.
All right. So what's in scope for the exam? So we got product specific content for only Confluence and the 3 main Jira products, which is going to be Jira Work Management, Jira Software, and Jira Service Management. And it also is going to cover Atlassian Access. This is cloud only, right? So if you, in your mind, have a deep, intimate knowledge of on-prem Jira, kind of toss that to the side because this is only for the cloud. So if you haven't used Jira Cloud, highly recommend you use Jira Cloud before you go in and get the certification here.
And actually, as a matter of fact, one of the best things that you can do to study for this exam is have a Jira Cloud instance or a Atlassian Cloud organization so that you can actually kind of follow along.
So what's not in scope? Content specific to any of the other Atlassian Cloud products like Bitbucket, Trello, OpsGenie, Status Page, all that is not in scope. So you don't need to know how any of that works, which thankfully is a really good thing because those don't play nicely anyways right now. So it's really good that they're outside. And then any content related to external user management. So non-Atlassian tools like Azure, Okta, LDAP stuff, right? All that is not covered, right? You kind of need to know how it works like fundamentally, like at a super 50,000 foot level. Like you need to know that Azure and Okta are like authentication and provisioning, but you don't need to know any of the technical details of it at all.
Right.
All right. So 86% of Atlassian certified professionals report their credentials boosted their ability to help their team do their best work. I wonder where do they get these numbers? I don't know. I feel like I'm the most qualified Jira admin on earth. I'm just kidding. Those are fighting words, right? But I feel pretty qualified, and I don't have any of the certifications. Maybe I fall under that 14% that doesn't have it.
It could be.
All right. Let's see if there's anything else here. So nothing that I'm seeing. Note on your company's cloud site, improve user management experience. Okay, so nothing good here. Remember, make a study plan, which you're all here for. This is interesting. So I'll share this here with everybody, right? So finally, be sure to engage with the Atlassian ecosystem, right? There's other people like us here that are very much interested. So check out the Atlassian community, check out community events. So one of the things that I haven't shown here is Las Vegas ACP-520. And so the the community here in Atlassian, what was it, a month ago? Bob, you participated in this, right? 2
Actually,
months
this
ago.
was several months ago. This was back in
September.
August or September.
Yeah,
Yeah.
September 20th here. So there's an hour-long session. If you go through this video, our very own King Bob was present. And so they kind of had Atlassian, right?
Right.
The governors of the exam come on here and actually talk about the exam. So this is an extra resource here. Let's see, it's about 45 minutes long. As you can see, I was watching a little bit yesterday, right? So they'll give you again another high level overview. I don't think they went into any specifics, right? Like nothing technical, like actually showing how to do stuff in Jira.
They didn't they were really kind of going over how to study. They weren't really looking into how it works in the Atlassian cloud, but really how to study. This was a presentation with the certification team. These are the people that actually make the questions for the exam.
Yep. And one thing I will, because I've done my fair share of certifications in the past, and Bob, you have almost every single one known to the Atlassian community, right?
I only have
These
like 7 now.
only 7 out of 7. But
Well,
one of the things I want to stress, right? Like having a group or having just like a place, this stuff is confusing. It is. You might even know your stuff, right? But like even Bob and I, when we talk about these things, and you'll see it here in the next 50 minutes, we still have different we have different perspectives on the same answer, right? And so being in a study group, even if you feel like you can't contribute, you you can definitely challenge status quo, right? You can definitely challenge what people think is right or what people think is wrong. And so I definitely recommend that if you really want to like deepen your knowledge, get yourself a study group, right? Like an actual group of people because I think to me, it makes all the difference when you're going to the exam. The other big tip that I will give you that I think will make the biggest difference is find and take practice questions, which I believe are included as part of this course, right, Bob?
that's correct. There
Right.
are practice questions included as part of the course.
Because let me assure you, you do not, I repeat, you do not want the very first time you see the style of question to be when you're under the pressure, under the gun of being at the exam center, taking the test. That's not the first time you want to see the question for the first time, or at least not the question itself, but like the style of the question, right? You want to have gone through the motions of like, oh, this is kind of what they're looking for. This is how they ask it. This is how I should be thinking about like elimination and stuff like that, right? Because if you're waiting until the exam itself, which is what again burned me for CISSP, it was really really bad. It's not a good experience. All right, so that's kind of what they have there. So let's see if they have anything else that's good here. The ultimate goal is to help you gain confidence in becoming an Atlassian certified professional. Bob, why don't we talk about uh, the certification aside? What is the Atlassian certified professional? Isn't there like
So
a like a master certification? How does that work? And
So
you're one of them.
right now there are several levels of this. When Atlassian started out having certifications, they started with this level, the Atlassian Certified Professional. And these exams were kind of creme de la creme. These were really, really kind of for seasoned administrators. They often talk about the requirements of this being at least 1 or 2 years worth of experience. And these eventually are along the lines of being a project admin for Jira, being a Jira admin, being an admin for Jira service projects. So in other words, using JSM, and now being an organization admin. So it's since then they've actually kind of taken a look to see what is there a level below, and that's where the Atlassian certified associate exams come in, where they're talking about Jira Software Essentials, as well as being able to configure Scrum and Kanban boards in Jira. And then if you want to get your feet wet, there are also on Atlassian University, there are free, absolutely free courses on essentials for Jira and Confluence, and those come with badges. And Aaron is correct, where you need 2 exams to be counted when you're a partner to have what's called a certified individual accreditation. And depending upon how many of those certified individuals you have, it
And unlocks you
shows
next
you
levels,
what
right?
level of partnership you have. And so,
Right.
full disclosure, I work for a solutions partner, and these are kind of important to get. So,
Which is
yeah,
why I'm being
it
peer pressure to get them.
well, I mean, to be fair, I do interviews with prospective consultants, and I will point blank ask them if they've done this, if they have experience with the certifications, um, just to see where they're at, because it is such an important part of partnership requirement.
And to be clear, the new ACA ones do not count for this partnership requirement, right?
That is correct. It's actually these original top tier
ACP ones.
ACPs,
Yeah, the ACAs
certified
are brand
professional.
new. So if your goal is to, maybe work with the partner, like Bob's company, right? Solution partners, because there's a handful of them. There's a lot of them actually
Yeah.
out there. You want the ACP ones, not the I don't want to say the word lesser, but lesser is the only word that comes to mind. ACA ones. Okay. So, a couple of so again, taking tests, folks, is hard, right? If I'm taking you all the way back to grade school and standardized testing, get ready to unlock a whole set of trauma here because everything that you feared when you were 6 years old is coming back in an emotional whirlwind, right? So there's ways, there's a couple of tips that I'm going to give you here that they give you, right? So um, some questions are going to have answers that are inarguably correct or incorrect, right? And so they're going to be very, very obviously wrong, or they're going to be very, very obviously right. And I think this is probably, again, one of the tips that we mentioned earlier. My biggest tip is process of elimination. I think when you look at the practice questions and when you actually go into the exam itself, find the questions or find the answers that are like just blatantly wrong, right? They're going to be absolutely wrong. And then that kind of helps you narrow down to the ones that you're kind of on the fence on, but one of them is going to be absolutely correct, right? So um, there's a correct answer on every single one minimum,
Yeah.
and then we'll get into when there's multiple correct answers, right? But I think one of the biggest tips, right, if you're having trouble deciding which one's correct, try hitting it from the other approach, which is eliminate the ones that you know are for sure wrong, and that'll kind of help you hone in. Now, I can't help you if you're stuck between two and there's only one right one, so at that point you're gonna have to go with your gut. But that's
That's
kind of
that
that.
that that's where flipping a coin or eeny, meeny, miny, mo works
Right.
out, you know?
Yeah, and then that's where again 62% of pass, right? So take a chance. I did want to ask you, Bob, and please, if you can disclose. If you're not, then say pass. But can you bookmark the question and come back to it later, or is it like once you take it, you gotta answer it?
There is a feature on the, exam where you can flag it and then, take a look at which, questions are flagged, and
Come back.
you can take the, questions in any order.
Okay,
So
so
you
that
don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can kinda skip around. I usually just start at 1 and go all the way to the end. Whatever ones I'm not sure of, I will flag, and then you have 3 hours for 60-ish questions. It usually takes me roughly, an hour to for my first pass,
just pass. Yeah.
and then, subsequent passes, I'll concentrate on the
Yeah,
flagged ones.
because one of the things is like you don't know if like you're stuck on question three, but then like question 40 is gonna help, uncover something that you weren't sure of. And then you go back to like question three later and go, oh yeah, this is now I'm 100% sure if you might
Right.
have been on the fence.
You can
The other thing is right, like just go with your gut, kind of flag it, but answer it so that you don't. Because the other thing you don't want to do, right, is you don't want to go through the whole test in a pass and like you bookmark them, but you didn't kind of put your. I don't know if you could do this right, but I would put your guess in, come
Mhm.
back to it, and then double check it
You can
because
change your answers.
yeah, because if you don't, right, if you don't at least put your guess, then again, an hour later, an hour and a half later, I think you do have like the energy level and your like cognitive load level does taper off towards the end there, right? You just get tired. So you definitely don't want to be relying on memory to go, what was I thinking an hour and a half ago when I looked at this question first? So I would do that. The other thing though is definitely take advantage of the fact that you can skip around, right? Because that's one of the things that got me with CISSP, which was one, you didn't know how many questions were on the exam. So I would also say don't get caught up on like, do I have 65? Do I have 60? Do I have 70? Right? Like don't get caught up on trying to do the mental math of like how many did I pass or how many do I know I have, because that tripped me up, right? I think CISSP had like 150 questions, but they weren't numbered, so at no point knew where I was in the spectrum of how many questions I've answered and how many were left, especially since you don't know how many questions the exam is, right? And the insult to injury is that on CISSP you can't bookmark and you can't go back. You have to answer and you only have a finite window, right? So you got to go and you got to go because you don't know if you're going to even make it to the end, right? Like that CISP is an exam that you might not even finish or answering all the questions. Again, not applicable here, but just giving you war stories from why I don't take certifications.
No, you won't find that on this exam. They're very, very fair. You go through as many times as you want within the 3 hours. When you are ready, you make sure that you hit the finish exam button. It's very, very plain and simple. And once you do that, it will present you with your score and whether or not you passed or failed.
Moment of truth. The Jira guy says, in the moment, I don't count questions. If time is left, I'll count up questions I know I got right, but not during the, yeah. This is great advice, folks. So just don't try to do the mental math as you're going, because you're gonna lose focus of the mission, which is pass the damn thing. Okay. Pay attention. So when you buy the certification, right, the exam voucher, you get the course, which is what I'm kind of reading through right now. But pay attention. I definitely recommend you go through the sample questions, right? As I want to echo that. I want to echo that. Seeing these sample questions during the, like, you have access to them, you pay for them, take them, right? Practice them, because you do not want to get to the exam and see the questions for the very first time. So pay attention to them, and then each one of them here will give you, what I like about the sample, this guide here that you take, right, is each question, whether you answer it correctly or incorrectly, will tell you why each answer was correct or incorrect. And that'll again help reinforce the learning, right? Because I usually find that getting answers incorrectly and then trying to understand, right, taking a minute or two to understand why I got it wrong, but then try to understand the correct answer, is just another way to reinforce learning. Any thoughts with that, Bob?
Absolutely. So, um, it's really important that, and you'll see when we get into, I don't know if we're actually going to get into some sample questions, or if you wanted to kind of
Yeah,
deconstruct into
at this
what it
point,
is.
I gotta pick up the pace. Is all I know right now.
Okay. What I will say is, the questions are worded in a specific manner. They want to, they want you to spell out, um, the most definite answer.
Yeah.
And
So
so, given the information that you have, and sometimes you don't have that much information. So anything that is vague is potentially a wrong answer. Any answer that where you could fill in a certain condition is more likely to be a wrong answer. And so you
yeah,
can eliminate that.
and so a couple of things with that, right? So special words, right? So pay attention to only, definitely, possible, and not. Those are like the four words that are going to show up quite a bit in the questions. So, for example, they say, you're planning a trip overseas. Which item must you definitely take? Right. So the options are going to include things like your luggage, toiletries, a camera. However, if a passport is one of the options, then it's definitely the correct answer, regardless of anything else. Because if you have to pick between your passport or your toiletries, one is definitely got to be there. The other one's like, well, I can pick it up later.
Yep,
Right. So
exactly.
those are the things you want to watch out for. And then the second thing that I'll say that I kind of now forgot, dang it, I have to come back, but you said something important there, Bob. Oh well, my short-term memory is bad. But yeah, just be careful with the wording of it, right? Just be careful with how they're asking you for stuff. All right. Oh, I remember the annoying part, right? The annoying thing is, again, because of these UI changes and because of the way just the timing of things work, there were sample questions that I looked at where I'm like, it used to be true, but it's not true anymore. So that I think is the hardest type of question, because you're like, I know I have a fact, but the exam is wrong, or vice versa, right? Or maybe the exam has the new answer, but you know the old answer, and the old answer is just not correct anymore.
Right.
So I think that's going to be my biggest annoyance coming into the exam, is like, I know this stuff, but do they know this stuff?
And that's where it really is kind of a knowledge of, I know what the UI is and I know what the course said. And during the exam, you really have to go with what the course said.
Yeah. Definitely not what I say. So the other hard part, and I think this is another complexity, is multiple answers, right? So there's going to be questions, and from my understanding, and Bob, again, if you can comment on this, please do, right? But the exam's going to tell you choose two or choose three, right? It's never going to say choose as many as possible, right? But it's going to tell you specifically identify three items that are correct. So then when you're looking at your answers, you know that at a minimum you have to get three correct ones.
That is correct. They will tell you specifically how many answers you have to pick.
Now, this is the expert level tip. Don't leave any questions unanswered. Always choose a specified number of responses, whether that is one, two, or three. Otherwise, so for example, if the question asks for give me three Jira products, right? And list 5 out of the 3, right? Well, you have to list 3 because if you only list 2, you will still get 0 points.
Right. They don't get partial credit on the questions.
So just hit 3 because you're still kind of screwed regardless, right? So just if you don't know all 3 or all 2, right, you still got to give 2 big. But don't make the mistake because I've done that, right? Sometimes in the hurry of reading to the question, you miss the point that it's saying pick 2, right? And so you pick 1. And even though you have the right answer, you're going to get 0 points because you didn't pick the next right answer. So don't get burned by those because those are just low-hanging fruit, folks, that just, you're going to miss points that you technically had, but because no partial credit, you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot there. All right. And the last tip here is most questions are phrased in the affirmative. However, a few may have the word not to signal the opposite requirement. So for example, what should you not do if a pan catches fire? And so the answer is things like not throw water at it. So be careful with your double negatives, right? This is one of those things where be refreshed. And when you take the exam, right, I would say take the exam, clear your mind, be well rested, breakfast if you need it, right? But you want to be focused because I think half the battle for you is going to be just reading the question correctly, right? Not so much knowing the facts and data, but you can really be thrown into like a rabbit hole of going down the wrong answer if you even misread the question.
Yep.
Any thoughts here, Bob?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. So
So
you'll probably see statements. Find the answer that is false, and so that's another one of those negative type of questions where you want to really read them. And yeah, it definitely pays to kind of clear your head, right before
You
you
don't
take
want to
the
be thinking
exam.
about you don't want to be thinking about life after the exam. You want your headspace to be in the exam.
Right. Right. And this
So
is
don't
to
take it
me,
in the
this
middle of
is like
turmoil.
one advantage of going to a separate testing center outside of
The
home.
home. Yeah, outside the home, yeah. I would agree. I think it's a little bit easier to focus there. And then of course, use the facilities before you go take the exam because the last thing you want to do is be doing the little pee dance and
Right.
you're powering through the question. Now, good question though. Can you take a break, Bob? Like, do they allow you to maybe
It's
walk out?
dependent upon the testing center. Some testing centers have a policy where
Once you walk out, you're done.
you are allowed to pause. Other ones, you are not. So
Regardless, though, like I would definitely, empty that bladder because
that's
every
the
minute
first thing I
counts.
did.
Every
That's the
minute
first thing
counts
I
with
did when I
these.
got to the testing center was before I even signed anything, I was like, "Can I have the restroom key?"
All right. So the next thing is we're gonna go over scheduling the exam, which you get an email after you pay for the certification, where you have about 90 days to schedule your exam. So follow that email instructions. And then there's a sandbox, right? So this I don't think that you care for so much, but if you're gonna use your organization to practice, so maybe your company's paying for the certification, then don't do the practicing in production. Definitely use a sandbox. But what we're gonna recommend is going to be to stand up your own free
Yep.
Jira or free Atlassian instance so that you can practice along. But definitely, you're gonna need somewhere to practice, right? This is not an exam that you can just read a book and go take a test on. Like you need to know the cause and effect of every action that you do in this admin.atlassian.com.
Right.
Okay, Jira Confluence. How much does it cost? Okay, so I think we're good. So we're ready to start. So let me put this course over here to the side, and I'll close out this one here. I'll close out this one here. Let me share my screen. So I'm not sure where to really start, right? But the first thing you want to do I don't know how basic everybody is here, right? But depending on who's watching the replay here, again, I wouldn't recommend, as Bob mentioned earlier, right? You want to have at least a solid 1 to 2 years of experience here under your belt before you go and attempt something like this. So this might be too basic, right? But you definitely want to just go to Atlassian And I won't do this all the way through because I already have mine. But you want to go to Atlassian.com, try now, and just pick Jira software. This is going to set you up, right? When you pick Jira software, it's going to ask you for adding extra products like Confluence and Jira Service Management. You can definitely at least add Confluence. Again, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what happens after you purchase all this. So again, no credit card required, right? So it's free for 10 users. And so just click next, go through the motions of signing in, setting up your site. And once you set it all up, I don't know that you need to specifically have any projects or anything like that, because it's not going to be specific to the Jira product itself. But you do want to land something like this, right? Where you have your site name, and then the magic's going to happen when we click on the gear here and we go to this Atlassian admin section, right? So in this Atlassian admin section, click on user management. Notice that we're redirected, right? We are no longer in the whatever your site name is, .atlassian.net. We have been rerouted to admin.atlassian.com.
So one thing that Alex kind of glossed over when creating your trial, Jira or Confluence, is, and there may be questions about this. You may see questions about this on the exam,
Yeah.
about the actual process of running through the trial, right? How do you set up a new organization using the product trials? What exactly do you need? What don't you need? And also, what things will it require you to do? So these are some things that you might see questions on the exam.
So great point. So they are here. So setting up the cloud environment. Let's just walk through it, right? I definitely glossed over it, but we'll just do it again, just because so you got me thinking about, right? I assume all of this because I've set them up so many times. But yeah, when you're in the heat of that moment, you're being asked a question of like, do you need the credit card or do you not need the credit card? Stuff like that. You might want to, go through this activity again. So I'll do the start now again, and I'll just, try Jira Cloud. And then I'll just select this for now. I will leave this as is, and I will do ACP-520 Ape Tech. Right, you do want this to be unique, right? And then you'll click continue. This is going to go and stand up the instance, and it takes a few seconds here for it to go through. And in approximately 180 days, I'll get an annoying email telling me, "Hey, it is time for you to." It's time for you to
pay up, or this goes away.
No, to log in. They ask you to log in. They're very, very picky, these folks, right? They really want you to log in every 180 days or something like that. So this does take a little paint drying here. So bear with us, folks, as this instance is being spun up. The robots are hard at work. Awkward silences.
So one thing, and I think you mentioned it, right? It asks you for your Atlassian account. And if you don't have an Atlassian account, it will say, well, let's make an Atlassian account, right?
Right. So that's one thing. So I always tell people that are completely new, right? So it's going to ask you for your Atlassian account. And so your Atlassian account can be your company account, if that's what you are using, or it can be any email type, right? So it can be like a at Live, at Yahoo, Hotmail, Gmail, right? Whatever you got going on, that email becomes your Atlassian account. So they both become one, right? And in the cloud, one important thing is that every email is a unique account. So if, like me as an individual, I have, for as many emails as I have that many Atlassian IDs. So every single email will count as a unique individual, even though it's me logging in as the same person, just over, just different accounts.
Okay. So now we're actually at the point where we're not done yet creating our organization, because for at least for here, it looks like we're creating Jira, a Jira product in our organization. It's asking us to create a project. If we did this on Confluence, it would ask us to create a space. And so that's probably one of the parts of setting up your organization.
Correct.
Is
And so,
create just like a dummy
right.
first project or dummy first space.
And I would say for the certification, doesn't matter what you pick, but if you're a real company doing this for realsies, pick the right one.
That's true.
Click next. Yeah, and then this will give you the name of your first project. So this would just be ACP, just 520, and just click create project there. A great thing that you should also know, right, and all of this, I think this is very, very handy in preparation. Understand what you get per payment here, right? Because some of the questions are going to be you're in premium. Well, if you're in premium, you get capacity management, you get project archiving, right? But under the admin controls down here, you need to know that you get a sandbox in premium. And so you need to know that if a question says, hey, how many sandboxes do you get in Jira if you're on the free version of Jira? Well, that answer is 0, right? And if you're on standard, the answer is still 0. But when you go to premium, the answer could be at least 1, but you can click on it and get a little bit more information, right? And so it's important for you to understand what you get and what you don't get based on the paid version or not paid version of Jira and Confluence that you're in, right? So these admin sections here are definitely fair game, right? So knowing user roles, permissions, admin insights, I think, is something that we looked at in the past. Knowing your release track, knowing how to see your user counts and product requests, right? Like this is going to be important for you to have. Similar stuff over here with your security and compliance. Bob, you kept saying a word that I am not familiar with, the DMARC, DRAM, DRAR.
DMARC, yeah,
What is that?
DMARC. So when Alex, when we have the live session for module 4 about the advanced features, we'll talk about that. That allows you to set up custom email domains. So instead of notifications coming from Jira at organization.atlassian.net, it may come from Jira at organization.com, right?
Yeah.
So it's how you set up those custom email domains, because it will let you do that. There is a process for you to go through, and it follows a standard called DMARC.
Cool. Well, I accidentally dropped out of the course, so I'm going to try to get it back over. I should probably show you guys here because I think this is a question, Bob, that your team had one time, right? So when you go to the Atlassian Certified, you can go to My Learning Activities, and you'll see the course that you've purchased, and then you can get back into it there. So if you ever close the window accidentally, you can always get back into it. So I'm going to go now into the Atlassian organization and cover this over the next 30 minutes or so. So how do we create and manage an organization? So let me try to describe then here what happens, right? So when you only have one Jira and one Confluence, each of those is a product. You have your Jira product, you have your Confluence product, right? And there's a lot of products you can have. You can have Jira Work Management, Jira Service Management, Jira Product Discovery, obviously Confluence, right? Those are the ones that are in scope for the certification. But those are all those are all products, right? Those are all Atlassian products under a single site. And that site, in my case, happens to be, right, as we just made our new one, I have aptechengineering.atlassian.net, right? But I also have another one, the one we just did, right, which now I'm losing it. What did I call it? ACP what? 520?
Yeah.
ACP-520 ApeTech, right? So this right here, this URL is another site. These are different sites. They can't talk to each other. So as you can see here, when I expand this, I don't see my other one. I see other ones that I have, right? But I can't see my ApeTech, this one, the ApeTech Engineering, right? Because they're different sites, and most importantly, they belong to different orgs. So when you click on the admin.atlassian.com, this icon right here, or this little section right here, this is the organization name. And so this is made automatically when you go and sign up for your product. And so as you can see, when I go and click on my org over here, and this is going to be a little problem because I have two different accounts. So bear with me as I have to toggle. Switch account real quick. Right. So as I'm showing all this here, I'll be able to select the site that I want to, and you'll see that the site has now changed. Sorry, the org has now changed, right? So these are all the different products that are within this organization. Again, when you make your Jira for the first time, this is all done for you. It's all done on your behalf. But notice that you do have the ability to have, um, different experiences there. So that's the org, okay? So the org sits on top of everything because you can, if I wanted to, bring in my ATech engineering into this organization. There's a method to move it, right? There's a transfer your products over here, which we'll get into much, much later. But you could, if you wanted to, centralize everything. So you could have multiple Confluences, multiple Jiras, multiple Jira product discoveries, multiple Jira service managements, each with their own unique URL, each with their own site URL, but all under this same organization. So think of the organization as an umbrella, right?
Right.
It sits on top of everything. And so we'll kind of start here, right? So this is a great picture of what is an Atlassian organization then, right? So obviously we're in admin.atlassian.com, right? And this is this new, there's an original and centralized thing. Bob, do we want to talk a little bit about that for a second, and what's the difference?
It's beneficial for things such as users and groups, kind of where it is. But I usually defer. Um, I usually kind of most of the time I've usually just gone with centralized, just because
That's the
that's
new one,
where I see it most of the time.
right? Yeah.
I
So
rarely see it on the original.
let me add a little bit of context there too, right? So original versus centralized, right? It's just where the placement of things are in the UI. To the best of my knowledge, because I interact with both on a daily basis, everything, all the actions and activities you'll do as a Jira admin are there. They're just in different places just to mess with your mind. I can't think of any other reason why Atlassian would have both.
Alex isn't paranoid.
I swear
They're,
that.
you're not paranoid if they're really out to get you.
Yeah, they're out to get me. So scrolling down a little bit more, right? So this is important for you to understand, right? So we're going to get into managing your products for an organization. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, right? So in your Atlassian environment, right? This is going to be your admin.atlassian.com. You're going to have your organization. In my case, my organization is called ACP-520, right? And so when you're looking at that, I right now only have three, right? Confluence, the Jira admin, and the Jira software. But as I mentioned, right, it is possible for you to bring in multiple versions of Jira software, right? But notice that the URLs are different. That you cannot have two Jira softwares with the same URL, but you can have multiple Jira softwares with different URLs in the same organization. So that's definitely possible. And Bob, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, so I know you can migrate, right? So you can move one instance of Jira over to a different org. But me as an org, can I go back to admin.atlassian or to Atlassian.com and buy another one and keep it in the same admin?
Yes, it would ask you to create a site.
So I can,
So
okay, yeah. So as you saw here, right? So let me go back. So you can go to products, right? And you can click on add product, and then you just pick what you want to buy. So I'll do another Jira software. I'll hit select, and I'm going to give it a different name, right? ACP 520 ApeTech 2, right? And so I can agree to that. And now we'll watch a little bit of paint dry. But actually, so I have never done this before. So I'm actually kind of glad that we're doing this, right? These are these things where you're going to get value in just practicing and doing it and trying to, I want to say break it, but trying to recreate it, right? So I'm essentially looking through the documentation and I'm like, how do I get this kind of environment so you understand how it fundamentally works? And unless you actually go and buy it, right? And I do say buy, but it's all free, right? But unless you actually go and do it, it's hard to remember in the heat of the exam how it works if you've never actually gone through the motions and click. So if you're watching here on the live stream here or the recording, definitely go through and click around and do it yourself, right? Because you're going to get tremendous value in doing this, right? So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to recreate this kind of picture where I have two Jira softwares all in the same organization, because up until a few minutes ago, I knew it was possible if I moved an existing Jira software into the organization, which is an advanced feature. But now I've also learned that I can just simply go to the product section. Man, this thing is painfully slow. And buy another one. So, Bob, do you know if there's a limit to how many you can add in here?
Nope. No limit.
Nope. Like you don't. Okay. So I was gonna say nope.
No. There's no limit.
As long as you got a
And
credit card.
it's yeah. It depends on, Alex's credit card. I mean, he's Mr. Moneybag, so, I'm
Sure.
sure he's got a higher limit than I do. One thing that I want to mention, when we talk about these separate instances, they really are separate. In other words, they can have separate apps.
Correct.
Each instance could have its own accounting of the apps in there, and so you don't have to be stuck with having to have the same apps.
And the data doesn't talk to each other. So I can't have an epic here that talks to a story over here.
Correct.
The issues are siloed to their site, right? Confluence and Jira, they'll talk to each other. So I can reference issues in the sorry. I can reference issues over here inside this Confluence, but I cannot go I can't do the X formation here. Now let's see if this one finished yet. Wow, this is really bad. Slow. But let's talk about this Bitbucket, right? So Bitbucket and Trello, as of this recording and as of the certification today, this is why, again, I encourage you folks, take your certification here before the end of the year if you can, because I hear through the rumor mill that this is slowly going to make its way on over to the left.
It is, from what I've heard.
Not official yet, right? So these are these things where you also want to be careful where you hear your information and how you heard your information, right? Because Atlassian does put out regularly information of here's EAPs, early access programs, to new features that are coming out that aren't on the exam. And so if you try to answer the question based on the EAP exposure that you have, you're gonna get the answer wrong. So keep that in mind, right? Sometimes having too much information can kill you, which is why I'm so scared, because I am I try everything out. So my perspective of what is true in the world of Atlassian is much different than wow, this is really slow. Then okay, so we'll kind of keep going down. We'll come back to this because creating the first year was not this painfully hard, but apparently creating more takes a little bit longer. So here we go with the managing users. This right here, folks, is something you definitely, absolutely want to understand 100%. And so let's spend a couple minutes here as I'm clearing my throat. Sorry, I got a mild cold. Ronnie must have given it to me from all the way from Atlanta. And this right here, folks, you need to master this. This right here is probably one of the most confusing things of being a cloud admin. And I think it's really, really important that you figure it out, right? So let me try to break it down to the best of how I kind of break it down usually for people, right? And so look at the coloring of these bubbles. This is very, very important, okay? And we'll talk about Atlassian Access briefly. I know we're gonna talk about it in depth in the future, right? But Atlassian Access, for full disclosure, is a separate product that has a separate bill within the same big bill, but it's your bill is a different line item in your bill. Okay, so
Right.
you have to pay an additional fee on top of your Jira fee, on top of your Confluence fee, for Atlassian Access. Now, there's some exceptions if you're an enterprise customer, which we'll talk about again much, much later down the road. Is that you?
That's me. Sorry.
What the heck are you vibrating over there?
I live by an airport.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Ah, sorry for this is why you're awake all day. Okay. So, anyways, so Atlassian Access, again, we'll talk about a little bit more detail, right? But out of the box, what I'm doing right now, right, with making my new Jiras, wow, this is still going, right? You get these gray bubbles. These gray bubbles here represent users, right? And so you get a directory out of the box. I can switch back over to my other one, but really at this point, I think I have to go multiple browsers. Otherwise, I'm going to be logging in and out of different orgs and different accounts, right? But you automatically, you don't need Atlassian Access to manage your users, okay? You can very much invite anybody you want to your Jira and to your Confluence, put in their email, put them into a group or a license, and King Bob's your uncle, right? That's all there is to it. Now, that comes with some risks, right? Because one, from a management perspective, now you have to, invite 1,000 people. Two, you now have to set like password policies and whatnot for those 1,000 people, right? So there's no two-factor authentication. There's no single sign-on. It's a very, very, very weak um, policy that you get. It's very basic, username and password. But in 2023, username and password just doesn't quite cut it anymore, right?
Yep.
And so you need that 2FA almost everywhere you go. And I kind of feel like Atlassian should really make this, part of the core system. Like cybersecurity should not be a funnel here for higher sales. But I don't work at Atlassian, and I'm sure they make a lot of money from Atlassian Access, right? So that's just basically how it works out of the box with these gray bubbles. Now, these blue bubbles, you can kind of see that they kind of filter from all the way over here. So think of this item all the way over here as your Azure, right? This is you're going to be, if you're a Microsoft shop, this is going to be your Azure directory. If you're not a Microsoft shop, this is going to be then like your Okta, all right, wherever you have your users, but you're going to put your users in some sort of a Active Directory, if you will.
Right.
With
From your IDP.
Yeah, for whatever you have in your company, right? There's a couple of different options out there in the world. And so those users are in here, then they get pushed in. So there's a handshake, right? There's settings that we'll talk about much later, where you establish a handshake between Atlassian and your IDP, right? And once that handshake is established, then you can dictate a group of people or a bundling of people, if you will, to then come into your Jira or your Atlassian products, and then via Atlassian Access, they get pushed into your directory. So this is the preferred method, especially if you're a big organization, right? And I would say the moment you go over 2 people, I mean, if cybersecurity is like a thing for you and your company, you want Atlassian Access from day one, because it's the only way you're going to be able to ensure single sign-on. It's going to be the only way you ensure multi-factor authentication.
Right. And then and the nice thing about single sign-on is the policies that your organization has for adding people and subtracting people, that can automatically determine whether or not they become Jira and Confluence users outside of the
Atlassian.
organization. You don't have to, the Atlassian admins don't have to worry about that. It's up to whoever is handling the LDAP.
Correct. So you would create groups in your LDAP over here in your Active Directory, and then those people, when they get onboarded to your company, they get added on. Those groups get pushed, right? So they get re-updated, as if you will, and then they just match what you've already configured. So then everything's great, right? Then your management of Jira, as far as user management goes, is super easy because it's a lot trivial at that point. But you then run into some different problems. And so some of the problems that you run into is now you just can't remove a user, right? The user can't, like, I can't go into the directory in Jira. Wow, this thing is like, let me hit refresh here. It's still taking a long time. Okay, I started all up. Wonder what that's gonna do, Bob. But you just can't go to a user and delete it. So these gray ones I can delete all day long, but these blue ones I can't delete. I'd have to delete them from the source over here. And sometimes as a Jira admin, you don't have access to the source. Another pain point that you have, these users in the cloud, and this is a difference between on-prem, right? Because on-prem, you can change the email and you can change the name, the display name of any user. But in the cloud, you don't have that power. You can only make a recommendation. So there's a button in the UI that says suggest changes, and you can tell that individual, hey, you should update your email or you should update your display name. When you go to your managed users, which are the blue ones, which are coming through your, your Active Directory or Okta or whatever it is, you have to change their name over at that source. You can't do it within Jira or Confluence or even admin.atlassian.com. So keep that in mind, because these are common questions that I usually get from a user saying like, hey, my email doesn't match my display name and I'd like for them to match. And you're like, well, sorry, you got to go talk to the group that manages this over here, because only they can make the changes over there. So that's how that's working. We are just stuck here. We definitely hit like a little bug with Atlassian here. So let's just keep going now, right? So here's some of the things that are available for your managed accounts, kind of what I was talking about, right? So granting product access. Let's talk about domains too. Then I think this is a little bit out of order here, but their documentation sends you down this track. So let's talk about domain for a second, folks. So when you do go the Atlassian Access route, you have to own a or verify your domain. And what that means is your, at kingbob.com, that's your domain, right? So all your emails is going to be like bob@kingbob.com or alex@kingbob.com, right? And so that at kingbob.com needs to be verified by Atlassian, and there's special steps that we'll again cover later on down the road that establishes again a trust, if you will, between your products and Atlassian Access and the internet, I guess, for that matter.
Right.
Right.
It's basically that you definitely own that domain.
Correct.
So
And you can own, and only one org can own the domain, right? So this becomes a problem when you're doing like M&As, right? Mergers and acquisitions, because if you had your own Jira and your own Confluence and under company A, and now all of a sudden you now belong to company B, well, your company B should own or verify your domain if you're going to be if you're going to be merging, right? Because
right,
you can't have it verified in two places, as far
right.
as I know.
Also, in verification, subdomains don't count. You have to do a separate verification
for,
process for
for
every
each
subdomain. So a subdomain is anything before the let's say if we have company
AC
one dot
King Bob.
kingbob.com, company one is a subdomain of kingbob.com,
Yeah,
right? And you would have to separately verify that subdomain. Oh, you're good to go.
we're good to go. Okay, so now I don't know where to find it. How did I get signed out? Okay, we'll just do this. Create project. Again, folks, just to remind you from like 10 minutes ago, we're trying to add a separate site over to the same org. So now I'm going to go back. Now I'm going to go back to my admin.atlassian.com, which I got rerouted out of. And under products, you're going to see that I have two Jira softwares. Jira software under ApeTech 2 and Jira software under no ApeTech number, right?
Okay.
So this is how you're able to have multiple of the same product. So you can just simply keep clicking that blue add product, and you can add any of these products to your organization.
So one thing that I want to kind of focus on that will probably be important is if you take a look, you'll see that Alex has two Jira softwares. You saw how he created that. He also has two separate Jira administration products.
This is
And
newer.
I'm sorry?
This is a newer feature. This didn't used to be like this,
Right,
at least
right.
in the classic or original way, right? This is more of the distributed way.
So Jira administration is a product, all right, that covers any administration of a Jira product. In other words, Alex has in his one site Jira software. And that the administration of that Jira software is covered by the accompanying Jira administration. If Alex decided to install Jira Service Management
Which I'm gonna do now.
to that site, the original Jira administration would cover the administration of that JSM product.
Yeah, so I'm adding that now, right? So we'll see it in a few seconds. But the JSM is not going to add another line item, and I really hate that I get kicked out of this thing.
Right. So, and basically, whoever is a member or whoever has product access to Jira administration is a product admin for any Jira product. Jira software, Jira service management, Jira work management.
Correct. Yeah. So all the Jiras kind of get bundled up into this administration because you don't need to have separate administration privileges to do Jira Service Management over Jira Software over Jira Work Management. They're all going to be in the same UI. They're not going to be treated exactly the same. The access to them, right, from the user perspective, that you definitely want to triage appropriately. But the administration portion, you're going to get admin to one or the other. And then also to further complicate things, when you're on premium and you add sandboxes, this then further adds, because you're basically adding a new site at that point when you add a sandbox. So that does add a little extra layer of complexity there. It feels and looks exactly the same though, but it's the same thing, right? You got to grant somebody to be the admin of that site and a user of that site. And so let's actually look at that, Bob. So if I go to my directory, right, and if I invite a user to it, right, I'm going to just do Bob at King Bob. By the way, this I feel should not work, but it works. Like, I don't know why.
It works, and it's actually something to keep to make a note of.
Yeah, this is just crazy. I can literally make up a bunch of names, right? I can put Rodney at kingbob.com, right? And so now when you see that I have my extra products here, right? So my Jira Service Management that I just pulled up, it's now available. So I can say, hey, I want these two users to be either an agent, which means they're consuming a license, or maybe I want them to be a customer, which means they don't consume a license. Or maybe I want them to be both, but then you get a warning because you're granting multiple roles, and the paid role that you give a user is gonna take precedence because the last thing wants that cash, right? But let's just say that we give them a user. For Jira Software, you can either give them a user, or you can make them an administrator. This is strange. This is weird wording. User access admin. Doesn't this used to say?
That's actually a UI change
This is a
that
change.
will not be covered on the exam. So
Don't
there
worry about
are
this. This is new. Yeah, this was
that
not
is
here
new.
before.
That is new.
Yeah, because this does not give you the full admin, right? To be the full admin, you need to come down here and change this none to be a product admin. And then that will give that individual product admin to all the Jiras, whether it be Jira
Mhm.
Service Management or Jira Software.
Right.
The
Right.
other
That
thing that I
admin will be
always
admin for any Jira product.
No, the other thing that I always do as well, and is I, as a safety, right, go to the groups and I still add them to the org admin group. This in theory should take care of it, but I found that it doesn't always take care of it. Any thoughts there, Bob?
So you're actually, if you add them into that org admins group or on the exam, that site admins
By
group,
admins? Yeah, because it's no
yeah, you're
longer here anymore.
actually kind of giving them the keys
To everything.
to essentially
All of it.
everything. They
Right.
can add groups, they can approve access requests. They can and they may also be able to add products.
So that's a really
So
good point. So I know you're gonna have to drop here in a couple minutes. So let me
I'm actually good. I can
oh
stay.
okay. So here's a taking that to another level, right? Because again, this is all very confusing, folks, unless you actually do it and try it and kind of log in, and it takes some homework, some extra effort on your end to log in, log out, and try different things, right? But watch this. When I go to Jira Software, ignore this other admin here because this is like what is it, a red herring? Is that this is a fake thing? It won't be on the exam. This is very new. Don't worry about that, right? Most of the time you will only see user. Okay. So for Jira Software, you can give somebody a license, become a user, and you'll pay for them. Down here, when I make somebody a Jira product admin, they're going to be an administrator of Jira.
Mhm.
Now, why Atlassian doesn't do this blows my mind, because when I go to Confluence, notice that they have a product admin one here as well. So doing both the user and the product admin here is the same thing as doing the user here and doing the product admin over here. Just Atlassian, for whatever reason, and only for Jira, broke it out into two line items, and in Confluence, they left that as a single.
Well, I think it's because the different Jira products all operate on that same core platform.
Right, because there's no Confluence work management or
Right.
Confluence service management.
Right.
So that part makes sense to me then, right? So, but just be aware, folks, that the product admin though, right? But the key takeaway though is when you give these people a product admin, this means that this individual for this site, right? For this site here, notice that's a different site from this one. For this site, will be able to be an administrator of this Confluence and will be an administrator of this Jira. If I give them this org admin, this supersedes, if that's the right word, everything. They're going to be able to be an administrator of everything here, not just this one or to this one. They're going to be able to be an administrator of everything if I give them this org admin. So be very careful with who you give org admin to, because it will give them too much power, right? This is usually, I mean, it just depends on your company, right? If your company is managing everything together, then yeah, just give them org admin and then you're good there, right? But they're going to be able to do everything at that point, which is a different take from site admin, right? Because site admin is only for the site specific. So maybe that's why this is giving me a hard time, because I have multiple sites here.
Yep.
Because what I'm going to do on the side here is I'm going to log back into my other ApeTech one, the one we were looking at earlier. And I'm going to show you that I don't have this phenomenon over there. So give me a second while I log into that account real quick. There we go. Okay. I just need to be in a different browser because otherwise I have to toggle between the two accounts. So when I go to my user management here and I go to the same thing of adding a user, directory, we're going to add Rodney at kingbob.com. Notice that I have sandboxes here though, but this one, I still have my old site admins. So this is why, again, it gets really confusing because Atlassian, they're like in between, right? So some people are going to have site admins. Notice I don't have an org admin. It's not in here, right? So some people are going to have org admin, some people are going to have site admin, but the exam is going to screw you with site admin only.
Well, to be fair, they don't make a mention of org admins.
But the
They
UI
won't
does. So if
make a
you're,
mention of the org admins group.
but if you're looking at this for the very first time, right, then you're only going to know org admin, which is where I think you're going to get screwed. So anyways, so let's keep going down the track here, right? So now that we kind of know so we were able to recreate this picture, right? As we keep going down this list, the Atlassian access, for this to work correctly, you need to verify your domain. So that's what all this is about. So when you verify your domain, this basically tells you what you get if it needs the domain verified, and it also requires Atlassian access, right? Because my understanding is you can verify your domain without necessarily buying Atlassian access, correct?
That's true.
can
The
do
best
this.
example is if you use Gmail, if you use that, you can set up a verified domain if you have if you use the Gmail workspace, Google workspace, if your company
Okay.
does.
Yep. So I'm in settings here and I'm going to domains and I can verify my company domain. So I can go here and I can do, kingbob.com, click next. It's going to give me the information, whether I'm doing DNS, HTTPS, a Google Workspace, or Azure AD Sync. So it'll give me the right information there, right? So I can choose this and, you go through all those steps there, right? But I'm able to verify the domain and I repeat, I do not have Atlassian access in this instance. So you are able to verify without necessarily needing Atlassian access. And again, folks, this is what I'm telling you. Like, you can't just show up and take this dumb thing, man. Like, you really got to know the difference between what is a required domain or what does a verified domain give me versus what does Atlassian access give me. And so, like, pictures like this is something you got to print out and put in your bathroom and something and look at it while you're on the can there, so that you can just memorize this stuff. You don't do that, Bob?
No. Did I mention I have a photographic memory?
You did mention that, and my wife brought it up yesterday. All right. Let's see. Management. What do we need to talk about here? Manage products for an organization. We'll talk about this in a little bit more detail, but let's talk about managing products for an organization. Which we kind of already talked about, right? So, in your organization, depending on your sites, you can have multiple products, right? And as you saw, in one site, you can only have one Jira
Instance,
software.
right?
Yeah, one instance of it. But in your organization, you can have multiple of the same. So as you can see here, we have two Confluences. In my example over here, we have two Jira softwares, right? But watch this. If I try to add another Jira software and I go over here, right? I don't have the option to add to an existing site, right? So watch this. If I add If I try to add Jira Work Management, let's see if it gives it to me. Right? See, I have the option to add to an existing site.
Mm-hmm.
But once you already have one of them, like I already have a Jira software, the only path you can take is make a new site. So you can only have one of each product in a site. So if there's any questions on that in the chat here, we're still wide open for y'all to ask questions, right? But it's important for you to understand how this works there. Managing users at the site level. This one's an interesting picture, right? So this right here tells you, right, through Atlassian Access, you're able to again manage your users and then just pipe them directly into your site. So one of the great things about um, having these managed accounts, right, and you can kind of see it here, is that when I go to my directory, my users and groups sit on top of my products. So I don't have to go into Jira and add a user, and I don't have to go into the other Jira and add the same user, because all the users are managed in a bucket above Confluence, above Jira Software, above Jira Work Management, Service Management, right? From here, I can simply click into the user and then grant them product access to whatever products I want. But all the users are managed to just one single location. So that's why when you're looking at this picture, it's the same blue bubbles, because as long as you have a managed account, or just any account for that matter, right? You can use them in any site as long as they're within that organization.
Right.
So what does not work is if you have two organizations, those users are not going to talk to each other. So they're not going to be the same from the same source like that.
Right. And you can actually see from the previous picture that when you allow product access, it will allow you to specify which instance of that product you can have access.
Here, right?
Yep, right there. So you
Yeah.
could,
So
so if there's the two instances of Jira software, you can see that,
I can make one none.
yeah, that one has none, and then the second one could be a user.
Yep. So that's how that works there. So that covers what is an org. So let me look through the question here and just kind of let me stop sharing for a second so that I can read through this, right? So just looking at 1.1, wow, this is going to take a long time to go through all this. So we covered what's an Atlassian cloud. We went over the sites and orgs. Users can be org admins for multiple organizations. It is possible for a user to serve as an org admin for multiple Atlassian cloud organizations. That is definitely a fact. In case they will see those organizations listed in the admin hub. So let me show you what that looks like. So this is interesting. So I'm fortunate enough to be the org admin for multiple orgs. And so when you come here, you'll notice that this is a drop down. So I can click on this drop down and you can see the two different orgs that I belong to. So I can just simply switch over to that org and I'm seeing a different org. The users here are different than the users over here. So as you can see, it's a different set of people, right? So that's what I'm talking about, that your users are not shared org to org, but they are the same group of people in that org, right? So site to site, they can all be the same type of use. But if you're talking two different orgs, it's going to be two different configurations. So definitely have a very deep and thorough understanding of what's the difference between the org, which is the big box, right, as indicated here, and then your sites. And I think we're making it harder than it actually is, Bob, because it's really trivial, really.
Yeah.
So that's it for that one. So that kind of covers understand the purpose and structure of an Atlassian organization. Let's go to this one. So these are just the steps, right? This case basically walks us through everything we just did. But this is an interesting one, right? So this right here might be on the exam and something I did not do. But you can actually just go to atlassian.com/o/create and create an org without adding the products.
Right. You actually need this if you are going to start out with Atlassian Access. You create the organization the way that Alex is showing right now, and then from there you can add a trial version of Atlassian Access.
I'm just gonna add stuff. Hopefully this one doesn't take 10 days. So okay, so this will pipe you through the Atlassian Access. Now, why would a company go through this route over the other route?
I think when they so you definitely want to do this when you're looking at a migration type situation, and that the cloud organization is going to be using SSO. Uh, Usually, with most migrations, or at least the ones where you're going to incorporate SSO and provisioning with LDAP, you set up access first, and you can then make sure that your users are all set up before you do migration of Jira or Confluence from, say, server or data center to cloud.
Right. Okay. So also, so I'm just gonna try to finish objective 1-1 apparently today. Um, so let's talk quickly about the Atlassian accounts because that's something that's on here too. So what's the Atlassian account? It's you must have an Atlassian account to manage your Atlassian cloud. And as we mentioned earlier, your email becomes your Atlassian account or Atlassian ID the moment that you sign up. So
Mhm.
that kind of just happens automatically. And what kind of information is tied to an Atlassian account? So it mainly takes your email address and your display name. And your Atlassian account is used throughout the Atlassian ecosystem, right? So signing up for like Atlassian community events, right? That's your Atlassian ID. Answering questions in the Atlassian community.atlassian.com website,
Right,
going through the Atlassian University. These are all using that same Atlassian ID. So
right,
they only use your email and your display name, but that does become your identity to the wonderful world of Atlassian.
right, and that also includes if you do things like, submit a review for a marketplace app,
Mm.
that will key off of your Atlassian account too.
What's an example of how an Atlassian account is used? So when an admin sets up permissions or tags you as an owner of a specific issue, they use your Atlassian account, right? So in the tool itself, right, when you're in Confluence or in Jira and somebody sets you as the assignee, they're flagging you with your Atlassian account.
Right.
And can one person have multiple Atlassian accounts? Yes, because I
Right.
have like 1,000. You can have as many Atlassian accounts as you have emails.
Right.
So if you're the owner of kingbob.com, we're gonna come after you. Does kingbob.com even exist, Bob?
I
Or should
don't
be
know.
or should
I
be like
wonder if Rodney's claimed that domain while we
or
were,
should be like a porn site and I just hit enter. Let's do it. It's a watch.
oh,
To King Bob, I apologize. We're definitely stealing your website. Don't come after me. Clinton Road, Fairfield, New Jersey. Let's call him up. Tell him we want. Watch this guy. Poor guy gets just a bunch of like spam for my videos. Okay. Creating a new organization. We talked about that already. So there's two ways to create the organization. One's inherited, right? When you go and sign up for the product, you're going to get it. The other way is to go to admin.atlassian.com/o/create. And I think I've never personally done it this way, right? But you can definitely come at it from this perspective as well. By the way, the pricing here for Atlassian Access, I know we are talking about it earlier. Here's the pricing in case you cared. So it's $4 a user, $3 for the next 250 to 1,000, and then it's basically $1.50 for up to 5,000 users, and then a
right. So
dollar.
these are the specific user tiers.
Yeah.
So
And I just love this part, by the way, Bob. Like, I don't know, meet Bob. It's not just me picking on Bob. Apparently, Atlassian does it too. So we got, I'm just trying to see if we missed anything. So I think we got everything there. Events during the site creation process. There are several notable events that always occur during this creation. So the chosen product is added, Jira software, for example. The special Jira administration product is added. So that we talked about that being here. So when you add a new product, right, especially when it comes to Jira, you're going to get this and you're going to get this. So those are non-negotiable. Bob is created. So the first person, right, the initiator of all this, they become employee number one, as you can see here. Then you can add other people. The special site admins group is created. So this is again where we're going to have a deviation from from the exam and what you're going to see here, because there is no mention of a site admins in the new Jira, but this used to say site admin. So this, everything you see here, by the way, and we'll talk about this in one of the next modules. Everything you see here are default groups,
Yep.
non-negotiable. You get them by simply buying Jira. You can add more. You can come up here and add more. These are non-negotiable, and as far as I know, you can't delete them. Oh, you can. No, you cannot. Why would it give it to me red?
Well, we're going to talk about that a little later when we start talking about default access groups. You'll see that those were created as specific purposes. Basically, whenever, because you can give a role to a specific user, and when you give that role to a user, that user is going to be added to all of the default access groups that for that specific role.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna go ahead and process this now because I need more users in here for this to work out later. But you're gonna want to add a couple users. And again, I don't know why this works. I feel like this should not work. Like I shouldn't be able to add fake users. Don't email Bob at King Bob or Rodney at King Bob. And please, please don't email me. But
So there's a question here
Yep.
from Akash Singh, possibly an unrelated question. So does a site admin can a site admin add users to their instance if the user already has an Atlassian account in the organization?
That's an interesting question. So I would say if the user already exists, you can't double invite the user.
So are so I'm wondering if it's like if there are multiple sites, if a user could be added to site B if they already have an Atlassian account. And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, that is correct, right? So yeah, if your user is in site A and and within your organization you have a site B, then yes, because when you look at a specific user, right? So let's go back to just adding Bob here, right? We added Bob to this Jira and to this Jira, but it is possible for me to take him off of this one and he only has access to one. So in your particular scenario, you're telling me, hey, Bob has access to these two Jiras. I want him access to this one. Well, all you got to do is go here and click the checkbox. So, but what I'm saying though is still true though, right? You don't need to invite the user again. The user already, as long as the user exists in your org,
Yep.
at that point you're manipulating drop downs. You're not having
Yep.
to invite the user again. Okay, additional groups can be created, right? So you can come over here, and then later we'll talk about that default access group. But pay special attention to this access to. I'm just gonna create one right now, right? But demo group ACP-520, and I'm just gonna hit create and watch. Pay very special attention to product access, right? So when I click back on groups, you'll notice that that group that I just created has none right here. We will talk about that later, I hope. But this is very, very important. We will want to talk about this in detail. And then Bob becomes the administrator of his chosen product. Okay. There's a lot happening in the background after Bob signed up. Don't worry. Okay. Configurations within the chosen. In addition to configurations you just learned about, the user who creates. Okay, so I don't know what any of this means. Another way to create the organization. We already talked about the admin. So definitely, so the exam material does talk about going through admin.atlassian.com/o/create. So definitely know that that is a different method because again, I've never done it. I've done like 1,000 Jiras and I've never had to go down this route. So keep that in mind. And accessing a new site. So if you're the org admin for an existing site, you will see sites under your sites drop down. Where's that at? There's a sites drop down?
Yes. I usually see it under like I think like either overview or
Oh,
maybe on you were previously on products, right?
yes, I was on products, but
Go
I
to
don't know.
settings. I think it actually might be under settings.
It says, so accessing the new sites. If you're an org admin from an existing site or sites, you will see the sites in your site dropdown. What the hell? I've never seen. Oh, maybe here? Because this is the only place that I know I can switch between them here.
Yeah.
This, folks, as far as I know, when you are, but I wouldn't say that you're, depending on which sites. So I'll say it this way: if you have access to multiple sites, when you click on this little grid here and you click on this little black arrow, this will show you all the sites that you have access to, and you can toggle between them, right? So you don't have to memorize the URL. Barney wants to know, how many times can you say the word sites before it stops being a real word?
That's an actual term. It's called semantic association. Ted Lasso fans know about that.
Okay, so we're down to the end now for an exam hint. Can I show these? Should I show these? This is just a hint. I'm gonna show it. Sometimes questions about creating a new Atlassian organization and site are written ambiguously on purpose. So the point is to evaluate your understanding of what is created and configured at bare minimum during the sign up process. So again, if you haven't created what we just did in this video, right, definitely go through the motions of setting up a new site because they're going to quiz you on it. For example, if a question states Joseph signed up for a site from a product pricing page, but doesn't actually identify which one, you cannot assume anything about the product Joseph chose or its product specific configurations. This is where I think, Bob, having too much information is a bad thing. Because now you're in blanks, right? And it's a very dangerous thing to do, is to fill in those blanks. The only thing you know is that he has chosen some product. So, folks, as another pro tip, right, going back to like the beginning half of this training here, is be very, very, like, read every word. Every word in that question has a purpose for being in the question.
Yep.
As a result, an organization, site, and product were created along with a single user in the directory, Joseph, obviously, who's the one that made it, who became its org admin. Also, the site admins group and some product groups were created, although we do not know which ones. Yep. So this is just, again, just be careful. Let's do one. Let's do a sample question. Okay. And again, this is probably my favorite part. Okay. So in the chat here, you guys are more than welcome to kind of help answer, right? But you want to create a new Atlassian site from a product pricing page. What is required for you to do so? Payment details, an email address for a non-public domain, an Atlassian account, an existing Atlassian organization, or a billing address. So, Bob, this is where I would, again, hit the process of elimination, right? We
Right.
know no credit cards required. So this is out and this is out automatically.
Okay.
A and E. So we know now that just B, C, and D are viable options, right? Again, just off the cuff answer here. So now let's look at B, an email address from a non-public domain. So that means, like, what is public domain? So I'm assuming this is where you got to have a little bit more knowledge, right? But
Yeah.
I know
Let me fill in a little bit of knowledge. So a non-public domain basically means that something that is not a popular email domain. In other words,
your Gmails, your
not
Hotmails.
yahoo.com, not gmail.com.
So basically, you have to have like a company email,
Right.
essentially.
Right.
But that's not true because you all saw me sign up with the Gmail, right? So that one's automatically eliminated.
Okay.
So now we're left with C and D. Now, this is where things get tricky, right? Because again, unless you do this often, which most of us don't, this could be a trick question, right? Because an existing Atlassian organization, that means that you already have an org and you're simply going to go and add a product. But you notice that when I signed up the first time, I didn't have anything. And I did go to the product page and I just signed up. But you'll notice the step that I skipped was having an Atlassian account because I was already logged into my Atlassian account. So I'm going to go with C because I don't think that this is required. Let's do it. Let's see. Again, folks, I'm a horrible test taker. This is why Bob's going to have to drag me into the test facility.
Yeah, just let me know. Oh,
And
you
yes,
got
it's
it right.
correct. All right. 39 more to go. 39 more. So, and folks, this is what I'm talking about. This is where I like for you guys to practice these, right? Because you'll also learn why they're incorrect. Obviously, I gave you my 2 cents, but if I'm not there with you, it's good for you to look at these sample questions and try to figure out what's correct or not correct, right? Because it helps reinforce that learning. So D, which I was on the fence, right, is you can sign up for a new, although I don't like their answer, you can sign up for a new organization and site. Yeah, your Atlassian account is your online Atlassian identity that exists independently of the Atlassian products you use to administer. You must have an Atlassian account to create and manage an Atlassian cloud product. Cool. Number 2, and I think we'll end it here, Bob. I think this is a good stopping point here at the 2-hour mark.
Okay.
You just signed up. Wow, and we're going to be here for a while. So maybe next time we don't also spend an hour overviewing and giving best tips. Although I thought it was good information to have at the beginning, right?
Yeah. It's good to
All
set
right.
things up.
So you just signed up for a Confluence. You just signed up for Confluence on a new Atlassian site, which prompt did you receive during the sign-up process? See, this is where exactly you need to go through the motions, right? You just can't like read a document or Atlassian documentation and expect to remember it, right? Like you have to actually do it. So you just signed up. You just signed up for a Confluence, right? So anything related to Jira, by the way, is automatically out of the question, right? So that would be my first thing. But what did you get prompted to? So we have to create a space, to create a default group, to enable access requests, to disable invitation links, or to set space permissions. So again, I like to hit these from a process of elimination, right? And even though we didn't go through the motions of setting up a group, a Confluence, I've done one before. And so these default groups are usually default. So you're not asked to create them, right? They're just made out of the box for you. So this can't be right. To disable invitation links, usually in a setup process for either Jira or Confluence, you're asked to invite, but seldom does Atlassian not want money. So they definitely don't give you the option to disable these links. So I think this would be wrong. What am I doing? What happened? Why am I missing this? So whatever number it is, Alex passed it with the last sentence. What did Ronnie say?
Oh, he's trying to enlist Lena to
Oh,
keep
to
you
make sure I
honest.
get to the test facility. All right. So I don't think it's D either, right? Because again, this would seem anti-capitalism, in my opinion. And then so to set space permissions, this is not something you do on the sign-up process, right? This is something you do later. And so you don't really control this. So that leaves us with enable access requests and create a space. And so now if I'm leaning towards A, but if I'm looking at C right now, the reason I haven't eliminated it is because this, I think, though, should be eliminated because it's very tightly coupled with space permissions. And I don't think that you get to set this up at the beginning, like at least during the sign-up process. I think it's one of the first things you get to do, but not during the sign-up process. I definitely know that when you're signing up, right, you're giving the site name, and then you're creating that first space for the first time. So my gut's saying A, so we're going to click on A, and we're correct. So I'm 2. So I only got to get 38 more.
There you go.
2 more. All right. So that's pretty much it.
Actually, let me kind of steer you through my process of elimination on that one. It was not going to be it was not going to be creating a default group. It was not going to be enabling access requests, and it was not going to be disabling invitation links. Those are all things that are really above the scope of Confluence. And so this is kind of part of the setup of Confluence or Confluence Cloud.
So
And
sometimes
so
you got to
there's
use a
going to
little common
be
sense
probably
there.
A or E setting up space permissions or creating a space, and you have to set up the space first.
Right. All right, folks. Well, we are at the 2-hour mark here, and I think it was a little foolish for us to think that we can get through the section that is 50% of the exam in 1 hour. So we're gonna pick it back up. I think after Thanksgiving. So if you did enjoy this kind of session, let us know. We definitely want to do a couple more. Although the next ones will probably have to be on the weekend because this is a special holiday week where most of us are not working. But I will definitely be working a lot the week after Thanksgiving. So we may move these to a Saturday, Sunday session. But if you were interested, let us know. Let us know in the comment section here. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, I have 11,500 subscribers. So at this point, I stopped asking for this channel. But if you want to subscribe, let me know. So we have a question here. Off topic, which professional certification exam do you recommend for beginners? 1 to 2 years. I would say this one. No, this is probably the easiest one.
I would say this one, but I really so Emilio, I'm gonna throw the it depends flag. What did you do in Jira? Were you a project admin? Are you a Jira admin? If you're a project admin, you probably could look at taking their ACP 610 or 620 exams, which deal with how do you work with projects and boards and JQL. If you're a Jira admin, then the 100 or 120. So Jira admin is going to be cream of the crop, ACP 100 or 120.
Concur.
And for cloud, that's ACP 120.
Yep. And then also don't forget that the new ACAs, right? Which again, not necessarily your admin, but still, I would say get you into the flow of taking an Atlassian exam type of thing, right? Because again, if you're freaking out as much as I am, because again, I'm telling you, the only reason I'm not certified is because I don't want to take that damn test. There's a way for me to just like maybe do an oral exam, or maybe even just do the damn thing in the UI, right? Like actually, like a practicum. I think I wouldn't be as worried. But it's the fact that these damn questions are so confusing. It scares the crap out of me. All right, folks. Well, we are, again, at the 2-hour mark here. So if you did enjoy it, let us know in the comment section. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you smash the subscribe button and come back. We will be doing these. I got 90 days to get through all these so that I can take the exam. Although I promised King Bob I'm going to do this before the end of Christmas. So definitely after December 8th, I'm going to have a lot more bandwidth. And so we'll be able to maybe get to the rest of these. So study along. Again, it's always good to take some breaks, review the sessions. And if you haven't done it already, go and buy the exam, right? It's still $100. We don't know how long it's going to be. And also not this Thursday, so the Thursday after Thanksgiving, so November 30th, the makers or organizers of the exam are going to be on the, no, wait, was that December 7th? That's December 7th. December 7th. December 7th, so in 2 weeks' time, the organizers of the exam are going to be on the Jira Life. So if you haven't checked out the Jira Life, it's the Jira guy and I, and Bob's our producer, executive producer. We run a podcast here talking about Atlassian stuff. So anyways, that's it for this video. Thank you very much. Thanks, Bob, for taking the time out of your busy Tuesday morning to deal with
Always happy to.
And hopefully the Atlassian community, you all have now some. I'm going to do this for the rest of them, by the way. All right, folks. Thank you very much. And we'll see you next time.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to another live stream. Today, we're going to be continuing our learning adventure that we started Tuesday. Yesterday, right?
It was actually yesterday. It's the short week that's really kind of messing with our heads, isn't it?
Oh my gosh! It almost felt like
we think it's Thursday, right? It's the Jira Life, and it's not because there's some sort of national holiday or something like that, right?
Yeah, something like that. So we wanted to still, dedicated nerds that we are, we wanted to get an episode out here for the community. I do want to give a couple of disclaimers. One, we are combining this. I started episode 1 here on my main ATech Tech Tutorials channel. And so this is naturally going to be episode 2, but we didn't want to leave the Jira Life hanging. So we are simultaneously broadcasting it to the Jira Life as well. So no official episode to the Jira Life, but we're not even sure who's going to show up today because it's a holiday week, but we're going to have some fun with it. These are obviously recorded and you can all watch it in perpetuity here. So we're just going to keep going. We're going to pick up right where we left off. So yesterday we left off finishing the ACP-520 exam study session, which is what we're doing today. And we finished section 1.1. 2 hours into it, we finished 1.1 of a section. And so the goal today is to be a little bit more aggressive. In the next 59 minutes or so, we're going to try to get 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 and 1.5 completed. So we're going
to this is going to be a really, really quick session. You promised me a quick session, right? Because Somebody's on the hook for baking pies tonight, so
We're on it. We are on it. All right. Enough of the small talk. Let's just share the screen now that I know how to share the screen too. Usually Rodney is here to help me with all the screen sharing and stuff, but our poor Rodney's not feeling well, and so we're here just trying to keep the dream alive and seeing where we go. All right. So today, for this next few minutes here, we're going to be managing multiple sites and products. And so we're going to review how to create a new product and site under an existing organization. Although I think we did that already. So I'm just going to brief through the documentation that we have. But we definitely covered that in part 1. We'll then get into the understanding the nuances of multiple sites and products, because this is where things get a little bit complex and scary and hairy. We'll talk about transferring site URLs and product URLs, talk about transferring products to another organization, which we teased yesterday but didn't actually do it. And then we'll set up the landing product for a site. So let's just quickly review this whole adding a new product to your organization. This is just to reiterate, this PDF is totally free, and I'm just clicking off the links here. So we're going off the first one. We'll also combine this with the actual course that you get when you sign up for ACP-520. And then we will also go back into Jira or to the admin portal, and we'll do this live there as well. So adding a new product, very, very trivial, I think, in my opinion, especially since we did it accidentally yesterday. But you can add as many products as you want, as long as you have one of each in each site, and we'll talk about that in a second as well. But adding products is super easy. And so you just go to your admin.atlassian.com, which is what this whole exam's revolved around. Everything for the exam. If you're coming in and this is the first time you're watching, you definitely want to pause here, go watch part 1, which is a 2-hour video we had from yesterday, and you want to catch up so you can know what we're talking about here. You're going to go to admin.atlassian.com, you go to products, you'll add a product, you'll select your site, and then you'll add a product that you want. Now, as we discussed yesterday, and I'm just going to quickly go into it here now, we'll do the exact same thing that it was describing. So we can go to products, you click on add product. You can have one of each in a site. And so I already have a Jira software. So when I select Jira software, notice that all I'm prompted to do is to create a new site. So you can have as many sites as you want in your organization, but you can only have one product per site.
One instance of the product per site.
Correct.
So you can't have 2 instances of Jira software in the same site.
Correct. And so it'll naturally guide you that way, though. So you won't be able to accidentally do it. But watch this. So if I try to add a different product, one that I don't have, like Jira Product Discovery, and I hit select, it gives me the option to then pick the site. So I'm going to pick the main one we were working out of, and then it'll go and do its thing. Okay. And so that's really, really easy. Now I'm going to click back here because I don't, it's already in there. And this is the main page. So these are all the different products that are under your org. And this is how you know which org you're in. And these are all the different products we have. I'm assuming, I don't know if it actually went through. It doesn't look like it did.
It's still
It might not.
It's still creating the Jira Product Discovery. So
we're expecting to see a Jira. Yeah, we're expecting to see a Jira Product Discovery here. So as you can see here from this documentation, right, it's really, really easy to add new sites. One thing that you should know, right, is, again, understand that you can only have one, like Jira software per site. You can have as many Jira softwares as you want in an org, but you need to have multiple sites. So the URL needs to be unique, as you can see here. When you see that I have 2 Jira softwares, notice that the URLs are different. So this is kind of the limitation you absolutely need to understand for this for the exam. Adding to the new site, again, as you saw, it's really, really trivial. It's just you literally click around and it'll tell you to add them. Linking Bitbucket do you think that we'll cover it real quickly? But Bitbucket, my understanding, is not covered or is not in scope for the certification.
It's not in scope. It's typically not in scope. I didn't.
It's just not in scope. The exam itself, the prep says, "Hey, don't worry about it. Not in scope." So we're not going to worry about it. This is just, again, this is Atlassian's documentation that just these are the reference materials that they have. So I would not worry about anything there. So that takes care of that very first topic here of how do you create a new product under an existing organization. Really, really easy. You just go to products, you add a product, and the software is going to guide you, right? But obviously, you're not going to have the UI, and the UI is not part of the test, right? You don't need to remember where to click or how to click, right? So what you just need to worry about is how many of each you can have, and those kind of rules there. So in the chat again, well, since not a lot of people are watching, but in the replay here, if you want to add questions in the comments, let us know in the comment section here, and we'll try to address them.
Yep.
So now let's go over to go ahead, Bob.
Nope. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. I was just going to say, we're just going to go over then to understanding the nuances of multiple sites and products. And let's see what we have over here. Okay. So I like that there's graphics in this, right? Because this is complicated stuff if you don't have a picture to kind of draw things out.
Right.
And I
And a
think
lot of people are visual learners, right? We can mention all day long that you can have 1 to n instances of Jira software in an organization, but you have to have 1 per site. But some people are visual learners, so they're not going to get that unless you draw them the picture.
Right. So let's spend a few minutes in understanding what are the benefits of multiple instances, right? Because fundamentally, like, unless you actually do this, right, which again, go watch the first video because we talk about it for this exam, you really, really do want to practice this stuff, right? Like, you just can't say, "Hey, I'm a Jira admin today," and then take the test tomorrow, because this is a little bit deeper. Like, you really gotta kind of understand the business logic as to why we do these things and why the different options exist, right? So for most organizations, I would say for most companies that are small, right, just your startup type of thing, I don't know. I would say the majority of the teams that I've worked with in the past, they're small enough where all you need is one org and one site. And that's enough. That's going to cover you for almost all cases. But where things start to get interesting is when you're a rather growing or rather large organization and you have different needs. And the biggest need that I can think of, in my opinion, is when you buy Jira, you're going to buy a single instance and you're going to have one URL to get to your Jira. But as your company grows, you might have 500 users, you might have 1,000 users, you might have 5,000 users, 10,000 users, and that's okay, right? That's fine. You're going to pay for all those 10,000 users.
Yep.
But where it starts to hurt, where it really, really starts to hurt, is when you start adding apps or plugins from the marketplace itself, right? So you start paying for those 10,000 users, even if only one person needs the plugin, right? And so at that point, this is where you now want to start thinking about, okay, can I break it up, right? Can I divide my users? Maybe one team needs X-ray, right? And that's a team of like 100 people. Well, rather than buying X-ray for all 10,000 users, you can set up a new instance, a new site, if you will, and be able to just allocate 100 users over there and buy X-ray just for those 100 users, and you're going to be billed just for those 100 users.
Right. And this is called federating the instance. So if you ever see in the documentation about federated Jira instances, this is exactly what Alex is describing.
Right. And there's other reasons too, right? So other reasons that I've seen in the past is maybe you're going through mergers and acquisitions, right? So you have, like they have here, right, 2 different organizations, and you all need to combine yourselves into one. Well, you can actually move everything, all their Jira, their Confluence, their Ops Genie as they have here, and you can bring it into the same organization. And now, again, you're still going to have those unique URLs. So as long as you have those unique URLs, you can have 2 Confluences, 2 Jiras, 2 Ops Genie, as long as the URLs are different. And so in that sense, you naturally inherited multiple instances. And so now you're just kind of combining it into one org, but still very site specific. So that's another use case that I've seen. Another use case that I've seen, Bob, is security, right? Access. Even though I think it's lazy. I think it's a lazy excuse, because if you are clever with your permissions, I don't think you need multiple instances. But a lot of people will argue like, hey, I want to guarantee that this group can never see this group's issues. And so with that in mind, your company might be compelled to go create a different Jira just for that group because only those people can get into it, right?
I can see how, from a security point of view, that is going to be uh, the easy and effective way of doing it, where you're definitely guaranteed they're never going to see it. And yeah, you're right. That is probably kind of lazy, but I can also think of some, just to add one more example of multiple instances, and that is what happens if your organization is geographically distributed to the point where you have subsidiaries in different parts of the world,
Mm.
and they're the work is separate enough within these separate instances that maybe you want to make sure that geographically the European subsidiary is on its own instance, and you can even set up data residency requirements so that the data stays in Europe
Great
versus
point.
the
Yeah,
American subsidiary.
correct. And having the data, yeah, correct. Yeah, for GDPR purposes, that's definitely going to help you all out there too. So
Yep.
again, multiple reasons, but out of the box, it's going to be just one, right?
Mhm.
But it will support. Atlassian does allow you, again, through some clever trickery here, in my opinion. You can start expanding and complicating your organization with the number of instances. So an instance is a self-contained copy of a specific product. If you have a single instance of a product, everyone works together in the same place. And if you have multiple instances of a product, people may have access to one or more copies of that product, and you might have instances for different purposes or departments, kind of like what we just talked about. So below is an organization right here. Springfield organization has just one Confluence, one Jira, one Ops Genie. It's all self-contained. And here we are, Acme Corporation or organization. And notice that they have two different Confluences and three different Jiras. And again, this is totally allowable as long as those URLs are unique enough. Now, the one thing I will point out is that these two right here, they can talk to each other. You can reference Jira issues in this Confluence, and in this Jira, you can reference Confluence pages. The rest, not so much. They don't necessarily talk to each other. That's one thing that you definitely want to keep in mind.
So, one other thing to talk about as far as having multiple instances go in your multiple sites, the pricing tiers for those products, they can actually be on different pricing tiers. They don't have to be on the same pricing tier, with one exception. So let me talk about the multiple pricing tiers. What that means is, if we have our European subsidiary, maybe they're on Jira Premium, all right, Jira Software Premium. The American subsidiary doesn't need advanced roadmaps, so maybe they can be on Jira Software Standard. And so the billing is going to be different. All right.
Correct.
Now, the one instance where all the rules go out the window is if you're on Enterprise. When you're on Enterprise, you can create, I'm going to throw in the quasi infinite number of sites, each with its own instance of that enterprise product. For example, Jira Software, and they would be all at the same tier because enterprise looks at it from a
User.
user standpoint.
Right. Yeah, so it's very important for you guys to understand this, right? So just to kind of echo what Bob's saying, right, is you are allowed to have any permutation of any of the products, right, as long as you follow the rules. And they can be, you can have free versions as long as you have less than 10 people. You can have standard, which is going to not include certain features that are available in premium, or you can have premium, right? So a great example that I can think of is assets in Jira Service Management. It is freaking expensive, right? It's like a $50 a user for JSM Premium. And you might have an instance with like 100 agents, right? So 100 agents times $50 a month, that adds up. But let's just say that just one team of 5 agents needs assets. Well, you can go spool up a JSM on premium and put them on the $50 bucket, and you can keep the other 95 on the $20 bucket, right? And so that allows you to kind of separate or segregate out your pricing, so you're not paying 2 arms and 2 legs and 2 kidneys for the functionality, right? So this is, I think, and if you can get clever with this, this will work out really well for you. And as Bob mentioned, right, when you go to enterprise, you don't pay per product. You're still paying per user in the separate plans, but in the enterprise, you only pay by the heartbeat, is what I like to tell people, right? By the individual. And in that case, you're paying for all the features, and now you can have whatever you want, and that individual can jump everywhere.
Yep.
Because one thing, Bob, that we didn't mention here is that if this individual has to access these 3 confluences, guess what? You're paying 3 times for that same individual.
Yes.
Over here in the enterprise plan, you pay one, albeit a little slightly higher fee, but it's still going to be cheaper than you paying for this individual to access 4 different confluences in this example.
Right. And so that actually plays a part in the calculation of how you organize your organization and sites. If you need to throw enterprise into the mix.
Right. And not to do like shout outs or anything, right? But that's why we have solution marketplace vendors that help us with help you figure this out with you, right? Because they are experts in figuring out. But anyways, for the exam though, you just need to know that you're allowed to have pretty much anything you want, any of the products, and on different pricing ranges, right? What makes most mathematically sense for you and your company? That's something where I do recommend you reach out to a partner so that they can guide you through this, because it can get a little hairy, and they can also give you like discounts and stuff like that. So I would definitely reach out. Again, not sponsored though, but definitely would reach out to them.
Nope. All I'll say is I love to answer these kind of questions for my clients.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Ready to move
So
on.
so we'll keep going, right? So how can a large benefit organization benefit, right? So we've already kind of talked a little bit about this, but we'll just echo some of these, right? Administrative autonomy, right? So separate instances allow you to have different product admins. So I do this a lot. I have a Jira, well, I have an org with 20 Jiras. And guess what? I don't have to be responsible for all 20, right? I only have to manage the 5 or 6 that I care about. And there's another counterpart of me that worries about the other 10, right? And so if you have multiple different, maybe you have an engineering organization and you have like a finance organization, well, everybody can kind of have their own cook without all the cooks having to really, contaminate or step on each other's toes. So that gives you some peace of mind there. Although now I'm kind of curious, now that we're going to org admin only, does that still apply? Because as a site admin, it definitely does, right? Each site can have its own site admin, but that kind of goes out the window very soon here. So folks, take the exam before they change things. All right.
Yes, take the exam sooner the better.
And then we talked about security and data isolation, right? Specifically, like if you have like GDPR requirements, you might want to consider these items as well. And in my opinion, I don't think it's Atlassian being greedy with these, by the way. This is just Atlassian giving you the flexibility. If you really do, however, feel like you need, like if you're an organization that's large enough where you're hitting every single one of these, you need the administrative, you need the security, you need the data isolation, you want to, mergers and acquisitions, controlling your app costs, you're an enterprise customer, in my opinion. Like there's just no question about it. You're going to benefit significantly more from being enterprise than from having a hodgepodge of premiums and standards and everything else in between. And so, yeah, so we basically talked about all these. So I'm glad that this is all unscripted, by the way, folks. We're just getting up here and talking. We're not, we're just studying, right? We're studying for the exam here, and we're just kind of trying to give you reasons why you would want to do this multiple instances. And so I'm glad that we're all correct, because they were all on there. Determining how many, right? So I think we're beating a dead horse at this point, right? But read through this section here, right? And I don't think that you particularly, like, for the exam, I would assume that you want to have an understanding of like why you would want to have this, right? So have a good understanding, right? Read through this and understand the meaning, the business impact that these items will have, right? For example, like this, the apps, in my opinion, is a really, really big reason, right? Being able to have separate app costs is going to be important, right? Because companies might not want to flip the bill for such a large, not needed bill, right? And so you can kind of separate those things out. And we'll look at example questions here, but this is stuff that
Yeah.
it's hard to understand unless, again, you're actively in the environment, in the battlefield, like trying to figure this out for your companies and trying to actually save them money.
So when you look at this information, basically what a question will ask is they're looking for you to come up with some kind of solution meeting these type of requirements. And this is where if you have the imagination to kind of look at possibly setting up multiple sites for this reason, say, for example, for App Federation, that may be appear as an answer to a possible question.
Yeah,
So
and
this
if I'm
is
not mistaken, in some of the sample questions that I've seen too, like they'll give you pictures like this,
Mhm.
where it's like, hey, like why, why is it
Or a
set up this
table.
way? Yeah, or a
Yeah.
table, right? And so yeah, it's important, right? This is a lot of English here, but I guarantee you, it is. You should have a deep understanding of what all these things, the impacts, the cause and effect of each one of these. Because from a business perspective and what Atlassian trying to test you on, I think it's really, really important, right? Because you are going to make expensive decisions based on this foundational information. All right, let's keep going down. So once you compile the information, so this is kind of a picture here where we have a Jira, we have a different Jira, we have a third Jira, we have a fourth Jira, and we have a fifth Jira. And so in this example, Acme may benefit from switching to an enterprise plan so that all the instances can be covered under the same plan. So again, no magic formula. You got to just kind of find out what works for you and your team, right? But this is super important to understand, right? If you're not an enterprise and a user needs to access all of these, you're gonna pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Oh, this doesn't tell you. So this is like a great way
So
where in the exam, if it tells you like, are these enterprise, are these premium, right? If they're standard or are they free, you got to watch out for those little keywords, right? Because I can't tell what billing looks like, but I can kind of tell that everybody's accessing this one. Only certain people are accessing this one. It looks like a different set of people are accessing this one. Only the legal team, and then this one we don't have any information on. So in this case, if you have a 5,000 person organization, you're gonna pay 5,000 for everybody, and then you're taking a subset and you're paying 3 more times. And so that might impact your bill. If you're on an enterprise, guess what? You're only going to pay for one individual because that individual can access anything you want at that point. So that takes care of that next one. So now let's go talking about changing product URL subdomains. I think this is an interesting conversation because I've never actually done it. I've
so
never had to find the need to do it.
so there's a little bit of a definition here, and this is where you're going to be looking at your glossary for this. So when we're talking about URLs, uniform resource locators, aka web addresses, right? Um, we need to talk first about the site URL. So that is basically the where the site is, right? So it could be kingbob
Atlassian
atlassian.net. So it's typically falls in
right
there.
here,
Now,
folks.
a
Right here.
product URL is going to have that site URL. And then after the slash is going to be some word or words that describe the product name.
Jura.
By default,
Wiki.
yeah. So by default, wiki is the sub part. It's that word, and that's the one that describes Confluence. For
Mhm.
Jira software, it's usually Jira. Actually, for Jira software, Jira work management, it's slash Jira.
You know
For
what?
JSM, it is a different one. It's typically slash
Sure.
service desk.
Right. It's interesting you bring that up though, because this is new. So I've never actually even looked at this before in the past. I'm
Mhm,
very familiar with changing the site URL where you actually change like, ACP-520 ATEC.
mhm.
That I've done a couple of times, but yeah, this is a new section. So here it is. We're clicking into it. As you can see, for each of the products under each of the sites, you can come over here and you can change these URLs.
Yep.
This is interesting. So let's try it. So it looks like I wonder why it doesn't let me do this one. You can only update it for with the paid product. Okay, so here's a nice little test, right? On the test, they might give you ones, and they might mention a standard one, and then they might try to trick you. Can you update it on the free ones? And this is where you now need to really have intimate knowledge of the what you can do in free versus standard versus premium versus enterprise, right? And so it's good for you to take a little note here and highlight this, that if you're going to try to update the product URL, it ain't going to work for you if you're on free.
Yep.
And so let's do it over here because we are in a free trial. And so you can see this is interesting too. So you can change the site's URL 3 more times. But interestingly enough, Bob, this is to change the site.
Yes.
So how do I get to the actual product? Not by clicking on it, because it takes me directly to that. Womp, womp, womp. It's not working. Let's follow the instructions. Go to products, product URLs. For the site you want to update the URL. Enter the beginning of the URL of this new site URL. You will have 3 characters. So this is misleading them, Bob, because what you described doesn't go with this. This is still taking me to change not the /wiki part, but to still change this section.
It's to change. Yeah, those are the instructions to change the site URL and not the and it's kind of a semantics thing because the product URL is built upon the site URL. If you change the site URL, you're changing the product URL, but that's so yeah.
Well, let's try to see what happens if I update the site URL. APTEC 20 I don't know, study. I'll hit continue. So this tells me that it's going to update the product URL. Okay, so this is how it's not that we can change the because I was interpreting as we can change the like /Jira/wiki.
No,
But it doesn't look like you can change that. It's just telling you that then for the product, because you changed the site, the product's also going to be reflected to that. And
that's
so you would
correct.
hit update. Okay.
Right. And
That's
so
how I'm reading it.
yeah. And remember, there is a limitation on this. You can do this a total of 3 times.
And then you're done.
Yeah, and then you're done. Also, that what's important is Atlassian automatically redirects
Yep, right here.
from old site URL to new site URL.
This is interesting too, right? So this is good for anybody that might have bookmarked the old URL. It'll automatically reroute them. So important for you to know that as well.
Yep.
All right. So what happens after the URL is updated? So we'll store the previous URL in your site's history and redirect all links to the new URL. This means that when people visit the old one, they'll automatically go to the new one. So you don't have to worry about that. This is interesting though. The URL for sandboxes will not be updated automatically. Recreate the sandbox if you change its URL. So not sure if you need to know that for the test, but I think that that's an important tidbit of information that might cause you to bang your head.
So all tidbits are important. So just
all tidbits. This is very important. The URLs for the sandbox will not change. So that covers that next one. So let's talk about transferring products. So this, my friends, is something that I've done a couple of times and something that requires some coordination to do. And essentially, and I think the best way to do this is to look at a picture, in my opinion, which they don't have one, of course. But let me go back to one where we had an Atlassian organization so I can show you 2 different orgs. Because I think this is important for you to see. Where's the picture, Bob? I don't have a picture. Do you have a picture in one of your?
I don't have a picture in one of
I'm looking for a picture where we have 2 orgs. But none of these are giving it to me. So we may not be able to see the picture. No, definitely no picture. All right. So I'm gonna hand wave here for a second so that you can see what I'm talking about. All right. So let's just say that you have 2 different orgs, right? You just went through a merger. You have org where you work at, and you have the org that's coming into your company. And so all those products need to come over so that they're under the same org so that you have one bill and you're just taking care of all the users and everything is managed now by one entity as opposed to having 2 separate entities, okay? But in order to do the transfer, which is the proper word, you need to be the org admin in the destination and the source. Because if you're not, my understanding is that this don't work. Anything to add there, Bob?
Um, I think that's true. One of the things that is definitely important is that when you do this transfer, there is a decent amount of planning, like you said,
And
but
like they
there
have
is
here.
a and that often includes if the source organization has access or verified domains, you need to disable those. You need to undo access. You need to undo verified domains.
Yeah,
So
so
that
let's talk about these. Yeah, let's go into these in detail because these are very important. I've done a couple of these, and it's a pain in the butt sometimes if you don't read the instructions. It's very trivial when you read the documentation, but if you're like me, who's just like good enough for government work, it ain't gonna cut it when you're trying to transfer this, right? And so again, so I gave you the reasons why we're doing it, but let's just kind of quickly go through why we would or how to do this, right? So make sure that before you begin, you take some time to understand the implications of merging the two organizations. This right here, can I merge them? Very, there's a picture I was looking for. Very, very important. Okay. there is, there are situations where it is not possible. And in that case, you want to open up a support ticket with Atlassian because they have to do some magic tree. Ma-
black
They have to do
black
some
magic,
yeah, they
voodoo.
have to do some black magic behind the scenes to make it possible. So they like rewrite code or they do something. I think the last time I tried to do it, it took like it takes about a month. The last I heard. It takes a long time. So um make sure you are engaging. If I was you personally, right, if you're doing this for realsies, I would open up a support ticket with Atlassian just to be covered and tell them, hey, I'm going to start to transfer. That way they can run a check on their end because it's not always possible. So how do you know if it's not possible? Well, it's down here. They give you like a little decision tree. And so if you can go on one of these and if you hit up any of these purple ones, that's when you need to call up Atlassian. If, however, you just hit the green path, then you're good. You can do this all by yourself. You can follow the steps on the previous page, and that's going to be fine. But if both organizations only have one site, and then the answer is no, then you have multi sites, right? But then the answer is yes, then you can merge them. So that is something that you may want to consider. This picture right here will save you $1,000,000, I think, in my opinion. But keep in mind that they're currently working on how administrators can merge their organizations. So they have public roadmap updates. But this right here has bitten me in the past. So make sure that if you are going to go down this route, again, not so much for the exam, but an actual implementation, read through this in detail so that you understand what the limitations are here, because merging is not always possible. Now, assuming it is possible, right now, you kind of want to go through all this and understand. So you recommend you take some time to plan, inform your product admins that you're transferring their product to another organization. This is communication. The transfer won't impact their roles or how they administer the products, but it may impact the users if the configuration is under a new organization. I would say that makes it even harder, right? I don't think that we have it here yet, but Bob kind of talked about it, right? But if you're using Atlassian Access and you have a verified domain and you're using your authentication and your provisioning through like Okta or Google Workspace or something, this just adds another layer of complexity. Like this to me, like doing this transfer, especially when you have SSO enabled, is a scary thing. I don't like doing this without Atlassian holding my hand. And I've
Right.
and I've done like 2 or 3 of these.
And Atlassian says disable it before you do the transfer.
But it's just scary, right? Because you run a risk if you're not careful that your users might, after the merge, they won't be able to log in. So that's not good, right? And so you want to make sure that you start an active conversation with Atlassian. Again, beyond the scope of the test, but I've been there before. Talk with Atlassian when you're going to do these. They will help guide you through this. Review your admins in both organizations, because now this is another problem, right? This is more of a political problem, but keep in mind that you're not going to invite new cooks into your kitchen. And so if you don't play well with them, sorry.
The point here, and this is actually a very, very important point, whoever is an org admin before the transfer stays an org admin after the transfer. So
That's good to know. And again, it just means that a now foreigner will now have God mode to your Jira that previously didn't have it. So things for
well,
you to
they
consider.
did, except they
Not to
did
your
have
org.
gotten.
Not to your
Oh,
org though. They were their org admin, but now they're in your house playing. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. It's like,
Alex doesn't like to share.
I don't.
Do
I
we,
don't.
do we need to
Well,
talk about that?
I failed kindergarten. I'm just saying it causes problems. If you're, I mean, if you're not communicating, it will cause some friction, right? Because now somebody all of a sudden, like I had this perfect example where 2-3 months ago, Atlassian had a Google Workspace outage, right? So anybody authenticating with Google Workspace was out, and I had just maybe 2 weeks prior done the transfer, and so I do the transfer, and all of a sudden I get called up by everybody and their mother saying I can't log into Jira. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why, right? Nothing looked wrong. I looked up their permissions and stuff. I'm like, but I'm not the only admin. There's 10 of us. So the other 8 are offshore. And so this happened during US time. I'm like, I don't feel comfortable making changes or troubleshooting when I don't know if the other 8 admins did something while I was asleep that prevents you from logging in now. So this is what I'm saying. Like you really got to learn how to work with these new people that weren't previously in your organization but now are.
Yeah.
So just again, not in scope of the test in my opinion, but definitely worth not pulling your hair out. All right. Review existing setups to recreate any required configurations. This is, I think what makes this hard, Bob, is that there is no way to do this like in a sandbox. When we're talking at this level, it's prod or nothing.
Yep.
It's scary. I think Atlassian should really help fix this part, right? Like I think having more levels to be able to give yourself a higher degree of confidence that you're not going to screw something up would be critical when we're transferring an org. But that's just
Yeah,
my.
but that's kind of the thing, right? The org is the end all be all, and so
I know,
how do
but
you
it's scary to do it in production, and you risk shutting somebody out. It's scary. I'm not kidding. Like this is literally this and migrating from server to cloud are the two things that I'm like. I walk on eggshells when I'm doing this. I'll still
so
do it, but it's scary. We just have to get Rodney's level of confidence. All right. So yeah, so again, I don't want to dwell too much on these, right? But this documentation, read through every single one of these items, understand them. I already know them, so I feel pretty comfortable with them. But you want to revoke these things. If you don't, if you're like, or you might not know about it, I guarantee you, Atlassian wrote it here for a reason. Because there will be a moment when you hit the transfer button and the button says sorry. And you're gonna go, why? And then you're gonna email, then you're gonna open a support ticket with Atlassian, and Atlassian's gonna go, well, did you unsubscribe from Atlassian Access? Because our end shows that it's still subscribed, right? Or say, did you revoke the keys? Because our side still shows that you have the keys, right? So you have to do your due diligence and you have to go through these steps. So I would
or
go
or
in and
or you can be like Rodney and Leroy Jenkins it, not.
it gets harder to do the bigger the organization.
Yeah.
But the actual steps of transferring is really, really easy. So as long as you're the org admin in both, right? You literally just go into the admin.atlassian.com, you go to settings and details, and you click on transfer. Once you're there, you just pick your do you pick your destination or you pick the source? You pick the destination,
Yep.
and that's it. A few minutes later, you're done. Now, the one part that I don't get, Bob, is that it says that it is irreversible. But I always
Yes.
thought, can't you just migrate back?
No.
Why?
Because one of the steps of the transfer is it destroys the organization from which you grab the products.
Not in my
There
case.
is no going back.
No,
It automatically deletes it.
but I have done the move and it's the other org still stands because I still get a bill.
I've seen where it doesn't, and you know.
I I
Anyway,
I still get a bill, but I guess so. I guess there's one thing to. I guess my caveat, right, is status page is. I don't know that it's supported, right? So I still get a bill for my status page bill in the old org. So it might just be
okay,
because not every product can be moved
I can see where that happens, probably depending upon what plan of status page you are on.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to look a little bit deeper into it, but I'm pretty sure I did the move and I'm still getting a separate bill. And I called up Atlassian and I'm like, why do I still have a bill? And they're like, well, because that one didn't move. I'm like, oh, but if it didn't move, that means it didn't get destroyed.
Yeah.
Right. So some things that won't change. Again, you want to go through these because these are important for you to understand. These are facts. These are things that in the exam, when it's like definitely will not happen. Well, here's the stuff that you want to memorize that will definitely will not happen. So I would read through each one of these. And then the things that will change, you're going to want to read through all these as well and understand what these all are here. Okay. So can I merge my Atlassian organization? So yeah, so we kind of read through this, right? There's a decision tree here. Read through that and understand this as well. But it really does have to do if you have multiple on top of multiple. And as I mentioned, some products are like not even supported. So I think what Atlassian did is when I called them up, they did something because they asked me a lot about status page. And so they might have just like, forked status page to be its own thing because it wasn't something that was able to move. And yeah, so that's kind of it. So let's just kind of I would read through these two, right? That does it make business sense? I think one of the reasons why we even considered merging, right, is it comes down to savings, right? If you're an this to me, in my opinion, is if you are on an enterprise plan, it makes sense to transfer your org and merge. But if you are on separate premiums, I don't think it matters, in my opinion. But what do you think?
I think it actually drives you toward it's an easier drive toward enterprise. I've actually recommended to clients transferring because they're actually in that M&A situation where they've bought a part of an organization that had its own separate billing, aka they had its own organization, and so they needed to make sure that that organization was moved as part of M&A activity. And I told them, the first thing that you really need to do is transfer so that everything is in your bill. And then afterwards, we can see later on if we want to have these separate sites or if it's possible to do any sort of cloud to cloud migration later on so that we can pull in projects and possibly consolidate
Yeah.
Jiras and Confluences.
Yeah, but fortunately, there are reasons why you wouldn't want to do it, right? Again, if you're
Right.
super, super complex, it's probably not even going to be possible from a technical standpoint.
Right.
And then if you already have like these cohorts, right? If you're already separated and you don't have a compelling case for enterprise, then they say don't do it either. All right, so that's that one. So that takes care of the next one. So now the last item, I totally lied. Then we're just going to be able to finish 1.2. This is it takes a while to study for these folks.
Yep.
And then in the last 15 minutes, we'll just go over the actual study material, look at some sample questions, and we'll just wrap up 1.2. And I think we're gonna have to do 1 hour on each one of these. Okay. So set your site's landing product. This to me, Bob, when you taught this to me, I could have kissed you.
I was going to tell the story where it was like I was explaining this and I could just see out of the corner of my eye your jaw just dropped.
And
it
I
was just
went
like,
to do the thing.
it's like, you can do that? It's
Well,
like,
because you
oh
have
yeah.
no idea. Like every time. So I am a creature of like, I don't know how people navigate, right? But I will type in the first A and I do enter. And it pissed me off that every time I do that, it would go to Confluence. I'm like, I don't want to go to Confluence. Why are you sending me to Confluence? Even though I was telling it to go to Jira. It was redirecting me to Confluence every single time. And then Bob taught me about setting your site standing product. And I'm telling you, yeah. Okay.
So
So go
go
ahead,
for
Bob.
it. Tell it.
No, go ahead. You
All right. So what we're kind of explaining is when you type in that site URL, if you type in just the site URL, all right, nothing, no /Jira, no /wiki, you can set up which product will appear just on that site URL.
yeah. So
Right.
as you can see, I just did it right. No Jira, and it went straight to Jira. But if you follow the instructions here, oops, over here, right, where you're going to go to products, update, click on the ellipses next to the add product. And so we're going to do this, right? So if we go over here, and I'm back in products, there's this over here, update landing product. Then I can change it so that it goes to Confluence. And so if I can hit update there, I don't know if it's instantaneous. It says it might take up to 2 hours to take effect, but you know, in the spirit of Leroy, let's just do it. So I'm gonna back it on up again. I'm gonna hit enter, and it's still taking me to Jira, right? So it's gonna take a little while, but it will eventually redirect you to Confluence, which was
Right.
pissing me off. I have no idea how anybody changed it because I didn't even know about it, but somebody changed it on me, and it was driving me nuts for months. And then I discovered that you can change it.
So one tidbit to add that is that's not a minor tidbit, it's actually kind of important, right? What happens to a user who does not have access to the designated landing product?
That is a
What
great
happens with
question.
that?
What would happen?
Yes.
I would assume,
Okay.
if I don't know the answer, but I would assume that they get rerouted to start that Atlassian.com. And they're shown what products they do have access to.
You would get that question wrong.
Okay.
They
Enlighten me.
would,
So I don't get that question wrong.
you're right. So what happens
Where's the
is
document?
they would get an access request and be prompted to request access for that particular landing product.
If I read below, would have the answer. Why? And the only reason I brought that up is because I've seen it before, right? Where somebody clicks on a URL. So this is especially very popular with Okta, right? So when you set up your Okta, and this is definitely not in the scope of the product of the exam, but something that I definitely want to touch on here is when you have this multi-site setup and you have Okta, your URL that you use for Okta is not trivial anymore because you can't send the user to one Jira if they can access 5 Jiras. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you have to send them to start.atlassian.com, which will show them all 5 Jiras. Otherwise, they don't know where to go. Or otherwise, you're only sending them to one of 5. And so at least when I set up my Oktas for Teams, I send them, and I think Atlassian was the one that gave me the recommendation where you want to send them to start.atlassian.com, because when you go to start, you guys aren't familiar, right? There is a start.atlassian.com. This will direct you so you can see everything that you have access to,
Right.
and whatever you don't have access to, you won't see it.
Right. And then you can also in that corner see where the grid is. That's the switcher. From
Over
there, you can have a product, and if you have access to more than one, you can hit on that drop down, and you can actually see for which site.
Yeah. So definitely not on the test, but start.atlassian.com will save your butt. All right, so that was it. So let's close that out. So that's basically 1.2, managing multiple sites and products. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'll share it as appropriate, but we'll take advantage of the last 9 minutes to kind of just power through the official course here again, because this is a paid thing. I don't want to share it, but I will, if I find anything important in the next 9 minutes, I will share, and then we'll share some example questions here at the end as well. Hopefully Atlassian did get wind of me doing the first session. Hopefully they saw it and saw the part where we joked around about showing it. But if I can get permission, I won't mind showing it.
So,
But
I
I might
haven't
want to
seen
ask.
any black helicopters or
Hey man, one time I was cutting my grass, and I like to wear black, and a helicopter starts circling over overhead. It's like we're looking for a 30-year-old male Hispanic wearing all black. And I just leave the mower and I run inside and I go change. Because I'm like, I stand out in my neighborhood, man. I don't need to give people more reasons to doubt me. All right. So multiple sites, multiple products. You can have multiple sites with the same product within an organization. I think this whole multiple site, multiple product thing is confusing, but it's really not if you just try it.
It so there's
It's complicated to read.
I will say that it takes a little bit of mental gymnastics. I equate this with when I was starting out my young Jira admin career and trying to understand um, what it was as far as like schemes and fields and screens and how the mapping had to do. You have to do a little bit of mapping where you
Right.
can kind of see, okay, in one organization, I can have X number of sites, and these sites can each
Product
have one instance
or product.
or product.
Instance of that product.
Right, instance of that product. So,
Yeah. Okay. And then adding sites is very, very true. You just literally click on that add product and you'll be able to add what you can't add. So it's up to you to really know that you can't have two of the same product in the same site. I think that's really out of everything, I think that's the one you just need to know, right? You cannot have two Jira softwares in the same site. You can
right,
have in the organization, you can have multiple sites, each with their own Jira software. So you can have 20 like I do, but you can only have one Jira software
right.
per site. And I think that's the only thing you got to worry about. I like to let me show this picture. I like the way this one looks here. So what's considered a site? So a site is generally defined by the unique URL. So that's going to be that thing at the top, right? With the thing you actually plug in here on the top. And it precedes Atlassian.net, right? So recall that when you sign up, you enter a name that determines the URL. So this is the very first thing that you do when you go sign up for Jira. So again, if you've never even signed up for it, you're probably scratching your head right now. So definitely go and do that. And then so this is I like this picture, right? Because it shows you, I think this is a real world scenario, right? This shows you the Woozlemania organization, and it has 3 sites. This site, this is the URL. Notice how they're all different. All 3 of them are different, and they're specific to the region. So maybe they have reasons for data privacy or data residency. So they have these APAC ones and EMEA ones, right? And then they have the products. They have a Confluence, they have a Jira Work Management, and the Jira Work Management is bundled with the Jira administration.
Right.
Because remember, we talked about it yesterday, right? All your Jiras will have just a single Jira admin. And you can see that as evident in the site too, where you don't have Confluence, but you have Jira Work Management, Jira Software, and Jira Service Management. And because the management of all the Jiras, even though you have 3 different ones, is all the same, it all falls under the Jira administration here. And then this third one over here only has Confluence. So you'll notice that there's no Jira admin because there's no need, right? Because you only need a Confluence admin.
Yep.
So that's pretty straightforward there. They do, I think this is more indicative of how maybe an exam will look, where it's more like in a table view, but it basically means the exact same thing.
Yep. You may see on the exam, you may see a table describing products, and there might be questions as far as like help having you try and suss out how many sites the organization has based upon the products shown.
Yeah. And then one thing to know, right? So when you name the site the very first time, that basically names your organization. And
Yeah.
and so you can rename your organization without having to change the URL.
Yes.
So that's possible. And you could change the organization, and you can change the site name, and then you can change the product name. So you basically can change 3 different names in
Right.
your instances. I think the only hard part out of all this though is really that transferring, right? And honestly, like the transferring is trivial as long as you got that one happy path that's the green check mark, because then you just click a couple buttons and you're done. As long as you're the org admin in both. But
Right.
if you're not, that's when you got to worry about things. But I don't know how in depth the exam goes into those, because those are really truly more unique edge cases that even require, because you can't do anything as an admin. Like Atlassian has to do it for you.
What I think you're going to see is if a question regarding transfer happens, it's going to ask about ramifications.
Yeah, so they have, that's what I'm seeing, right? So in their material, right, impacts to the products. What happens when you do the transfer? Understand that. Impact to the roles. What happens to the individuals? And then any other ramifications or impacts, right? As we mentioned, the transfer is permanent. Afterwards, Atlassian will delete the original and it will no longer appear on the landing page of Atlassian.admin.atlassian.com. So understand these different things. I would lock these in and have them maybe tattooed onto you or something. By the
Don't
way,
have them tattooed onto you because they will.
I was going to ask you,
At
right?
least
So
not near a mirror.
yeah, I was going to ask you. So if I go to the test facility, right, and I'm just like an avid Jura lover, and I actually have a couple of tattoos, is that cheating? Like, like are they gonna make me like not let me take the test? Okay. So we're done with that. Again, this section was super easy to just kind of review. I'll just go over some of the hints. There's a couple of hints here, and I think we're gonna have time for a couple questions. Bobby, you can go a couple minutes more, right? Just not
Yeah.
a whole lot hour long. Okay, so some questions to ask about the differences between sites and products, and other ask about their similarities. So be sure you know what the question is asking, as there are nuances about sites and products. For example, site URLs are always unique, while product URLs are usually unique with one exception. The Jira Work Management and Jira Software products are located on the same site, will have the same product URLs. So this goes back to what Bob was telling us, right? So when we look at this over here, and we were looking at the product URLs, I don't have a work management, but if I had a Jira Work Management here, it was just a /Jira. It wouldn't say, you see how Service Management says Service Desk? Jira Work Management would just be the same copy of /Jira.
Yep.
If you already have an instance of a product in your organization, you can add another instance of that product, but not the same site, which again, I think we bit this one down. If you guys get that question and you fail it, it's on you at that point. we have made it abundantly clear. Multiple instances of the same product, Confluence may have the same set of users or product admins, but not necessarily. So this right here, this is, while totally feasible, I would never do it because it's just going to break your bank. Go to Enterprise if you have this situation. Not sponsored. All right. Pay attention to bolded words such as definitely. I think we covered this last time, right? Definitely is going to be important. And pay close attention to whether the question is asking for a true or false. So double check that you understand what the question is asking before you proceed. All right. So with that said, we're going to go over to some sample questions here, and then we'll close this out. So question number, whatever this one is. A cloud organization has 4 products and 2 sites as follows: Jira Software in Site 1, Jira Service Management in Site 1. And then we have a different site with Jira Software and Confluence. What is definitely the same across both sites? Okay, so A, Jira Software product admins, Jira Software product URLs, settings for the landing product, settings for the approved domains, membership in product access groups, and membership in site admins group. Oh boy. Which one's definitely the same across both sites? So I again like to hit it off with a process of elimination.
Okay.
So let's see. I would say approved domains is the first one that kind of stands out to me as like, just because you have them, this is not a definitely. Or maybe they are.
Okay.
No, maybe they are. I would say the opposite. They're definitely the same. I think, man, why am I doing this publicly on the internet? I should not be taking the test publicly on the internet. Let me come back to that one. Okay. Jira Software product admins. Each site is going to have its own admins. They could be the same, but they have the options to be different. So it's definitely not this one.
Okay.
The Jira software product URL. This is not the same because each site is going to have its own URL for the Jira. So that's wrong too. The settings for the landing product. If I recall correctly, this is done. Oh, can I cheat? I can cheat, right? I'm not on the test right now. Where was it at? Oh yeah, products. So yeah, so each site can have its own. So I would say no to that one as well. Membership and product access groups. What does that mean? So um, this means that a member is going to belong. Okay, so this means which group is able to access your software one versus the other. So this can be different, right? They're not going to be the same. And the membership and the site admins, at least for now, until they move to this org admin, you can be a site admin here, but not necessarily be the site admin over here. So it's not that one either. So I take it back. I think it's D because the domain sits above everything. So if anything, you're just going to have the same domain. So I'm going to go with that. It's wrong. Dang it.
It's F.
Well, how is it F? Membership at the site means that those who are, or see, this is where you're screwing me over with the fact that they're moving because their answer is correct if there was an org admin, not a site admin.
And this is where you with the warnings, you follow the course and not what is available on the UI.
But this is not what's available.
You have to completely ignore org admins and say
But I
that
did ignore org admins, and I can set a site admin here that is not the same site admin over here. There's two different individuals.
right
today.
But the site admins group through the purview of the exam, the site and the way it used to be, the site admins group was the way that you set up the org admins who had the ability. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's the way it was. You can't go to the UI to do that because it's different.
Right. So here, so in this one, this UI is garbage because it's the new one.
Right.
So let's just disregard that one. So if I go to my old one, and I gotta switch. So give me 1 second, folks, while I switch accounts. This is why I hate this stuff sometimes. So I'm over here, right? I have directory, groups. I have my site admins here. Notice no org admin. So if I want to add an org admin, I go to settings and I go, well, there should be an administrator up here somewhere. And I would add an administrator there. And that's where you become an org admin, which means if you're an org admin, you can be the org of everything.
And if that org has multiple sites, that means it's the same across both sites.
Correct. Exactly. 100% agree. That org admin can have site administration for every site because they're the org admin. But this site admin, right? If we go back to this group here, the individuals in this group are only site admins for this site, not all the products. What am I missing?
Let's go back to the question.
Because I can show you, like, I'll show you offline because I can't share due to non-disclosures. But I can show you offline where what I'm saying is 100% true. But anyways, I'll take the L on this one.
Okay,
it just pisses me off. It's like, again, it's Atlassian. It depends on where you are, right? Like, it depends on the version of the UI that you're on. I think this answer is going to vary. Are you just shrugging your shoulders at me?
I am not. I'm not.
Oh, I thought I was.
Nope. Shoulders are right where they are.
My favorite thing when somebody asks me something and I just don't care to give them an answer, I always look up ASCII shoulder shrug, and I copy this and I paste it in the chat. I'm like, I don't know. That is my like ultimate like, I don't know. I don't care. All right. So again, this is membership in the site admins group means that those who are org admins serve across all sites and products within a cloud organization. Bob, I will show you proof offline that this is incorrect today, like before the whole org admin thing got set up.
Okay.
So I don't care for the L because I know I'm right, but Atlassian, we'll have a talk with with the writers. I got proof. I can show you.
We're gonna have a talk with the writers.
I can show you. I have physical proof. Okay. Acme organization has the following: 2 products, 2 production instances of Jira Software, 2 production instances of Confluence, which is definitely false. I hate this. See, this is why I don't want to take the test. All right. Acme has multiple different product landing products. That could be true, as we saw. Acme has 2, 3, or 4 sites. That could be true, right? Because they can all each be in their own site. Acme has 2 Jira administration products. That could be true because we can't have two Jira softwares in the same site. So we know we at a minimum have 2 sites, which means that each Jira is going to have its own Jira administrator. Acme has products transferred from another organization. I don't know how we're supposed to know that. Acme has 4 sandboxes. This is possible if they're all premium, right? But we don't have that information, but this is definitely possible.
Right.
Acme has an application tunnel between 2 of the listed products. Now, application tunnels we haven't talked about.
We haven't talked about it yet. So just to kind of throw the preview card on here, and to help Alex answer the question,
I think it's D.
Application tunnel is a way for your on-premise instance of Confluence, Jira, Bitbucket, Bamboo to connect up with, through application links, your cloud instance of Jira, Confluence. So
this is it's possible though, right? So it can't be F then because that's a possibility.
Look again. So,
Wait,
so
repeat your answer one more time.
Huh?
Repeat your answer. What an application tunnel is?
Application tunnel links on-prem to cloud.
Okay, but this doesn't tell me if we have on-prem or cloud.
If we have an organization and we have
we're
instances
only cloud.
that we're talking only cloud.
Okay, so I see how. So then the application tunnel has to be false then because this is possible, right? So it could be true that they transferred them over.
It could be true.
So yeah, so the only one that's not true then is the fact that we're only working in a cloud environment. We're not tunneling anywhere. Locked and loaded. Perfect. Continue. All right, and we will stop it here, folks. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to show Bob, if you got another minute, that I am right on the other question. For everybody else, maybe Saturday, Sunday, we'll see. I'll coordinate with Bob here, see if we can do another hour. But it's basically taking an hour per section, so hope you guys are in here for the long haul.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
See you over the weekend. All right. See you, everybody.
Yep. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe, and we'll see you around. Thank you.
Yep. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yep. Happy Thanksgiving. Bye.
Hearing anything from me?
Nope. Just me in the room. I'm not used to having headphones on. Hey, everyone. Welcome to part 4 of this journey that Bob is coursing me into doing.
I am not forcing you to do this. This is your journey of self-improvement, as you know, as we venture into new year, new things to do. So, you know.
I was
That
gonna say
is
any other time of the year, I would argue that nobody is on any journey of self improvement. But if that was any true, it's all for today and tomorrow.
exactly.
All right, well, let's just jump into it because we ran out of time last time, and I want to make sure we don't run out of time because I really just want to finish this stuff up so I can go take that test. We're gonna pick things back up. If you remember, we rushed through 1.5, and I feel that that wasn't. I couldn't live with that. So we're gonna go back to 1.5, and we're gonna specifically take a look at enterprise, mainly because I don't know, everybody I interact with is not an enterprise, but yet the whole world of Atlassian lives off of enterprise. So I'm in a confuzzled state.
I am, and I agree with this too, because I think there might be some questions where it's important to understand what happens if you have enterprise in the mix, because it
Mhm.
is possible to have in your organization enterprise for certain products and sites, and then other plans as well.
Right.
Standard and premium, and so you have to understand what your bill will look like if you're in a complex situation like that, because it's not always cut and dried.
Yep. So I think from a standard and premium, I think we got that covered. So let's just jump into this enterprise thing and kind of goes like start all over again and wrap this up better. So first thing you need to know, enterprise is more expensive by a lot. But is it really? I don't know. The thing I like about enterprise, Bob, is that it's a lot more negotiable than your standard and premium pricing, right? I feel like with standard and premium pricing, it's very what you see is what you get, right?
Yeah.
It's either that $5-6 or that $16 fee, and that's it. You really don't have a whole lot of wiggle room. I think your partners still have the option to kind of negotiate you down a little bit in
Yeah.
standard and premium, but it's still kind of cut and dry. I mean, it's going to be very, very obvious. But on enterprise, it's not a posted price, and it's a bundled price as well,
Correct.
right? And so for companies that are in need of some enterprise licensing, and I think we're going to cover over some why would you even consider enterprise, right? Which I think we covered last time, but I just want to double cover it.
Sure.
We'll cover that in a second. But first things first. Contrary to last time that we did this, right? Enterprise billing is no longer required for HIPAA. This was a requirement at least 6 months ago, and it's not anymore. So that's good
Right.
news, right, Bob?
Right. And that is good news, that smaller organizations don't have to make that leap to enterprise in order, if they have HIPAA compliancy requirements.
Yeah.
So
So, so then that puts us into then what makes sense for you to be an enterprise. And the way I like to tell customers is if you have multiple instances of the same product, multiple Juras or multiple Confluences or any combination of therefore, right? Then and there's this, so if you have multiple Juras and your users need to access them all, right? If they need to jump
mhm,
from one to the other, then enterprise makes more sense because if you're on any other plan, standard or premium, you pay for that individual to access each Jira. But on
correct.
enterprise, you pay for the individual as a heartbeat, as a user, and they can go to any Jira for the same price, albeit it's a bigger price, but the same price nonetheless, which should hopefully, fingers crossed, be cheaper than you paying for that individual to access 3 or 4 different Jiras.
Right. So there is a break point where it does make sense. If you're in a situation, if your organization is in a situation where, as Alex mentioned, you have individuals and these individuals need access to multiple instances in your organization, then enterprise does make sense. Otherwise, if you did this on uh, standard and premium plans, you would be, double billing, triple billing, quadruple billing, just individuals for each
Plus,
site.
So not only the triple billing, quadruple billing, but then you also got to add the Atlassian access on top, which is like another $3 to $4 per user.
Correct.
And with
Correct.
enterprise, it's one bill, unlimited juras. I think it says what, maybe
It's
up to 100,
unlimited. It
up to 150.
yeah. The practical limit is 150.
Yeah,
So
but I don't know that anybody. I mean, I have a
yeah.
Jira with like 20, and that's a lot. But yeah, 150 would be crazy amount. But yeah, so you get one bill for each user, 150 Jiras, and Atlassian Access is bundled in. And I think there's also a new reason, Bob. There's a new reason why you would even consider this is automation billing. On enterprise, it's still unlimited. So if your company is on premium and you're consistently hitting your automation usage limits
Yep.
every month, then enterprise is the only option next, or scale back your automation usage.
Yep.
But this is going to be the only way. All right. So that's kind of what an enterprise is all about and why you would consider it. And so it does require annual billing. So that's good to know. It does include Atlassian Access, as we mentioned. And you also get a couple of additional enterprise grade features. We can cover this. I think if we go look at the pricing, right? If we go to Jira pricing, although this exam is not really about Jira itself, but it's good for you to know that if you compare with enterprise over here on the right, there's going to be a couple, and I'm talking about a couple of things that are enterprise only. For example, you get the data lake, you get Atlassian Analytics, and some data connectors. None of which are going to be on this exam, but you should know that you get that capability.
And
And then,
that's kind of a nice to have, especially with these organizations that typically have enterprise um, have those SQL experts that really want to dive into the analytics,
yeah,
and having access to that data lake in the Atlassian analytics really helps out.
right. You also get user counts, which is really helpful because what happens when you buy enterprise is you buy not like 50 licenses for this instance and like 100 for this one and like 200 for that one. You buy like 1,000, and then you can divvy it up however you want. You can send all 1,000 to all. Let's just say you had 5 Jiras, right? And you have 1,000 licenses for Jira. You could, if you wanted to, send 1,000 or allocate 1,000 for each of the 5 instances. Alternatively, you can go like 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, right? And so these user counts is going to, at a glance across all your Jiras, tell you, hey, you bought 1,000. Here's how many you're actually using.
Yep.
Right. And it's a really useful functionality that I was so happy that they Atlassian launched it, because prior to this, it was nearly impossible to find out how your 1,000 users was being divvied up and how many licenses you were actually consuming. Product requests. This is, the heck is this? Admins manage. Okay, this is fake news. This doesn't exist. this is this is a lie.
And it's not on the exam as well, so we can
Yeah,
keep moving. Don't worry
but
about
it's
that.
still a lie. Oh, I would worry about it if you're anybody. Okay, IDPs. This is beneficial. I think this should be might be in the exam, or at least is relative to the exam, right?
It is, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things you need to know, right, is if you want to have multiple identity providers, right? If you want to hook up to like Azure and like a Google workspace type of thing for whatever reason, or if, let's say you have 2 different Azures, maybe you merged the company or merged with the company and they had their own Azure AD and
Yep.
you have your existing Azure AD and you just don't want to merge them for whatever reason. Well, with Enterprise, you can connect back to each of those Azure ADs and be able to do that. And you can't do this. You can't connect to multiple IDPs or identity
I've
providers in Premium.
I've had many clients where they have they may be in a process of cleaning up their LDAP setups, underneath Azure, and they couldn't do it without being on enterprise and having that multiple IDP capability.
Right. Yeah,
So
it's
that's
really needed. But
yeah,
again, you do get bumped up. Audit logs for user activity. I thought this was for everybody, but you get better audit logs.
yeah.
Spoilers, Jira audit logs are not the best. So take whatever you can, folks, because this is the blessing. And BYOC encryption. This is early access. Again, not going to be on the exam, but just know that you get a little bit of some extra.
BYOK. So for the security minded, that stands for bring your own key. So
Bring your own key.
you can use your organization created keys for
Yep.
security and encryption.
And, and then finally, of course, you get enterprise support, which means Jerry jumps on this in a hurry. You also get an enterprise account like rep. So you have somebody to complain to that you can actually talk to, which is a benefit, right? Because when you're on standard and premium, you don't always have the benefit of having somebody at Atlassian that you can go help, right?
Yeah.
Like, so with enterprise, you do get somebody, whether they're effective or not, it's debatable. I enjoy my two. I have an enterprise account partner and a customer success partner. I think you get both when you're on enterprise.
Yep.
Love them both. I whenever I need them to actually come through and help out. I don't know if it's worth paying the extra money. Oh, and then when you're on enterprise, well, the TAM program that's available to anybody, right? Like you don't need to be on
Yeah.
enterprise to get a TAM. Like anybody can buy a
Yeah.
TAM.
That's a separate thing.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you needed to be on the enterprise to be eligible to then purchase a TAM. Oh, we're getting people on the high. Hello, Victor.
Yes.
How are you? Thanks. Glad these videos are helpful. I got a comment, Bob. I don't know if I shared it with you or if it was in the comment section that you would have seen, but somebody took the test recently, the ACP-520, and passed it, and they accredited our videos to like giving them that push that they needed to go and take the exam. So maybe I should eat my own dog food.
There you go.
All right. So that's kind of that. So it is different. We'll get into a couple more details here because we've already spent 15 minutes on this. But the biggest thing is it's billed annually. It's a centralized thing. Atlassian Access is included, and you saw some of those enterprise grade features. You have the ability, as Bob mentioned earlier, to subscribe to separate standard and premium plans if required. I don't see a whole lot of use cases for this. In my opinion, if you're on enterprise, I would keep enterprise Jira and enterprise Confluence. The only exception to this would be like JSM. I typically keep JSM on standard or premium because that's just an expensive thing to buy at enterprise level. But Bob, you wanted to say something there?
Yeah. I think you're gonna, and this is where it's not always that cut and dried situation. You may come into places where mergers and acquisition, M&A activities have happened. They've had their own Jira and Confluence on either standard or premium, and you're on enterprise. You transfer those instances over into your organization, so now you have both enterprise instances and then the whatever whatever instances you transferred that aren't on enterprise. And so
But it's
that's,
not. But it makes no sense to not move them into enterprise. You can promote them to enterprise.
you can, but it's not always an atomic type of operation. It's not going to be done in a day.
So, okay, yes, but I would urge you to go through the hoops because there are hoops you have to go through in order to convert your standard or premium Juras to enterprise, especially with an M&A. And there's a path. There's an actual flow chart that allows you. Let me see if I can find it.
That and that's true, but the situation, different organizations are going to have different situations, and they may be in the middle of this, and these things these things aren't like turning on a dime. This is like Titanic
Yeah.
turning. So
Yeah, I will tell you that it takes a month at least to, if you're gonna go through a merger, it takes about a month to successfully make an enterprise because I couldn't find the picture, but there is like a series of paths. Like there's a decision workflow that you can look at, and depending on like how legacy your cloud is versus the newer version, it may or may not be possible. And Atlassian actually needs to go in and like hard code some stuff into your Jira or Confluence in order to make it upgradable to enterprise. And 3 out of the 4 paths lead you to not being able to upgrade to enterprise. So it really just depends on if you're in that, luckily in that happy path that does allow you to upgrade. But I would still pursue it. I would at least check, because if you're not, if you leave it like this picture here where you have 2 enterprise products and 1 premium, 1 standard, Here's what happens. You're going to get a bill for your enterprise, right? That's great. Awesome. Your premium may be monthly. So you might still get a monthly bill. You're still going to need a credit card for
Actually,
these.
that's not true.
It's not? You have to
It's
go to
not.
annual? Because it's
Anything, if you're in one organization that has enterprise and other products, those other products go to annual billing too. So it's all one annual bill.
so then let me rephrase what I said. Make sure that you end up in an org in a picture like this where you merge the org over to that enterprise org. Because if you leave them out there, if you leave them in the original org that they were in before your merger, then you still are like subject to billing. And the only reason I brought it up, Bob, is because I had a merger, right? And I brought in my Jira. I upgraded it to enterprise, but status page is not a mergeable thing. Status page
Yeah,
stays.
that and that's they don't tell you that on the test, or they don't tell you that when you're studying. But yeah,
We're giving you
what
real world
normally
scenarios
should
here, folks.
happen is what normally should happen in when you transfer is that once all the products are transferred over into the organization, that original organization, um, it gets automatically deleted. And it didn't happen in Alex's case because they couldn't transfer over status page. So
So yeah, again, work with Atlassian. Anytime you're gonna do a merger like this, work with Atlassian. They got experts in house. It's covered under your Atlassian support, so it's not an extra bill or anything.
yeah.
But they should be able to guide you and tell you what is going to be or is not possible for your instance. But again, not on the test, but just know that in this particular scenario, the comment that I will make though is that you will get an Atlassian bill for your 8,000 Jira users and your 10,000 users. Atlassian Access is included. You're going to get a bill or a line item for your Jira Premium here, and you're going to get a line item for your standard, and you're going to get another line item for your Atlassian Access for these 2,050 users. If, big if these 2,050 users are not part of these 8,000 or 10,000 users.
Right. If
Does that
they're
make
not,
sense?
if that's correct. If you're setting up at an additional Atlassian access for those standard and premium plans, that's where those additional users come from.
Yeah. So
Anything that is using Atlassian access bundled through enterprise is
it's free.
not appear on the bill. They're already
Right.
covered.
So what I mean is, let's just say your company has only 8,000 users, right? Just cap it at 8,000. Well, that means that these 2,000 users are a subset of these 8,000 users. But because they have access to the enterprise one, they don't count against your Atlassian access for this one because they're in an enterprise plan. Now, if they were accessing, if these 2,000 users, let's just say then you have a 10,000 person company and you're like, hey, I'm going to pay 8,000 for this, and I'm going to set up an extra 2,000, separate 2,000 people over here. Well, the 8,000 will be covered under your enterprise Atlassian access, but these 2,000 will become billable users for that Atlassian, for a separate line item in Atlassian access. And Jira will tell you, right? You'll just have another row in your directory for Atlassian Access, and it's going to show you those 2,000 users that are using this Jira, because these 2,000 users are not the same 8,000 over here. But if they were the same users, not a problem. But if they're different, you're going to pay a little extra. So that's why I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Like nothing about this, when I'm already in enterprise, is beneficial to me, in my opinion. Like it makes more sense. Make them all enterprise, because there's no extra fee to make this Jira enterprise and to make this Confluence enterprise. If anything, you save money, in my opinion.
Right. So there's one more thing that Alex hasn't told you yet that does not appear on your enterprise bill. And
Bitbucket?
that, huh?
Bitbucket?
No, apps.
Apps. Ah, yeah. Have we gotten that
So
or no?
what?
Okay.
Tell us what happens with apps when you're on enterprise.
So when you're on enterprise, and one of the cool things about being on enterprise when you are dealing with apps is that you see these 3 Jiras in here, right? Well, there's 2 technically. Each of those don't have to receive all 8,000 users. You can send like 100 to this one and like 7,900 to the other one, right? And when you sign up for an app, right, when you go through the Atlassian Marketplace and you buy an app for acme.atlassian.net, you're not going to get billed for 8,000 users. You're only going to get billed for the
How
100.
many users your instance
Yeah,
has, your
right.
individual instance.
And you can
So,
again make up to 150 of them, right? And
right.
so that is one technique that a lot of companies use, right? Because in Atlassian world, you would be, if you only had one Jira, like here at this Acme Legal, you're on the hook for paying for 2,000 users, even if only like 5 people need to use the app. And so it doesn't make sense. So what you do when you're an enterprise, you just spool up a new Jira, put the 5 people in there, and Bob's your uncle, right,
Yep.
Bob?
Exactly.
And that's it. So then you only pay for those 5. So you do, however, just from a billing perspective, when you get your annual bill, it'll just be a line item, and you got to be very careful because the details are in that bill. It'll say acme-legal.atlassian.net, 5 users, and the plugin, and the price for that 5 users for that plugin. And so each of your Juras for each of the plugins that are in each of those instances is like just a different line item in your bill. So you do end up getting like a 2-3 page Atlassian access or Atlassian bill when you're on enterprise. But yeah, it's fun. Just learn how to read. You'll be fine. All right. So more teams need new instances of Jira or software. They can add it, like I said, right? I wouldn't. I think Atlassian puts this because honestly, my gut tells me, right? Like if I have my Atlassian hat on, I would push for this all day long because this is just extra money for me, right? Because if your users are an enterprise, like you're not gonna get any extra money. So I think as a marketing expert, I'm putting this all over the place. I wouldn't even if I wouldn't even like I would completely ignore that you can optionally add standard and premium. It just literally makes no sense to me, Bob. Why you would do that if you're an enterprise? Again, mergers and acquisitions aside, if you're not dealing with M&As, why would you buy another standard or premium Jira?
I don't know.
Exactly. Crickets. You don't do it. All right.
If they're already on enterprise and they ask me that question, it's like, why aren't you just spinning up another instance?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Your billing here, just know that you just get one bill, and you get one massive bill, 2 different line items because Confluence and Jira are 2 different line items that you'll pay for. So just know that your users here, this picture makes sense, right? If you're just saying like, hey, these 8,000 users are this, and then this 10,000 contains a subset, which is the 8,000 from here, and 2,000 additional users. And those 2,000 users here do not have Jira software. So
Right.
um,
It's it's the enterprise plan on specific products. For Confluence, and then for Jira, it is Jira Software and Jira Service Management. I don't think Work Management does not have an enterprise plan yet. And
but
neither
as of
does
right now,
Product Discovery.
yeah, but as of right now, Jira Work Management is kind of bundled with Jira software.
That's true.
Jira Product Discovery is its own line item and its own build item outside of all the enterprise stuff. Right. So bills for other products continue to work the same. When you have enterprise, you pay per user per plan. Because enterprise plans are billed annually, we require you to pay your other bills annually as well. There it is, Bob. This means we'll switch all your bills to annual when you go to the enterprise plan,
Yep.
which can be a good thing or a bad thing. I think companies, I don't know, I know that they like to, the whole amortization and taxes probably comes into play, but just know that you got to pay annually here. And we kind of covered this already here with the Atlassian Marketplace stuff, but just kind of cover this real quickly. So Marketplace apps are built separately, and like our plans, each product has their own user tier, which means this Jira can have like 100, and then this one over here can have a different number, right? And so just know that you're gonna pay based on the number of users that are in that particular instance. So I would think small, but at the same time, also consider and remember that your Juras cannot talk to each other. So if your team's gonna go like, make sure you have a really good use case for why you're gonna spool up on your Jira, because Jira A cannot talk to Jira B. So this issues from acme.atlassian.net cannot talk to issues from acme-hr.atlassian.net. So keep that in mind. This is the how they all work together, which means, again, we covered that you get this one bill for. Here's a picture of what we were talking about earlier, right? So you're gonna get your Atlassian access here for the enterprise because you paid for those enterprise users. But because you have, you can see how here how it's included with enterprise, but because you have an extra 2,000 users for your premium, and this assumes that they're different, that this means that they're a different set of 2,000 users, you're gonna get a billable users bill for 2,000 users as well. And so just keep that in mind. So in order to avoid that, bump this one up to enterprise, and then you're fine.
Yep.
Or make sure that these 2,000 users are the same or part of this 8,000 users up here, and then you're fine as well. As well.
Right. So you will probably see questions on the exam related to Atlassian access billing if you're in a situation where you have enterprise and you also have a separate Jira standard or premium instance, and then a separate Atlassian access to cover those standard and premium
Yeah.
plans. So be sure to understand whether or not those enterprise users count or don't count. We also have a question here
Yeah,
from
I just saw
Victor.
that. Does Jira Work Management share the same storage as Jira software as it is bundled? I believe so.
I'm going to assume that I'm going to assume I'm going to agree with Alex here. I'm going to assume the same thing, because if you're and by storage, I'm assuming you mean storage limits. Um, Standard has, I think, what, 250 gig, and premium is unlimited. So if you're using a Jira software premium license,
Well, we got it right here.
um,
But premium and enterprise are unlimited. So at that
right,
point, who cares?
right,
But yes, I do believe, because it's the same. It becomes just, at least for today, right? I have heard rumors and chatter that Atlassian is planning on divorcing this, right? For right now, they've let it be for whatever reason. But I do hear that Atlassian is eventually going to separate and completely divorce Jira Work Management from Jira Software, because it's kind of confusing.
yeah,
Again, not that it'll be on the test, but just to kind of give you guys a backstory, right? It's, I don't know if you guys have you ever done conditional logic, Bob, or for gates and digital
yeah,
logic in
of
computers.
course,
So when you buy Jira software today, you also get Jira Work Management templates. So you don't really get the product. It's not an extra line item in your like products, but you get
right.
the templates for Jira Work Management. But you can also go the other way around. You could go and buy just Jira Work Management, which is like $5 a month, and not get the Jira software templates,
Okay.
not have to pay the $10-15, right? So there's there's that, right? But it's just know that it's like a diode.
So there are situations where I've talked to prospective clients, and some of those some of those clients, they're not doing software. They couldn't care less about whether or not they need to do it in sprints
Right.
for Scrum. And for those people, I recommend wholeheartedly, here's your work management. You can buy these
And it's
licenses,
and it's way
and
cheaper.
yeah, and it's way cheaper, right? You don't have to worry about
Yeah.
sprints and or fully featured Kanban boards. So
But yeah, but most people are, Jira software, and then they get to use Jira Work Management as a benefit.
yeah,
Although Atlassian, something for you, Victor, to just check out. What is it? Jira One? What do they call it?
I'm not following.
Atlassian One?
One Atlassian is typically, or
Do they have that
are
on the
you
main
talking
website?
about
I
Atlassian
remember
together?
that thing. Atlassian Together.
Okay.
They should have gone with
Um,
one. Everybody else has one. Here you go. This is what you get.
so yeah, Atlassian Together is a product bundling that they offer, which includes
Here,
a
let's get it
lot.
on there.
It's really good for non-technical teams. It includes Trello, Confluence,
Work management,
Jira Work Management, and Atlas.
Atlas, and I think Atlassian Access.
Does it? I didn't think it did.
I thought it did. I thought that was the whole point, that it gave you everything you needed.
For non-technical teams, non-technical work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It still give you access, because the access is just a security thing, right? Just a
Yeah.
SSL. I could have sworn, unless they changed it. You get the plan integrate. Yeah, it's secure. See, this is the Atlassian Access. At least it used to be. We'll have to come back on that, but I'm pretty sure it was there at one point. Unless now that they moved it to enterprise, Atlassian likes to change things up. But it used to be like that, where you didn't have to get enterprise, because enterprise is a new thing. Pretty sure it used to include access. But anyways, neither here nor there. Let's wrap this up because we're 30 minutes into this. All right. So how does Sandbox affect your bill? So if a user has only access to a Sandbox, they don't count as an enterprise user, but do count as a unique billable user. So this goes back to just make sure that anybody who has access to any of your Juras, if you're an enterprise, that they have access to an enterprise Jura. And as long as that's true, then they can access everything else for free. But if they're not going to have access to an enterprise Jira, then just keep in mind that anything else that they access within your org is just going to count as a billable user. So this includes like Trello. This includes like Bitbucket. So if you have a company of 10,000 users, and I don't think we covered this here, Bob, and definitely wasn't in this picture, but if you have like these 8,000 users, right? And let's just say that you have another user that's not part of this 8,000, but they have to access just Bitbucket for whatever reason. Guess what? This number is going to be 2001,
Yep.
because
That's correct.
Bitbucket is not an enterprise thing. But they are using your domain. They are using your at kingbob.com domain. And so they will count as a billable user for access. Same thing for Trello. So if you have folks that are using Trello and they're not part of this 8,000 users here, you're going to get this bill is going to go up. You're going to get your own separate Bitbucket bill. You're going to get your own separate Trello bill. But whoever gets the bill for the Acme organization here is going to see a bump here for those folks, unless you make them non-billable. But then that comes with security implications, and it's not a pretty picture. But just know that those are shadowy.
There's actually a list of non-billable users for Atlassian Access, and we've already talked about the big one is if they're they're accessing enterprise, they count as a non-billable user because of the bundled Atlassian Access under enterprise. A few other ones.
No, but I wouldn't say that way, Bob. Like non-billable. So non-billable means two things.
Okay.
At least in my view, right? So non-billable, because these folks are billable, they're just billed already. They're not non-billable, because Atlassian allows you to make a non-billable policy, right? So you
Okay.
can go into your, oops, probably not this one. Which one were we using? ACP, ATEC, ACP. There we go. You can go into your Jira. Really? I haven't logged in here. Hold up. Maybe later. I need to switch accounts. Stand by, folks. While I switch accounts. Cue your elevator music, Bob. Entertain the folks and entertain our guests. Just don't get us copyright strikes. So do like open source, non-copyrightable songs.
I have to find humming songs in the public domain, don't I?
Yeah. So don't do any. Although did you hear that Mickey Mouse becomes public domain on Monday or tomorrow?
I have heard that.
Isn't that crazy?
And I think some people have done that as well. I think Winnie the Pooh, the original Winnie the Pooh, based upon
Yeah, I've heard of that
A.
one.
Milne's book, becomes public domain.
Yep.
So there's going to be like a lot of derivative work, and I think maybe in a few years, like Superman, as originally done by Siegel and Schuster, becomes public domain.
Yep. Okay. So here we are on the authentication policies, and I can't do it. Let me see if there's one over here. But you know what? There should be a non-billable policy Atlassian access. Here we go. Let's see if we have one here. I'm in the same article. So when you make a non-billable, here we go. You can't enforce single sign-on. You can't require two-step verification. You can't block user APIs, and you can't add users that sync to your IDP. Right. That's when you make them non-billable. When you make the policy non-billable. I think what you were saying though is if you're an enterprise user, you just don't get billed for those users.
Okay, that's true. If you're that is one of the situations where you do not get billed, or you do not get added to the tally, the user tally,
Yeah.
for a separate Atlassian
We're here.
access. If you're already
In
in,
an enterprise.
in that situation, there are also a few other cases where you do not get counted on that bill. So things like if you are an account with no access to any products, that doesn't
Bump your
up your
right.
that doesn't up your bill.
No,
If
but your
you're
JSM will though. So if you're a JSM customer, right? So if you're
your
only using
JSM
the
customer,
portal, you
that
will.
does not.
I'm pretty sure it puts you in the billable. If you're a JSM customer only, if you're only accessing the portal of a JSM product,
Mm-hmm.
you're still a billable user because unless you have JSM Premium.
I don't see how that would make any difference.
Yeah, because you are I have proof of this, right? If
Okay.
you're a JSM customer, so you don't have a JSM agent license, you don't have a Jira software license, you don't have a Confluence license, you're just a service portal internal to the domain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Customer, then for the convenience of being able to use your @kingbob.com email, you get added as a billable user to Atlassian Access.
Okay.
So this number will go up for each customer. I've seen it. I have it.
Okay.
Additionally, even if you had a JSM enterprise, if you had an enterprise standard or premium, and that agent is not on the enterprise or the Confluence enterprise, then they're also counted as your billable user as well. Anybody that's not using an enterprise product is billed, unless you make them non-billable. But if you make them non-billable, which then you go through this policy here, you lose your ability to enforce a single sign-on in the 2FA, right? So it's not secure. So you kind of forced by Atlassian to bite the bullet and eat the cost. Or you go crazy and make them all non-billable. But I think from a Trello and Bitbucket perspective, it's not that big of a deal. But like your JSM problem people, they're gonna have some problems. Moral of the story, keep an eye out on this billable user because anybody who's not in this enterprise plan, so anything else outside of it, so any premium Jira, any premium Confluence or standard Jira, any Bitbucket, any Trello, any JSM, right? Anything that's not this specific enterprise will be billed for your license, and you get an extra Atlassian Access billable user. You could again make those 9 billable policies, but I don't recommend them because they are a lot less secure in my opinion, right? So as an enterprise, less secure is never a good trend to follow. So most companies would just eat the cost and just deal with it.
One also exception, one type of account that does not increase your billing on Atlassian Access is if the account is deactivated.
Yep.
And we'll talk a little bit later about what a deactivated account is.
All right. So billing details, you just go to billing. Now, if you are you're self-managing, you'll see this. If you're going through a partner like Release Team, you won't necessarily see this. It just depends. So, like if you're going through C Prime or something like that, you'll be able to see like your subscriptions, but you won't see the prices and you won't see how much it's costing you. That's all privy to that company, your provider. So you'll see that, the different products that you have, but you just won't see any of the actual numbers. Change user tier for your enterprise plan. Each enterprise bill user maximum. You can upgrade your user tier. Oh yeah. So you could at any time change how many users are assigned to or allocated to a specific Jira. Keep in mind, if you guys remember from earlier, we had an example where this one had 100 and this one had 7,900. Well, let's just say that I'm like, you know what? I've exceeded my 100 and I need to bump this up to 200. You could do that, but it's going to come at a cost. You won't have to pay extra for Jira because that's still enterprise, right? It doesn't matter. But you will have to now pay the delta for those 100 new users for every single plugin that is in this particular instance. So keep that in mind. All right, monitor user count, which again, very, very new feature, very, very handy. If you're an enterprise and you haven't seen your user counts, go and look at them. It is a blessing. This is probably one of my favorite features from Jira or from Atlassian. Adding and removing products. So adding a product is very trivial, right? It's just a matter of going into your Jira, going into here, going into your products, clicking on add product, you'll add your Jira. Then conveniently enough now, Atlassian will reach out to you and go, hey, we noticed you just added a new product. I noticed you're an enterprise user. How many users do you want? And do you want us to bump it up to enterprise? And so I'll always say yes, because again, it's cheaper. But it didn't used to be that way. It used to be that you would have to reach out to like your C Prime or your release team. They would then have to like mitigate for you. But I'm glad that at least this is now happening. At least from the last time I spooled up a new Jira, like a month ago, it all happened kind of like Atlassian reached out to me. But removing a product, holy moly, you got to move a mountain here to get these, get rid of one.
Yeah.
Have you had any luck with these?
I have not had to experience that. One thing to remember, we mentioned before, some Jira products do not yet have an enterprise plan available. So we're talking here about Jira Product Discovery and Jira Work Management. So
yeah, keep that in mind. But the last thing I'll say though is like if you are going to remove a Jira software from your enterprise, you will have to, and you're going through like a managed provider like C Prime or release team, then you'll have to reach out to them so that they can go tell Atlassian. But I've been trying to delete 5 of my 20 Jiras for the last 2 years. Hasn't happened. Have not been able to pull off that feat. All right, managing your bill under Atlassian Access. So, there's this whole thing. Atlassian Access uses a different model. Atlassian is billed per organization. This means that you pay only once for each managed account. This is all included if you are in a enterprise. Now, your Atlassian Access bill will show the number of users that you're paying for. These are your unique billable users. Remember, each user that is under managed is a user. The user count may not match the total number of managed accounts in your organization because some plans already include Atlassian Access. We don't charge you twice. That's good. So which users are not considered unique billable users? So memorize
this is important.
Folks.
Study this part for the exam.
So user accounts on the following plans do not count towards your Atlassian Access bill because Atlassian Access is already included in their plan. Managed accounts on all other plans, including free plans, do count towards your Atlassian Access bill. Managed accounts that only have access to Sandbox also count to your Atlassian Access bill. So, Confluence, any managed account on an enterprise plan. Jira Work Management, enterprise, agents, enterprise, Ops Genie, standard enterprise. Status page, any managed account that can administer so yeah, no status pages doesn't get a whole lot of love, but just figure out this if it applies to you, but just know that it's there. And then Trello. In addition, a user is not considered a unique billable user if they don't have access to any product, as Bob said. They haven't been active since February 2018. Their account's deactivated. They're a member of a non-billable authentication policy, which we covered, right? Which this means you lose a lot of the security. They have a JSM portal customer account. Okay, this is live though.
Yeah. See, that's the text that I saw that made me think
But
that customer accounts.
I can show this to you again, but we may have to pull in what was
Joanna?
it, Joanne?
Sure.
Yeah, we might have to pull in Joanna for this one because I've seen this. Unless they changed it from, because again, folks, remember that there's 3 different UIs right now in play. There's the old legacy, there's the one that 90% of the people are on, and then there's the newest one for anybody signing up for Jira within like the last 2 months. This though I have seen. So I have users that are not an enterprise user in any way, shape, or form, right? They're just a customer and they count in my Atlassian access. Like I have to pay for them because they're a managed user. They don't have access to any of the other products. My JSM's not enterprise, and it makes sense. Like they have to be they have to be billed. This is also weird too. They only have access to JPD. I would have thought that anybody accessing JPD is also a billable user. And then anybody who accesses Trello, unless it's covered by a legacy Trello enterprise. But if they're just a Trello, they will count. We'll have to pull Joanna in for this one, though. I'm very curious about this one.
Okay.
Remind me. All right.
right.
Here's the good picture for you to review. You have 5,000 enterprise, 3,000 enterprise, whatever these are. Okay. And then you have 2,000 standard users for Trello, because these 5,000 enterprise and these 3,000 enterprise, but these 2,000 are Trello only, right? Because look at this. You could, and we mentioned this before, right? With access to Jira Software, Confluence, and Trello. And Trello's not an enterprise. It's just standard. But because you have access to an enterprise Jira Software or Confluence, you're not going to count as billable because you have access to a product that is already covered. But it's only these folks, only the folks that are only Trello. These 2,000 people here are going to give you a trouble. So that's where this 2,000 is going to come from. Again, this is where I love the exam, right? We're like, you can't fake this stuff, man. You gotta live through this. You gotta have an enterprise. But it's unfortunate because, like I said at the beginning, right? Not everybody's on enterprise. So I think you're kind of handicapped if you've never used enterprise before. I think Atlassian should really I think Atlassian should have like an enterprise flavor of the exam, or not include enterprise, or make enterprise be the same as standard and premium, because this is just way too complex.
There might be there might be kind of a push for an enterprise related exam.
I think that makes sense. There's just so many nuances with enterprise that you just don't worry if you're just on premium and standard. But then like Andy scares me, right? Because Andy's like, oh, well, like 99% of Atlassian's customers are enterprise. I'm like, well, shoot, man, I've worked with hundreds of people and I've never even one team that I know of is on enterprise out of all the teams that I've ever worked with in the last 5 years. So you think I would find more enterprise?
So, welcome to the science of big numbers, right? Atlassian has 250,000 customers. 1% of 250,000 is still a heck of a lot of customers.
Yeah, but you would think.
So 10%.
2,500.
Yeah, 2,500.
You're telling me that of everybody I've ever worked with, I've only ever hit with this 2,500.
Could be.
Man, some luck I have. All right. Well, anyways, I think we're an hour into this. Guys, folks, ladies, look at all of this information. You're going to want to memorize and really have a good understanding of how the billing portion works, the monthly versus the annual, the how to subscribe for it, the payment details. Understand, change who counts towards your Atlassian Access bill, right? Like this, these are options you need to know. These are things you must understand and have a good understanding of, because you will experience these in a real world scenario.
Great.
Deleting and deactivating accounts, by the way, non-trivial. if they're managed. This becomes infinitely impossible if they're managed account. You have to go through your service provider and
Yep.
delete or deactivate them over there, which makes them very, very annoying. Also,
Which,
by the way,
but it
oh,
also
go ahead.
makes sense.
It doesn't. It makes a lot of sense until it doesn't, Bob. I have a Jira with 100,000 users. There's only 4,000 active users. That leaves me with 96,000 inactive users. Okay. I don't have access to the managed account, so I can't deactivate them or delete them. And so I'm carrying 96,000 users as baggage. And for each one of those, right, I have to manually, because there's no book. You can do 20 at a time. Anytime that I want to like move any of the 96,000 people into a non-billable policy, guess what? 20 at a time or one at a time.
Yeah, but if these 96,000 don't have access to any product, you're not going to get billed for them anyway.
No, but you never know when they might be turned on. You might not. You never know when they might come. Like somebody might send them so this goes to our previous training about like invites and shares and
Yep.
who's auto approving your domains, right? Because
Yeah.
unless you turn all those stuff off, somebody could invite somebody else, and then your bills just start skyrocketing. So
Yes.
it's always best to keep your numbers down, keep everything down to avoid these sudden surprises in your bills. But yeah, I don't like this billable. I don't. I use it a little bit, and every time I move somebody to a non-billable policy, I get yelled at by that user because now they have to know a password, and now they're locked out of Jira, and like, it's a big mess. I don't like it. I'd rather just pay. In the grand scheme of things, $3 a month per user per year then just becomes like a parking ticket in a company, and then you can cancel your Atlassian subscription. All right.
Yeah.
I think that's that.
So don't worry if you've gotten confused. We are actually going to be talking some more about Atlassian Access when we start hitting Module 4, because
All right.
Module 4 kind of gets us through Atlassian Access one more time.
Just in case.
Yeah,
All right.
just in case.
So let's start at least 2-1 and let's see if we can go. Oh, wait, we didn't do the thingy with the university thingy.
Yeah, do the thingy.
Let's do the thingy. So I'm over here. See, I got to February 18th. That's like 45 days, dude.
I know. That's when you're signed up for the exam, right?
I'm gonna take it on the last day that I possibly can take it.
Okay.
Right.
Like,
So managing
you
product
registered
access.
for that right now, right?
Sorry?
You registered for that last day, right?
Yeah. Of
Okay.
course. Okay. So also as
I'm
a
asking Lena.
reminder, you will only be quizzed on the items that are in the contents of this portal. So when you buy the exam, you will get access to the portal, and you're only on the hook from here. Nothing that we say, nothing that we read so far. If it's not in here, or whatever it says in here, is how you have to answer it.
Right.
Okay.
So there, understand that Atlassian Cloud is updated almost every day. So there's going to be some things that just don't apply anymore.
Yeah, especially with
And
me, right?
you do have to know the differences. The exam is going to follow the course. So whatever the
Right.
course says is going to
fair
be the
game.
correct answer on the exam.
Yep. So in the previous lesson, so I can't believe we didn't finish this 1-3. I thought we would have done these last time. So understand your product rules, which we covered in the past. I'm going to skip back to here in the interest of time. We're on 1-5. Here we go. So what will you learn? Subscription plans. So there are 4 main plans: free, standard, premium, enterprise. The billing page preview. The billing preview page shows you all the products and app subscriptions across all sites. The free plan has a 10-user limit. Trials can be canceled at any time, but you may need to limit the number of users again. And to delete a product from your organization, you must delete its product subscription. This is not that hard to do because Atlassian will block you if you're doing it in the wrong order. All right, understand what is a billable user. So let's explore a few details about billable users, including where to find how many you have. So where can you find your billable users? You're going to be able to go under billing and go to your software and then go to your users. This is very important, folks, because I've seen examples in the exams, like just sample questions where they kind of this is part of like the question, right? So, or the answer. So know this stuff, like know where you're going. Another location is on the product page itself, where you can also see the plan. You can also see the user counts under managed subscriptions page. And for enterprise subscriptions, you can go to products user counts to view the user counts for each individual product there. When is a user considerable billable? A user is considerable billable when the user has product access and their status under directory/users is not suspended. Users with the Confluence guest role only and Jira Service Management customers are not billable users. Again, for this exam, this may be true, Bob, but I can assure you that I have evidence to support otherwise. The Bob just sighs.
I'm just waiting for the Slack message to go out to Joanna. We
Yeah.
still have the channel up.
The actual
I'm just
status.
wondering whether or not you're going to wait till after New Year's.
No, they're all on vacation. I'll wait till New Year's. The actual status of any user may be active or invited depending on whether the user has logged in or not. And of course, 10 or users or fewer on a free plan are not billable. So we're referring to product access on the standard plan or above. Note that once a user is added, they're automatically counted towards billing, even if they don't accept the login. So be careful, folks. Don't just be inviting everybody. Don't be the Oprahs of Jira invites.
And that's actually true if you mistype the email in their invitation email.
Yep. Be
The
careful.
instant you hit send, they count as a billable user, even if the email invitation or the email address that you use is a wrong email.
Yep. Also, an invitation to a user whose email address. Freaking Bob. Just wait 1 second. Sandbox. So Sandbox users know when we speak of product access here, we mean access to a production instance. This should be this right here, though, Bob. What we just had here, though, and this is, I take that back. We're not going to send Joanna this message because this billable is still not the same billable as in the Atlassian Access billable. This is just who you're paying for from a license perspective.
For a product perspective.
Yeah. So yes, this is very true. A Confluence guest is free. They're free, and a JSM customer is free. That's a different story when we get to Atlassian Access. So let's get to Atlassian Access and see what they say over there. So again, folks, if you're confused, we do this every day for a living. We'll say a prayer for you.
And sometimes we get confused too.
This is why the test is hard. This is why it's not for the faint of heart. All right, so Atlassian Access. So Atlassian Access uses a different billing model from the other cloud products, which we just referred to. It's included in the enterprise plan, or it can be purchased as an add-on to everything else. Okay, and so managed accounts on all non-enterprise plans, including free plans, counts towards your Atlassian Access bill. That means literally anybody who's not an enterprise, you're going to pay for them. And that doesn't matter if they're using a free version, if they're using Trello, Bitbucket, whatever. As long as they're using your domain, your kingbob.com email, they're going to count. And if you're not an enterprise, then it doesn't matter because you're going to pay for anybody anyways, right? It's only the enterprise where things get hairy. What's not included? So deactivated accounts, JSM customer. Again, seriously, I'm we're
telling
doing
you, that's where I get it from. So maybe we do contact Joanna.
We're definitely contacting Joanna. Members of a non-billable authentication policy. This is true, but be very careful when you do this. And those who do not have access to any product are not considered unique billable users. Because this is like, I feel like this has a caveat. I feel like JSM customers that are not managed customers. Like if I email with my APTech to your company and your company's enterprise, you're not going to pay Atlassian Access for me. But if I'm a customer in your kingbob.com domain, I feel like I'm paying a customer because I am now in your domain and I have to pay for the ability to use my SSO.
So you're talking, there might have to be a clarification of JSM external customers. If you open up your JSM so that you have your service desk out into the open internet, and somebody outside, like, Alex at apetech.me is a customer of that JSM portal, that public JSM
they
portal.
will, yeah, that I 100% believe they don't count because they're not they don't own your domain. But if
you
I am
have an
Alex,
internal service desk,
Yeah, internal services. So I'm alex@kingbob.com, and I don't have access to any of your Juras or anything else. And I'm just being given access to be a portal customer because I am leveraging that SSO. I will count.
Yeah, I would
That
agree
makes.
with the logic of that there, and that there probably should be a clarification.
But we will talk to the
Next time
authors.
they
Worry
upper
not,
up the
folks.
course.
Worry not. Worry not, internet. We will talk to Joanna because we're like BFFs now. Although
Because
she broke
Alex
my heart
sounds so
because she doesn't
relentlessly
need
about
internet now,
these
but then
things.
she. Hey, this is
Okay,
important.
it
All right,
is.
managing your bill. So managing your bill is often about reducing the total number of billable users on a product plan. So remove or suspend individual access. I recommend that you go through this at least every 90 days. If you have a limited number of licenses, I go through them every 30 days. So if you're in my Jira and you haven't used Jira in 30 days, you're out, buddy. But at least 90 days. I hate it. It breaks my heart when people have lost somebody from like 2 years ago, from like the 2020 layoffs that happened, during the beginning of COVID. And every single month for the last 3 years, they've paid that $15 a month fee for that user. It just breaks my heart. Stop throwing money away. Double check your people here. Deactivate or delete managed accounts. Again, we talked about this where you may need to go into especially for managed, right? You got to go into your service provider to get rid of them over there. Set up your non-billable policy. Again, be very, very careful with this, folks. Like, this is doable. This is a functionality that is allowable. You will piss people off, I guarantee you. Don't say you weren't warned. It's possible, doable, but just know that somebody's going to get mad. Downgrade. This is just if you want to like not use all the functionalities that you're paying for, you can downgrade. So that'll make your plan cheaper. Most times, though, the way Atlassian is going today, just the trend, they want you to upgrade. They're giving you everything on premium, and standard and free are getting less and less features every single day, which also breaks my heart a lot. And then delete the product entirely. That's a little bit more extreme, though. Test your knowledge. User has a product access and their status is invited. They are billable. Blank.
That's blank.
Non-billable.
Ooh.
A user's at. Wow. Okay. This is weird. Okay. That's funny. Which account counts towards your bill access bill? Managed accounts on enterprise plans. Technically, yes, but we'll see. Managed accounts on free plans, yes. Managed accounts without product access, no. Managed accounts that are deactivated, no. So it's gonna go free because this one's about word choice, right? This is all about, yes, a managed account and enterprise plan will count for Atlassian access, but you don't get billed, right? But they do count because they're part of the mix, right? It's more transparent. So it's, again, English is hard, but this one's definitely the most right answer, the most obviously right answer, right? Because if they're a managed account and they're on a free plan, they're not on an enterprise, so they are going to consume an actual seat that you're visibly going to be able to see this time. So we'll go with that one. All right, now for some exam hints. For the exam questions about billable users, pay attention to clues about location within the admin hub, the product and subscription plan, and whether it's a sandbox. Pay attention to the user status. It'll be very important for you to know. Oh no. Sample questions. Dun dun
All right.
dun. Your billing preview appears as shown. Confluence free 10 users. Software standard 11 users. You just invited a new user to Confluence and gave them access to all of your spaces. You also removed the user from your software product access. Okay. What happens immediately afterwards? So Confluence will be upgraded to a standard plan. Yes. Because you went to 11. Confluence will begin a standard plan trial period. Also, yes, because you went to 11. Your software will be downgraded to the free plan. Hell no. Atlassian will never, ever take money back away from you. They always want your money. They're going to conveniently.
This is a fun thing where the internet lasts forever. So,
But this is true. Like, why would
well,
at last no company would be like, hey guys, you lost a soul. We're going to give it to you free again. No, you got to go and upgrade to that one. Jira software will begin a free trial period. No, this one just is wrong. Like, how
Okay.
can you be on a trial of free? It's like both subscriptions will remain the same. No, because you will have to change. You have to change Confluence. There's a limit of 10, and you're going to 11. And then both subscriptions will change. No, because the standard will even if you go down to 10, you'll still be paying for 10 standard. So we're left to B and C.
Yeah,
So
you whittled it down from 6 to 2. So which is it? You got a 50-50 shot now.
I know. Well, this one it can be true, but it's not always true, right? Because it's only going to be true the very first time. But we don't have enough information to know that because I don't think that if you change them, like, because then that would
Take
be the ultimate
so
hack.
just to kind of help you out here and to kind of give away what I think the correct answer is.
I think it's A.
Notice the word immediately.
I think it's A because B could be true, but then this would be like the ultimate hack. And I think Atlassian wouldn't allow for this, right? Because who am I to like go? Let's just say I want a standard, right? And I want to get free 15-day trials of standard. I can upgrade to standard, get my free 15-day trial, downgrade back to free, and then come back up to like I could infinitely do this. And I don't think Atlassian would allow for that. So I want to say it's A. Let's see if I'm right. I'm wrong. Why? Why would Atlassian allow me to do a hack like this?
Well, first off, if you were on the free plan, you didn't have to give any billing information. No credit card, no nothing, right?
That's true.
But once you hit that number 11, then you're I mean, they're not going to leave you in a lurch. So they'll put you onto that trial for standard or premium, and then for the 14 days of standard or
30 days of
um,
premium.
30 days of premium.
I
And
also
then
kind of
at
feel
the
like they
end of
don't
that,
even.
that's when they're going to ask you for, okay, we need a credit card.
Yeah, but then again, so now what's stopping me from like at the end of those 14 days dropping my users back down to 10, going back on free because you can downgrade, and then coming back into standard?
Well, I mean, there isn't.
I would like to try that because if I just found a way to get infinite Jira or Confluence and Jira for free,
By switching from at 10
watch
users
them
switching.
change the test because of this.
Watch them change the policy because of this. We'll call it the Alex Ortiz rule. There's a lot of
Yeah,
stuff that it's going to be called the Alex. Okay, so
I'm just like
uh,
I like playing devil's advocate. Like, but you can understand why my logic. I 100% agree with your logic, but now you can understand why I was hesitant to pick that one because it felt like a hack. It felt like Atlassian shouldn't allow that because then I can infinitely get myself free Jira and Confluence.
So this speaks to the standard mechanism, and we'll actually, I think we talk about this later and this is an important part of the exam, and I think we talk about jumping levels, either upgrading from free to a paid plan or downgrading from a paid plan to a free plan. What happens, and you have to know this for the exam.
Yeah. So we're gonna.
So when you go from a free to a paid plan, you don't immediately get billed. You will
No.
go through that plan's trial, 14 days for standard, 30 days for premium.
So and we're gonna do it right now. We're gonna set it up, and then in 14 days we're gonna come back, folks, and we're gonna do this together, right? Because I'm gonna move it from free. If this thing wants me to go, we're gonna go to standard today. And look, I can just skip it. I don't have to put this in. And I got my Confluence on premium. In 14 days, we will come back and I'm gonna move it down to free again. And then we're gonna move it back up to premium to standard and see if I can get into an infinite loop of getting myself free Jira and Confluence. Oh, Bob,
So
the things we do on the internet. All right,
right.
your organization only has Jira software and Jira work management. The directory includes the 6 users below. We got Greg, Hank, Ian, Jack, Katie. They're active, invited, suspended. Okay, which are considered billable? So we got Greg is active but doesn't have access to any products. So no. This homie Hank is invited and has access to one, so Hank is definitely good. Ian's invited, but nothing, so no. Jack is invited and has access to two, so yes. Katie is invited and has access to one, so yes. Look at that. I'm not completely useless. Onward. All right.
All right.
We're good to go. So let's go over to section 2 and let's see if we can knock this out in 20 minutes. Managing users. We're going to
Yes.
look at understanding managed and non-managed accounts, granting access to products via product roles, prompt reset passwords, suspend and restore access, remove a user and log in as a user. So let's open these bad boys up and start reading through them. And I'm really hoping that we have time to not go on so many tangents. All right. Removing or suspending a user. Hopefully these are trivial. These feel like it's just like very black and white. Right. So which user? So to go to your admin.atlassian.com, go to your directory, go to your user, right? And then once you're there, then all you're gonna want to do is like find the user you want, click on the ellipses, and remove the user. And so we'll do this here. We'll come back over to this Jira over here. We have a user, so we'll go to directory. We're inside of users, so we have Rodney at King Bob. So we'll just go to this homie here, and you click on the ellipses here, and you just simply remove the user. Now, the thing I will tell you, when you remove a user, which is a drastic thing to do in my opinion, that user is gone, right? It
Yep.
will say in Jira, in your tickets, right? So let's just assume that they did have tickets and or things were assigned to them or they were the reporter of things. It'll come back as deactivated or deleted user, no, or something user that comes back with nobody, which is a problem because now you cannot find the issues that were assigned to Rodney. If you make them suspended, however, they don't have access, so you're covered with the billing, and you're covered with the security of it, but you can at least still find the issues that used to belong to Rodney. So I always tell teams suspend them, never remove, unless you have like a really, 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 really good reason to remove. What
Right.
do you think?
And then
Well,
suspended users can be reactivated. So
yeah. So if they, for whatever reason you want to bring them back on, suspended, you can always re-enable. But once you remove a user, they're gone, and their paper trail of them existing in Jira is also gone. So use this as I would say as a last case, unless you're 1000% sure this user's never coming back. Because otherwise, when they come back, they're going to be a whole new person, and don't ask for historical data. Next up, control how users get access to products. So we've covered this before, but this is freaking confusing. So let's cover it some more. So this page covers the settings that control how users get access to your product. So users within a product access also have organization access. Each user that joins the organization takes up a license seat for each product that they have access to. So let's go look at that. So remember, we talked about approved domain. So when you add a user, if they're in an approved domain, then they're automatically going to get whatever stuff you get, whatever you configured in your approved domain section.
right.
But we told you, don't do that. We told you not to do that because, this is, again, Atlassian, of course, is the first thing, right? Internet lives forever. So sorry, Atlassian. But this makes the most sense for Atlassian because it's the most convenient way to do it, but also ching, right? Like Atlassian will get money for every single person because you'll set up your policy and like 2 years from now, your same policy you have, and now you have like 1,000 more users that have joined your company since 2 years ago, but now all of a sudden your Atlassian bill's 1,000 times higher. And of course, that's goodness for Bob's stock, but really bad for your wallet.
Okay, so Alex is kind of throwing out a blanket statement here. I think approved domains are a useful tool. So, for example, if you want to make sure that any user in your email domain is a JSM customer, you
Yeah,
can set up their role
just the
in the
customer,
approved domain.
but we discussed this last time, but that's okay because they're free. And
Right.
potentially fully free, but we will come back to you with respect to the Atlassian Access bill.
Okay.
Because
But
now
Okay, so leaving Atlassian Access aside because
Aside.
it's a separate thing.
But we
We
said
are
this though.
remember
We
talking
said
about
this in the
product access.
yeah, but we said
All
this in
right,
the last video. If you are gonna do approved domain, leave just the customer.
right,
This is a good policy because it's free. But
right.
don't do any of the other ones because then it's not free. And then Bob's getting money in his stock.
So approved domains is one tool that you can use, and Alex is going to talk about the other two tools
Yes.
that I think are there.
There are the other ones.
Well,
uh
invitation links and
I don't think they're in here. Are they?
is it
Yeah,
there?
user invites. Okay.
Yeah, and user invites.
Configure how users with non-public. So there is, remember, an any domain one that we've also covered. So enable that one if you want to. Again, both of these approved domains, in my opinion, though, are a surefire way to get into some trouble. So exercise caution when you're looking at these. So these steps are exactly the same between any domain and a specific domain. So they're or an approved domain. So they're exactly the same steps. You're going to do them in the same screen, and we've already covered them. So next we got user invites. So you can go to the product and you know invite somebody, and when you're doing that, you will
You can
then
specify whether or not they
yeah,
need
a product.
approval from the admins.
Right. So when you come over here, when you come over here to add user, you'll invite user, and then you pick the product role here. So that's also happening there. And then you can customize the message that goes out to them. Have you ever customized the message? I've never customized the
I
message.
never do.
And then that's it. So this doesn't and then there's the invitation link. So again, remember that there's a way to circumvent your admin approval by generating where did they go? Was it products?
Yeah.
User access setting, invitation links. So you can give these links which circumvent any admin approval. So again, not a good idea. Nothing on this page is good for you from a enterprise or company perspective. Great from a Atlassian perspective and a make it your life easier perspective, but keep that in mind. Okay, so how does product access work? So this is where things get a little bit more into the. So the last page we basically covered like, hey, how do we get somebody into our org, right? But now being in your org is great, except it doesn't do much, right? Because if you don't have access to it, you're a product, then there's no like, why are you here, right? So obviously we're here because we want to have access to something. So this is kind of where we cover that. So as an admin, you're going to be able to do this in different ways, right? So you're going to be able to assign product roles. So to give product access, you must assign them to a role. Now keep in mind that this is a product role. Okay, we later on in different when you're inside of Jira and in Confluence, you also have project roles, well, specifically in Jira. So don't confuse your project roles from your product roles. Okay. Organization admins are able to assign product roles. User access admins can also do this. This is new. Has this been rolled out yet, Bob?
What's that?
This user access admin?
It has been rolled out. You'll actually see it in the on the user interface, but it is not covered on the exam. The
Okay,
course
because
does
this
not mention user access.
but it's not a group that I can pick yet, right?
It's not a group. It's a role. It's not a group. It's a role.
Okay, so then if I come over here to Jira, user access admin. So I'm just gonna quickly mention this, folks. So this is fun. If you want somebody to be an admin, but you don't want them to be an admin of Jira, you could make them a user access, which means that they can administer the
Who gets
groups
into
and the
Jira?
who gets into Jira, but they don't go to your workflows, they don't go to your
Yeah.
your screens, your fields, and all that good stuff. They don't have to have those technical chops, which is great if you have like an HR person that manages your Jira, or if you have some non-technical person in your company managing your Jira, and you want them to still be able to do like all the billing and stuff. You can give them this new, which again is not in the exam and is just rolling out. You can give them this user access admin, which only basically lets them manage users. because the org admin gives you all the power in the world, and you don't always want that either, right? So your Atlassian is rolling out this new functionality. So I thought I'd throw it out because some people are seeing it in documentation, but it's still not rolled out to everybody. So keep that in mind. Right, because again, the site admin can do it, but they get all the power, which is also different from the Jira admin. So you could give somebody the group of administrator or the group of Jira administrator, and that's going to let them do all the workflows and fields and custom fields and stuff, but they're not going to be able to see anything on the admin.atlassian.com. And so that's too limiting. But then the next step up is to go to your site/org admin, but that gives you everything. And so now they're kind of dividing it where you can do just Jira admin, technical, all of it, or just the user management. So I think that's smart.
Yep.
But again, not rolled out to everybody, but coming to a theater near you. All right. And then you can also do this is an additional layer of access that gives more granular control over specific areas. For example, you can use both in-product permissions to limit a user's access to secret Jira projects or confidential Confluence spaces. Holy moly. Both org admins and product admins can apply this level of permission. This is confusing. This shouldn't be on the test.
Yeah, I think that actually is a level deeper, where it's and it's basically scoped to the product itself, where you you essentially give somebody access to a project, through browse
Right.
project,
Yeah. Which I don't. Yeah.
through
That wouldn't
project
even be
permissions,
covered in the.
or give access to somebody to a space through space
Right.
permission. So,
Which again wouldn't be covered in the exam here. Good morning, Damien. Thanks for coming in. Good morning.
hey,
Happy New
Damien.
Year's Eve. All right. Assign product roles. So we got 8 minutes here. I don't know how much we're going to get through all this. So as an organization, you're going to grant the default level of product access to users by doing the following. So you're going to assign a product role when you invite the user. You're going to assign a product role to give product access to an existing user, or you're going to add one or users to a group, which then gives them for access. A user access admin can also do these tasks, but only for products they administer. This means that if a product's default group also includes products they don't administer, a user access admin won't be able to grant access to do that product. So as you can see over here, when we came over here with Rodney, he can access for this Jira software if I give it to him, but he wouldn't be able to do it for JSM, and he wouldn't be able to do it for Confluence, and he wouldn't be able to do it for this other Jira software unless I check them all. So keep that in mind. So now, Bob, this whole user admin thing becomes totally useless for me. Because way to introduce a cool feature and then handicap it. Sorry, Atlassian. This is why I'm not sponsored by Atlassian. All right, so let's just take a look at this. So we got users. We got a user here. We put this user into a default software group for Jira software and for a default group for Confluence. And so because we put them in there, they're going to get access to these two products. Notice that they don't get access to this one because each one of them is going to be configured a little bit differently, right? So you have the option to dictate who gets what and what goes who, right? So that's just kind of like the nature of the beast, and you just got to know how that works. And we can see that over here, right? So when we come over here to the products, right, we're going to have these actions to manage product. And so you notice that I have Jira software study one and the non-study one, right? And so when I click on this manage product, I get to pick the groups that go in there. Notice that it's the Jira software user access admins. And then notice that I have the Jira software users ACP-520 APTAC. Okay. But when I go to the other one, you should notice that I have the ACP 528 2. Notice that the one without the 2 is not here, and they're not a default group. So by putting somebody into one, they don't automatically get everything. I could, however, if I wanted to, maybe, we'll see how right this is. I could come in and grab, maybe, yep, this one, and then give it to them. But that's again a now configurable thing that you're doing. So you can slice and dice this any way you want, but it doesn't work out of the box. All right, so but the long story short here though is you just got to make sure that and I'm gonna go over details, and I don't want to rush into this one, so I think we're gonna pick this back up, Bob. I don't know, maybe next weekend, right? But the key
Well, you
thing to
definitely
know
have
here,
a 2-week window because you set that confluence
yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah. So we'll go over details on how all this works, because this right here, though, like I recommend you definitely set up a couple free jurors like we have here, and then play around with this, right? Because you really deeply want to understand how this works. Like this is probably one of the more confusing things, but something you use like daily, but as you're adding
So,
teams.
so Damien here is going to be our little chaos agent here, where he says, if
Yeah,
you have
let's just
admins,
pause it
devs,
here.
agents, and customers all in one group, user management in Atlassian becomes very easy. Yeah.
If you have admins, devs, agents, and customers all in one group, yeah.
I mean, user management might become easy. Other aspects of your life may not. So,
Yeah. And your billing department might not be happy with all the bills. I actually was like, I was working with a team recently that I was like, you're paying for everybody to have everything. I'm like, you guys know that, right? Like everybody has everything. And they weren't like on like the standard and free stuff, right? Like they were on premium everything. And they had everybody's an agent. Everybody's got Confluence Premium. Everybody's got Jira Premium. And I'm like, like your whole company has access to everything. That's a very expensive bill. They're like, oh, because for convenience. I'm like, well, convenience comes at a price, folks. It comes at a price. I'm a little bit more frugal than most. Okay. If your organization needs a confidential Jira project, then you want to restrict access based on a user's role. For example, you may want to restrict access for contractors and vendors, but only allow access. So, in this particular case, I think this is a. I don't think that this would be covered in the exam, because this is like a practical thing where you pay me to help you figure this out, type of thing. But you are definitely going to want to get creative with your groups, but I don't think this is covered in the exam. So, but we go into groups, right? So groups are going to help you do this. I think it'll help you manage this a little bit easier, because groups are containers for where you put people in. And as you saw right now, as you see here, these are all groups, and you can give access licenses to people based on what group they're in. So you don't individually need to go in and like, I mean, you can individually go in and put somebody like toggle on their license. But when you toggle on their license, all you're doing is putting that user into this group. And then this
yeah,
group's the default group, which means that they can get the license. So everything at the end of the day is managed at a group level. And
it is.
all you need to understand from a group perspective is that there's going to be some groups that are driven or used for license. Like all these groups here will give you a license to this product. And then there's going to be groups that are just there for bucketization, right? They're just there for, like, I can just create a group that says like Alex's group, right? And this group doesn't do anything. I can put every single person in this group, like every person, and nothing happened. All I did was like put them into a bucket. It's not until I put this group into this managed product page and add it over here that I now made Alex's group a very expensive group. But up until that moment, you can create 1,000 groups just to kind of organize people. You can organize your customers. You can organize your clients. You can organize whatever you want, right? But just be careful when you put those groups into that product role, which is then what then starts driving up your costs. But yeah, so just understand that at the end of the day, whenever you're giving access to the product, whenever you're giving a license, you're gonna put somebody into a group, whether that's a
Yes.
custom group or whether it's the out of the box group. Um, the group and the product access is the same. They're one and the same at first when you first set them up.
Right. And that's also true if you don't even, when you give product access to somebody, you don't even mention what group they're in. So if you specify the product and the role, you're still going to be putting them into a group. And the
Yeah.
group that they get put into are the default access groups.
And it's gonna be like this one's for the admins and this one's for users. Like this just comes out of the box. It's vanilla, right? Like don't mess with it if you don't understand it. But just know that I can take Bob's group and I can make it the default as user. So now anytime I add somebody to Bob's group,
As a
automatically they're gonna
user.
be put. as a user.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime that I go to any other user, so I can go over here to my users and I can come to Rodney and I can add users to a group and I can add him to Bob's group, and now he has a Jira license, even though I didn't do anything else, right? All I did was add him to a group, right?
Right.
I didn't mess around with this. I didn't touch this in any way, shape, or form. But because I now put him in Bob's group and Bob's group has access to these two products, not only did I give him a Jira license, but I also gave him a Confluence license. if this is true here, right? Which it is in this case. Right? Notice how this group, Bob's group, is designed to grant licenses to both Confluence and Jira. I can manipulate this by going to my product, going to Confluence, removing Bob's group here, right? And so now when I go to my directory and I go back to Mr. Rodney and I go show details here, notice that this used to say 2, but now it says 1. And I could, again, take another step and remove Bob completely. Right? But these are the out of the box groups. These are non-negotiable, folks. Like you can't delete these groups. And so I would say if you're kind of new, trust in the fact that when I add, so watch this. Like I can do this over here too, right? I can simply remove this Confluence 8-20 and it's going to get rid of this guy here. So all I need to do is come here, deselect that. And once, see, it just went away. So by giving this up here, you're basically just adding a user to a group, but that group happens to be a default group. And so just know that you can add users in one of two ways. You can either toggle these licenses over here by doing the drop down, or right, or I can put somebody back into so watch this. So let me take that group. Let me take Bob's group, put him into the Confluence one. So if I go to Confluence over here, go to Manage Product, I'm going to add Bob's group over here, and I'm going to give him a user role. Click Add. So now when I go to Directory and I go back to Ronnie's account and I show the details, notice that the user for Confluence is enabled again, even though I turned it off, right? And notice that he's still not in that Confluence one anymore. But he does have a Confluence license because he's in Bob's group, and Bob's group grants him access to that. And if you can master just that 5 seconds there, you're solid.
Yeah.
You're good. That's
Yeah.
all you need to know. That's literally how you access groups. So master that, and then I think we're good. So that explains basically everything that we just explained here in all these pictures, but in 5 seconds. So that's it for this. And Bob, we are out of time. We are still 4 pages out. So we're going to have to pick this back up. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Bob, you doing anything fun tonight?
I celebrate New Year's when the East Coast celebrates New Year's, so that means
That's what we're gonna do
I'm
this year.
I'm done at I'm done at 10. So
That's what we're gonna be doing this year. Because last year we stayed up to midnight, but we stayed up to midnight for Christmas Eve. Because I don't know if the internet knows, but Hispanics or Mexicans specifically celebrate Christmas on Christmas Eve and not Christmas Day. And so we stayed up till midnight, and the next 3 days was hell. So my wife's like, "We're all going back to work and we're all going back to school on Tuesday. So let's not do that again tomorrow night or tonight." So we're going to do it East Coast time. So New York will be with you in spirit, from Southern California and Phoenix, respectively. So that's it for this one. I hope you enjoyed it. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Hopefully you found this beneficial. We do want to get through. I mean, I have to get through these over the next couple of weeks. So, Bob,
yeah,
do you need to be a part of?
he's got the deadline of like February something, so he's
Yeah.
got to.
So the question becomes, Bob, can I do these without you, or do I have to stay along with you? Because I don't want to inconvenience you. But we can also do them in the afternoons or evenings if you got time.
Give me a holler and I'll make time.
All right, that's
I gotta help you get this cert.
Yeah, I probably want to do one like on Tuesday or Wednesday this week so that we can just keep the momentum going, because we got to probably do one Tuesday, Wednesday, and then like Saturday or Sunday. We got to get these done. All right, folks. Hopefully you enjoy this. We're going to try to come back at you with 2 more. Hopefully finish chapter 2 by the end of this week, and then chapter 3 or module 3 next week, and then chapter 4 the week after that. And then we're done before January, and I can take the test like the first week of February. So let's do that. All right. Make sure you subscribe.
Happy New Year. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Oh, wait, wrong button. I got to stop the stream. All right. Welcome to part 5. hopefully there's an end in sight, but we're about halfway through. And today we're going to be finishing up managing users, the 2.1 section, and then we're going to hit up 2.3. And Bob, you gotta you gotta keep me here on track. I can't be going on all these tangents everywhere.
Yeah, something tells me that I'm gonna
That's
have to rein you in a little more when you start getting off on the tangents. You know, there. So one thing, and this is for the benefit of those taking the exam. Remember, there is some utility in knowing other ways of doing things. I mean, one of the key features of an Atlassian tool like Jira and Confluence is its flexibility, that there is more than one way to proverbially skin that cat.
a lot,
And
yeah.
and Alex is teaching you his way that he's gotten through experience. You know, is that always going to be the right answer on a certification exam? Maybe, maybe not. But it's I think it's beneficial to know that there are other avenues. So
Look at Bob making my flaws look good. Let's talk about that viral post too, by the way. No,
let's not.
you want to know the number, the latest number?
This
I'll give
video
it
is
to you.
going to surpass that, surpass
Yeah,
those, because
you think so?
people are, well, I think so. These ones within days get into the hundreds. So
Hundreds, yeah, no, yep, no, they're doing well. But we're at 88,000 plus views on that post. So, all right, well, let's jump into it then. I'll start sharing my screen, and we are going to continue. Again, this is more of my audition and preparation for when I do the live training, so that I am able to handle the live stream, because I've been telling Rob, and I met with a couple people, live streaming, live teaching, a little bit harder than just doing a pre-recorded video. So here we are again, 2.1, section 2.1. We did cover a couple of items. We're just going to pick it up where we left off, which was give users access to products. And I know we kind of rushed there at the end a little bit too, so we'll kind of refresh as appropriate and as needed. So when you're looking at user management and giving access to products, we mentioned in the last video, so make sure you are subscribed and make sure you check out the rest of the playlist. This is part 5. There's 4 other parts. You're definitely going to want to check those out. But when you're granting access, groups are very tightly coupled with all of this. So we're just going to go through this and kind of show you the the experience and what you need to know here. So users are managed at the admin.atlassian.com. And I do want to take a break here, a little timeout, because this, if you're coming over from Jira server land, Jira data center land, this is new. This is different. But I think we mentioned this before, but when it comes specifically to users, I think a lot of people are used to managing your users within Jira, but in the cloud, you don't. All the access and all the product stuff is happening upstairs. It's in the admin land that sits above everything. So I just want to reiterate that very, very important point. Now, again, this whole original and centralized, you're going to want to follow whatever is said in the documentation, in the actual course that you get when you sign up for the course. And by the way, we do need to do an update. We have a date. Where's Rodney with his drum roll? February 10th is the day that I'll be taking the exam. So it'll be my 35th birthday present to myself if I pass or fail this dumb thing. Okay. So for the purpose of the exam, the centralized view is not in scope. And so a lot of our arguments between Bob here and Joanne from the exam prep, right, is because most of my experience is in centralized. Most of the things that I do in day-to-day fashion are in a centralized UI, but the original is really what's in scope here. So everything that in this documentation, you want to just focus on the new one, not the or is it backwards? Sorry, I think I had it backwards. This is centralized what you want. You don't
centralized
want
is what you
original.
want.
Yeah, original is the old one.
Most of the course, most of the exam will be looking more
On
at the
centralized.
centralized. That
Yeah.
being said, there are always going to be tweaks to the user interface, because we are in a cloud environment, and those changes from Atlassian happen minute by minute. It seems like. So remember, when you are studying for this exam, the exam will be tied to the course.
Yep. And again, so centralized is what you want. So inviting users, we've kind of already covered this in the past too. So this is kind of more of a refresher, right? But essentially, when you invite new users, there's a pop-up window, and we'll log in here to Jira. In typical wrong window. Oh boy, I think I need to do ACP-520. Okay, and then everybody, give me one second here because I do need to change. I wish that Atlassian's admin portal would be sticky. I wish I wouldn't have to change. I wish it knew which account I was in, and that I didn't have to change every time. But feature request, Atlassian. Feature request.
And I'm kind of like, oh, why is this stuck on this account? I actually need to be on the other account. So I'm kind of
Yeah.
ding you from the other side.
So what this is saying here, though, when you're gonna invite a new user, right? You're gonna be encountering with this thing here. So we'll go like Sean at kingbob.com. And this right here is where you're gonna give the product access. So if they're a user, that'll be a licensed user that'll be consuming a license. We have this new user admin, which again is not gonna be on the test yet because it's a whole new feature. So you don't have to worry about that, but you do have the ability to basically give them the user. That means they have a license. Customer, no license. User, again, over here means you do have a license. So you'll just pick appropriately for the product. So that's what this first section here is saying. And then this is where things get interesting. So if you want to take an existing user and give them access, you don't re-invite them. They already exist. So this window of opportunity here is missing. It's gone. And so the way you do that is you go into an existing user, like we'll click here into Rodney, and you'll see the UI here. And so again, the same rules apply. So if it says user, that means that they're consuming a license. And if it says customer, then that means they just have access to like your service portal, but they don't actually consume a license. And the user access admin, and not on the exam, but just know that it's a new thing where it lets you manage your users there.
Yep.
So that's what that's saying there. So again, you just go to your users and you grant the access. Now there is a different way. You gotta click into here, and then you can do the drop down. And what this is going to do that's different from over here is if a product is not listed. So let me remove Rodney from this Confluence here, and I hit refresh. This item should go away. That Confluence line item is gone. So now you're going like Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. How do I give Rodney Confluence access? It's not in the dropdown. Well, that's what this button's for. So if you click on this button up here, you'll be able to select Confluence and add them to the user. Now, if you all remember from the last video, alternatively, we can simply add Rodney to a group, specifically like the Confluence user one, and that's also going to do the exact same thing, and it's going to essentially add Confluence to Rodney's account. So for sake of this demo, I'm just going to add this, grant the access, and Rodney should now have Confluence access. So that's really, really easy. I think a lot of people might overcomplicate it than what it actually is, but it's personally pretty easy.
So
read that as in bob and drag.
So there have been two. So Alex just talked about two ways of kind of doing it, right? You select the product and you select the role, or you select the group. And oftentimes that group is the one where licenses are whose membership in that group determines whether or not they pull a license. All right. These are kind of the same ways of getting that product access and in getting into that appropriate role. And you'll see that the way that it's done, it's still going to point to those same areas. When we start talking about things like default access groups and what a default access group is.
Yep. So we'll get into more details there in a second. All right. So as we continue this is important, right? So this is on the test. This is something you should definitely know. Who can do these things? Like, is it the org admin? Is it the site admin? Is it the Jira admin? Is it the administrator? Like, you need to know what all the different administrator groups do and who they are and what they can do. And in this particular case, it's the org admins. Again, this user access shouldn't be on the test because it's a fairly new thing. Andy's got a good point here. So Andy, how screwed am I then? My test date is February 10th. I've already signed up. I've already paid. I've already confirmed.
So I think what Andy is talking about, it's actually a different thing. The in the current Atlassian certification, there is a standing, kind of an elite standing, where if you have passed about 4 of the Atlassian certification exams, you can get the Atlassian certified expert.
Oh, okay. So it's not about that the test's gonna change on me. 'Cause
No, 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 it's not. I don't think it's
I've
about
had
the
that
test.
happen before, and that deja vu right there would be very, very hard
Right. And so this
on
is
my soul.
so because you're going after your first certification, it doesn't apply.
You don't need to rub it in, Bob.
But
I'm
I'm
working on it.
I'm just
I'm
I'm just
working on it.
educating the folks out there.
Just educating them. Okay. So creating groups. Do we need to talk about this yet? I don't know why they threw that in here. We'll probably talk about, yeah, let's talk about groups, right? So in this same UI, we've been in users this whole time, but if you click on groups over here, then you're able to create groups. And we talked about groups again briefly in the last session, but just to recap, you can create groups as just a container, right? Just a bucket where you put people into it to categorize, bucketize your users. That's it. These groups are beneficial because then you can take those groups and you can share a filter with them. You can share project access with them, right? You can do dashboards. So they're very, very beneficial from that respect. So it's not just a containerization aspect, but it does have within the wonderful world of Jira and Confluence, respectively, some additional bonuses. Now, optionally, this is totally optional. You can take said group and you can give them access to a product. As you can see here, this particular Alex's group here says none, which means that this group doesn't have access to any products. So if I put anybody in Alex's group here, all that happens is they're in a group called Alex's group, and that's it. Maybe if those groups are used within Jira for a project access or a filter share or a dashboard share, then they'll be helpful. But just doing that doesn't do anything. Optionally, as I mentioned, you could go and put a group into the product access category,
Yes.
which we talked about in the last video, and then placing a user in this group puts them in that category, but will also grant the license. And you want to be careful here, right? Because this can get hairy and it can get confusing, and you can accidentally forget that a group like Bob's group, which is not descriptive in any way, shape, or form, is granting licenses, and you're like, why isn't my Atlassian bill coming down? Like I've removed them from the users group, I've removed them from that group, but they're still in a group that still gives them licenses. So you want to be cautious with your groups there and
Right.
make your groups descriptive and be careful to just so it all makes
And then
sense.
one other caveat as far as the description of the groups go. Suppose you had a group called Alex's Jira group, and you put that into to allow product access to Confluence. Now, the name Alex's Jira group may have, now has no relationship at all with Confluence, but is still granting Confluence licenses. So it's always important to kind of dig deep and not just look at the name, but also see
Yeah.
if it's allowing product access into which products.
Yeah. And up until very recently, once you picked the group, that was it. You could change the description, but you couldn't change the name. So I don't know if this is on the test. But just know that
Just know that
now,
you can change both the name and the description.
yeah. And again, this is the newer feature. All right. So who can add the groups, right? It's the same group of people, right? If you can get to this page here to the users and groups, which is mainly the org admins, that's it. So anybody else, any Jira admins, any administrators, any Confluence admins are not gonna be able to get here. Just the org/site admins. But again, refer to the official training for the name, but it should be org admin because I got tired of fighting the site admins already. All right. Coming down the list here. So this right here is gonna walk us through something again that we did last time, which is if you take a group. So let's go back to my groups, and I have Alex's group here. You have the ability to add this group to a product access, and the way we do that, according to the instructions, you go in the group access table and add product. So I don't know that that's correct because I couldn't see it. Did you see that?
Let me see.
There's no There's no button there. When I go over here, I can only add use. Oh, they're down here. Then you click on add product. Wow, that's a gray button that I was not looking for. I was looking for a blue button. click on that gray button, pick the product that you want this group to be in. Again, and follow Bob's advice there, right? Like if you're gonna name it Bob's group, Bob's team,
Bob's Jira
be
group.
careful.
Make sure that
Yeah,
it's at least your if
just
you
Jira.
want that group to give access, make sure the only product that you specify is Jira and not
Yeah, because
something like Confluence.
yeah, right. Because then I mean, Jira will let you do, or Atlassian will let you do it, but you got to be very careful because then that's how things get very confusing. And as a Jira admin, Atlassian admin ain't gonna look very good for you, right? So apples to apples here. Try to stay as consistent as possible with the naming conventions here. So if I do that, if I just add it to Jira, now by me putting a member or user into this group or a member, they'll automatically be given a Jira license. And so that's how easy that is. And again, just know that the org admins can do that. Product admin. So the product admins is a little bit more interesting. So depending on which product you're looking at, and we've discussed this before, but let's go over here and let's go back into Ronnie over here. Jira Service I can't speak. Jira Service Management, Jira Software are bucketized under Jira. And so if you wanted to make an admin for Jira Service Management or Jira Software, you have two options. You can either A, make them an org admin, and that'll automatically give them everything, or you can grant access and just give them the specific product that you want them to be an admin of, right? And so you can make them a product admin. They'll only be a product admin for that Jira,
Right.
not the other one.
So remember that for the Jira has several products under it, right? Jira Software, Jira Work Management, Jira Service Management. Now, if you want to make somebody a product admin of Jira, you're going to make them a member of a pseudo product called Jira Administration.
Which
And
is this one
this
here.
grants them administrator, the administrator godlike powers for
Workflows, custom fields,
software, work
screens.
management, and
Yeah.
and service management. So it's all in one. Confluence,
Confluence is over here
all by its lonesome.
because there's no other Confluence cousin.
Right.
So they're all the same. So Confluence
So you
happens
do
over
that
here.
through Confluence itself. There will be a specific product admin role.
Okay, so that takes care of that one. Now, this one I would suspect is going to go, this is basically the inverse, right? So we just talked to you on how to add them. Logic will tell you, we'll reverse your steps and you'll be able to undo it, right? So again, centralized UI is the UI that the certification is under. Original is going to screw you if you're like me. Centralized, again, the same thing over here. The groups are the fastest way to do it. So all you got to do is you go to the product, you go to these manage access, and you remove group from the product. So this is drastic, right? So this is basically saying instead of doing like one individual at a time, you're going to remove an entire like species of people. That might be a little dramatic, but all you got to do is you go to products, you pick your product. So let's just pick Jira Software here. And we're going to click on manage product, and you'll notice that I have a bunch of groups. And so let's just say that we don't want Bob's to be a group anymore. Now watch this. I'm intentionally going to leave the default group because I want to see what happens. I want to delete, I want to remove this group. And so when I remove it, you'll notice that I can't. And the reason that is because it's a default group. And so you will need to make it not a default group. So you can change that to none. Click update. And then that'll remove the dot. So now that I don't have the check mark, now I can remove the group from the product. Now you will be tempted to remove something like this one. And so if we do the same thing, notice that it's grayed out, but also notice that this one's grayed out. You cannot mess with these. These are more immutable. These Jira software users, Jira software user access admins, these are default groups and they're just baked into Jira. So you can't mess with these. So you can have additional default groups beyond these, like the Bob's group, demo group here, but you cannot get rid of these groups. You want to be careful that these don't go away. The org admin, interestingly enough, you can get rid of. And in fact, I would highly recommend that if you are on JSM.
Wait, what? You can't
the org
do
admin,
that.
You can. You should.
No,
yeah, you can.
No,
yeah,
you can't.
Look, remove.
You can remove it from the product. Yes. Okay. Yes,
yeah.
you can. You can do that. Yes.
And then, so the tip that I'll give you is sometimes as an admin, so this is kind of like a catch-22, right? But if you have a Jira software admin, there will most likely need to be that individual may most likely should, hopefully, fingers crossed, also have to be your JSM admin. But some teams have limited JSM licenses because they cost 2 arms and a kidney. And so because of that, teams are usually a little bit more cautious with who consumes their JSM licenses. And you should be aware that out of the box, every org admin will consume a JSM license by default. And so what I typically tell teams is like, hey, if you want to be careful, maybe you only want one of your org admins to be an admin. Well, get rid of this group, put your org admin into another group, and put that group in here, right? Because otherwise there'll be every single org admin will take up a license. So if you have, like, let's just say you have 25 JSM licenses, but you have 17 admins for whatever reason, well, those 17 admins just took up 17 JSM seats. And so you don't have enough seats for all your agents. So you just keep that in mind. Okay, so that's the removing, that covers this remove the product. Down here, remove access for multiple products from a group. So rather than going the route that we just took, you can actually come in from the group level. So we can go back to directory, we can go to groups, you can go into a group. And down here, you'll see the list. Obviously, you only have one, but ideally we'll show you 2, 3 different products. You simply come over here and remove the product from the group. So know how to do that as well. Know that there's 2 different ways of doing that. Remove product access for an individual user. So we kind of covered this as well, right? So you could go back into your users, and we can go to Ronnie, and you have a couple of options here. You can just, let's just say we don't want Ronnie to have Confluence access anymore. We can just deselect that checkbox. Alternatively, we could remove them from this Confluence users group that just disappeared. So both methods will work. So let me put them back in. So the Confluence will show up, and then I can go over here and remove the user from this group. Removing that user from the group will remove this group, plus it'll pop this off as well. So there's no more Confluence over there. Why is Alex always picking on my name? Well, because Bob's here, and I'm
that's Rodney. Keep fighting.
Oh, and I'm afraid of Sean, so I don't want to piss Sean off. So, and I'm deathly afraid of Andy as well. So it's Ronnie or bust. Easy targets, Ronnie. Okay. So that covered that, and then all these are just the original. So look at that, we're making great progress. Deleting your Atlassian account. This is a little bit more extreme.
It is a little more extreme. So, this is kind of a weird place to kind of put it, but
I know. It's like, what? That's why I also looked back. I was like, wait, what why is this here?
It's I mean, we will be talking about it a little bit later, but so I like to think of the Atlassian account as kind of your passport into your organization, your organization's sites and products, or other organizations' sites and products. If they know what your Atlassian account is, or if they can add you to their organizations, right? So notice this is different from what is called a managed account. In other words, a managed account is done by your company or your your company, the place that you work for. If they have verified their email domain and you have set up an Atlassian account, an email using your company's email address, that's a managed account. And because it is controlled through Atlassian access and verified domains, your company has control of whether or not the existence of whether or not that Atlassian account exists or not. If it's unmanaged, you have the control of whether or not that Atlassian account exists. So when we're talking here about deleting your Atlassian account, this means it is not a managed account.
Right.
And you can go through and go ahead and cancel if you want to stop getting onto Atlassian cloud sites. But then there are going to be a few other things as well that are affected. Things like the Atlassian community, as well as any reviews that you put for marketplace apps in the Atlassian marketplace.
What about your certifications? Aren't those tied to your Atlassian ID as well?
Nope.
But you log into the account with this,
They
no?
log into the SSO, but you have control of your certification account through the you can specify 2 emails, and they don't have to be Atlassian accounts. All right, there is a single sign-on to tie into the to the account as well, but you can always change that up. And for instance, my
So it's
certification account is tied to my personal email, not my
yeah.
business email.
This so then how does Atlassian verify them, like, through the community, right? Like, how do they know that you have the certification?
Uh, Ask that question again, please.
Like how would Sean know that you have the
Oh,
certification?
right. Okay. Because I work for a partner, and there are requirements that partners have to maintain their standing. For example, platinum versus gold versus silver, I believe.
Bronze versus
No, there's 3 levels.
I pay someone to
Um,
check. Sean.
he does. He actually does pay somebody to check, and then I help her out a lot. I'm like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Actually, what we do is, or the way that you do that. Remember how I mentioned that there are that you can associate 2 emails on your certification account, as long as that business certification matches a partner's domain, that person counts as having X
I
number
remember.
of certs.
Yeah, I remember when Ronnie joined that you're like, hey, quickly go put in your RT email.
Mhm.
That makes sense. Okay, cool. Well, again, but deleting is usually a pretty extravagant thing to do.
It's
Most
a pretty
people,
extravagant thing.
yeah, and most people are coming in through a company, so those accounts will go away automatically when you quit or change teams, so that you don't typically have to worry about it, and you won't. If your company, former company, did a good job, you shouldn't be able to access anything anymore after you're gone. But this is more like for smaller, really small teams. Like I think we spent way more time on this
Yeah.
than the people that are actually deleting accounts. But just read through this, and if it's not, I know it's in the guide here, but we'll check it. We'll jump into the course material in a second and see if it's actually in there. But I would kind of just know that your full name, public name, and email addresses are deleted, but the content you created with the Atlassian account services, such as pages, issues, and comments you created, are not deleted. It is very inconvenient though, because if your account's gone, then nobody's gonna know who did it. There's just gonna be a page that you left behind, a trail of tears, if you will, of just bad things that you, or not bad things, but just things that you left behind that are now maybe obsolete. And there's just no traceability as to who did it, and it's
Unknown
really not a good.
user,
Yeah, it's
something
not
like
a
that.
good position. You shouldn't leave your company in that kind of a position. So deleting again is pretty extravagant. So I always tell teams like, hey, just suspend the access, but don't delete the accounts, because once you delete them, then there's no
Right.
traceability anymore.
Right.
You're,
One more thing, just to for completeness. If you delete your Atlassian account, you have 14 days to reconsider.
Poor
So
team.
it will be in kind of a grace period state for 14 days.
If you change your mind, you can restore your account before the 14-day period. Once it's over, your account's permanently deleted. And
Okay.
this is how you can restore it. So question for Alex, other than peer pressure, why get certified? That's a great question. I don't I don't know that I have a particular answer, because
I'm
I've
going
been
to
doing
answer for
well with.
Alex because I'm going to be the I'm one of the guys exerting peer pressure. I think it's good for Alex to go through the process and uncover the things that he doesn't generally see on a day-to-day basis.
What are you talking about? I see everything every day.
Uh,
I spend 14 hours a day in this dumb tool. I sleep and I see Jira in my dreams. Not a healthy way to sleep.
all right, moving on.
Logging in as another user. This has to be my favorite feature because Jira doesn't lie, but people lie. And I can't tell you how many times this functionality has given me the evidence, the proof, the data that I need to go, you're lying. Here's what I see. Not relying on screenshots, not relying on hearsay, right? It's you as an admin can go in to any user and you click on the little dots here, just like this, and you have a login as user. Favorite feature. I use this a dozen times every single day. Couple things that you should know. One, it is the buggiest feature that Atlassian has. And I tell you this because once you click this little X on this box, good luck trying to find it again. Have you ever hit that, Bob?
I have not. Then again, I haven't had the privilege of logging in as another user to
Really? Oh
kind of find
man,
out what they did wrong.
if you make the mistake of accidentally clicking this little X, because you got to access something that it's because this thing will cover over the UI some of the items. Good luck trying to find it back. It takes like an act of God to get this box to pop back up, and you can't go back to your account unless you like log out and like log out again and then log back in, and like it's like a whole mess. And like I wish this thing was more consistent. I wish that Atlassian would pop it up more because once you make that mistake of clicking that X, she's gone. She ain't coming back either. So a buggy feature. I love this feature, but this would be the only bug that Atlassian. If you can fix this thing, I could kiss you. Number two. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
So number two, you cannot, I repeat, log in as another org admin. So if you have a lot of org admins, then this is why it's another good reason to not have so many org admins because again, or people lie, Jira doesn't lie, but it's hard to argue with an org admin because you can't log in and then to see what they're seeing, right? So just know that you can't check each other.
There's actually a few other cases where logging in as another user will not work.
If they never logged in, ever.
Correct. If they haven't accepted their invitation, correct.
If they're a customer and they've logged into the portal, you can't see them either, from what I've seen.
Correct.
Which is the biggest annoyance ever. Atlassian, that should be a fix because I should be able to help troubleshoot my customers regardless if they're logged in or not. So Atlassian, we got to get a list of features here. Sean, you got any clout over there helping Atlassian make some changes to the Jiras? Because that would be a great feature to have. What else you got, Bob?
No, I think that's it. Those are the kind of the main points I wanted to drive through on logging in as a user.
The last thing I'll mention is that you can't be discreet about this. Atlassian will not let the person know that you logged in.
And it's gonna be in the audit logs as well.
Yeah, it's in the audit logs, and with this power, this is my favorite feature. Again, I do it because Jared doesn't lie type of mentality. But just keep in mind that with in the words of Uncle Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. This is a great way to get fired, ethically, right? Like, or unethically, I should say. So be very, very careful with the power you yield with this login as user. In Confluence world, it's kind of equivalent to that master key you can get, right? If you're on premium or standard or premium Confluence, you can get into any page. But yeah, powerful feature. Just be very, very careful because again, it is logged. It does tell everybody that you logged in as that user, but unfortunately, the paper trail, I think that the sub paper trail, it'll show as the other user doing the work. So be careful with that. All right, so that covers 2.1. Did we actually finish this section?
I think we did.
All right, so let's log in real quick, and let me take a look at my course here, and we'll run down through users and groups. We'll launch this. We'll take a look at 2.1. and see if we can actually finish 2.2. All right, so what you'll learn in previous lessons, you learned that product access is granted through product roles and product access groups, and that the users are granted product access by virtue of a group membership. All right, so what's a user? Okay, so user is any person under directory users. Users generally have access to at least one product and therefore belong to at least one group. Users consume a license seat for each product they have access to. However, they can have a entry seat that does not have any product access at all and therefore not billable. User can, in your directory, may have an account that is managed or unmanaged by a cloud organization. We will learn more about that later. Okay. Suspending users. Again, this is the best way to do it, folks.
Yep.
Suspend them. Don't delete them, because this is a suspension can be unsuspended very easily, even 2-3 years later. Deletion, she's gone forever. So there's information here on suspending users. So make sure you read through that. Make sure, like, stuff like this, not billable, key. You should have this like tattooed on yourself, like memorize it. Are not searchable in the user picker. So you should know this stuff, right? I can see questions of like, hey, here's a list of 10 users. They're all suspended. What shows up in the assignee field? Nothing, right? So stuff like that. Restoring users. So when you restore, it's basically the opposite. You still right click, or not right click, but you click on the 3 dots for the user and you can undo them. Now removing, you will have the option to remove them, right? But again, this is more of a permanent, drastic thing. They're also not considered billable. You can reinvite them, but they'll have to come back in again. Now, I've never actually done this, Bob, but if you delete a user, remove a user, and then they come back like 6 months, they should still be the same user, but does their history of former user go back to not their former user?
I don't think so.
Does that even make sense?
Matthew is going in back on logging in as a user. Again, when one of
right
the
here.
limitations of
Look at that,
logging in
login.
as a user is that you cannot log in as a user who's also an org admin, as Alex
Right here.
highlights right now.
That's highlighted right here. Login users, you cannot log in as a user who hasn't been invited, but who hasn't accessed the product. And then you cannot log into external and even internal, for that matter, JSM customer accounts, unless they. I think this one's misleading too. I'd like to talk to Joanna about this one, right? Because you can't log into JSM customers. I wouldn't add the word external. It's all JSM
Somehow
customers.
I think it's related to the last thing that we have to talk to Joanna about. I keep meaning to Slack her.
Yeah, we got to reping her. All right, additional things. So prompt users to reset a password. This is mainly going to be if you're non-managed accounts. You can prompt the user to reset their passwords. You can suggest changes. So this is actually quite different and quite important, I think, that I'd like to call out. But in server and data center world, you can do virtually whatever the heck you want with the user's account. In the cloud, not so much. You can make recommendations, or as Atlassian calls them, suggestions, but you can't in bulk or even a la carte change anybody's email, change the display name. Like that all has to be done by the user. You can make recommendations and they can go and do it, but at the end of the day, it's the individual's Atlassian account. Now, if it's a managed account, then it's an even more complex thing, and you have to come in through your Active Directory. It's a whole thing. So be careful.
That's where you talk to your Active Directory person and say, "Hey."
That's exactly what I do. I go, it's not my problem. I can't do it.
And I think that's what you're supposed to be doing. The control of the user falls to one throat to choke, right? LDAP or Active Directory. So,
yep. User statuses in this final section. So active is obviously anybody who's licensed and active, and they're assuming they're in a product role. Invited means that an invitation went out, but they haven't clicked the blue accept button. And so they're still billable. You're still paying for them. So if they're procrastinating, that's on you. So
or maybe you sent it to the wrong email address.
Or that. So double check you're invited. Don't give free money to Atlassian people. Atlassian's like gonna put me on a naughty list one day.
How do you know you're already not on there?
I know, right?
Especially after this morning's video. Anyway, okay. Moving on. Suspended.
All product access and admin privileges for their users have been suspended across. If you restore access, the user's product access and group memberships will return to what it was before. So this is what you want to do. And then deactivated is relevant to users with the managed account. So this is basically suspended, but from a managed perspective, because you can't suspend a managed account. Ronnie says that getting Atlassian upset. Actually, I think I'm in good graces right now with the Atlassian community or creators here. So, especially after today's post, should we do a refresh? I think we should do a refresh. Where are we at right now? These numbers just keep going up. What were we at when we started? Like 88,000 something? We just hit 91,000 impressions. This thing's just going. I'm 300. I gained 550.
If you're actually doing these live instruction things, you can't be sidetracked. So moving on.
Moving on. All right. You will be asked to interpret a user status and the available action. So yeah, memorize this entire page. For example, suspended user cannot access any product. Folks, this every letter that's in these, I would read through this entire course before the exam as a general rule of thumb, because if it's not on here, or if it's not stated the way it is here, it's not gonna. It's like the correct answer is on this page somewhere. So make sure you know everything that's on here. And you may be asked to determine which facts are definitely true or definitely false about a particular user in a particular status. So again, it's very important that you memorize what's active, what's invited, what's suspended, what's deactivated. Org admins can't log in as other org admins, yada, yada, yada. All right, so let's do my favorite part, which is sample questions. Okay, so you see the following under directory / users in your organization. You got Amy, you got Inga, you got Steve. One's active, one's invited, one's suspended. Which one's definitely true? Steve has a managed account. We have no idea. No, it's not, because it will say deactivated. Amy belongs to at least one group. Maybe. We don't know. I don't think so. It's not definitely. So definitely not. Inga's email address has been verified. That is something we haven't really discussed, and it's still something that confuses me quite a bit. But invited, uninvited, active, suspended, that's a whole different category and a whole different section. But we don't know this for sure. Inga has an Atlassian account. This is probably true, because in order to show up here, you have to have an Atlassian account or an Atlassian ID. And Steve can have his access restored. This is also true. But I feel like this is more true than Inga having an Atlassian account, because she got invited, but the account doesn't exist until she actually makes an ID. So I can't know for certain that she has an account. Like, all I know is I invited her email, but if her email is like fresh, like never used Jira before, then it is possible she's going to be prompted to create an account. So I'm going to go with Steve, my boy Steve here. And I'm correct. The amount of sweat dripping from you, Bob.
So I need pictures of the testing center, but I know that there's no way I'm going to be getting said pictures.
You just come with me. Retake the test. Sign up with me. All right. You are viewing a list of names under directory users. The status of Jackson shows is suspended, which is definitely true. Jackson has a managed account that is deactivated. No, because deactivated means he's managed. And it will show deactivated, not suspended. Jackson has a managed, so I would say no to this one, true as well. Jackson has had product access before become, well, I don't know. We don't know that. Jackson belonged to a group. Maybe. It's possible, but not really. Jackson can access a product in another organization. No. Jackson cannot access this one. I'm not even going to read the whole thing, but it's that one. By process of elimination. No, APEC does not actually endorse getting Bob to take the exam for you. Isn't that not even possible? I got an email that my ID has to match perfectly.
Yes, it does.
All right. I almost got stuck in Mexico. I almost got stuck in Mexico once because my mom decided to put Alejandro on the ticket and my ID says Alex. Okay, 2-2. Here we go. Let's open up some of these IDs, and we got 15 minutes. We're obviously not going to be able to get through all these, but you guys like coming back for these, right? So we'll continue this this week. So what is an Atlassian account? You heard me mention it already. The Atlassian account's a little bit different than the way it works in on-prem, because these are kind of managed by Atlassian and they're owned by Atlassian and they're handled by Atlassian. So Atlassian account's your online identity, and Bob already kind of talked about it. It's tied to your community.atlassian.com. Clearly not tied to your certification, but it's tied to a couple of different things that are happening within the ecosystem of Atlassian. It's basically just your email and your display name, so your name. And that's kind of it. You can go in. There's a profile for your account. You can add different things like your location, stuff like that. But that ID, that account, is what gets you access to the different products. So it's whether it's work management, service management, Bitbucket, options, status page. Ideally, in order to avoid a massive headache, you should have one account for all your Atlassian products. Because if you're like me, then you end up in this dumb dilemma. Because every time I'm changing pages over here, you can see that I have to re-log into a different account. So ideally, you only have one, and most people
I
work for only like one company, and that's usually the case.
so there are situations in there, and I think I almost want to ask the people on there. Rodney is saying he has like 5. I can rattle off at least 3 accounts that I have. Definitely
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, I have like 3 or 4 as well. Like every email, every one of my personal emails has like an account on it now.
Yep.
The managed account. So let's talk about this JSM managed account. So a portal only customer for JSM isn't an Atlassian account, but it is created and managed directly in JSM. You'll only have a customer account if you're logging into another company's JSM as a customer. That is not confusing at all. Check and see if it's on the test, because I think this whole thing here is a new thing as well. But let's talk about managed accounts for a little bit more, right? So the managed accounts, as we mentioned, is an account that's created by an identity provider, like an Okta or a Google Workspace or something like that. And those accounts are handled externally to Jira or to Atlassian. They get pushed in or synced in via your like Okta or something of that nature, and then your account just exists. Now it behaves and acts the same way, except as an admin, you do have some limitations and some advantages, right? The limitation is you can obviously not delete the user, but the advantage is you can now streamline your onboarding process and group management in Active Directory. So um, select the profile here, manage your account, select email to confirm your account is managed. Basically, in a managed account, you as a user can't make any changes, and you as an admin can't make any changes. It's all managed for you, hence the name, managed.
So,
And yeah,
got a question for you. Can a
hit me.
managed account be unmanaged?
No, because if I have my thought processes, because then this is kind of where that shadow IT comes in, right? If Joe at kingbob.com isn't in any of my things, right? But he goes and makes his own Jira. The domain kingbob.com is tied back to that original org. And he shows up as my build user. And then I still can't delete that user,
Okay.
even though I
So
never
let me
added them or
let me
anything.
so let me
But
explain
then again,
where.
this is my experience from my old UI. So it could
Okay.
be different in the new UI.
Let me explain a common situation for me where a managed account becomes unmanaged, and that is as a consultant. I typically use my work email as my Atlassian account. It is managed by
Hmm.
the company I work for.
Right.
If I give that to a client, on the client side, on the client sites and things like that, my account there will be
Should
unmanaged.
be. Right. That makes sense.
So that's kind of a
That's an interesting
situation
use
where
case though, because I've never been in that situation.
I would say it's a probably a more common situation if you do things like consulting um,
Yeah.
and the like.
I've always used an unmanaged account for that. So I think we're
Well,
good.
on a client side, it's always going to be act as if it were an unmanaged account.
Yep. Verify domain to manage account. So this is a prerequisite of
Mhm.
managed account. So you have to, if you're getting Atlassian access, like you have to set this up anyways.
It's the first thing that you
So
have to do if you're setting up Atlassian Access is verify the domain, and a domain here. again, we're referring to an email domain. So
kingbob.com.
Alex@kingbob.com, everything after that @ sign.
Okay. So this page, though, and this is probably going to take us to the end, because this page is probably the most confusing thing that I do here. Like, I don't understand this 100%. So when you claim an account, we let users know that with this domain that your organization manages their account when they go to their profile. As an org admin, you can verify your company's domain to prove that you own all the user accounts with that domain. Your company's domain is everything that comes after the @ symbol. That this part's the trivial. So this is easy. You can verify your domain in one of two ways. You know what? I take it back. I do know how to do this one, but there's another part in the Atlassian Access world of claimed and verified accounts that I don't get. So when you verify your domain from your organization, you can do two things. You can verify ownership of your company's domain or claim users' account. This is the part that I never get. So when you verify your domain, you can do two things. You can verify ownership of your company's domain, and two,
Okay,
you can
that's
claim
step
the
one.
user account.
Yes.
Step two is you can claim users' accounts within that domain. So what I've done is I click up like a claim button, and it goes and finds accounts for me. And it says, here's like 10,000 accounts. Boom.
Yes.
I've done that.
And this is where that shadow IT kind of falls into play, right? You know, people once you've verified the domain and you start claiming these accounts, people that have been using their work emails to set up Trello or set up Bitbucket, you know, that's where when you start claiming them, you're going to start seeing this shadow IT pop up.
Yeah. So more control over the Atlassian accounts on your domain. Okay, so verifying your domain gives you two benefits. You have more control over the Atlassian accounts on your company's domain. Those accounts become managed accounts, which means you can edit, delete, or deactivate their accounts. And the ability to apply security policies onto your managed accounts. You may want to require login with two-step or SAML or SSO or whatever.
Yep.
Now, verified domain. So imagine your company's called Acme. You're going to want to own acme.com and acme.co.uk. And very important, I don't know if it's mentioned here, but you can only, like, once you're claimed. Like, you can't, like, another org shouldn't be able to go claim you.
Yeah, it's a act of deity-like being to undo that.
Yeah, so you can still give product access to users with different domains, such as vendor. Since these users aren't managed, you won't be able to apply security policies to them. Then there's a default security policy. Verifying the ownership of the domain. This take care of, folks. There's two methods. Atlassian prefers one over the other. I forget which one's which, but I know that they have a preference to one, and they don't like the other one. But these are just...
Yeah, I would think that they would look at it through DNS, but you know,
I forget. I have an email ticket somewhere with Atlassian's like, if you're going to verify, do it this way because we prefer this method. Or some, it's not that they prefer, but they say that it's a quicker turnaround than the other method. But in either case, when you're verifying a domain, I think this is one of the hardest parts of doing it. And this is more of a practical thing and less of an exam thing. But you got to get access to that root directory for your domain. Like, somebody somewhere in your company has to have access to your, mycompanyname.com folder. You got to go stick something in there.
Well, yeah, it's you definitely need to have a very detailed conversation with some of your system
IT
admins.
folks. Yeah, because you as an your admin typically aren't in the position to have the proper access, or to put this information where it needs to be.
Right.
So to host the HTML, basically this is all trivia, folks. So you literally just gotta. This is one of those things where, like, I'm surprised that this even popped up on the exam, because most your admins will do this once, if any, and then they're done.
Well, I'm going to put it to you this way. I mean, you're not going to have to know down to the step how to verify the domain. Is just understand the ramifications of the actual action of verifying the domain. So, like a few things to note. If you verify a domain and you actually use subdomains, let's say that You have us.kingbob.com and eu.kingbob.com. If I verify kingbob.com, do the subdomains get verified as well?
No, right? Like you got to do each one, no?
You got to do each subdomain. So
Yeah.
so each subdomain is going to be a separate verification process.
I think you, Bob, you should make like your own. Have you? I don't know if you've seen this on Udemy, but I've seen some people put like exam questions that they like make up and sell them. Like I was like, I don't know that I would trust that.
I don't know if I would.
But
Yeah, I
it's
don't know
not
if
that
I
hard.
trust.
But it's not that hard to like, go just what's the distinguished user? Or there's not even a thing here. Okay. So yeah, so basically if you go down the HTTP route, you will go to admin. And I don't think I have it because you need to have Atlassian access, maybe. I don't even
Well,
there's a domain.
what?
Yeah, I don't see the domain section here. Oh, here it is. You go
Yeah.
to domains, but yeah, you gotta verify. You click on add a domain, kingbob.com, click on next. And then if you're going down the DNS route, you basically provide this information, and especially this key here, this record or data, to your DNS person. If you're going down the HTTPS route, you're going to download a file and you give it to them and they'll stick it in the directory where it needs to be.
Right.
And then that's it.
Root directory on your company's website.
Yep. And then that's it. So then you can go to this website and then it'll show up as confirmed or not.
Yep.
So that's very, very those are usually the two ways. You can see there's two new ways, but those are usually not like I think they're too new because they're probably not even documented here.
And they won't be on the exam.
So what is account claim for a domain? So as part of the domain verification process, you claim accounts for your domain because anyone can create an Atlassian account. More users with your domain than you inspect may have an Atlassian account. So to find out which accounts on your domain have an Atlassian account, you can export and review a list of the accounts before you claim them. You can only claim accounts for a domain that's verified. From the table at the bottom domains page, you will see verified status. If you see unverified status, you need to verify your domain before you can claim any accounts. Oh. So this, folks, will come into play with M&As.
Yep.
Because you're going to be bringing on somebody else's emails from a different domain into your Jira. And typically you only have one domain. And so you have to go and add more. What are the different ways I can claim accounts? Well, when your IT team is centralized in one department, you can easily manage and claim all your accounts. We recommend you claim all the accounts from the domain because this allows you to manage your users more effectively and apply. This right here is the biggest benefit, folks, your SSO, so you can stay compliant with your security policies. This is really the only reason why we're doing it, because just having a Jira with no Atlassian access, and it really does suck that Atlassian kind of ties this up. Like I kind of wish that security would be free or at least bundled with your price. But you have to pay for the Atlassian access in order to then be able to apply the security policies, which then allow you to have the SSO, which in 2023, well, shoot, we're in 2024 now. In 2024, I feel like this should be like a, thanks for signing up. Here's your security policy, not a thanks for signing up. Let me get some more money and we'll talk security. We can claim all existing accounts and any new accounts that are created, choosing the setting. If you provision accounts with SAML just in time, we add new accounts to the default authentication policy. When your IT team is distributed and not in one department, you may only need to claim some accounts for a domain. When you choose to claim some accounts, you may manually upload a CSV that you want to claim. If you provision users, with your identity provider, will automatically claim accounts. So you can review the accounts from a domain before you claim them. To review them, this is good, folks, to take a look at. So go there, go to your domains, see the claim accounts, and then export your users. We'll send you an email that basically gives you a recap of what's there. Claiming the accounts, you can either claim all the accounts or some of the accounts from a verified domain. When you choose to claim all the accounts, we automatically claim them all, which is usually what I do. I just click the claim and give them all to me. But rarely do I see a company that's like, I don't only want half. So but you just click on the claim button and they're all yours. To claim some of them, you're going to click on the thing, but then you're going to upload the CSV file with those emails. And when you provision users with your identity provider, we automatically claim the accounts. So this feels like something you should know. These are the claim account settings. So I would memorize this table to figure out what all this means and says. And you can change your claim settings. So you can, when you claim new accounts manually and want to claim it automatically, we add new accounts to your default authentication policy. So you can change it so it automatically claims them. And claiming new accounts manually, you can do it so you can claim them manually as you want to. The only tip that I'll give you is, like, if you have a really, really large organization, kind of like what they're saying, like, you may want to cherry pick your users. But for the most part, I think my opinion would be a better option to just do it. Just have it automatically happen for you. Because otherwise you have to go in and like do each user. And 10 users, cool. But 1,000 users, you're going to get some carpal tunnel there. Unclaim accounts. If you're when you unclaim account, you no longer manage the account. We remove the accounts from your authentication policy. Even though these accounts are no longer managed, users can still keep their product access. So I guess this is if you're going through a divorce. Is there an opposite of an M&A? Divestiture? Yeah, it's a divestiture, no?
Yeah, actually, it's a key part of
spin-off.
It's like one of the first things that you have to do when you transfer an organization.
Spin-off. Oh yeah, you got to unclaim your accounts so that you can
unclaim the accounts, remove the verified domain.
Yep. So that's one reason why you'll have to do this if you're gonna go through a merger and acquisition. I second spin-off. All right. Notify claimed account. So we no longer email users letting them know that your organization manages their accounts. When you claim an account, when you claim or unclaim, we let users that your organization manages or no longer manage. I can't read. Well, I'm getting tired. All right. Notifications. Users receive product updates. Profile visibility. Users will see this. So just know that this is there. Claim your domain name. You may want to change your name if you change your address of your company, website, or emails associated with this domain. Here are some common reasons you may want to change your domain. You acquired another company, you're rebranding, or you're sold to another company. A few factors determine the path you can take to change your domain. So how you provision users with Atlassian, with an identity provider using system or for cross skim. Yeah. I know I've seen this. Or by inviting users manually. How users log in with SAML sign-on account, and whether you want a domain change for the same name, same new or different Atlassian organization. When you change your domain name, you're also changing the domain name and your user's email address. For example, abc@domain becomes abc@newdomain.com. Changing the domain in your existing Atlassian account allows you to keep the same account history. So the procedures. Before you do this, you'll want to avoid losing access to your admin controls. Users losing access to historical data from old domain accounts. Users being unable to log in single sign-on, and users waiting 14 days to access the accounts with the new name. Folks, my biggest tip that I can give you here, you can seriously screw something up here in your Jira. Specifically, you losing access to be able to manage your Jira. I would pay the money and get yourself your advisory services or some sort of a solution partner to help guide you through this process. Because just because you have to pay the badge that says I'm certified doesn't mean that you want to be tempting fate. I would at least open up a ticket with Atlassian and have them double check. Okay. Procedures for changing and moving domains. Depending on how you manage your users dictates how then the process will follow. You have two paths to choose from. Select the one that works for how you provision users. Manually invite users to Atlassian, automatically provision. I always just do this one because it's just a million times easier, especially when you have like a really, really large company. Rodney says, I have the feeling that Atlassian put a lot of thought into how manage rebranding on Atlassian on-demand cloud. Man, this article goes on forever. It's like the longest one we read. Okay. Change or move a domain when you manually invite users. To change domain names and email accounts, you need to verify your old and new domains and claim their accounts in the same Atlassian organization. To change the domain name, go to admin.atlassian.com, select your organization, verify your new domain, claim its email accounts, make sure the old domain is still verified, claim all its email accounts. To manually change the old to the new, go to the directory, go to manage accounts, select the user, change to the new email. To automate this, use the REST API. Wow. Have you ever had to do this, Bob?
Nope.
I've never had to do this either.
You can do probably a slow crawl through this, and we are actually over time. So
yeah. So let's just wrap this. Let's just wrap this up. This page here. All I would recommend again is open up a ticket with Atlassian. I don't know how much of this is going to be on the exam. This to me is pro level stuff, like because you can really screw something up here. Like really screw something up. So I would read through this documentation. I mean, if Atlassian's quizzing you on this and expecting you to have this memorized, like I would challenge them to know how to do this.
It boils down to understand ramifications.
Yeah, I think that's the basics though are important, right? Like unclaiming, claiming, manually on automatic stuff. Like you should know those basics. I would know the facts about them. I wouldn't necessarily worry about. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like this is just so freaking hard. Like this is like one thing that I don't like. I don't like touching, but I'll do it. But I typically have Atlassian's hands guiding me. But we'll circle back. We'll come back to the section in the exam or in the course material. See what's actually covered there because there's a lot happening in this account.
Yeah,
but that's pretty much it for this. We're gonna leave it there. And we're gonna keep it. We're gonna pick it back up at what are managed accounts. Didn't we touch this already? Well, you know what? Let's finish this one because this is a very quick one. All Atlassian accounts with the email address of your verified domain are managed accounts. Done.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna come back. we're gonna come back and pick that up. Are we doing Saturday or Sunday?
I think you said Saturday.
Saturday. We're gonna do Saturday. We're gonna come back Saturday morning, and we're gonna hopefully finish 2.2, and hopefully go on to 2.3. And then there's nothing on 2.4. So hopefully
2.4 is a troubleshooting section. So we're probably gonna kind of stop down, review things like ramifications, what you would see as an admin type thing.
Yep. So we'll probably just do 2.4 inside of the course material, but we'll go over the last couple of our articles on Saturday, and then we'll finish out chapter 2 on Saturday. And then the next week, we'll start chapter 3 and then chapter 4 the week after that. And then I'm taking the exam. So thank you all very much. Appreciate y'all stopping by, and see you Saturday. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't.
Yeah. See you Saturday.
Bye. Welcome to part 6 of my journey into studying and preparing for the ACP-520. We got Robert King Bob Wen joining us here today. As always,
Hello,
thank
everybody.
you, Bob, for that moral support. And yeah, let's jump into it because time is of the essence, and we definitely want to finish section or module 2 today. So I'm just going to share my screen, and we're going to pick off where we left off, which was we're still in section 2.2. And we got through a lot of it. We found some discrepancies, if you will, and we've already reached out to Atlassian. And by we, I do mean Bob. And so stay tuned. Stay tuned for any updates coming in from Atlassian. But we are going to continue our journey, just going down the list here, and then we'll jump into examples as appropriate. So when we last left off, we're going to be talking about making changes to a managed user account. Now, if you remember from earlier, managed accounts are rather tricky to modify, and so I'm excited to see what we're learning here because hopefully it's in line with what I'm expecting, which is a whole lot of nothing. But let's find out. Hello, Greg. Thank you for joining. Greg is a fellow friend of mine, and thank you for being here and learning here on this journey. All right. So make changes to user account. So which user management experience do you have? Again, we've already talked about this. So it's interesting that Atlassian on every single page is putting this information up for us, but we are going to be on the centralized. Just as a reminder, in case you're coming in, this is part 6, so we have the other 5 parts already available out there. But in case you're joining us for the first time, keep in mind that Atlassian has not 1, not 2, but 3 different UIs, and you're going to be quizzed on the middle one. The middle UI is the one that is actually on the exam, and so it's interesting that Atlassian, it's troubling in my opinion that there's three different right answers sometimes. But
Well,
yeah, let's see.
understand that again, and we can't stress this enough. One of the
Requirements.
takeaways that we got the Atlassian from the Atlassians that write the test is that the course follows the test. In other words, they're linked.
Yep.
So as long as you are studying on your course whenever you
Which is this
register
one
for
we're,
it
yeah.
and pay for it, that's what you should be following for your test.
Correct. Yeah. I just make sure that sometimes, because there's three versions of this, your mileage may vary. But if it's not on here, then it's not on the test, or vice versa, right? Like, it's the stuff in here in this course that you get when you buy the exam, that's what you're on the hook to know. So, manage the account. Now, this one's going to be tricky for me to demonstrate because I don't have Atlassian Access. I'm a team of Uno, and I don't have Atlassian Access. So, we're going to rely a little bit more on these slides here, and I'll kind of just give you my knowledge from what I know, having worked with managed accounts. And so, one of the main things that they call out here first is that in order to view your managed accounts, you're not going to go to like users. Those are not going to be the place that you're going to want to go to, but rather you're going to want to go to directory from within admin.atlassian.com and then click on managed accounts.
Yep.
Then from there, you're going to see the list of all the various users that you have. Now, depending, I don't know, I don't know why it shows me this, because I feel like this is not something I've ever been able to do. But again, keep in mind that I'm coming in from the OG original old UI. In the old UI, you can't do this. So I'd be very surprised if it's something that is now available. Bob, I don't know if you have any experience in this, but I historically cannot, for a managed account, change any of the details. All those details are stored in the Active Directory, and they would have to be pushed from over there into Jira, and everything's like essentially grayed out for me. Any thoughts there?
So what I've seen is that it has there's a small subset of the Active Directory details that Atlassian has can pull through Atlassian Access. And I think it works both ways, which is why on newer UIs you might be able to do things like change user details, like the name, the job title, the department, and the location, and the email address, and the profile pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember exactly off of the REST API that allows you to either access this information or to allow you to change this information. But yeah, originally on older UIs, you'd be out of luck. You'd actually have to go to the source itself, the Active Directory or the
Yeah.
LDAP, and have it done. But I
I'll have to
think
take a look. Yeah, I'll have to take a look and see if I can find it in some like a more newer UI. But again, I don't have Atlassian Access. It's kind of challenging. But yeah, and if, as a general rule of thought, though, this stuff, right? It's just semantics, though. It's just like extra metadata for a user. It doesn't impact the user's interaction or utilization of the tool. So this is just some person wanting, metadata for their account to be accurate. It Other than the email, because the email is like the most important part, right? The email is that unique identifier, and then the full name is the next important part, because that full name will be displayed everywhere. But your engineering title, department, and location, they're not going to be critical, and those are not going to be something that I would invest too many calories as a Jira admin fixing up. I think for the most part, I just accept whatever's coming in from my source, which is usually that Active Directory. So there's that. We did talk about this earlier. So updating the email addresses. So if you want to update the email address of a managed account, though, to a different one, you're going to need to make sure that that new account is verified. Now, this is something that's really interesting to me, Bob, because this is not something I've considered, and I have not ran into the situation. But if you're, I'm going to use some strong wording here, but if you're the victim of an M&A, right? I've always been on the receiving end of a M&A where a group of people are coming to me.
You're
right?
the big fish that just got bigger.
Yeah, yeah. But if you're the small fish that just became that just jumped into the big pond, your email is going to change.
Yes.
And the way Atlassian treats those emails is that email is that unique identifier. So Alex at Super Awesome, what was it? What did Bob tell or
Super
Rodney tell
awesome
us?
URL.
So by the way, folks, we're gonna have a departure from our at kingbob.com email address because apparently first of all, we totally faked at King Bob, right? We're just inside joke if you're part of the the Quiz Wiz community. But apparently kingbob.com leads to like a watch website that looks rather shady.
It's already been taken.
So we've been advised to not mislead you and send you all to kingbob.com and rather one of our fellow content creators, Mr. Rodney, the Jura guy Nissen, owns superawesomeurl.com. So we're going to be using superawesomeurl.com as an example going forward. But anyways, so let's just assume that we're changing my email from atech to superawesomeurl.com. I now have two identities in the eyes of Jura if you don't go through this process, right? Because every unique email is a unique individual. So you just can't go and like change your email. I mean, you can, but if you were to go and make two accounts, then you would have two separate accounts. You're not the same individual. Even though you're the same human, you're going to, in the eyes of Atlassian, you are two individuals. So what you need to do is you need to change your email from the old to the new. And I'm interested to see how this works at scale, like in enterprises, because I think this is, I mean, all you're going to do here is just, select the email and update it, which is cool when you have one person. But if you have 10,000, probably not something I want to do here manually.
And I'm sure that this is a common situation when doing transfers or migrations.
So I would, if you're in that situation of an M&A, again, not for the exam, but just, situational awareness for being an admin, I would open a support ticket with Atlassian and say, hey, I just bought a new company. They come with baggage. I need helps. Because those going through each one of these accounts is going to be a pain in the butt. And you don't want them. I mean, maybe it just depends on the situation, right? You may want them to lose their Jira data. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's just such an involved conversation. Definitely reach out to someone like Release Team or another solution provider here to help you out, because M&As are not something you should be doing on your own, especially at that size, right? Like 10 people, sure. But when you got hundreds and thousands of users and you're going through an M&A, it's a lot more headache. Changing your profile picture. So this is again, very simple one-off things. Most people just leave your initials, your first name, last name, initials. That's your icon. If you want to be cool, you can change your profile picture. This is how you're going to do it for these managed accounts. Although, can the user still do it themselves on their own? I feel like they can. If they go to the profile, no?
They well, remember,
like if a user clicks over here and they're managed
account, the profile picture on that you see on id.atlassian.com is going to be not necessarily managed there. Although I think you can change it on id.atlassian.com.
These are just details I never pay attention to. So I'm like, I don't know. Within the world of Jira, like, I don't know. I feel like it's less important. I feel like Teams is Slack is a very important place to have your profile picture, because especially in a asynchronous remote world, I don't know what people look like, but in Jira, I don't ever associate like a persona to the ticket, if you will.
But remember that the Atlassian account is kind of a passport to everywhere. So if you do anything on the Atlassian community, for instance, if you have questions and you want to ask those questions on the Atlassian community forums, you're going to be authenticating through your Atlassian account, managed or otherwise. Yeah. So when you do that, those details like the pictures and locations, they can be visible on things like
on those
the Atlassian community.
And one last piece here, though, these are managed accounts, right? So If you have a 10,000 person company and you have 10,000 people that want their picture, they're not going to go and do it. You have to come in and do it. So this
Yep.
might not be something you want to advertise as a Jira admin. Just FYI, in case you want to save on carpal tunnel. All right. Managing a user's product access. So this is going to be very similar to what we talked about before, but this time you're going to go to that managed accounts. You're going to select the user, and then you're going to put the product access that they belong to. Again, I can't show this because I don't have Atlassian access on my specific account. But you'll pick the 3 dots, manage product access, and then everything else that we've talked about in the past, that whole user, customer, which product they get to, that should all apply, and you can give them access to those products there. Although I think this is superfluous though, right? Like if you're just on a directory, the user should show up and you should just be able to manage the user per the norm. I think it's just a little extra,
Mhm.
no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exclude user from two-step verification. Not recommended, right? But you definitely can do this. So if your organization enforces a two-step verification, obviously you're using Atlassian Access, which allows you to enforce two-step verification. You can also temporarily exclude the user from being able to do that. You do have to. There's 2 ways to do this. Really, there's like you can create an authentication policy that doesn't enforce two-step verification, and you can just move that user to there, or you can follow these steps here, which is you go again to that managed account. There's a security section in the UI, and there's going to be a section for two-step verification, and you can exclude them from there. Now, why would you do this? I don't know.
There might actually be service accounts that you create that need to do things.
Ooh,
And you
you
don't.
just said an area that I don't mess around with service accounts in Jira. I just tell everybody we don't have any.
Well, if you're doing any sort of integration and it's done through service accounts, account and
Yeah, I know, I
password.
know. Yeah, no, I know.
So,
But I'm always the one that I put my name on that integration because it's difficult to track down when things go rogue.
so yeah.
Service accounts are just not, from a cybersecurity perspective, not a great idea since you lose traceability as to who's doing the action. So when things go south on you, it was a service account. It's really hard to track down who's done it. So anyway, that's your cybersecurity tip of the day, independent of Atlassian. Force a user's device to log out. This I kind of like. So this is a good cybersecurity practice here, unlike the other stuff that we were looking at. So when Jira or Atlassian tracks which devices people are logging in from. So if a user is logged into a device and they have their credentials saved, and you don't have like the 2FA or SSO enabled, you could force that device to be logged out of there. So in case that device is compromised, maybe they lost their phone, maybe they lost their laptop, and you want to remove that device from auto logging in, you can just force log them out. So this is a really, really good backdoor admin save your behind type of feature. So this is something you would definitely look at. I've never actually used it because most people are pretty cautious nowadays, but in the unlikely event, and most people use something like your Okta, Microsoft login to add that extra layer of security. But in the unlikely event, just know that you can also force the logout.
Yep.
Require a user to reset their password. This again it's interesting that it's here because usually my managed accounts don't have a password. They don't usually set a password for Atlassian. They usually when you're buying for like I feel like these things here, this forced logout, this enforced exclude the two-step, and this reset a password, right? When you're paying extra for the ability to have security, it makes no sense to pay for it but then not use it. And these are all like, here's how to like work around, not it seems silly to me. But in the likely event that you need to have the user reset their password, because in my experience most users who have a password to log into Jira, it's going to be managed behind their login to Okta. So it's their whatever Okta setup that they have, and once they're authenticated via Okta, then they're in Jira because that's what our identity provider is going to do for us. So it seems counterintuitive. Like most users that I know don't even know what a Jira password would be for them because they always just come in authenticated through Okta. But Bob, you got any experience there?
And I do, and that is It is possible to have verified domains and managed accounts and not take that extra step yet to Atlassian Access. There is one small sliver, and that is if your company has its email domain using Gmail. In other words, if you're using Google Apps for business, and they with that subscription they allow you to use Gmail as kind of the email server. Atlassian Access then, or I'm sorry, then you could actually set up a verified domain through Gmail, through the Google Workspace. And then any accounts that you have in that email domain would then be managed accounts. You don't take the extra step of getting an Atlassian Access subscription, and you'd still be doing authentication through Google usernames and passwords, but not take that extra step of SSO.
Yeah.
So
but even then, though, they would still change their Google password, not necessarily their Jira password. So again, in my 7 years of doing this and my last 4 years of doing it in the cloud, very seldom have I had to reset a password. I can't even remember. Unless I put somebody intentionally in an authentication policy that is password driven, but then I bypass my entire reason to have Atlassian Access. So anyways, for everybody at home watching, if you ever have any questions here of what we're covering, that chat is available for you to utilize here. So we'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
And then we also, after these things are released, we also scan the comments that come about.
Feel free. So if you're watching the replay, if you have questions, King Bob is really, really good at that. And I also see every comment. All right. So the last item here is revoking users' API tokens. So this is a good idea. Again, cybersecurity policy. This is another one of those good ones. When you have a user, and we'll talk about the activation in just a second, but when you have a managed user and they leave the company, from a security standpoint, their ability to log into your Jira is usually taken care of by that source, by your Active Directory. But those API tokens are still there. Now, this to me is a catch-22. That the right? I don't know if I'm using catch-22 correctly. We'll find out. Let me describe what I'm talking about, right? So when a user, let's just say Timmy's over here, and they made some integration, right? Remember, I'm not a big fan of service accounts, but if Timmy made an integration to like AHA, and there's an API token that is being utilized for Timmy, well, if Timmy left the company, the API token still stays. I don't know what happens to that integration though, because Timmy's account is gone, but the API token remains. And as a vulnerability, right, you don't want that to happen, right? So I want to be able to come in and revoke that key from folks that are no longer in the company at the risk of breaking that integrations. But in my opinion, that's a good break, because it's going to force you to assign Jimmy now for sorry, my creativeness with names is really bad, but it's going to force you to now do Jimmy as the user who's owning that integration, because I think it's a gift and a curse, right? But you do generally want to remove API tokens from deactivated or deleted users. Just know that it comes with that risk that you could potentially break whatever integrations they had under their name. But in general, your admins should be usually the ones that have the API tokens and not just regular users. I'm always cautious and wary when I see a regular user with an API token, because I'm like, what are you up to? What would you need the API token for?
And then right now, Simon is agreeing with me.
Why am I against service accounts? Okay, so I explained this, but I'll give you the 2-second version of why.
The case of having having a service account so that the integration doesn't break when Timmy leaves the company.
Yes, but at the same time, if I have a service account, then I can maliciously log into that service account and maliciously do something, and you wouldn't know if it was Timmy or Jimmy or Billy, right? It's whoever's in that service account. And
that's why admins own the service accounts.
It's still a gray area. It's an area that I try to avoid.
All right, moving on.
Not a good practice. There's a lot of companies, right? When I worked at Boeing and Northrop, we did not have service accounts. Like, it was not allowed to have service accounts. Everybody had to have a special ad. Like, I even had a physical badge for my elevated escalator privileges that tracked everything that I did, right? So, like, I've just grown up with the idea that service accounts are a no-no, especially in the defense world, because you want traceability as to who done it. There's some bad people out there, people. All right. Next up, deactivate a managed account. So when you deactivate a managed account, we'll stop billing you. That's good. That's really, really good. Thank you, Atlassian. Because you can restore the user account at any time. We won't delete. Again, really, really good. And so we always want to work on deactivator. Deactivator is a good thing. I've seen this countless times where you have a contractor, they leave, right? Whatever the contract elapses, 6 months later, budget all of a sudden makes its appearance, and you're like, "Oh, I can afford my contractor again." Well, rather than setting them up as a new person, you just reactivate everything, and they pick up right where they left off. So deactivation is definitely the way to go. If you recall from part 5, deletion is not really something that I'm a big, huge proponent of either. So sorry, Simon. Let me know if you want to have a hot take with deleting users as well. During deactivation, the user will no longer be able to log into your Atlassian account services. And this to me is a really, really good thing. I think from an audit and security perspective, this saves my butt, because when I get audited and they're like, "Hey, are you doing your quarterly or annual user help me out, Bob. Big companies need to do like a user review, right? You need to
Yeah.
see who's accessing the system. And so I always say, I always fall behind the scapegoat, or the safety, that I can say, hey, if a user is fired, if a user quits, Atlassian takes care of it for me. So I never have to go in and clean up after a user, because they're managed, because we're
Right.
using this Atlassian Access. It's something that is, as long as HR takes care of it, then I'm taken care of. And so I really, really like that functionality. But in the unlikely event that you want to manage, again, I've never seen where I have to physically deactivate. In fact, all my deactivations are usually grayed out, because I can't touch my my users that are verified and coming into
Right,
my
because
domain
it's done
for
over
you.
on the source of truth on the Active Directory.
Yeah.
If
But
you
in the
go
unlikely event
forward,
that you Yeah, but in the event that you do have that it is not grayed out, you would want to know that these steps exist, right? And
yep,
definitely for the exam, you definitely want to know the difference between deactivate and delete it. But yeah, you just come back into your managed accounts, and you click on deactivate account if it's available, and they'll just be deactivated.
yeah.
To
So this
deactivate
is
multiple accounts,
yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, no,
No,
no, you go
so
ahead.
to so I was just gonna say, to deactivate this is a pain. From my experience, you're limited to 20 at a time. So there's a checkbox. If you have 100 users, you got to deactivate. You're gonna have to do this 5 times 20 at a time. That's my 2 cents there. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay. So I'm gonna go on to a little thing about talking about words matter, right? We have all these words in here, like suspended, removed, deactivated, deleted, right? And what's the difference? And the difference here we're talking about is that on an unmanaged Atlassian account, in other words, the one where you alone control the fate of that Atlassian account, it's up to you to do that. You can, uh, an organization admin can suspend your access, and an organization admin can actually they can suspend your access, or they can remove your access. All right. Um, if you're on a managed account, you have less control of the existence of that account, since it's tied to the email domain, a verified email domain, and the organization there, the org admin there, can deactivate the account, like we just saw, and the org admin can also delete that account. So
Yeah. So
the so just make sure that you have the words straight for the exam.
yeah, and most people, like, it's just hard to tell, right? But you want to know both. You're not. It depends on your company, which boat you're on. But it's a really, really good idea from a career perspective for any Jira admin to know both, which is why you're quizzed on both. Account appearance after deactivation, though. So when the account's deactivated, anyone with access to your org will still see the user, so which is really good, and it'll just say deactivated. So this is an easy way to skip them. So what I do oftentimes is I do a lot of cleanup. So just because I have active users doesn't mean that they're entitled to a license, especially when you have a limited amount of licenses. And so what I do is I ignore all the deactivated ones because I already know the UI will say deactivated in parentheses right there. And so I skip them because I already know they're not using up a license. But then I'm looking at everybody else who doesn't have the word deactivated next to them, and I'm checking their last login date. And if it's greater than like 90 days, you're out, buddy, because I need that license. And then I get usually when I do that, I get a swarm of angry mail because they're like, "What happened to my license?" I'm like, "You need to log in. I don't have enough licenses for you all." All right. So reactivating account. So if you no longer want the account to be deactivated, then you can just simply reverse steps, right? They make it easy here at Atlassian. Go back to your managed accounts, find the user because again, they didn't get removed, they weren't deleted. Find them, reactivate them, and you're done. And again, if you want to do it multiple times, you just click on multiple deactivated ones and click on that reactivate button. Deleting a managed account. So this is a fun one here. So deleting an account is permanent. If you think you'll need the account again, don't delete it, especially if they're like contractors and you think that there's an ounce that contractor might come back. Don't delete, always deactivate. But once they're permanently gone, they're gone. You will have 14 days, kind of similar to the non-managed account that we talked about last section. But you will have 14 days. But after that, they're gone. So if you ever need them back, they're basically going to be a new user. Can you enable SSO via Active Directory in a managed account? Let's see. So it's a handshake, Greg, and so you can in your Active Directory, you basically manage the individual and the metadata of the individual, but the SSO enforcement and enablement happens on the Jira side. Because you have to, but you do need to like work with your Okta team or whoever you're working with, whatever identity provider you have, to enable like the chiclet, and then the chiclet or Okta will talk to Atlassian, and then the whole thing goes through. But you definitely do it on the Atlassian side
or through Atlassian Access.
Yeah. And you also need the Atlassian Access subscription to enable all this. So if you haven't seen it before, it's probably because you don't have Atlassian Access. But there is a section, so I can go into my Jira in here, and there is a section for me to, where would it be? Security?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, where I can set up an identity provider and I can pick the identity provider and then start going through the process. But if I try to do any of these, so like I pick Okta, which is my favorite, it'll tell me like, hey, start a free 30-day trial. So you're stopped right away. Atlassian wants their money very, very quickly. But once you get this going, then you can proceed with the rest. All right. So deleting the account. So the delete. So if a user's account's been around for a while, they may have belonged to multiple organizations and have access to multiple products. So their personal data may be in multiple places. This section includes the details about where that personal data is being deleted from, what personal data is deleted, and what personal data isn't deleted. So they're going to delete the personal data from Atlassian accounts services within 30 days, except in a few cases, which are required for legitimate business or legal reasons. So information related to the purchases, which we're required to keep for financial reporting, records showing that we deleted someone's account, which we need to provide to regulators, and data that is part of an active lawsuit, which are required to keep by law. The user has the right to submit complaints to the supervisory authority in their country. Where personal data is deleted from. So they're going to be deleted from Jira Cloud, Confluence Cloud, Bitbucket, and Trello. What's deleted? So you're losing the name and the email, which is really the important stuff. But basically everything we talked about that you can add, all that stuff goes away. What's not deleted? Again, it's going to be kind of in line with what they just said, right? So content, right? So anything that they made, all the issues that they made, that stuff doesn't go away. Inconveniently, it'll just say like former user or deleted user or something like that, but it's all there, which makes traceability kind of hard. Any personal data in the content of the user or someone else created is reserved, and the user's profile information might be stored in the marketplace or custom apps installed. And so to delete the account, though, you just, again, assuming you can do this. I actually never deleted a managed account. Actually, from my experience, I haven't been able to delete a managed account. What I need to do is I need to take that account, put it in a different authentication policy that isn't like SSO enforced and all
Mhm.
that good stuff. And then I can delete the user. So it's quite the step process. And the only reason I bring this up is because I have a Jira with over 100,000 people, and I've been wanting to clean up 60,000 of them, but I have to do this manually one by one. I have to change their policy and then delete them one by one. And
Right.
so I don't feel like doing that. So I just leave 60,000 superfluous accounts, which is not a good practice.
So one more tidbit about deleted
Mm.
accounts. If you need to change your mind, it actually becomes deletions become permanent after 14 days. They're kind of in a holding pattern for 14 days. So if you ever deleted an account and realized, oops, I shouldn't have done that, as long as it's within that 14 days, you can bring that account back.
All right, and this is I don't know that any of this is going to be in the test, so I'm just going to power through this. I think we'll focus on what's in the exam section in a second. But during the grace period, when the account's deactivated, anyone with access to your organization's account will still see the user's name in the product along with the deactivated. When the user is permanently deleted, it'll say former user, which again, not very helpful. The user's notification email. So when you schedule a user's account for deletion, they'll get an email explaining they can no longer access their account, how their name will appear going forward. Oh, this is fun because I've never been on the receiving end on this one. And details about what happens to their personal data. So they got at least a little situational awareness there. Marketplace and custom apps. So when you schedule the account to be deleted, they'll get the confirmation. Marketplace apps were created by third-party vendors to add extra functionality to find out whether marketplace. So this is just going to vary app to app. And then cancel account deletion. So if you scheduled it and you change your mind, there's going to be a cancel deletion button available for you for that user.
Yep.
So that's it for that one. Let's jump into section 2.2 here and do my least favorite part of the job here, which is sample questions. So again, if it's on here, there's a 99.9999% chance that it'll be in the test, or at least it's fair game. It's open. It's fair if it's on here. So distinguish user-related terms. So am I in the right section? Yes. So first, we must distinguish between some related terms found in the previous lesson and this one. So specifically, you want to understand the terms users and managed accounts, which we've been kind of beating to death here. There's also unmanaged accounts. Wow. So let's see what those three are. So user is under directory users, right? This is everything we covered in part 5, which is just a regular individual in a company or team that isn't using Atlassian Access. So this is what you're going to manage there. If you are using Atlassian Access, then you're going to have your managed accounts, which are coming in through your identity provider. And so that's what your managed accounts are. And now unmanaged accounts are going to be Atlassian accounts that are not claimed by any company, are considered unmanaged, also known as self-managed. These are often Atlassian accounts created by individuals using their personal email address. If you are an unmanaged account, you are the owner of your Atlassian account and can update the details of the account yourself. So basically, if you're like an Jira admin and you want to, and your account is managed, well, you can also add yourself like your Gmail to do some like site testing. And it looks like that'll be unmanaged because their company doesn't own your Gmail. All right, so not all your managed accounts are your users. Not all managed accounts are your users. So they must be granted product access first. That is, you may have managed accounts that are not users with product access. So this is a really, really good point here, is that typically what will happen, like let's just say you have an organization with 10,000 users. Well, all 10,000 users will be managed, but let's just say you only have 1,000 licenses. So out of those 10,000, from that pool of 10,000, you only have to give access to 1,000. And so then those become your users. So there can be a discrepancy. It's not always true, but there can be a discrepancy between what the number of users you see in your managed accounts versus the actual users that you have.
Yep.
Not all users are managed accounts. So that is, again, not everybody is going to have that domain that is going to be managed, right? So you can have other companies or other external people or just personal, whatever you want, but there will be, not everybody has to be managed if you subscribe to Atlassian Access. On the distinction between users and managed accounts in between, so this is very important. So get these memorized. So this is especially true since some features can only be used with managed accounts. So for example, you can only enforce two-step verification on your organization's managed accounts. You can deactivate and delete managed accounts, but you're not your unmanaged ones. Maybe that's why I haven't been able to delete them. Maybe mine are all messed up. Org admins can edit the details of a managed account directly, but only suggest changes for unmanaged accounts. That I did not know. Only users themselves can edit and delete their own unmanaged accounts if no organization manages them. So these folks, this is what we're talking about, where I have experience from what I've seen and interacted with Jira. When I go take the test, I'm scared to death for this. But it's a matter of just me studying through here because this is the truth. This is what will actually you'll be tested on. So these are the facts that you need to have memorized in order to successfully do well on the test. Because all of this that I read here goes against everything I've ever seen, which is why I made the comment. I'm like, maybe all my accounts are unmanaged then, because I've never been able to do any of this in my thing. Verifying the domain. So this is important for you to know how to do it. So just step one to verify the domain, right? Remember, there's two different ways. There's the HTTPS and the DNS, and there's actually a couple of other ones now, but HTTPS and DNS are the two most popular ones. And so when you set up your Atlassian cloud organization, you can verify its domain or multiple domains. And again, you need to have access to that root directory. And then two, you claim those accounts. And so that'll just basically make the discovery and bring those accounts into your managed accounts based on who owns that domain. And so you're an org admin for the Woozlemania. See, these people are worse than my examples, Bob. Organization. At least my Timmy, Billy, and Jimmy rhyme. If you perform the necessary steps to verify the Woozlemania domain and your Jira Cloud, some or all the Atlassian IDs for users at Woozlemania can become managed. What is the step for verifying? So verifying is you're going to click on verify domains, which is taking you to settings and domains, and then you're going to add the TXT record if you're going DNS or the HTTPS if you're going down the other route. You'll click on verify domains, and then after that, once it's verified, and it is almost instantaneous, you'll click on claim accounts. Now, I think it's instantaneous if you do the DNS one, but the HTTPS, I think, takes some time. So I think that's why Atlassian...
usually a day or two or something like that.
Which is why Atlassian wants you to use the DNS one. What's the process to claim accounts? So you can claim accounts either automatically or manually, which allows org admins to claim all or some accounts. So the automatic option is just going to bring everybody. The manual options, you're cherry picking. This is great if you have 10 people, but if you have 10,000, then you might want to use the CSV. Viewing and editing managed accounts. So an organization can verify multiple domains and hence claim different accounts. So you're going to come here. Oh, so at least we have some UI section. So this is what I can't show you because my UI, if you come back over here to directory, it does have managed accounts, but then I don't have anything because I don't have an actual Atlassian access. But this is what it looks like. So when you click on that managed accounts, then you'll see the people. So I would expand these, right? So this is your managed accounts. This right here is your deactivated list. And this right here is your total list. So where can you find details of a particular user? So once you click on the managed account, you see the details of the user pops up here. You can click on them and just click on that show details. Where can you see if the user has an unverified email? Well, it'll tell you right there. And then how can you find which products have a user can access? So there's a product access section on the individual's page. So I'm assuming once you click into them, then you have there's a paragraph in the middle that'll show you what products they have access to.
Right. And we've seen it. It looks similar. It should look similar to what we've shown before for unmanaged accounts.
Yeah. Now, deactivating and deleting managed accounts. So deactivating is an org admin can deactivate an account, but not an unmanaged one. For example, they can deactivate the account of a user who is going on a sabbatical until the user's return. The individual with the deactivated account can no longer log into the organization, sites, or products. They can also not log into any cloud, organization, or Atlassian accounts. Then they're not billable. But because you can restore them at any time, Atlassian will delete them. And when you delete them, they're gone. And then you have 14 days to revert. So some exam hints. Well, be clear in the distinction between user-related terms and know what actions are available based on the type of account. I feel like this is probably going to be the section where I have the hardest time with, especially since I'm still not clear what a verified and unverified and unmanaged and managed accounts are. I'm so confused based on what I've seen. So let's see if the test examples help me figure it out. Understand the difference between deactivate and suspension, which we've talked about, right? So you suspend users, you deactivate managed accounts. Recall the steps to verify and claim your domain. So it's 4 steps. Hopefully it's not that bad. Okay.
All right, here we
Questions.
go.
Man, I should have brought water. All right. Your directory contains the following: Apollo. His account is not managed by any organization. So here, his account is managed by an organization, which is definitely true. This is the moment where I wish nobody was on the internet at 6:41 in the morning. Okay. So an org admin can delete Apollo's account. So Apollo is unmanaged, so no. An org admin can deactivate Apollo's account. And again, they're unmanaged, so that should be grayed out. So that should be a no. Apollo can delete his own account. I'm going to say yes, but we'll come back. Zahir can delete his own account. I'm going to say no because it's managed. Zahir has a verified email address. Maybe they, if you saw from the pictures from before, you oops, too far. You can't have a managed account but not be verified, but we don't have that information. So I'm going to say probably a no, since it's a maybe. And so here can update his email address. It is managed, so it doesn't look. If I remember correctly, the admin has to go and update it for them. So this would be a -2. So I'm going to go with C. Apollo can delete his own account because it's a not managed account. Ta-da!
Nice.
And the next one, in an organization, you navigate to directory manage and you see the following: total 5, 1 deactivated. What can you definitely conclude? See, this is where, folks, read the question correctly. What can you definitely conclude based on this information? There's at least 2 approved domains. No, you don't get that from here. There's at least 5 billable users. Not really, because the total will include your deactivated, I think. So I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to research this a little bit more, but we'll come back to that. There are at least 5 verified emails. Again, not really, because the other one showed us 3 and they were all unverified, so no. There's at least 5 users with product access. Maybe. There's at least 1 suspended user. No. You know what? These are all, I'm very confused on this one. But let's see which ones are definitely false. So there's at least 1 verified domain. I think it's the most true. But let's eliminate the other ones. So suspended user, no, because this is a managed account, so we don't have suspension. So E is completely out of the picture.
Okay.
This one is completely out of the picture too, because I can't get that information.
Okay.
Okay. And this one too, the 5 verified email addresses, this is also like, I can't verify that either. So that leaves me with, there's at least 5 billable users. There's at least 5 users with product access, and there's at least 1 verified domain. So let me think this through. So the product access is not definitely like true, right? Because I can have 5 users, but they don't have to have access to anything. So I'm going to eliminate this one. I can't confirm. I can't 100% without at least clicking into it or seeing the details of each user. I can't conclude that with this information. So I would say this one's wrong. So that leaves me with 5 billable users here and 1 verified domain. Now the reason I'm on the fence here though is because I feel like this total 5 is the total that includes deactivated and not deactivated. But I'm not 100% sure. I'd want to go look at an example. But if I was correct, then I feel like these would be like. But then I also need to see, like, are these people active, right? Because I know deactivated, so they could be active. But then billable in which sense, right? Like billable from Atlassian Access, I'm assuming. But oh boy, I'm gonna go with F, even though I kind of feel like it's B. But I'm gonna go with F. Let's see what happens. It's correct.
Okay.
Why
They
was
give
B wrong?
explanation. Okay, so before we wander off, and yes, I know we're kind
No, I
of
want to. I
got
want
about
to see
15 minutes
why
to
B
head to
was.
the other section, but take a look at the justification as to why B is wrong. So when you go through this course, and you pick your answers, they'll give an explanation as far as why each answers are right or wrong.
But I got it right. So, but
Well,
it's incorrect. I know. I'm just saying I got it right. I'm 2 for 2, Bob. Don't ruin my streak.
I'm
But
not
yeah,
gonna ruin your
yeah.
flow, but
So incorrect. So it's incorrect because you cannot say definitely that these managed accounts have product access and are billable. And that's kind of where I was going, right? Like they could be billable, but they might not have product access. But I feel, and this is again something that we probably need to talk with the Atlassians, if you will, where I think they're bastardizing the word billable. Billable to me doesn't mean that I get a bill because they have product access. Billable to me, especially in the context of managed accounts, which then pulls in Atlassian Access, means that I'm paying for their Atlassian Access license as a billable user. I'm less worried about if they have a Jira license or a Confluence license, right? Because the fact that they exist, the fact, and from what I've seen, the fact that this individual exists, I'm paying an Atlassian Access account, and thus they're billable. They don't need to have access to Jira. Like that would be a silly way to do it. But so that's kind of why I was on the fence there. But again, I'll follow with Atlassian on that one. All right. So over to 5.2.3, we have 13 minutes, but only 2 sections. So let's see what we're going to be learning here. So managing groups. So define default product access groups, understand the configuration choices for default access groups, rules for default access groups, and purpose and rules for site admin groups. So let's take a look at both of these articles, and we might actually be able to finish this out. Uh-oh.
yeah,
You saw that, right?
we're broken. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, it wasn't me. So that makes it easy. We're going to talk about one less item, but creating and updating groups, folks, really, really easy. I'm just going to show you. We won't even go through the documentation. You go to admin.atlassian.com, you click on groups. Here are your groups. Here's what you can do. You can create a group. Click on that button. Give it a name. Group members are going to be who you want in there and a description. Now, up until very recently, once you created a group, you can't actually edit it, but now you can. So now when you have a group that exists, we'll take Alex's group here, you can click on show details. And from here, we can click on these 3 dots and we can edit the group name, we can edit the description, or we can delete the group altogether. Now, we can also click on this button to add members to this group, and you can do it from here, you can do it from here, or you can alternatively go to a user like Rodney over here and add them to a group from over here. So there's a different variety of ways to do it. Now, the other thing I'll call out is this product access, which we talked about in the past, right? But when you go to products and you go to a specific product like Jira Software here, we can click on that manage product. We can click on add group. We can find Alex's group, give it a role. And when we do that, this group will now automatically, when you put somebody in there, not just be a container for that user, but also grant them a license to this particular product. So it's a 2-for-1 special, if you will. The only last thing that I'll talk about is that there will be, and I don't know if Atlassian talks about this in their documentation here. I don't think I see it, but maybe we expand their documentation. But you may find yourself with groups that have a little lock icon on these. I don't have any, but if you had a little lock icon, that means that those groups are managed externally to Jira. And they're usually like an Active Directory group, which is where from your Active Directory ecosystem, that's where you're putting users in there. And you've told Jira and you've done a handshake with Jira and said, hey, this group is external to Jira, but it's very important to me. And it doesn't have to be just one group, right? It can be a variety of groups, but those groups then get pushed through your Okta, then back into your Jira. And those groups, you can't manage them from within Jira. All the naming of it and all the who's in them happens outside of Jira. They're just there from like provisioning perspective, from a user provisioning perspective. So that's what I'll say about groups because their documentation is busted. It did. Is this something we tell? Is this something we tell Joanne?
We probably can.
Okay. So the other
go through this.
So the next section, so this next section again, recap. We're on centralized, and this is probably everything I've already talked about, right? And I think we've talked about this already, right?
We've talked about it before.
So I don't think there's anything. I actually just showed you how to do it again, so I think this part is said and done. So let's just finish this section. We're going to go straight to.
I can share.
Sure.
How do I do that?
You click on this share screen on the bottom, and then it'll add it to the stage, and then you just add the stage to the thing here. So start with your presentation thing on the bottom. Did you get that far?
Oh,
Like there's a
present.
present button.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. Start with that, and then we'll go on to the next step. Do.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. So I just wanted to, and we've kind of talked about this before. We've taken a look at, and we've mentioned in the past when looking at product access, we have default access groups, and we've seen this before, right? When we look at groups associated with a product, oftentimes you'll see the little check boxes that mean that that the group in relationship to that product is a default access group. Now, what that means is in the past, we have seen the adding people or granting people access to a particular product like Jira Software or Confluence by mentioning that person or mentioning the product and granting them a specific role. Based upon that, what happens behind the scenes is that person gets added to all of the default access groups tied to that particular product. All right. And so you often have to be careful because sometimes maybe that group might be identified as a default access group for more than one product or more than one site. So that's where somebody like Alex would just add the person directly to the group to grant them access to, say, Jira Software or Confluence. But another thing to note about default access groups is that it's possible to have more than one, like we've seen, and it's possible to remove a group from being a default access group. But if there is only one default access group to a product, you cannot delete that group. All right.
Cool.
Also, one last thing about default access groups. In the course, there is a special group. In the course, it's called site admins. If you have the newer UIs, it's called org admins. That group can never be a default access group. I think that's
Perfect.
all
Yep, and that's right where we're here, right? So we have the special site admins group, which we haven't talked about, but your site admins, these are going to be the folks that have full God mode in your Jira. So be very, very careful who you put in there. And this section here is actually quite interesting, Bob. It just literally goes through questions.
Mhm.
It's just okay. So product access is granted through product roles and one or more product access. The heck? Product access is granted through the product roles and one or more product access. I'm going to type in the word group. Really? Really? I got that right. Semantics. Groups. All right. English is hard. Product roles are always granted to groups, not the individuals. Ooh, that's tricky. Because you grant it to the individual, but it puts them in a group. So I'm going to say false. Because you give them to the...
I'm pushing towards true. I think it's...
But you give the product role to a user. You don't
But
give
you
it
do
to
it through a group.
But you do it to a group, but you put the user in the group, but in the UI, you're putting that user into that role. I'm gonna go with false just to see what happens, but I feel like it should be true. But this is one of those things, folks, where like it's very misleading, right? Because most of the time you don't go to a group, like you go and do it to a user, right? And so let's try it again. But yes, it's definitely to the group. All right, each product role within a product must have exactly one default access group. So yes, so we talked about that. What? What do you mean? Each product role within a group must have see, this is where you got to read this. Must have at least one default access group would make this correct. Read the questions correctly, folks. See, this is Bob. This is why I'm going to fail. I'm telling you.
You
Multiple group.
Okay.
I have
Go
to
ahead.
only get 39 right, people. 39 right. Multiple groups may grant the same role in a product. Multiple groups may grant the same role in a product. Yes.
Yes.
Whew, got one. A single group may grant multiple product roles in the same product or multiple roles. Why is this so hard? A single group may grant multiple product roles in the same product. No, I don't think so because
Mm-mm.
I don't think you can do that. Or
Nope.
multiple roles in multiple products. No, because the groups are well, I'm going to say false. It's true though. Dang it. The final concept is what makes granting product access so tricky. When an org admin is unaware where a group is used for product access, this is not helpful, Atlassian. This is not helpful. I don't know why this is true. This shouldn't be true. I feel
Well,
like
the
when you
second
come
part's
over here,
true. I mean, you could.
the second part is,
Yeah, the second part is true.
but
So,
when I go over here and I go to add a product, oh look, it is a checkbox.
look at that.
But it's dumb though. It's. I mean, what other role would you do? There's not just but one. Like this role is not in the exam.
Go to Confluence. Confluence is a better example.
Well, no, like this one's a better example too, JSM.
All right.
But yeah, I guess it's a checkbox. So yes, folks, you can give multiple roles from the same group.
Okay.
Womp, womp, womp.
Alex has to withdraw his. That was dumb.
That was
It's actually a good point. So remember this. That
remember. All right. Whenever a user is granted product access, they're automatically added to all the blank access groups for that product. The hell? Whenever a user is granted product access, they're automatically added to all the.
go back to what I said about 3 minutes ago.
What did you say 3 minutes
What
ago?
I was talking about on my slide.
Oh, I didn't pay attention to what you were saying.
I was talking about one specific concept.
Default. Okay. Folks, this is tricky. Like I do this every day for a living, and this is tricky. Get this, like you just got to practice this and just go over this stuff because whatever's on these slides is what's on the exam. So you can bet your butt that the week leading into the exam, I'm going to be going through the section over and over and over and over and over.
Or
Okay?
reviewing this or reviewing this live stream over and over and over.
Yeah. All right. So custom groups, automatically created. So Atlassian automatically creates certain product access groups that allow naming convention with when a new organization is created or when new sites or products are added. The names of such groups include the product name. So yeah, Confluence users. Yeah, those are the automatic ones. Those are the default ones. I call them default ones, but those are the ones that ship with Jira. Then you get your created by the org admin. So this could literally be anything you want. The site admins group. Wow, this was backwards. How did this why did they make me go through hell? And then they're gonna make me go through hell a second time. These people. All right. So this group contains all the users who are org admins for an organization. So the site admins group is special. This, folks, right here is very important for you to understand these 5 check boxes here because I've argued with Atlassian over what the power of site admins is, and they've beat me to submission because it's in here, and if it's in here, then it's correct. So how is the site admins group created? It's not. It's shipped with Jira. Can the site admins group be deleted? Hell no.
Nope.
It breaks Jira, unless you want to break Jira. What are the requirements for the group? Nothing. I mean, it's up to you, right? You get to pick who you want to be the admin. But usually the person that stands up the Jira is automatically the site admin. But basically, if you want somebody to have all the keys to the kingdom, put them in the site admins group. Can an org admin remove themselves from a group? No. An org admin can never revoke their own org admin privileges or revoke themselves from the site admins group. I would say this is false, but probably very true because I've never actually tried to do it myself.
You can't.
Yeah. Yes, an org admin can add other users to this group, and it is a best practice to have at least 2 active users in the site admins because you never know when somebody's not going to be there anymore. Deleting groups. So site admins group, we can't delete it. Any product access group, we can't delete it until you first make it not a default. And if you remember, those out of the box ones, those automatic ones are always going to be non-deletable as well. So I don't care about hints. Let's go. Questions. Let's do this again.
All right.
Right. Confluence product access on a particular site is granted as shown. So we have Confluence users with 20 people and the Confluence admins with 2. This is the default group, and this is the roles that you get, user and admin. So which statement is true? Either group can be deleted. This would be false. These 2, for all intents and purposes, are the default ones. Either group can be used to grant your admin privileges. Maybe, but most likely not. Like this is Bob, I think two sessions ago we talked about this, right? Like keep your naming straight so you don't confuse yourselves. You could if you wanted to put them maybe, but I don't no. I'm just gonna say no. Especially since the product admin for Jira is like its own little bucket and its own little group as well. So I'm gonna still say no. Like definitely not. No Confluence user is a Confluence admin. That I can't say for true because I don't know if 2 out of these 2 are from this 20. You could be in both. No Confluence admin is a software user. I can't tell either, right? There's not enough information. No, these are all false, dude. Some of these has to be true. No org admin can access Confluence. This is tricky because there's an org admin. Don't you automatically get access to everything? Let's go through this one more time. Either group can be deleted. I would say no because, but I'm also making the assumption that these are the default groups. So I don't think so. Either group can be used to grant Jira admin privileges. I would say back to no because Jira admin has their own group, and it's not a group that you can. It's not a product that you can go and add more groups to. I don't think.
Actually, that's not true.
So you're telling me I can come over here, go to my products, go to Jira admin, manage product. Oh, I can add groups. So yeah, I technically could if I wanted to then add this Confluence one. Not recommended, but you can. Okay, so
yeah,
but that's not true then. Well, I guess that's the true one then. If you look at it from the other side, right? This is like either of these 2 could also serve that purpose. Because no Confluence user is a Confluence admin. That I can't confirm because again, these 2 could be from over here, which makes them a user. And you could be a user and an admin if you wanted to. No Confluence admin is that you're a software user. That I can infer from here. And no org admin, I think, yes, I'm going to go with B. Yay. Let's move on. Review the current configuration of product access groups in Jira software. So we got Jira users, Jira admins, and site admins. It is possible to make a single change. It is possible to make a single change to the above configuration of a product access group. What? It is possible to make a single change to the above configuration of product access groups. Identify that single group's change. Review the configuration. Is this a question? It's not a question. It is possible to make a single change to the above configuration of product access groups. Identify that single group change.
Okay, so you have 5 choices. All right. Which one of these 5 is allowable?
Yeah, okay. So remove Jira users from the product access. As of right now, no, because it's a default group and you can't delete you can't remove it. Grant Jira admins the product admin role. Maybe. Grant site admins the product admin role. Make Jira admin. Make Jira admins a default group. That's possible. Make site admins a default group. I don't think that that's possible. I'm gonna go with D. Hey, I got it right.
You got it right.
All right. And I think, Bob, why don't we just spend another 5 minutes, because there's no articles for 2.4, but let's
Right.
just
So
power through
article
this.
so 2.4 is basically everything that you've known about managing users and managing groups. How do you troubleshoot that? And the way that an exam looks at that is it will present you with a situation and often give you enough to identify like the ramifications or a root cause. So I think through this section, we'll probably be just taking a look at
A summary of what we just,
yeah.
or troubleshooting all the questions that I have. Okay. So this lessons to understand the changes to users and groups and the effect that they have. So let's first discuss the impact of making changes to users and groups. So it's much easier to prevent a problem than to fix a problem. Great words of wisdom, Atlassian. If only this was applied to everything in life. All right. There are many places where users and groups appear in the admin hub and within the product. So while changes made to them are tracked in various audit logs at the level of the organization and the products, it is much harder to fix a problem after it's occurred than it is to prevent it. Org admins should appreciate the need for diligence before proceeding with changes. The impacts of making any change to users and groups can be far-reaching, and they are not always obvious. We will look at some of the most important impacts and considerations. So impacts to changes in the group. So we start by looking at the impact of changes to groups because users are members of groups. When a group is removed, it may remove product access or available content features within a product for all members of that group. So it's gonna look at the admin.atlassian.com, and then it's gonna, I actually never thought of calling it the admin hub, by the way, but this is genius. And then we'll look at Jira and Confluence. So from the admin hub, so groups are primarily used to provide product access to one or more products. They can serve as a default or non-default product access groups. When a user is granted access to a product, they're added only to the default groups. But when a user's product access is revoked, they are removed from all the product access group, including those which were defaults and those which were not. The impact on Jira. So groups are used throughout Jira for a lot of stuff. So global permissions, project permissions, issue security, notifications, workflows, and JQLs, member function. In Confluence, they're done for global, space, and page permissions. The interesting part that I've always found about this, Bob, is that the groups are only maintainable by the admin and not by the individual. And there's the individuals, like a team lead or like your project manager, they're blinded to the group, what they are, right? And so I've always, and I feel like the team is really what they're trying to make with that, but the team doesn't do any of this, and the team doesn't do any of this, which makes the team for me completely useless.
That's
But
true.
I hope
And
Atlassian bridges that one day.
well, you have to remember that groups came first.
I know.
Atlassian kind of, groups have been around for a long, 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 long time. And now they're starting to realize that maybe there need to be other collections of people that don't have as far-reaching privileges or configuration or are configurable, right?
Yeah.
And our good friend King Rodney says interesting is interesting way to say infuriating. So yeah.
That's a nice way.
So basically what this section is basically telling you about groups is if you delete a group, it's going to be that it may have more far-reaching implications
Than just a bucket
beyond
of
product
people.
access.
Yeah.
You may be interrupting access to certain project permissions
Projects,
inside of Jira.
access to a
You
whole
may,
dashboard, filters.
yeah. dashboard filters,
Everything.
filter subscriptions. They may not get their daily filter subscription run if the group's been deleted.
Yeah.
So,
Notifications. All of a sudden, people stop getting notifications.
mhm.
Yeah. Security levels is a big one. I mean, I always use groups for security levels. So you get rid of the group, all of a sudden your security just got compromised.
Yep.
All right, so let's look at an example. So the table below shows 5 groups and access to those groups. So note the first important concept: the group the group name itself is not indicative of the access it provides. So we've talked about this. It should. That's the best practice, but it doesn't because the tool allows you to screw yourself over if you want to. So while a default naming convention is used when a new organization is created, org admins can remove these default groups from product access and delete them entirely. Instead of using the original groups, they can introduce different groups with different names. I don't know that this is true. Let's try that. Here's one. Here's one. You can't delete these groups. Right? This is not something that's deletable. Holy moly. Yeah, no, you can't. But it's because it's a default group. What happens if I make it an undefault group then? I can't. So how do I make you See, I don't have the option. I thought that was the case. Let me make Bob's the default. Okay, now let me get rid of this one. See, you can't remove them. Did we find another one where we gotta go talk to?
Let me see.
Okay, I can move it to none. Okay, so that's weird that I can remove it the other way.
Okay.
Remove group from product. Folks, what I'm doing right here is breaking Confluence, so don't do this.
Now go back to
I am a trained professional. Okay, this is now 0. I still can't delete. Oh, did I not get rid of it? Did I miss the wrong group? What did we just do it on?
I think you did it on for just.
What did I just do? Wasn't here.
Wait a minute, which group were you trying to?
Well, I forgot now. I thought it was a Confluence one, but now it's gone. See how I have an AC? I should have 2 Confluences, no? Because I have 2 Jira softwares.
Uh-huh.
But I left Bob's group. Why the heck did I do this? All right, let's try it. Let's do it again. So let's go over here. We're gonna get rid of this group. So Bob, yeah, it was right here. So this is the user. So this is the user. Okay, so we got rid of the Confluence users. So let's go to the groups. And it was Confluence-users, which is now missing. Oh, here we go. This one right here. This one here. So I can go to there. Notice no is not default to anything. You can delete the out of the box ones. You got to go through some hoops.
Yeah.
But you can delete it. Holy moly. Why would you do that though? I mean, I can see some picky users, but that's just like asking for trouble, I think.
It is asking for trouble, but the important part isn't whether or not the important
part is that this statement is true.
Is whether or not you can, and the answer is yes, you can. Si se puede.
Where's Rodney with his Dutch?
I don't know. Rodney might be commenting with his Dutch.
Rodney in the comment section tells what it looks like in Dutch. All right. Instead of using original groups, they can introduce different. Yeah. So again, yes, you can. Don't please, but yes, you can. As you can see, I am a quote unquote trained professional, and I got confused.
Quotes on both.
Quotes on both. All right, so here's what we got though. The user role in Jira software default group has this for the Acme and Confluence people. Okay, so user role in Jira software not default is just the site admins. I don't know what I'm looking at here, Bob, but product admin role in the Jira default group. Okay, what do you want me to do with this? Okay, so Jira software users. Okay, so at one time, this group may have served as only as a default access group for the user roles. Your software currently it is also configured to provide the user and the product admin role in Confluence and access to Confluence specific functionality. Where's that group at? This one.
It's
Oh,
the
it goes this way. Going this way. Ah, I'm reading the table the wrong way. So this group gives you Jira user, which is what it was designed for, but it also gives you Confluence, which is not what it was designed for, but you modified it to do that.
somebody added it. Yeah.
Also gives you the ability to be the admin in Confluence, and also gives you Confluence specific functionality. So that means that it's being used as a group somewhere to like do a space permission or to a restricted page.
Yep.
So I don't know where the question is, but just know that you have all these customizations, I guess. You
It's
can do
basically
pretty
an
much anything you
analysis
want.
of and kind of playing around with what you can do with groups. All right.
Yeah.
Even the custom groups that are created when you subscribe to a product, you can actually go in
this one here.
afterwards
Like
and
this Confluence people.
completely monkey around with its meaning.
Yeah. Okay, so now I understand what the table state. Yeah, so there's Jira admins, which is like a default one, gives you Jira admin, but it also can be a user role in Confluence. The Confluence people, which is a custom one, can give you Jira software. Even though it's called Confluence people, can give you access to Jira software. This is just showing you the complexity and mess that you can get yourself into. But if any, like in my opinion, this is gonna be a hot take. If your Jira looks like this, I'd fire your Jira admin on the spot. Just my 2 cents. Why would you have this set up like this? It's just so confusing. This is why people have a hard time with Jira, and this is why Jira admins charge a lot of money, right?
Yep.
If your Jira looks like this, please reach out to a release team. Link in the description down below. Okay, that's a lot of complexity. So given the examples, you can see removing, deleting groups, removing users from a group can have multiple repercussions. This is why this is probably going to be the hardest section of the test. Bob, what did you get in this section of the test?
I got pretty high.
Yeah, you got the groups down. Any group can be deleted except for the site admins group. Okay, so this is now a fact, people. But apparently you can now delete any group, as I learned. What's the risk of deleting a group? So as we learned earlier, you can have a lot of consequences. What if the group does not provide product access? Is it still a risk? Yes, because if the group is used in the product level, right, for like filters and stuff like that, it won't have any impacts on the admin hub, but it will definitely have access or problems like you might just lost access to a project or something, or a filter or a dashboard. Can you delete the default access group? Yes, but you have to go through some hoops as you saw. They cannot be the default. You have to make them undefault.
Right, and you can only do that
if you have another group to
if you
replace
have
it.
more than one. If that is the sole default access group, you have to make another group a default access group before you can unpopulate it and then delete it.
This is a good one. Can you recreate a deleted group? Yes, a deleted group can be recreated with the same name, but there's a few things that won't be restored automatically. So the group membership and the group will not be re-added as a global permissions.
That's actually a really, really important question. And so I would study that card.
Study. You heard it here first, folks. Impact of user changes. So changes to a user's account status in the organization will impact their product access. So any of the following changes would result in a user being unable to access an organization's site and product. So suspending access, removing a user, deactivating, deleting. Holy moly, man, this is stuff that you gotta have a clean mind, folks, when you go study and take the exam. Do not be thinking about a move like me right now. Okay, so let's explore some user-related changes in the product and the access of the history. So change, suspending a product access or users. Users can no longer access or perform any tasks in that organization and the site and its sites and products. However, The user is not removed from any groups. They retain their role as an org admin. What the heck did I just read about? Suspending access for users. So users can no longer access the platform. Okay, so when you suspend them, it just says that they're grayed out, but their group access didn't go away.
Right.
That's what I'm reading.
They're still a member of that group.
They lose access to Jira and Confluence, but if you have a change of heart because they're suspended, you can re-enable them and they'll pick it up just like whatever, like like if they were never removed. But when you remove a user can no longer access the products or perform any tasks in the organization and its sites and products. The user is deleted from all the groups and access. So once you delete somebody, then that's a little bit more extreme, right? They're gone from everything.
Right.
So revoking end user product access. So that's literally just removing them from a group, which means that they also then lost whatever product stuff happened as well. And then removing product access, very similar thing. Okay. Man, Bob, this is so long. I want to just finish this. Okay. User is deleted from all the groups and roles. This one. The user is not removed from any groups. This one. User retains any roles as org admin or product admin when access is restored. This one. User loses Jira admin privileges, but may still be a Jira. So this one. Users removed from all groups that gave product access as a product admin. Users removed from all groups that gave product access as a product. So I think this one again. A user is removed from all groups that gave product access to the user. So this one. User loses end user access to Confluence unless they were a Confluence admin. So that's this one again. Yay. Got them all right. All right, so which change results in the user losing all access to both Confluence and Jira? So this one and this one. And this one. Which results in using access to... So if you suspend them, they lose access. If you remove the user, they lose access. And if you revoke their access, they lose access. So wouldn't it be 3? Oh, do you know why this one's not true?
It's only for remember when you suspend or remove, you're gonna suspending automatically just won't let them have access to any product at all.
Yeah, but the
Right?
third one's not true because they could still be an admin. So they still have access to the
right.
product.
They could so if you revoke either user or administrator product access, that's to one product.
Yeah. And it says all.
Yeah.
That's also true. So yeah. All right. So which change results in a user no longer being able to access or perform any task in the organization as well as sites and products? So removing a user. Dang, it says select 2. Folks, if you do what I just did, you will get it wrong. It is not partial credit. Freaking Atlassian.
Read the entire question.
Read the entire question. You want... I just did this to show you guys, for the record, that you got to read the entire question. All right. Continue so we can wrap this up because I need to get out of here. All right. So your organization contains the following groups: Confluence reviewers, Jira developers, site admins, which is definitely true. All the groups are mutually exclusive. I have no idea what that means. None of the groups provide default access groups. We don't know. One of the groups has at least one member. No, because you could have empty groups. Any of the groups can be deleted. No, because site admins cannot be deleted. None of the groups contain suspended users. True, because if they're suspended, no, that's just not false. Okay, maybe then it's this one. Let's go with A, because it can't be this one. Because
all right, I'm gonna put in C, and I already know what the correct answer is. I just want you to think.
I get it. The site admins has at least one person. Because you created the Jira or the thingy. So site admins always have to have somebody.
It always has to have an org admin. It can never be empty.
Veronica can still view. See, Veronica can still view the billing history of your organization's products, but she can no longer perform. Folks, when you go through this question like this, where you're kind of like on the fence, flag it, come back to it later,
Yep.
because you don't want to dwell on it. Because I could have sat here and pondered for 5 more minutes, but then I don't know if I'm going to get to the end of the exam. So flag it, put an answer in there, flag it, and then come back once you've gone through all the questions, because that's just going to let you keep pushing through, so you make sure you get to all the questions, because the last thing you want to do is walk out of that exam having completed not 100% of the test, right? Because if you ran out of time, you only have 180 minutes, then that would be a shameful thing.
You
in my
have
opinion.
3 hours for roughly 60 questions. You actually, as I have, I've been able to go through the exam several times.
Yeah.
And flag which ones I'm unsure about, so that on the next go through I can look through. So
Veronica can still view billing history on your organization's products, but she can no longer view the dashboards, select the users in the drop-downs, transition issues, or edit her own issue comments. So what is happening here? So the user product role was deleted. I think that's a valid reason. Confluence users, maybe, we're not sure. Her org admin role was revoked. This is definitely not true, because she could still see billing. Her Confluence admin privileges were revoked. I don't know what Confluence has to do with Jira here, because these are Jira things. Her account was deactivated. No, because she wouldn't be able to see anything, and her account was suspended because she can't see anything. So why? So only one of these makes her account was suspended. This would mean that she can't access anything. And that should include billing history. So I don't think that this is correct. And her account's deactivated. This is the same thing, but from a managed. So I don't think that those are correct.
okay.
Bob, I do want to ask you, Bob, real quickly. In the exam, you see how when I click on this just to highlight the text, it selects the answer for me. Is that true in the exam UI?
No.
Okay, because
I
I like to
usually,
highlight.
yeah,
And I'm like selecting answers. And if I'm not careful, then I just submitted it with the wrong answer.
right.
Okay. Her Confluence
So
admin privileges were revoked. I don't think E is correct, because E and F are the same the same answer.
mhm.
And then I don't think C is correct, because then she can still see the org. So that wasn't revoked.
Okay.
So it's got to be, and I know A is correct. I know this is 100% true, but I don't understand what Confluence has to do with any of this. But if I had to pick, I feel like B is more correct than D.
Okay.
I'm going to click on that. But why is this incorrect? The user product role was deleted. I guess it's not conclusive. Product roles cannot be deleted. Oh, see, deleted and removed is very
Yeah, you
powerful.
can't. Yeah, you can't delete roles.
Yeah, you can't
Can't
delete the roles.
delete.
But to me,
Can't
delete
delete
means
product
like
role.
it's not selected. So yeah, word choice is very, very important. So D's correct. Okay, so then that would have eliminated A.
Yeah.
And B and D were the other two options that I was looking at. All right. I am good. I think we're good for this one. We finished section 2. So come back next week as we continue down module 3, and the week after that module 4, and then I'm off to test taking land.
So
All right, everybody, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you smash the subscribe button. Check out the links down below. We also got a merch store for the Jira Life. Help support the Jira Life. And we got a lot of other cool shirts on there. Paid courses if you want to take your Jira skills to the next level. And I think I am going to be making an advanced Jira admins course very soon as well. And it's going to be containing a lot of the contents from here. So make sure you check out those Udemy courses, and make sure you hit that subscribe button, and subscribe over to the Jira Life as well if you haven't already. Links in the description will be made available. So thank you very much, and for everybody else here, and we'll see you all next week.
all right.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Welcome to part 7 of the ACP-520 study guide. I'd rather do these at 5 a.m. than at 5 p.m. because holy moly, am I tired. So we're going to try to keep the energy high. Hopefully, I figured if I can answer questions while I'm in this mental state right now of just exhaustion, then I should be able to walk this test. Right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. So we are going to pick it up today with section 3, admin roles. If you haven't seen the other videos, there's 6 parts where we covered section 1, painfully but slowly, section 2, a little bit quicker, and now fingers crossed, and assuming we can stay on track, we're going to try to knock out section 3, all of it. That may seem ambitious, but there's only 2 little sections within it, and so hopefully, assuming we stay on track, we can knock these out.
Yeah.
So let me present my screen and we'll get started. In the meantime, while I'm presenting my screen, make sure you smash the subscribe button. Make sure you like the video. And if you have any questions, we're watching the chat here. So feel free to ask your questions away in the chat. And if not, Bob and I follow up with the comments after the video is published. So there's always an opportunity for you to ask away. All right. So let's kick things off here with section 3, admin rules. This is going to account for 10 to 15% of the exam. Org admins must be able to grant administrative privileges to other users. And to do so, they must first understand and differentiate between the cloud offerings, particularly Jira and Confluence, and then identify their high-level features and recall tasks performed by each admin role. Now, there's a lot of different types of admin roles. And so we're going to be covering all of these. So we, as you can see, we got org admins, Jira product admins, Jira project admins, Confluence product admins, and Confluence space admins. So let's open up some of these tabs and dive right in.
All right. So a lot of you that are come up from either Jira or Confluence as admins, you're kind of wondering what this section is all about. And the people that wrote the exam, they told me that this section is really for sysadmins who want to go through the studying of this, but they're not heavy on the knowledge of Atlassian products, and so this is meant to kind of bridge the gap.
Perfect. Yeah. Admins in general, right? There's just so many different flavors of it, so many different roles and responsibilities. I know it trips up a lot of people. Hopefully, this is easier than last section, figuring out all those groups and roles, and that stuff was just mind blowing. So hopefully, this is a little bit easier. So let's start off with this slide right here. Hopefully this is the first one, organization abilities. Yeah. So organization admin abilities for cloud products. Now, as you can see, there's quite a few Geez, I am really that tired. There's quite a few cloud products. As you can see across, we had Jira, a variety of Jira products, Confluence, Bitbucket, Trello, Opportunity, and Status Page. And going down the side here, we're going to see the activity, the action that you're going to be able to do as an org admin. So as you can see, when you're an org admin within the world of Jira and Confluence, you're pretty much going to be able to do almost everything, if not everything. Where things start getting a little bit more into gray areas is when you start leaving Jira and Confluence and you start folding into things like Bitbucket, Trello, Opportunity, and Status Page. In fact, this is honestly one of the more annoying parts, because I feel like as a cloud admin of the Atlassian cloud products, you should be the admin of all the Atlassian cloud products. But as you're going to see, there's going to be certain limitations, and we're going to call some of those out in this video. So,
right. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that the kind of the latter products, Bitbucket, Trello, Opsgenie, and Status Page, they're not necessarily homed in the same container, so to speak, as a Jira or Confluence in your organization.
But they
They're off
complement
on
each other so much, right? At least Bitbucket. Like, I get Trello, I get Opsgenie and Status Page. Those are like distant third cousins, in my opinion. But Bitbucket is an integral part of the Jira experience, especially for software teams. I also get that there's GitHub and there's GitLab and there's other options. But if I'm Atlassian, I want to put my Apple hat on as an Atlassian executive, right? Because I want that experience between Bitbucket and Jira to be as seamless as possible and as feature rich as possible, that I so that the thought of even going to GitHub isn't even something that's on my radar. But right
Yeah,
now, the
but
way it's implemented doesn't matter.
a lot of that is due to its history. Bitbucket was on a different cloud provider than Jira Cloud and Confluence Cloud. From the very beginning, it wasn't until about 2 years ago that they even switched to be on the same cloud provider. So it's evolutionary steps, not
So
not a not a single big
hopefully
bang.
they get there. They are like every quarter it seems that we're making incremental steps in the right direction. But this picture right here is going to summarize it. So as an admin, as an org admin, you're going to be able to manage the products from an organization, right? So you're going to be able to do pretty much all the tools and all the products.
Right.
That's a given. You're going to be able to verify the domain. So this is going to be something that you're going to be able to do for everything. But the caveat that ops tuning status page says for users that have Atlassian accounts only. So keep in mind, it looks like you could do non-Atlassian accounts. Manage your users' accounts for Atlassian. Again, across the same thing. Grant product access. This is all going to be the same. Now, discover products your users administer. These are automated things. These aren't something that you opt into. They're just something that you get, and it's a really annoying thing. But essentially, when your users are using your superawesomeurl.com domain and they go to Atlassian.com and buy their own Jira, which is something they can do, because they're using their at your superawesomeurl.com, that product will become discovered in your main Jira or main Atlassian account. So you'll see main Atlassian organization. So you will see that product. You can't really do a whole lot, and Atlassian is not very helpful here, but they do give you like a link to see who created it, like who the admins are, and the name of it, and the number of users, and like that's pretty much it. Not very helpful. You can connect to a Google Workspace if only from a Jira and Confluence perspective. These two again you're going to see a trend here. These are together. Bitbucket won't have that capability. Trello won't have that capability. Ops tuning status page. Status page apparently does, but just keep these in mind. I don't know how much of these you need to know and memorize for the test,
So
but just
let me give you that answer. I actually do know. You only have to worry about Jira and Confluence
yeah,
for
that's what I
the
was gonna
exam.
say. I'm like, if I had a guess, these two are the ones you need to know. So I would memorize like this stuff on the left with respect to Jira and Confluence, which is pretty much everything, right? So and every item here on the left, honestly, is describing activities that a Jira admin, Atlassian admin, really, which is what you're being certified for. This is what they do. These are the items that we do every single day. So it makes sense that these items would be on the exam, and it makes sense that these items are covered. So with respect to Confluence and Jira, just know that you can do all of this stuff here. So that's pretty much it on that article. Let's move down to, did we find another dead link? Administering Jira Cloud products takes me to, not no, I guess it's not a dead link. It
It's
takes me to the all the set of Jira documents.
think of it as a link tree.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, it's kind of the master page of all of the things you do. And if you're a Jira admin, if you're a Jira product admin, you can run through that list and you're definitely gonna say, yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do that. I do that. Um
yeah, so
so
we're not able to cover all of this, but these are going to be things that you're going to be able to have to do. So I would recommend you take a look at that. And then the next link is for Confluence. So same thing. These are all the things that you can do as a Confluence administrator. Now, I don't think that the exam's covering you as like the like you're not going to be quizzed on Jira or Confluence administration, right?
no, you're not. But the key part of this is actually going to be um knowing the difference, right? What can a Jira product admin do that a Jira project admin cannot do? And that's kind of a basic theme in Jira administration, or at least in these exams that look at Jira administration or project administration.
All right, I'm a little lost here. I don't know how to get back to this thing. I got reverted all the way over here. Here we go. Nope, not quite. Resume course. All right, let's go to the end of this.
Mark that you're completed and move forward to like section 3.
Admin roles. Let's go to admin roles. Here we go. Launch.
There you go.
All right. So jumping in, because again, there was not a whole lot of documentation. So let's see what Atlassian's got for us. We'll do the module overview here. And so this module is about understanding the various types of administrative privileges in Atlassian Cloud. You will need to know the 5 main administrative roles, the product features they use, and the tasks they perform. So let's go. So these are the 5. You're going to need to know the differences between each of these and what they can and can't do. And so we'll start up at the top level, which is org admins, the organization admins. This is the only confusing part because Atlassian's in the middle of a transition, if you will, where org admins equals site admins for as much as you care.
Yeah, exactly. They're kind of hiding site admins and kind of glomming them together with org admins, but just again, follow the course. So 5 levels, org admin is at the top.
Yeah. So the org admin is the most powerful admin inside of your Jira. They manage everything up high. So if you haven't seen the first 6 parts, you definitely want to look at like part 1, 2, part 1, part 2, and part 3, where we discuss like the different sites and the different URLs and what an org is, right? And so these org admins are not specific to a Jira product or to a Confluence product. And they're not even specific to just like one thing, right? Like they're the only thing that they're responsible for is the entire umbrella, which is the organization. So they have the most power. And I would be careful who you make an org admin. And these people have the ability to manage your subscriptions, licensing, and billing. So they can either cost your company a lot of money or they can save your company a lot of money. So you want to make sure that you give these accesses appropriately. They can configure user access settings and grant product access, which again basically deals with licensing. The subscription is one step above because this one, they can actually put credit card information. They can actually buy new products, right? So they have a beyond just granting licenses, they can actually buy very, very expensive things. And so it's not just like, hey, let's just hand out licenses. They can go in and get new Atlassian products, and they can change their credit card bill or credit card information and stuff like that. So very, very powerful yet dangerous responsibility here. They also manage the groups and users with or without managed accounts, which again, whether you're using SSO or not. And they also understand the advanced and premium features and those that come with an Atlassian Access subscription. Now, what about the permissions? So all org admins and only org admins are in a special group called site admins that always exists within an organization. So this is a non-negotiable group. The person who created your Jira, they're automatically that site admin / org admin. And again, my recommendation here would be too many cooks in the kitchen. Be careful with that. So let's do a quick test here. So which tasks are performed by an org admin? So they can grant product access.
3.
Choose 3. Oh, I didn't even get that far. Choose 3. So
Read,
they can definitely
read the question carefully.
Read the question. So they can definitely grant product access. They can manage groups and users. And this is where things are a little tricky here. So they can configure Jira system settings. Maybe, yes. They can configure this. Maybe, yes. They can manage project schemes. Maybe, yes. And they can recall the tasks performed by other admins. Holy moly. I don't know, Bob. I'm stuck here. I can think of 2. I can't find the third one. These 2 are too similar for them to be correct.
Okay.
Because I feel like they both have to be both selected or they don't.
Okay.
I know that this one is too in the weeds. And this one, I don't know that I've ever seen. This tells me that they can undo things that other admins did. which
They
is
can
kind
either
of true.
undo it or they can view it.
Well, recall to me doesn't it means either undo or it means to look at. I don't know. I'm gonna take a guess. I feel like this one, and this one are all related, and so they would all have to be true. So I'm gonna rule them all out, and I'm just gonna go with this one because
Okay.
it's the only one that's odd. Let's see what happens. Oh, I got it right. I might be able to pass.
So B and C are not correct. Those are typically done by the product admins, one for Jira, one for Confluence. C, managing the project schemes, that's done by a Jira admin, a Jira product admin. So
Yep. This one's the only one that got me because I'm like, I didn't understand this one. I don't get why they can recall the tasks. How are they using the word recall?
I think they can observe through audit logs.
Let me just get it wrong. I want to see what it says. No, it doesn't give me anything helpful. Okay, well, because this to me tells me that they can undo it, and I'm like, well, technically you can, but I wouldn't call it that.
Yeah.
But let's get down, right? So as we work on this funnel, we're looking at Jira product admins. So these Jira product admins are also known as Jira administrators or Jira admins. Now, what happens here, the very first thing that you need to know about, that they basically lose the ability to manage users, the ability to manage your billing, your subscriptions, and stuff like that. And we're going to take a look at it down here in a second. But they're very specific to the Jira product itself. And so they're going to be, when you think of a Jira admin, this is the role that you're thinking of. Because everything that we've been covering in this exam is, yeah, Jira admins do it, but it's a new skill set that is specific and unique to the cloud that doesn't exist in your data center versions of Jira. So if you're a traditional Jira admin and you're used to managing your users and stuff of that nature, you're going to feel comfortable doing it in the cloud, but just know that it is a whole different beast. But when we look at Jira product admins, this is where we're now like level setting the ground and kind of having apples to apples with respect to an admin in a data center versus an admin in the cloud, because these are the tried and true Jira admins, right? Like these are the
Right.
folks that are doing workflows, creating projects, doing permissions, fields, schemes, right? So all that stuff. This is a traditional Jira admin, with the caveat that in like an on-premise version of Jira, you also manage your users in Jira, versus in the
Right.
cloud, you don't. It's happening outside of Jira. So hopefully that's clear.
Yeah.
Now, what about their permissions? So Jira product admins are those users who, by virtue of group membership, the Jira administrators group, have product admin role for the Jira administrator product. They may or not be able to be, they may or may not also be Jira end users. I feel like this right here is an exam question. Namely, they may or may not also have their user product role for a Jira product. Again, I feel like this is an exam question. An example, like the user product role for the Jira software product. Now, these folks here, I would also audit and keep a tight lid on, because your Jira admins can create workflows and screens and fields and all other types of things inside of Jira that may or may not break your Jira. So these folks better be trained. And Bob, help me out here. Which ACP would a Jira product admin be interested in taking?
So usually Jira product admins for cloud, that's going to be ACP-120.
The 120.
Yeah, and then for server and data center, it's going to be ACP-100. So those are traditionally, those are pretty tough exams.
Harder than this one. And I'm already
Oh
freaking
yeah,
out.
yeah,
Thanks, Bob.
much harder.
Vote of confidence you gave me here. All right. So again, be really, really careful who's your org admin. Be careful who's your Jira admin. But now let's get into the Jira project admins. Now, Jira project admins, I like to be the Oprah of Jira project admins. as extreme as Oprah though. I'm not like everybody's a project admin, but I'm less concerned when I'm giving or granting Jira project admins. I don't have to worry about them being as trained or sophisticated in the ways of Jira. I'm not worried if they have an ACP 100 or 120. And really, all they're doing is they're configuring who of your already licensed users have access to their project. They can create versions and they can create components. They can also, depending on your permission scheme, be able to delete stuff as well. And so these folks are trusted people, but you can have a whole lot more of them, and they're probably not going to cause any damage, or at least not anything that's not fixable. And so, as I mentioned, right, their responsibility is to do just their project, right? So it's super, super basic. Your Scrum Masters can be a project admin, basically any lead, right? They configure the issue layout so they can move the fields around. They can create single project automation rules. Maybe Atlassian is now changing this so that you can turn that on or off. They can also change the name of the project, the key, stuff like that. They serve as a liaison between their teams and the Jira project admins to make changes to the project configurations, because what they can't do, and this is kind of like a gotcha, really, they can see the workflows, they can see the screens, they can see everything, but they can't do any of the changes. They're kind of kneecapped and handicapped, and so they do need to
So
work with the
right. I'm gonna throw an asterisk on what Alex just said. That is true unless the project you're on is a team managed project. Then they get the keys to the kingdom only within that
their
project.
little project.
Only within the project.
And so I will, just being transparent, 99.9% of my projects are company managed projects. I hardly ever do a team managed project. As a corporation, I'm not a big fan of team managed.
Yeah.
Especially when you have folks like this, right? Nothing against your project admins, right? But they don't have to go through the same rigor and testing and skill requirement as your Jira project admins, right? And so it's easy for them to just go, oh, I like this. Let me click, 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 click. 6 months, 12 months later, you have 20 different Jira projects. They're all misconfigured. And here you are, an executive trying to make sense of what's north and what's south in Jira. And you can't, because it's all a mess, right? Because there's no best practices. There's no order. There's just nothing beautiful. And then you have to call somebody like release team to come bail you out. So yes, continue down this route.
I am just I know you're preaching to the choir here, so I'm just kind of laying out how Jira can be flexible, and sometimes allow you to be flexible around that tree when you're wrapped around it.
Yeah, so I love the whole Ben Parker, right? Or what's his Uncle Ben? I don't think his last name was Parker, but Miss Uncle Ben, which is with great power comes great responsibility.
Yep.
All right, so what can they do? So as I mentioned, they can basically do just the project stuff, right? So the rest of the project admins do depends on the product associated with their project, as well as the project type and template used. And so in Jira Software, for example, they can configure the Agile boards, components, and versions. In JSM, they can configure the customer portal, customer permissions, request types, queues, and SLAs. Wow, they can do a lot more than I thought they could.
Yep.
And what about the permissions? So as a Jira project admin, a user that has the administer projects. So this basically, I can make anybody a Jira project admin, but the permission scheme is going to dictate what they can or can't do based on this role of administer project. So if they have that, they'll be able to do it. And if not, then they won't do it. So check and see. There's a permission called administer projects, and you can put like a role of admin, you can put a group, you can put a user, you can put a bunch of different things. But if they don't have that, then they won't be able to do the what we just described. So all tied to your project permission scheme. All right, so let's see. We got grant and revoke global permissions. That's going to be a Jira product admin. Create a single project automation rule. That's how do I like these are both. I guess it's the one that's most correct, right?
Yeah.
Configuration layout will be the project admin. Manage the details in the sideboard. That's this homie over here. Create, configure, and manage project schemes. That's going to go over here. Configure mail attachments, that's the product admin. Configure default user preferences, that's going to be this guy over here. Configure the portal is over here. Configure Agile boards is over here. Create company managed projects, this is only over here. All
Hey,
right, look at
10 for
that, 10 out
10.
of 10.
You're not as tired as you thought.
Holy moly. Now let's jump into Confluence. So over on the Confluence side, we have a very similar story. So we're going to have the Confluence admin, which is going to be the equivalent as the Jira product admin, right? And so again, they don't do the billing, they don't do the subscriptions, they don't do the user management, the groups and stuff like that. But they can do things inside of Confluence. And unless they are in both the group for Jira product admin and Confluence product admin, they can't crisscross. So if you exclusively only give them one, but not the other, then they're only going to be able to be the admin for that one product and not the other. Waiting for you to correct me or say,
So that is if you don't remember our last session where we actually kind of went through, and with groups we allowed specific access and roles, even on to Confluence, even on a group that had the word Jira in it. So
Okay. So what do these people do? What can a Confluence admin do? And the Confluence admins don't usually get a whole lot of love, but they're still important people. They're still very, it's just, I feel like there's like, you can spend an entire eternity learning Jira administration. And I think you can knock out Confluence administration like before lunch. But that's maybe that's
or,
just me. And I know
or at least
Andy,
fake it before lunch.
fake it before lunch. Watch Andy just come at me in the chat. Go,
Yeah.
no, what are you talking about? Although Andy, he's just a self-proclaimed Confluence aficionado, right? But not so much an admin.
Right.
Like he just likes being a power user, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Confluence admins can do the look and feel, system settings, global templates, global permissions, and maintain the health of the system. So they can do a number of tasks such as configuring and managing Confluence systems. Everything I just said. They perform data imports and exports. So this is important. So they can export spaces. They can install marketplace apps. And it should be noted that over here, I'm surprised they didn't include it over here, but the Jira admins could also do the apps. Did they not include that over here? I didn't see it.
Did not.
But the Jira admin can do apps as well. They can and also maintain the health. I don't get this maintain the health of a system.
I'm not sure about that. I think it's like, because I mean, we're talking about cloud here. It's not like maintaining the system resources of a server or data center.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it implies that in Confluence you have to like be re-indexing and cleaning up databases and stuff just to keep the system healthy. But
yeah, that's not.
I guess they can archive and delete pages, but that's not really a thing that Confluence product admins would like necessarily always have to do.
Yeah,
I don't know. This one's a little bit. I mean, I don't think it's misleading, but I think it's superfluous here. They do manage global permissions in Confluence, so this is an important one. They depending. Oh, one thing to note, and I think this is super interesting. So unlike Jira Software, where Jira Software, and I'm going to pull this up since we have a few minutes here. So in Jira Software, and I should probably pull up the one that I actually want to look at. So when we're looking at Jira Software pricing, and we're comparing standard versus premium, right? Doubling your price. The functionalities that you get, right? The bubbles over here, this is end user features, end user feature, right? This right here, sandbox, release tracks, these are end user features. Like a user is going to use this stuff. This little section right here is like an admin thing. And really, you only get one, an IP allow listing. But everything else, the differences between standard and premium, they're going to be functionalities. But when you look at Confluence, the difference between standard and premium, it's really interesting. This is an admin thing. Admin thing. Admin thing. End user feature. End user feature. Admin. 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 End user, or just admin.
Well,
So,
I would argue that a sandbox and a release track aren't necessarily end user features. Those are really
do
more for the
okay.
admin side.
Okay, fine. But the sandbox, the ability to create it is an admin thing, but who's going to use the sandbox? It's probably going to
Admins.
be the end user.
You have end users making their Jira
Yeah, I have
products
them
in
test things out
Sandbox.
in the sandbox, like figure out get their life orders, affairs in order before they come over. Mainly like in Jira, right? Like I have a user that tests, so I'll do the configurations, but then they go and do the UAT testing of it, right? They go in there and make sure that it's gonna work, that it's gonna fly for them, and then we go move it over to to production. But it's in the end user's benefit.
Well, this is it's for the end user's benefit, but it's in my perspective, it's not typically end users
Okay.
that
Oh,
take advantage of a
fine,
sandbox
fine. I'll give it
because
to you. Let's agree to disagree. But the point is, when you do pay double, you're mainly paying it to make your admin's life easier in Confluence. Like all of this stuff is admin related. Then, right?
I
You're
agree.
getting, other than team calendars and automation, you're not getting a whole lot of features. Although breaking news, there may or may not be a video dropping on my channel here very soon. But breaking news, when you go to premium, it's going to be the difference of how many whiteboards you get now. I don't know if
Yep.
you caught those news yet, Bob.
That was something that we may or may not have been saving for the Jira Life too. So
It's a breaking news. We got one person watching.
yeah,
It's probably you.
it's probably me. So
Breaking news. By the time people catch up, we'll would have streamed it on the Jira Life. All right. So let's finish this one. So what about the permission? So Confluence product admins are those users who by virtue of group membership have the product admin. Basically, they're the Jira admin, but in Confluence. Now, the Confluence-based admins, this is a checkbox that you give somebody the power, very similar to how in Jira, for that project admin, you give them the permission in your permission scheme. Well, over here, they're gonna they're gonna be able to keep the health and status of their page. So they're gonna be able to add users. They'll be able to set restrictions on pages. They can reorder their pages, archive their pages, export them, and delete them. They can also do things at the space level, so they can edit their sidebars, the look and feel of their settings, such as the themes, templates, page layouts, or PDF export. And then again, they're also the liaison between the Confluence admin. So let's see. Configure global. So anytime you hear global, it's got to be the big boy. Anytime you hear not, it's the little one. So configure the space. That's going to be this one, this one, this guy, this guy. Configure default. Default's the big one. Manage is the little one. Oh, this one. This one. Manage reordering, archiving. That's this one over here. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
All right. So
All
finally,
right.
we got a
Match main responsibilities, match left to the right.
Confluence based admin can. How did these move? Okay, left to the right. Org admin. So, okay, work with the Atlassian admin hub and manage the site. Okay, that's this guy. Did I just drag it like this?
You just drag it and try and stick it.
There we go. Okay. Configure Jira system settings and global permissions. That's this homie here. Manage the project role membership. Oh, well, it's got to be this one because projects don't exist in Confluence, and I only have two options left. Configure Confluence and global. So global tells me this guy, and space tells me this guy. They make it easy here, like Toyota. All right, let's go to the exam itself because we got, in the interest of time, we want to finish this section up. Okay, so here we got a bunch of users, 6 users. This is what they're doing. Which one's definitely an org admin? Ooh, how many users are definitely org admins? They can create a new group. That's an org admin thing. Org admin thing. This is not an org admin thing. This is not an org admin thing. So not Agatha. Suggested changes to a user. This is an org admin thing. Holy moly. This can be done by anybody. So I got 1, 2 for sure. 3 for sure. And I want to say 4. So I'm going to go with 4.
I'm thinking 3.
3, 2. What? Row
2.
1 is definitely org admin. Gotcha. Row 2 is not definitely. Why? Added a new group to a global permission. Oh.
Oh.
No,
Added,
wait. That would be a Jira admin thing.
That would be a Jira admin.
So that brings us down to 3. Now, why is this one not? So Steve is not. Jira admins can set the default user preferences. What does default user preference mean? I kind of feel like that's misleading because the user default would be at the org level, no? Why would a Jira admin set a default user preference? Because when you look at this, your Jira, this is, what is my Jira admin doing? What can my Jira admin do? Can they go here? This is my own thing. Let's see what's in global. Ah, this right here, Bob.
Yep.
That's shame on you, Atlassian. That's a tricky question. That is a tricky question. This right here, the only, by the way, little sidebar, this is the only setting I've ever updated where I don't make my filters private because I hate that they're private all the time. But okay, I'll give it to you, Atlassian. Only 2. I would have definitely gotten that one wrong.
All right.
For each row in the table, determine if the admin role on the left has the correct administrative privilege. All right, let's focus on these, Bob, because we're 37 minutes into this. I'm getting tired by the second. Okay. So for each row on the table, determine if the admin role on the left has the correct administrative privilege on the right. So project admin, add groups to a global permission. Yes. No. Definitely no. A Jira admin can create sandboxes. I'm going to say no, because this happens on the org level. An org admin can delete unmanaged accounts. Definitely yes. A Confluence admin can manage global blueprints. Yes, so that's 2. And configure customer portals. That's a JSM thing. So I'm going to go with 2. What say you?
Hold on. Wait. I want to let's see.
Project admin cannot do global permissions.
Okay, that's a
at
no.
All.
Second
The
one's a
Jira
no.
admin can't create sandboxes because that's on the org side.
Okay.
Right? You got to go.
Yeah, you have to be an
here.
org admin to create or delete
And then
sandboxes.
you go over here. So if you can't get to the site, then you can't do it.
Right.
They can delete unmanaged accounts, so yay.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that's a no.
An org admin delete unmanaged?
I'm gonna say that's a no.
Okay, the only because of the technicality that org admins can't delete unmanaged accounts. So 1?
Because delete is different from remove.
I know. Why do they do these dumb things to me?
Because words matter.
This is where they were saying that where Joanne was saying that the exam builds upon it, right? Like you gotta have remembered this from previous sections to now use it in this section. Okay, well let's go with 1 then, because this one's correct though.
Yes.
And this is incorrect because this is a JSM thing.
Yeah.
Look at that. We would have gotten on the technicality. Woo. All right. Going over to 3.2 then, before we get there, there's just one little section here. We're going to learn how to grant and revoke admin powers. So let's see what's up here. So again, we're in the centralized. In case you're joining for the very first time, this is the exams on the centralized. And so you centralize user management content. Share management tasks in your organization by assigning admin roles to users. When you create an organization, you become an org admin and automatically get admin permissions. Then we have product admins that can administer settings inside the product, depending on the group membership. Not all product admins need product access, so product admins don't need to be in Jira, which seems counterintuitive to me. Makes sense, but I don't get why. Like he needs to eat your own dog food, I feel. User access
No,
admins. So these are new. So this won't be on the test,
right.
but this is an admin that can only manage the users and not do the Jira stuff. And then we got org admins. They administer users and groups for the organization's products. So basically everything we've been talking about for the last 7 sections. So it's important to note that users can hold multiple roles at once, and admin roles don't automatically give access to all the products in your organization. You may need to assign additional access roles, like the user role, to an admin if they need a product. You know what I've always thought was weird?
What's that?
And it always trips people up, that an org admin can't automatically access every project.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, you can see them all, right? You can go
Mhm.
into Jira and you can click on the gear and go to projects over here, and you
To
can
the
see
managed
them.
projects. Yep.
You can see them, but you have to click on the ellipses and go to the project settings, and then even then, you can't see
The data.
the issues, right?
Yeah.
This right here is also very trippy. Atlassian really wants you on premium. It used to be that they wouldn't even show you the functionality, right? But now they're
Mhm.
like, this is like the sleep. I wonder, this person who came up with this idea here and this idea here, they must have gotten the biggest bonus of their life. Because talk about like, how do we sneak upsells into our product? I know. Let's give everybody all the power, and then gently remind them that they don't have the power unless they pay us money. Oh, Atlassian,
Okay.
I love you. I love you. But
Back to
yeah.
product admins.
All right, make someone a product admin. As an organization admin, you can make another user a product admin. So this stuff is really easy. I feel like we've covered a lot of this already, right?
We've covered it before, but
But
it bears repeating that where you make somebody a product admin for Jira is going to be different than making somebody a product admin for Confluence, right? Because in Jira, you actually do it on the special product Jira administration. And that will cover that person for any flavor, to be a product admin for any flavor of Jira. If you have it installed, Jira software, Jira work management, Jira JSM. And then for Confluence, it is a specific administrator role in Confluence.
cool.
Yep.
Okay. So again, this is pretty self-explanatory though, right? When you're giving access to a person, if you're going to be in Jira, remember all the Juras are grouped together. You'll see product admin for that. And then in Confluence, Jira admin will have its own call out, which will be product admin. Confluence, which doesn't have multiple Confluence products, it's all just like this. So it'll look just like this in the screenshot here. All right. Let's go down. Making someone a user access. So we'll skip this because that one's not on the test.
And then finally, the big one is making somebody an org admin.
So making someone an org admin. Where's that at?
You actually, it's back up a little bit.
Is that what this one was?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're gonna either put them in the site admins group or the org admin group, and then that's it. They're officially an org admin. It used to be that it was different. They used to be in a different place, but it's very, very easy now. It's very, very simple. Okay. Use groups to grant admin permission. So everything we've been talking about that whole Confluence admin, Jira admin. It's the Jira-admin/ their site name, right? And so it's going to be very, very easy. Same thing with the Confluence one. So you just need to put the users in these groups, and they're going to be either a Jira admin or they're going to be a Confluence admin. The project permission, the project admin, and the Confluence space admin, those happen within the spaces themselves or the project themselves. So there's nothing global.
Yep.
And then we don't need to do original user, right? Because that stuff's not on the test either.
Not really, no.
So let's close that out. And I think we're basically done with 3.2. So let's jump into the material and go through the rest of this course, take the quiz, and we'll wrap this one up today.
Here you go.
All right. So granting and revoking the admin org privilege. So this is really easy. It's so easy that I think this is what causes all the bad behavior, because it's just so easy to give this admin stuff away. But you want to be very careful. You don't just want to give this stuff to just anybody. Okay. So the org admin is very powerful, right? We covered this. So granting the org admin privilege. To grant the org admin role, the user can be added to the group site admins. And that's it. That's all you got to do. Alternatively, though, if you wanted to, you can choose the action, assign organization role, and the ellipses drop down on the user page, which adds the user to the group site admins. In the background, the effect is the same. Afterwards, a gray lozenge. Lozenge. What the heck?
Lozenge. The all the little oblong things that that are that you see on Atlassian, like the names of staffs, they call those lozenges.
This is the first time I hear this word.
I'm adding that to the educating Alex list.
What was that? What was it from last Thursday?
In addition to presenter mode and Confluence and Roadrunners.
Roadrunners, that's what it was. Appears next to the full name of the person. To remove it, you work in reverse. Remove them from that group. Keep in mind, there's got to be at least one person in that group, right?
Yes.
So you can't ever have an empty group.
And you cannot remove yourself. If you're an org admin, you cannot remove yourself from that group.
And also keep in mind that any site admin, we've covered this before, right? Or org admin, you can't log in as them. So I would have the most minimal amount of people possible. All right, doing the Jira admin thing. This one's easy too, right? So we covered it. You're just gonna add them to the product. There's a checkbox for them that basically you check the checkbox under their account, and you'll put them under product admin for Jira. This is for Jira. We'll cover Confluence next. But for Jira, you go to the Jira administration section, check the checkbox. Revoking it, again, kind of do it the opposite way. You just check the checkbox away. As an alternative, there is the group, Jira admins - the name of your site. So put them in, or take them out, or that group will yield the same result. All right, same thing on the Confluence side. We can, under Confluence, this is the only one that's a little bit tricky because you got to go to the Confluence product, and then you're going to see the option for product admin. And this is where you're going to want to do like both user and product admin if that's what you want. Because keep in mind, it's not, there's not an and, there's not an or statement, it's an and, or it can be an and. They can be both. Removing them is obviously just deselect that checkbox, and then the alternative is to put them in that group. Now, what in the world can they quiz you on this here? So this test, Bob, feels a lot like high school, where you have the example of like 2 + 2 = 4. Like on the whiteboard, the teacher would do 2 + 2 = 4. Then the homework would be like 2 + 2 + 4 = what? Like it'd be a little bit more complex. And then the test itself would be like 2 parentheses plus 4 to the second power. And we're like, where did all this come from? So I feel like we just learned the basics. I don't know how much more basic you get than this. And then all of a sudden these questions are like over the top complex. No? That's not how you feel sometimes?
Sometimes.
Or is it just me? Sometimes. Right. Bob's like, it's almost 7. I'm done. Right, let's wrap this up. On the user page, add products, product admin roles for Confluence. On the user page, add products, product admin role. This is going to be the Confluence admin. Add a user to a group that grants the product admin role to okay, that's this one here, and the use site admins is over here. Oh man, it keeps going, Bob. The user page add products. Didn't we do this one already? Or did I get it wrong?
Maybe. No, I think you got it right.
On the user page, select the role. Oh, because there's different ways. Select
Yep.
the assign organizational role. That's the org admin. Add a user to a group that grants product admin roles to Confluence admins. There we go. 6 out of
There you go.
6.
6 out of 6.
How do you revoke them? All right. So remove the user from the group with product admin roles for this one here. Remove the user from the groups. That's for this one here. View on the page. Remove organizational role. That's this guy over here. Remove the user from that site admins. That's this guy over here. Remove this guy and that's this guy. All right, 6 out of 6.
There you
Let's
go.
go to the last thing, and we're gonna wrap this up before in only an hour, Bob.
I know.
All right. Your organization has Jira Software and Confluence. You want to ensure that George can approve access requests to both products. What must you do? Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Let's zoom in here. Your organization has both Jira Software. Okay, great. You want to ensure that George can approve access requests on both products. So grant him access to Confluence admin and Jira admin. I would say no, because access is not on the product side. It's up above. Grant him the org admin product role. This doesn't make sense because when you're the org admin, you don't need the product roles. So I want to say that this is like that red herring. Like they want you to think it's this one, but we'll come back.
Okay.
Grant him the product admin role for Confluence and Jira Software. How is this one different? Okay. I don't think it's either of these two.
Okay.
Select the assign organizational role or add him as a member of the org admins group. Oh, great. Now I'm really confused. These two do the exact same thing.
Those two do the exact same thing, but I want you to remember that the exam is going to follow the course. And in the course, there is effectively one group.
That leaves this one then because there is no org admins group in the course.
Correct.
So let's see. Ta-da. All right. Josefina needs the following privileges. Manage global templates and blueprints. That's Confluence. And update project schemes. That's Jira. Both of these are going to need her to be a product, not the project, but the product admin. So this is correct. And this is correct. This is not correct. And this is not correct. This is correct, and this is not correct. So it's A. Because this is not correct. This is correct. Ta-da.
Viola.
All right. Exit
Onward.
module. We are done. All right, folks. So with that said, we are going to leave it here. We are officially on time and on budget. We are finished with. We are
so
finished
we'll see
with
what happens in
module
the
3.
last section, section 4.
Yeah. So come back next week because Bob's busy this weekend and I'm moving this weekend. And so we'll pick this up probably next Tuesday and maybe the following Saturday. Maybe I don't know what are you doing the 20th. Maybe we do the 21st.
I'm actually going camping, so
following 2 Tuesdays.
Yeah.
The following next 2 Tuesdays, we'll try to wrap these up. And although I feel like we're gonna need to roll it into maybe a Tuesday something. We'll see. We'll figure it out. But we're gonna pick this up next week, folks. I may have to go solo, but I am moving this weekend, so I'm not gonna have time this weekend. But I may be able to do it the following weekend.
Or I could bring in the Jira guy himself.
You know what? Yeah, the Jira guy himself could make an appearance here. So, anyways, folks, thank you very much for watching. Hopefully, this helped you out. And at this point, we're just one module away, and the test for me is in 1 month, and so plenty of time to brush up and keep studying. But I am really, really, I don't know if you've seen Bob, but people are motivated by taking our course here, and they're going and taking the exams, and they're letting me know that I should go do it. And I am.
Oh,
I am gonna
well,
go do it. But
there you go. There's nothing like, all the people that are watching this course and wanting and urging you on your journey.
all right, folks. Thank you very much. If you haven't subscribed, now is the chance to subscribe. Share this with everybody you know. And if you take the exam, let me know. Let Robert and I know that you took it, and let us know if you passed. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to part 8 of the ACP 520 journey. My test is in a couple of weeks, and I've been moving. And because of the move, I haven't had a chance to catch up. And now that I only have like less than 2 weeks to finish studying, figured I got to get out this last advanced features module, module number 4. So if you're new, make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you've been following along, again, this is part 8, and we're going to be talking about configuring your custom email addresses, or DMARC. And this section of the exam is worth 15 to 20%. And it is there's a lot of links in here. And so we're going to, in typical fashion, we're just going to try to cover 4.1. And obviously need to get through all of them by the 10th of February. And so we'll see. Also, King Bob may or may not join us. And we'll see if he joins or not. But if he does, then more power to us. But if not, then we'll just keep on going and see how this goes. All right. So let me share my screen, and we are going to jump into the study material. Again, if you haven't subscribed, now's the time to hit that subscribe button. Otherwise, let's jump into advanced features. And my computer doesn't want to share a screen, so let's try the window. Hopefully this comes out okay. Okay, here we go. So advanced features, org admins must be familiar with the advanced features and how they're used in their configuration. So we are going to be focusing on section 4.1, the configure custom email addresses. I only got about an hour here to do this, so hopefully that's enough time. And again, if you're new, let me just walk you through what I do here. I am studying for the ACP 520. And all I do is just open up all the links here, read through them, talk about them. Usually I have King Bob on here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to join us today. My phone died overnight. And so this morning I was doing a mad scramble to try to get my phone to work. Don't get Pixels, Android FTL for the loss. I had to switch over to my iPhone. So thankfully that's all squared away, and I'm now on a far superior phone, and we'll be able to make some progress here. So let's jump into what are the benefits of DMARC. Now, I was talking to King Bob earlier in the week because the DMARC stuff is a little scary. I don't really have a whole lot of information or knowledge of DMARC, and so I think I'm going to stumble through this section. I'm less worried about the rest. I'm less worried about release tracks. I'm less worried about this and Atlassian Access. But this little section here, this is the part that worries me the most. Other than the group stuff that we covered in the past, because the group stuff, it's straightforward, but it's just confusing because there's a lot happening, right? But yeah, DMARC is probably the most technically challenging part that I feel is going to trip me up on the exam. So what are the benefits of DMARC? So setting up a DMARC for your organization to keep emails that we send secure and improve the rate of delivery for those emails. So keep product email secure. When an action triggers a Jira email, I'm assuming this is something like the transitions, anybody that's watching an issue, things of that nature. DMARC is going to help to avoid phishing and domain spoofing by using two existing email authentication mechanisms: the Sender Policy Framework (SPF) and the Domain Keys Identified Mail (DKIM). A phishing email could look like it's coming from your organization because it includes content recipients would expect. In the case of domain spoofing, the email may seem credible because the sender email address includes a domain your users or customers would expect. There's a security problem because email contents may ask recipients to enter sensitive information like logging in to your Atlassian ID, but actually not logging into the real Atlassian ID, right? Logging into a spoofed page. Well, that would be a big problem. And so yeah, so that's not a good thing. So or download harmful software which can then take over computers or do really really bad things. So in addition to that, cases of phishing and spoofing can have negative effect on your organization's reputation by impacting your public reception and trust, aka T-Mobile and Target and everybody else that's gotten hacked in the last few years. So improve email delivery rate. So DMARC also improves. So it does two things then, right? So it's going to keep your email secure and it's going to improve your delivery rate. So DMARC improves the likelihood that your users and customers will receive all product emails on Atlassian systems. When the recipient mark is incoming email as spam, email servers are more likely to mark other similar emails, including those coming from Atlassian, as spam. DMARC ensures that recipients' email servers recognize Atlassian's emails as legitimate and trusted. As a result, product notifications are less likely to be considered spam. Okay, so this is good, especially if you're in an organization. For some reason, your IT team isn't talking to your Atlassian team, they might try to lock things up. So that's the first section. So let's go a little bit deeper into this DMARC item. So what are the steps for setting up these custom email addresses? Let's jump into it a little bit more. As an organization admin, which is what we're studying for, you can set up DMARC so that Jira project admins can customize the sender email address of any Jira project's notification, including customer notifications for JSM. This section includes the steps on what you need to take to set up your DMARC. All right, so the first one is add the domain you want to use for sending emails. Add your domain for product notifications. This is different from verifying your domain to manage accounts. Learn how to verify manage accounts here. I hate it. This is one of the things that I absolutely do not like about Atlassian's documentation, that they make you go on this. I like linear. I like linear documentation, and I hate having to jump between links and links, right? Like these nested links then just means I have another tab. I may already have the tab open, and it just uh, this is one of my least favorite things about Atlassian documentation. And most software documentation, I like it to read like a book. But anyways, let's get off of that little rant. And let's keep going. So we'll come back to this. So learn how to verify your domain. I think we've already done, right? So we've done it in a previous section. So make sure you check out the ones where we talked about verifying your domain. Um, so we use the DNS record to verify your domain. We verify that you have control over your domain, and we grant Atlassian the permission to send emails on behalf of the domain. This is similar to how you can verify your domain for managing accounts. The difference is that we use multiple DNS records to verify your domains for email authentication. So let's click on these though, just to kind of see what's going on. We'll open up this first one, verify your domain to manage accounts. So you're going to come into always this new centralized one here. And we're going to come down to okay, so yeah, so we definitely covered this section. Hey, Bob, how are you?
Pretty good, Alex. How's it going?
Oh, I'm never moving ever again in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard so there are 3 life-changing events that kind of happen that kind of bring the most stress upon people. Um the first is generally the kind
Having a
of
kid?
the starting well, first is starting of a relationship with a loved one or
Okay.
ending the relationship of a loved one.
Yeah, I can see
Second
that.
one is starting or leaving a job, and then number 3 is moving. So, welcome to this.
I told
Oh,
my
so
wife the only way I'm
we are
ever moving. Yeah, I told my wife the only way I'm ever moving again is like a $500,000 salary and like a full relocation package. Otherwise, I'm
mhm.
never ever moving ever again in my
Yep,
life.
yep.
They gotta make it really worth it. So I just started. I'm going through the DMARC stuff,
Okay,
looking through the documentation. It says that the first thing is you got to verify your domain. I was just
okay.
clicking through the links to see if it was any different than verifying the domain that we did for the Atlassian Access section. But it's all the same steps. So you still go to the directory of your domains and you pick your DNS method.
It is. Do we know what have you explained what DMARC is?
Kind of. So I clicked on the first one, which is what are the benefits of DMARC, and it does two things. It creates it so that you have secure emails, and then it does it so that your emails are delivered quicker. But what DMARC
Basically.
stands for or what it does, that last thing doesn't cover it.
Yeah. So DMARC stands for I don't have that up. Okay. Anyway, So basically, it is one of a number of protocols that Atlassian uses, so that if you tell
Domain, there it
Atlassian
is.
my email domain um, is
SuperAwesomeURL.com.
right, right. Any emails, it will use that. You can use any email address for notifications coming from that domain, and then it will handle behind the scenes, or at least the DMARC protocol behind the scenes will say, because we verified this, they're really who they say they are. This isn't phishing.
But who
Go
does it
ahead
tell it
and
to?
allow this.
Who is this like to? Is it saying it to like the company's email servers?
In a way, yes, because there's a protocol out there, an anti-phishing protocol out there called CORS, CORS, and I forget, um, that does kind of look at the email headers and say, wait a minute, this looks kind of fishy, but because DMARC is kind of folded in, it will allow it through and not flag it for security. So
Okay.
that's what you're really doing with DMARC.
So this is something I've never actually done. I've never added my email domain. I've verified my domain, but I've never done the email domain as a whole. Is this something that companies should be doing then?
This is something that companies should be doing if they want to make sure that if they don't want to cause any confusion, because by default, um, Atlassian Cloud is going to use, I think, what is it?
Because to the best of my knowledge, I've never set this up. I've done the verification when we go to Atlassian Access, but not once have I set that domain or this email domain portion.
Yeah. It'll so what Atlassian uses by default for email is kind of the site ID, right? Kingbob.atlassian.net, right? So you might see something, you might see like a Jira notification from like Jira at kingbob.atlassian.net. That's the
Right.
default. But
Right.
but through DMARC, you can actually change it so that the notification email will come from something a little more familiar, like Jira at superawesomeurl.com. So that's
So I
what we're trying
definitely
to do
seen
with
that.
DMARC.
Yeah. Okay. So I definitely seen that section, but I did not have it. I guess remember last week we were talking, or was it earlier this week we were talking about why get certifications? Well, so you can discover things you didn't know about your.
Yep.
So all right. So adding these
And
domains is really easy. So I'm actually I don't even know where I'm gonna go at this anymore because we are on a new Jira, although I don't know that we're ready for that one just yet. So let me come on over here. I need to switch out my accounts for the norm.
so yeah, first step is going to be verification. You kind of have to verify that you do own that particular email domain.
Then
Then you once you have that, you have let's see.
go to settings, emails. Here we go. Deliver secure emails from your domain. Improve delivery rates and security. So all you got to do is just add your domain.
Yep.
I wonder if it actually takes it. Oh, it added it. Now,
They're
is
not
there
showing you.
anything else that you need to do here, or is it just literally adding it?
It is just adding it after
'Cause
verifying it.
yeah, because after you do the verification and you put all the DNS information that you need to
Right.
put in that one location, then you just got to come in here and add it. Okay.
Right. And then once it's been added, and then there is a step for you to activate that email domain.
Okay.
Right, where
Yeah,
kind
that I
of
just
right
filled
there
out.
at the edge, and then once that domain's been activated, Then you tell you tell Atlassian Cloud essentially what email addresses to use, and you can set them up for your notifications depending upon your product. Jira or Confluence.
Okay, cool. All right, well, let's keep on going with this then, because again, step 1 is verify your domain. Step 2 is add your email domain, which we've done. And then we go on to step 2, which is copy and add your DNS records to your email provider. So when you add your domain, we provide you with the list of DNS records that you must add to your domain provider in order for Atlassian to verify domain ownership, and the configure any to query any additional configuration parameters required for DMARC to function properly. So let's take a look at these and how to add them.
Right.
So these are the
So
DNS records.
yeah, so there are a couple of DNS records, and these are typically again, this is not done in Atlassian Cloud. This is done however you have set up DNS. If you're doing something like AWS and using Route 53, there are specific places where you would do something like set up that DKIM, that record in the middle, the DKIM CNAME record that allows that to happen. And then there are a few other records.
I would assume Azure would have something similar too. No, a lot of teams
Yep.
are on the Microsoft domain area.
Yes,
So this is,
if your DNS is, if you're going through Azure and and you have your DNS set up through Azure, you'd be doing the exact same thing. So there are 3 types of records. For the purposes of the exam, it's probably good enough just to know the 3 types. But again, this is done at
outside of
in the
Atlassian.
area where you set up your DNS.
Okay, so the DMARC uses the SPF and DKIM to determine the authenticity. I can never say that word, of an email message or recognize whether the message is coming from your domain. As part of the DMARC setup, we provide DNS records to these authentication details. So assuming over here, when we're adding, right, then there's those DNS records. You're gonna get all this information, and you just give it over to your admin. So this is, you will most likely not be the admin.
No.
Right, in a bigger company, they're usually not. You as the Atlassian admin are usually not the email or domain admin.
Yeah, this is something where this is system admin territory. You provide them, these are going to be text records, and you provide them these text records, and they just
It's kind of like setting up Okta and all that, right? You just copy paste links and
Yep.
values.
That's
Give it to
exactly how it happens.
give it to the right authority. So you just need to know where they're at, which is pretty simple, right? Because you just go to setting emails, and you're gonna go to your email that you've added in the previous step, and they're all
Right.
everything's gonna be in there. So this looks very simple here. And then, as you mentioned, right, so you just need to be aware of these 3 records here. So be familiar with your SPF, the SPF record. Be familiar with the DKIM CNAME record, and then be familiar with the bounce record. And we'll get, I think I'll come back and touch it once I jump into the course material. But these are the 3 records that you mainly need to know. So once you have that, you're going to confirm. So when you add your DNS records to your email provider, due to the nature of how DNS works, it may take some time. I hate this part because you never know if you did it right or not.
It's either it's either instantaneous or about an hour or so. That DNS is a funny thing.
Yeah. When you add your domain to admin.atlassian.com, we run the DNS record every 24 hours. And trust me, they do run it. And if something does pop up, they will send you every 24-hour email, because I've gotten these in the past where you got to go in and check something up. But yeah, every 24 hours they do the check, so you can't go rogue on people on Atlassian. You can also get your email domain entry and run DNS record to check any time that you get an up-to-date status for each record. If one or more DNS records don't match during the check, we'll send you an email, right? This is the one I'm talking about. You will stop receiving those emails when they match. So activating the domain. So you talked about this a little bit. So we configure systems to send emails on behalf of your domain. We provision this once we confirm all the DNS records match. Provisioning can take up to 72 hours. While we recognize this DNS record provider, DNS record updates to your provider. When provision is complete, we update your email status to verify, or domain status to verify. Right. After we verify your domain, you can specify the email addresses that you want to use for Jira notifications, add email addresses that you want to your project settings. So let's look at this because um, this thing had an interesting note. Okay, so we definitely have looked at this already. But Atlassian has an interesting note where at the beginning of one of these articles right here, right, JSM customer notifications, emails are usually pretty trivial until you start folding in JSM. Because JSM kind of sets its own, it's on its own league with respect to how it does emails.
Yeah, it has its own separate email handler from the standard Jira software email handler. So
Right.
so yeah, JSM is a special beast.
So for JSM, do you need to do all of this, or can you customize your emails regardless of how you have your Jira software handler set up?
So this is actually separate from the most JSM admins know that one of the ways that you can ingest tickets is through
The email.
is through email, right? And there's a special spot right there in the project to define what email address you're using. This is actually separate
Okay.
from that. This is going to cover anything JSM is going to send to customers or to agents. So you don't have to worry about that per se in setting up JSM.
Correct. But for Jira software, though, I typically tell my teams don't mess around with the Jira settings because it's all configured to work.
Yeah.
JSM, the one where you can have a little bit more creativity, you can definitely set things up a little bit more customized. But I just accept the defaults from Jira software because then you're kind of entering a little bit of dangerous territory.
Well, here's actually the kind of thing. And this is kind of like next level. You're actually so you just said that to accept the defaults and email addresses and things like that. What you're doing here is you're setting the new default email address.
So then that begs the question, though, why would a company want to change it, right? Because you do get like Jira at your thing, domain.atlassian.net as the main notification email, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why is there an incentive to change it? Like, is there a benefit?
Because some people get confused. Why is this email address, kingbob@atlassian.net? Why am I being phished? Am I being spoofed?
So it's for the paranoid.
Basically, yeah.
Basically. All right. So that makes sense. I to be honest, I don't think I've seen this very much. I think most companies that I've worked with over the last 7 years usually just accept these defaults that I'm aware of. I rarely ran into a scenario where people are confused,
Okay.
but I guess it's there if you want to change it.
It's there
Just
if you
make
want to
sure,
change it.
just make sure you follow all the steps.
Yeah.
All right. And then project admins can select an email address for it. So yeah, so this is basically what we're talking about. So your Jira project admins can select one of these email addresses for the sender email addresses of a notification. The next time the
And
recipient receives, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and Damien brings up a good point. Why the
Damien,
most cloud
yeah,
admins are
Damien
too
has
afraid to mess with
exposed
it,
me.
and Damien counts himself in there. So again, it's one of those Atlassian things. They enjoy trying to be flexible to the point where, and again, not on the exam, but something that you should keep in your back pocket. One of the things that they are looking at is being able to allow um, organization admins to set that URL so that you do get, you know, cloud, Atlassian cloud at, superawesomeurl.com.
Right.
So but that's something that's
Just so it looks a little
down
bit
the line.
more official, yeah. I don't know, I just like I'm a big fan of like if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of mentality. Atlassian's defaults work beautifully, right? I never had a problem with it.
They do.
And so, but yeah, I mean, if at least you know you have the options here. Let's take a quick look at how to configure your Jira Cloud to send emails on behalf of your domain. So you're gonna go to your settings. Okay, cool, 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 cool. So let's go there. So I'm gonna switch back over to my Jira project over here. You go to a Jira project. Maybe that's not mess with. Do I only have team managed projects? Wow. Okay. Let's see if it's a team managed project because I'm not convinced that team managed projects would have this. But let's go to notifications and up here, this is where you're changing your email. So as you can see, it's coming in from the Jira instance, right? Instead of some trusted domain. So you're
Or
basically telling me, Bob, that we could have changed this to be Jira at superawesomeurl.com.
yes. Are you on a
Oh,
different
did it
screen
not?
because you're not
Did
displaying
I?
it?
Okay. I've been having so I have a small problem. Small problem.
All problems are small.
I have a problem that my okay, you know what? I gotta fix this better. Let me redo this here. So my Chrome extensions, and I don't know who else can empathize with this problem, but my Chrome has been open for like I don't know. I want to say since like Christmas, right? And I have so many tabs open since Christmas that they're all like my to-do list tabs. And
Wait.
I
Okay.
have to get back to them. And most recently, as of like Wednesday of this week, I can't share the entire screen because Chrome won't allow it. And I have to close Chrome out in order to like reset the thing. And I'm too scared to close Chrome out right now. And so,
So
so I'm suffering through workarounds, which is instead of sharing my entire screen, I got to share like the window.
all right. So Rodney is kind of here. Good morning, Rodney. And he's saying that even Macs need occasional restarts, which makes me wonder. In the process of moving, didn't you have to shut down your computers and transport them, or
No,
was
it's my laptop. My
your
laptop's been
laptop?
with me the whole time.
So you just let your laptop sleep and
Yep.
during the move.
Yep. I put away all my desktops, but my laptop has been with me at my side the whole time. But I would argue against Mr. Rodney here. This is not a Mac need a restart. This is a Chrome needs to restart. My Mac is fine. I love my Mac. All right. So anyway, so you're gonna come in here, and this is essentially where you would change it. Can you change the left side? Can you put whatever you want, like Jira notifications at superawesomeurl.com?
If you set the email address beforehand in the
So,
organizational
so
admin,
if it
then
actually
yes.
exists.
Yeah.
So went over back to over here, and we went to settings, and we added.
Added Jira notifications at
Okay. Cool.
superawesomeurl.com. Then yes. Then it would get
Cool.
picked up by the products, and your
Awesome. So
product admins can.
that's easy. So let's keep on going then, because we got another. We'll keep on going here. Let's go to what are the DNS records required for configuring DMARC. So DMARC uses okay. So these are the three we've already covered those. So again, just know which ones you need or which ones those three are, because that's what you're gonna need. Add your email domain, which we've covered already, which is you go to settings, you go to emails. We came over here, right? You're gonna add your email domain first. You'll get your records. You'll have all the information. You can provide this information over to your email domain DNS admin. Once the verification happens, these I'm assuming turn green,
Yep.
and then once those are green, you can add your emails. I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yep. So very simple to do that. Copying your DNS providers, right? So I kind of just showed them to you. So you literally come in here into your email domains, see your DNS records. You can hit copy paste here. Highly recommend you hit copy here because special characters. I think a lot of people sometimes like try to highlight, and it doesn't work out very well. Sometimes you end up with extra characters or the wrong thing. So my recommendation, my little pro tip is click on these little buttons here so you can ensure that you are copying the right item. That's really easy to get, and so you just give them to your admin that needs it, and then you're good. Adding email addresses. So when we're able to verify your company's domain, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you're going to start adding email addresses, and you can add up to 30.
Yes.
Uh,
Like
Okay,
I
so
like I said, make sure I made it a point of studying and remembering when I took the exam how many what the limit was. So you may want to sock that away. Of course, I didn't see that when I took the exam, but you never know.
you never know. So it's 30 of emails you can do, and it looks like you can do 10 at a time, so you'll have to do this 3 times.
Yes.
And because emails, so I like these warnings because sender email addresses will be visible to your users and customers. We recommend not entering an individual's user's Atlassian account. So don't put like Alex at my company.
Right.
Instead, use the email addresses to describe the support group, right? So support, help, whatever you want. All right. And then you choose your product. So does this influence Confluence in any way?
Right now, I believe it's only set for Jira and
Okay.
not for Confluence.
So
I
this
think
is my
Confluence.
favorite part of the Atlassian documentation. You showed how to do it, and now you reverse the order. You do the same steps in
There's actually a reverse for exactly for removing the email domain.
Yep.
Um,
So once you have the same stuff, right? So we're coming into the same section, but once you have it, you just got to click the remove button.
yep.
And so that's going to be really easy to just know. You go to settings, emails, domains, click remove, and you're done. That takes care of that. Um, Same thing's going to happen now. I don't have any here because wasn't able to approve it, but over here you'll have under actions. I'm assuming you'll have a remove button over here, and
You
then you
do
can either
have a
remove it.
remove button. You also have a available in product slider on off switch. So after you add the email, you can after you add the email address, you can specify whether or not it is available for the product that you associate it with. So in this case, it would most likely be Jira, right? So after you add it, you and associate it with Jira, then you click on the slider to turn it on, and that makes it available for Jira project admins to use that email address or to specify it in notifications.
Cool.
Now, because it's an on-off switch, you can actually make it unavailable. You can turn it off.
Which is what's over here.
Yep.
So this means you don't have to remove it, but you can make it unavailable, which means
Correct.
it's not visible.
Correct.
But no reconfiguration needed.
Only on the product side. Only on the Jira admin side, because if you enabled it and then disabled it and then re-enable it, you have to go back and reconfigure the notification.
So, but this doesn't seem right then, though, right? Because if I write like King Bob here, and my Jira admin didn't. Oh shoot! I should not do that because that usually breaks my stuff. if my if my Jira admin didn't add King Bob at super awesome URL on the email side,
Uh-huh.
then doesn't this break here?
Mm,
Like what happens if I like literally make up like Rodney is awesome, and I have a super awesome URL over here, but it's not registered, right? I didn't add it over here to the email addresses. What happens then? Oops. You get what I'm saying?
you're talking on the org admin side.
No. On the project admin, right? So this is the project. I'm inside of a
Uh-huh.
project, and I go to the email here, and I'm gonna click the edit button. This gives me the option to change. Remember, they said help, they said support, right?
Right.
But you were saying, hey, in order to use those, they need to be added over here. And over here, I'm assuming I got to click add email address, and I would put help at super awesome URL, support at super awesome URL,
Right.
right? So, but this is not a drop down, right? Like I can't pick from the value. So what happens if I put like bogus email at super awesome URL and it's not in here, what would happen then?
That's a really good question. I don't know that.
Oh
off
my
the
gosh,
top
I
of my head
stomped the
right now.
stomper.
That's something that we'll probably put the answer in comment.
TBD, folks. Mr. Ronnie, go bail him out here. Wow, this is a new look on your face. I've never stopped a stomper. Oh man, I think that deserves that. This moment right here is better than me even passing the exam at this point.
So you're ready to pass the exam?
I'm ready to pass it, but
All right.
we'll see. Maybe they
All right.
ask me if they ask me what happens if you have a different email. All right, but anyways, so that's how you add your domain. That's how we make it unavailable. Removing the address from the domain we've already talked about as well, and we've already talked about removing it. So this is the last one here, which is configure Jira Cloud to send emails on your behalf, which we've already talked about as well, which is you basically go to the projects and you change that email there. So that's that. And so let's go on over to the, let's close this out and let's go over to module 4. So the module overview, let's go. Okay. In this lesson, you will learn why and how custom email addresses are created. Why set up a custom email domain? With a custom email domain, Jira project admins can customize the sender email address of any Jira project notification. This includes customer notifications for JSM. The address also serves as a reply mess address for, dude, this is my favorite part. I've gotten invited to meetings and then I get pinged, right? I'll get pinged like 10 minutes into the meeting and they're like, are you joining? And I'm like, joining what? And then like the meeting we scheduled with you. And I'm like frantically checking through my calendar to see if like I have a meeting on my calendar. I'm like, there's nothing on my calendar. And so I'll send them a screenshot of my calendar like empty, right? And then they'll send me a screenshot of like Alex Ortiz is invited to this meeting, but that's the name.
Support.
The email is like clearly Jira at Atlassian.net. And I'm like, I'm not Jira. so this has been a big problem, I think historically, where like when you do get a reply from somebody via the tickets, it kind of impersonates you a little bit. It almost looks like it's coming from you, but it's not, right? It's coming from Jira. And so yeah, this little funny story that this has been a problem. All right. So how do you set up your email domain? So honestly, Bob, then so this is a lot less scary than I thought at the beginning, right? Because really all you need to do is 2 steps, maybe 3, right? But step 1 is you verify your domain, which you're gonna do anyways if you're using Atlassian Access. And let's face it, if you're not using if you're doing this whole DMARC for security and phishing and you're not using Atlassian Access, like you're most likely, even though they're not coupled, right? You don't have to do them together, but you will most likely do both, right? Because you want the SSO capabilities plus you want this anti-phishing capabilities.
Right.
As if you're trying to be safe, right?
Right. That being said, this is applicable on any plan.
Yeah,
free,
correct.
standard, premium, enterprise, any plan.
Right. But I'm saying like most people, like you would only, it would, foolish is a strong word, but it would be foolish to only set up DMARC and not sign up for Atlassian Access to get all the other extra security features.
Right.
Like it makes sense to do both. But anyways, when you verify your domain, 1, 2, you go and add it to your email address domain section. You grab those DNS records, you give them to your DNS person. They get verified. Once they're verified, you go and add your emails. Once those emails are added, your project members can add them to the projects, or your project admins can add them to the projects, and that's it. That's all you got to know. And I guess for the exam though, here's what DMARC stands for. This is probably I feel like this would be, if it's on here, folks. It's open. It's a fair game. It can be on the exam. And so DMARC stands for Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting, and Conformance. The DMARC is a technical standard that helps protect email senders and recipients from spam, spoofing, and phishing. And this feature only applies to Atlassian cloud organizations that have one of the Jira products and configure and the configuration can be done for each project. So again, you add your domain, copy your DNS records, confirm that they match, activate the domain, and add your emails. And that's it. Like, that's really, really easy. There's really nothing to it. I thought this was going to be a lot harder. Maybe because the word demarc is a scary word.
Yeah.
Once configured, your project admins can select one of those custom emails. See, this is the part that doesn't make sense though, right? Because they can select it, but not really. Like, they're taking a shot in the dark, in my opinion. Right? Like, I know I can put support if I verified it, but I can also put like supporter and mess that up, and it won't work.
I'm
Right?
wondering, and
Oh,
let's
Bob's gonna
see.
go try it out. We'll circle back to that. Note
Yeah,
that
we'll
since custom email address can only be used in the notification schemes, global notifications such as @mentions will still be sent from the original email. All right, removing it super easy, right? When you remove the email domain, you remove all the addresses of the domain, and when you can remove line items, right? So instead of removing all of them, you can just do one specific one, and you just get rid of that. So let's go over to this. Remember that some words and concepts sound similar but refer to very different bits of functionality. This includes approved domains, verified domains, and email domains. Be sure you understand a few items from this lesson in particular. Be sure you understand which domain corresponds to which feature or functionality within an organization or product. Also, be sure that you understand the custom email domain process and the impacts of adding or removing email domains. Cool. All right, example question. I hate this part. Here we go. You were asked to configure custom email addresses for product notifications, but some part of the configuration is not working properly. You are asked to configure a custom email domain for product notifications, but some of them are not. Okay. Identify it. You did not add the approved domain in the user access settings. No, because this has nothing to do with user access right now.
Mm-hmm.
You did not copy the DNS records correctly. Maybe that's a possibility. You did not activate the domain in Confluence. Now, this is interesting because all the documentation we've been looking at is for Jira, but there wasn't any mention of Confluence. Now, I'm gonna put this one as a maybe, but a very, very low maybe,
Okay.
because I don't think this happens at the product level, right? The activating of the domain happens in the admin.atlassian.com. So I think this would be irrelevant if it's the product or not. But I am curious why Confluence was not mentioned in any documentation. You did not verify your email address. This is possible as well. And you did not claim email accounts from a verified domain. This one's a tricky one. But if I had to go, I'm between B and D more than I am E. And if I have to go between one of these, I want to go with this one. But you did not verify. Verify is the keyword here, right? Verify. I don't know that I would verify the email address because I don't remember there being any verification over here when you add this email. But I also feel like if you did not copy the DNS records correctly, that's like step one, right?
Yeah.
Like, by the time you get to configuring the custom ones, like, you would have known if we messed this part up or not. So I'm gonna go with D, even though I'm not 100% sure at all, and it's incorrect, but it was B. Wow, look at that. One-step process to copy and add the list. So let's find out why D is incorrect. I guess this feature requires an email domain to be verified, not an email address. Okay, so this is where that word choice is important, right? Verify. You did not verify your email domain is different than address, folks.
Right. Right.
Okay,
So
and
so when we were saying that we don't verify email addresses aren't verified, we're correct. It really, really checks on the domain. That's a valid domain.
yep. Okay, next question. Hugo or Ugo remove the email address support at woozles.com under settings emails in the admin hub. Okay. Identify a possible impact. That email address shows up as unverified in the directory. The email domain is automatically removed. No, this is definitely a not. The relevant DNS records are removed. I would say no. Maybe, but this is run every time. I think it's going to be E. Hey.
Very good. See, I need to set up my Mac so that I
You
get
haven't done it? You're not on the latest?
Huh?
Okay. You're not on the latest version of Mac OS?
I'm running an Intel MacBook Pro, so
Okay. You know what? As an added bonus, let's just because there's only 3 links here, and I think this is probably my easiest section.
yeah,
I'd say we still got another 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Let's see if we can power through them real quick.
we can.
Yeah, let's go over to section 4.2, configure premium features. And if you're watching the live stream, you haven't hit that subscribe button, now's a good time to hit that subscribe button. So let's go talk about release tracks. So I like release tracks until I don't, but I like getting the emails. I like getting the emails because these release tracks give me they give me good content for my YouTube channel, right? And just to give context, right? Atlassian changes Jira every single day, daily, right? There's
Yeah,
cool things being added almost every single day. And sometimes it's overwhelming, right? Sometimes it's like it's hard to keep up. It's like keeping up with the Kardashians here in Europe.
and especially if you are on if you're an enterprise, and maybe some parts of your organization see these new features that are coming in, and maybe other parts of your organization don't. So it's because when Atlassian rolls out these changes, they kind of roll them out maybe in one region of the world, and then another region of the world will get it later. So it for a large multinational corporation, it's very inconsistent.
Yeah, it is. And then you get a lot of complaints.
Mhm.
So what do we have here though? So what's Atlassian's answer to this, right? So well, fortunately, if you're on premium or enterprise, you get this functionality, which is it determines when you and your users get the changes. And you get a nice little email, which I like, right? Like it'll tell you like, here's what's new. Which you don't typically get because usually you find out about something being new when the UI is different on you. And so this is kind of cool. I like this, right? So you have 2 options, a continuous or bundled. And so the continuous one will give you products receive changes and features as soon as they're available, which is usually what everybody's on, right?
Yep.
But you can also change it so that products receive the changes in a group on the second Tuesday of each month. Patch Tuesday from Microsoft, right?
Yeah. So
And so
once
this
a
is
month.
yeah, once a month, yeah, and or twice a month. And so this is really cool, right? So at a specific time, all those features will be rolled out to your instances, and you'll get this really cool email that gives you a summary. And so I think that's really nice because then you can like forward that email to your users, or you can just make like a newsletter, some notification announcement, and tell people, "Ta-da! This is what's new." So these aren't included in the bundle track. So new user experience in Jira or the Fabric editor and Confluence are apparently not.
Those are
But
big changes. So, um, so those are examples of big changes that don't get put into release tracks,
yeah.
because it's kind of a gradual evolution. But moving ahead.
Yeah. So I won't be able to demonstrate this, but this picture I think sums it up really nicely, right? So you're gonna come back to admin.atlassian.com. You're gonna go to products up here on the top, release tracks on the left, and then you're gonna find your product, and then you can change the track that it's on. So you can leave it as continuous, or you can do it as bundled, and there's even a preview.
Yes. There's actually a third one for called preview. Preview is only applicable to sandboxes.
Ah,
So if you think of um, your production instance being on a bundle track, the preview track is going to show those changes a month before. So your sandbox is going to have early changes, right? It's going to have the changes early so you can kind of see it and know what to do with it on a preview track. Preview is only available on sandboxes. That being said, you want to make sure that your sandboxes have the changes before production. So good practice is your production is going to be bundled, and your sandbox can either be set to continuous, so it'll get the changes when they're made available, or preview.
Nice. All right, view changes to your product. So to view all the changes from the release tracks or from your email, so you can click on the release tracks again over here and see your products, click on release tracks, and then select the under next release or last release. Where the heck? Oh, right here. So you can click on this date and it'll show you what changed. All right, and then we just talked about these, right? So production gets bundled. This table's ugly.
I like the way I explained it better.
Yeah. Listen to Bob's words. Okay. So that's the release track. So again, very, very nifty feature if you don't want your Jira world changing up on you every day. Now let's talk about sandboxes. So I love sandboxes. Sandboxes are the ultimate CYA in Jira land.
Yep.
Because unlike on-prem, where you can spool up different Jiras or whatever you want to do with your server land, the cloud gives you a sandbox, which is a limitation because you get a sandbox, and it's the sandbox that you get.
And Atlassian is actually changing that. There,
I know.
sometime later on this year, there should be the ability to have multiple sandboxes.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be on an EAP on that, but I never heard back. I got to follow up.
Yeah, and Mr. Rodney is being a little snarky here. A week after sandboxes accidentally, or quote unquote, accidentally got deleted.
Right, dude. I am so glad that they were able to revert that because that would have been catastrophic.
Yeah.
All right. So the sandbox, and I won't go through so many details here because really all you need to know about the sandbox is right here, right? So you're gonna go to products, sandbox, and you make a sandbox, and it can take up to 30 minutes to make a sandbox, and it's really easy. And the sandbox basically is added as a new product to your Atlassian instance. And so it's like having another Jira. But there's a couple of benefits to the sandbox that I want to highlight. I don't think they're going to be on the test, but just in case you were looking for the case for why you want a sandbox, one, you can test your stuff out in the sandbox, right? You don't break. You can do your workflow changes. You can go
Yep.
full like Magic School Bus, right? Get messy, um, make mistakes, right? Whatever Miss Frizzle's tagline is, right? And the sandbox, and you're not going to impact production. That's really good. Number two, you can test out plugins, and you can test out EAPs, and you can test out like we saw these features, right, where you can look at them and test out and make sure that they work, make sure they're not going to impact your production environments before you introduce those changes to production.
Right. You can one nice benefit about a sandbox as well is, and especially for service partner of which I am employed, they're very useful for server to cloud migrations then or data center to cloud migrations, because then you have a wholly separate environment where you can actually test out your migration strategy.
Right. And I can't wait. So because of server migrations, right? That's why Atlassian. That's one of the reasons why Atlassian is going to enable you to have multiple sandboxes. Now there are some limits, right? One, they're different URLs, and there is no connection between them. So you make the changes in your sandbox. Well, guess what? You get to redo those changes in production. Now, not sponsored, but there are plugins that allow
Yes.
you to facilitate this process. I'll throw out a couple of ones that sponsor. Well, this video is not sponsored by them, but normally check out Revise, check out Salto, a couple of different options out there that allow you to cherry pick your changes from one environment to the other. Very, very beneficial. Number two, you can only have one, right? So if you if you want to do something different or a different team or a different organization where you're kind of in trouble. This is particularly more true when you have a large organization and there's a lot of alphas, right, that don't know how to play with each other nicely. This could be a problem because you only have one sandbox. And three, once you make your copy, so you're going to see down here that you can copy your production data to the sandbox, right? Well, that's great, right? But you can see here there's some limitations. But I think the biggest limitation is that when you make your copy, if those two become sync at that moment in time, but over time they become unsynchronized,
Right.
well, you can't like cherry pick production back over to your sandbox, because when you recopy your production to your sandbox, you just overrode your sandbox. So anything that was in your sandbox that wasn't ready for prime time, it just got nuked. And so again, this is where you want to look at a solution like Revise or Salto's Configuration Manager, so you can cherry pick items from either environment and either way you want to go, because it's going to save you. It's worth their weight in gold. I can tell you
Right.
that much.
Also, one other thing that Alex is going to show on that table that does not get copied over in the original copy or any subsequent copies, there's some Jira product data, things like automation rules
That's a big one.
don't get copied over. So for that, you're going to have to do an export of the automation rules and then import them into the sandbox.
Or have multiple
Um,
monitors so you can recreate.
I'm a big fan of export import. It's
Yeah, are
really
you
really easy and convenient. So
Vandalay Industries?
yeah. The other
That
thing
was he
that
was an
is,
exporter, right? Josh Costanza
I
from
think
Seinfeld,
so. Yeah.
when Kramer answers the phone, he's running out of the bathroom with his pants down to his knees. He's like, Vandalay Industries, Vandalay Industries. I'm an importer, exporter.
Other important things are it says insight for Jira Service Management. We now know that as assets. So
Oh,
asset data is
look at
not.
that. Atlassian, shame on you, not updating your documentation.
So asset data is also another example. I don't want to read the table to you. The last thing I do want to say is also apps. Any marketplace apps that you have on production, they do not get copied over to Sandbox.
You know
You
what I
have
just
to.
found out that was quite a pickle? JSM projects get copied over.
I
They do.
they
I did it, right? JSM
Yeah.
projects get copied over.
Mhm.
But if you're not on JSM Premium, you don't have JSM in the cloud. I mean, in your sandbox as a configuration or a license,
Right. So you won't
right?
have so those projects.
But you can go in
Where
them.
they
You can go in them. You just can't add like request types and stuff like that. But they're in there, and you're led to believe that you can do changes until you can't.
Okay. So because um because if you don't have JSM Premium, those sandboxes don't get treated as JSM projects. So you
That's
lose.
configurable projects.
Right. So you lose the JSM features. You won't be able to see your queues. You won't be able to see SLAs
No, I mean,
because
no,
those
you can
are
see them. You just can't modify them.
ah
Yeah, which is like I said, like you're led to believe that you can do things until you're like, wait, something's not right, and then you go and obviously you don't have your JSM license. So I thought that was really interesting. That Atlassian, like I would have thought that the JSM projects wouldn't have been copied over, but I guess there's too much common code or something that they just everything gets
yeah.
started over. All right, so yeah, just read through this because it's very uh, straightforward. We'll find out in a second when I jump into the documentation of the exam. But yeah, just know this section right here though is important, right? Because this is where a lot of people get very, very confused. Making configuration changes between your sandbox and production, they're very easy. You have different URLs. But a lot of times people want to also mess around or experiment with like groups or 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 users, right? And that's still shared. I still have to remind people, especially when they're new to the cloud, that your users are managed not in the product, right? They're up above. And so when they want to experiment with like reorganizing the groups for like the permission schemes inside of the sandbox, well, I'm like, well, these are global changes. You're going to change a group globally. that group's gonna be visible for both sandbox and production.
Yeah.
Same thing with like Okta, right? I get this a lot, like where like when you're implementing or you're adding something at scale, like an Okta implementation or a rollout. Well, your Okta usually has like a pre-prod or pre-production or development instance, right? And your teams, at least from what I've seen, they usually want to connect to a sandbox environment of Jira, which is great. So I'm like, yeah, I have a sandbox, but it doesn't do you anything because your Okta admins happen at the admin.atlassian.com, which doesn't have a like a sandbox type. So I think it would be interesting for Atlassian to see if there was ever something on their roadmap to facilitate having more sandbox like features for the admin.atlassian.com
Right.
because it's production 100% all the time. There is no testing the waters type of
Right.
thing with everything we've covered for this course. It's you're on or you're off. There's no in between.
And also remember, and we'll probably touch upon that in the next time. Sandbox access does not count if you have Atlassian access enabled. Access to a sandbox does not
Count for your
apply to your Atlassian
yeah.
access.
Yeah. This is also very important, folks. If you don't pay your bills, if you don't pay your Atlassian bills, right? Like for whatever reason, your credit card lapsed or whatever, your sandbox will go away because your Jira will go away too. But Atlassian brings back your regular Jira, but your sandboxes you'll have to start all over from scratch.
Right. And this is also true if you move from premium to a lesser plan like standard or free.
So
You
you lose
will
your
the
sandbox and then
sandbox
coming back in.
automatically gets blown away.
That's good to know. So yeah, so be very careful, folks. All right, and then I think this is worth mentioning, right? So if you buy a plugin in your sandbox, you will be on the hook for paying them after those 30 days in the
Right.
sandbox. If you buy the plugin in production, then you get it for free in the sandbox.
Correct.
So just know that there is a difference there. All right, and then deleting your sandboxes, you just hit the actions and hit the delete button. Although this is new, this restore button. I have never seen this one. But apparently after 30 days, the sandbox is permanently deleted.
And actually, I did make use of the restore button because I had some demos in the sandbox for a client, and the meeting for the demo was actually like on the same day that Atlassian deleted, and the workaround was to actually use that restore function.
I just realized I'm very screwed.
For what, the exam?
No, my phone's dead, and my Okta. I don't remember what accounts I have in my Okta that I have to now bring to my other phone
Uh-oh.
because I can't get into it.
You bricked your phone?
No, the phone bricked itself.
Uh-oh.
I, I didn't wake up in the morning and go, I'm going to break my phone today. All right. Let's see. I don't think there's anything special here. So let's just jump into the last section, which is specify IP addresses for product access.
Yes.
This is something I've never done.
This is
but
golden. This is so Alex accuses me of trying to upsell to premium. And I admit that I do that, but that's because some of the features in premium are really nice features to have. This is one of those.
You think so?
This feature is basically called IP allow listing. You can tell Atlassian Cloud what IP addresses or IP address ranges are can have access to the sites in that organization. So it's kind of a built-in security check.
But how does this work in the cloud?
There is
Like the practicality of it.
Well, most people still have so if you're talking about a brick and mortar organization that has a headquarters, they're still going to have IP an IP address or a number of IP addresses that they use to allow that to connect out to the entire internet. You can specify those addresses and those addresses alone.
Okay, but that's brick and mortar. But let's just say you and I were in the same company. We're not brick and mortar. How do we? You got to go through a lot of IP addresses,
You
unless
could
you
either
tunnel in,
so
no?
you could allow you could well, I mean, you're going to have an IP address, I'm going to have an IP address. But another way of doing that is if we have to connect to our company's headquarters through VPN,
Right. No,
then
I get that.
we're gonna fall under their IP address range.
Okay, right. So that's what I'm saying, right? You got to tunnel in, but then I feel like when you tunnel in like that, then you're handicapping your cloud product
You are, but it's a trade-off.
for security.
Security
Yeah.
versus performance. There's always going to be a trade-off.
All right. Well, conversations of philosophies aside, IP, just in a nutshell, right? You get to pick which IP addresses can actually hit your cloud, which is a
Yep.
good thing if security is very, very important, right? Um, I never done it though. Most people just accept the internet because you still need a license and you still need to have an account to be getting all
Right.
the way.
You're
So this is just like a really nice to have extra added feature. So just go over here to the security section, and so we'll go to security. You have an IP. Well, I don't think I'll. Oh, I might probably won't do it because I'm not on premium, but you have it in here, and then you just create your allow list. You pick your IP addresses,
right.
and you're
So
good.
it accepts either individual IP addresses, or if you need to specify a range of addresses, you use what's known as CIDR notation, where you specify the subnet and then how many addresses out of that subnet.
Bobby, you're just too smart, man. All right. And so that's it for that one. So let's just wrap this one up then by going into this last section here and let's take the test. All right, so sandboxes. So a sandbox is an instance of the cloud product that includes your domain, your data, configurations, and allows for testing and experimentation without affecting production. Pro tip, folks. Pro tip. Change your banners. Change this color because the only thing that differentiates between your sandbox and your production is the fact that it says sandbox up here. You won't ever look up there. So, very important. Make it easy for yourself. Sandbox can also be used to preview product updates that Atlassian is introducing. So, we talked about that earlier. So, which products and plans have a sandbox? So, only premium, and then only software, service management, and Confluence with either premium or enterprise. How many sandboxes can you create? So, it's one per product, right?
Mm-hmm. For now.
For now. What type of plan will the sandbox be on? It's the same enterprise or production that you're on your production. Premium or enterprise that you're on your production instance. What happens if your production environment gets downgraded? As Bob said, it gets nuked automatically. And if you bring it back up, you're starting over. They're not remembering any of your changes. So how do you create it, right? So you just go to product sandboxes, you hit the add box. When whoever creates a sandbox becomes the org admin automatically, and then you have to go in and then kind of add other people to it. Very similar to when you like set up Jira for the very first time. But then you still got to invite people or allow people to be a user in that sandbox. So default access group. So the default access groups created for a sandbox differs from the production, right? They're going to have the sandbox keyword appended to it. So it's going to be Jira-sandbox-users, Confluence-sandbox-users. I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's what you get. Your portal customers, external portal customers appear the same as the sandbox copy, but those customers cannot actually log into the sandbox side. So this is interesting. So there is no customer role in the sandbox. So you can't test out things like your portal and see if they can access the portal or not, which I think is a miss from Atlassian. then that should be fixed. But who am I? Who am I to tell a multi-billion-dollar company how to run their business,
I'm
right?
kind of okay with that because there are ways that I've done things in Sandbox as an admin. You don't want your actual customers to be testing out changes until you're really, really sure.
Yeah, but you also want to have a group of beta testers that are
Yeah, but those
customers.
beta testers are going to be agents or admins.
No, not necessarily, because there's the view and the experience for the customer is different than the agents and admins.
No, but I'm saying there's still going to be a customer portal available, and your agents are going to be able to use that
Yeah.
Sandbox customer portal.
No, I mean, I get that, but I guess I'm not making a very good case. But I would want to see it in its purest form, right? Because the agent can be contaminated because you have all the features, so it's easy to make assumptions because you have everything, as like you have the queue and everything, right? But the customer will truly see it as the limitations of the portal. But anyways, that's just me. A user access setting. So the user access can be configured to be the same or different than the production. So, for example, you can have different approved domains in the production site, or the production site can use invitation links and the sandbox doesn't. So these are all byproducts. So that's cool. Refreshing your sandbox data. So for each sandbox, you can choose to refresh by clicking the copy. Then later you can check and see when it was copied. Again, when you recopy, you basically wipe out your sandbox changes, and then you can delete it when it's no longer needed. The release track feature can be used to control what changes are deployed. Atlassian rolls out changes to the cloud product weekly, and so by default, you're just going to get them whenever they become available. But you can pause it, and so you can be on a continuous track, a bundled track, which means you get them as a group of changes, or the preview track, which means it's for sandbox only, and you get the bundle changes that are added early to the sandboxes before they go to your production. And then we talked about IP allow listing, which gives you additional level of security in the cloud, which allows only specific IP addresses of those users to access your products. And then creating it's easy. Just go to security policies, you add the IP addresses, and your products that are protected. So it's going to be all premium and enterprise instances of production or sandbox environments for Confluence and Jira. Okay. Oh, there wasn't a link for organization insights, but it's in there and it's new and I like it. There's a new organizational insights that allow you to like check out really cool things about like your users and whatnot. I don't know that I have it on here, but there's a section here for insights that allows you to see a bunch of different cool things. And so I will come in and check this out, especially if you're like a metrics nerd. I'm not, but this last active users has been very helpful to keep our costs down, right? Because I can see how many actual active users are using it versus how many licenses I'm paying for. So this right here is very, very helpful. Okay. Practice time, and then we're going to wrap this up. All right. So which features are covered in this module are only available for premium and enterprise plans? So the sandbox, the release tracks, and this one. I don't know about this last one. Apparently all four.
Yes.
What? This just says it right here.
Oh,
Oh, Atlassian Access. So you
or
can
to
have Atlassian Access be on free or standard and still get the insights. Look at that, folks. But also anybody with an Atlassian Access subscription. Dun dun dun. Yeah, this is why I like to fail in the test, because then I'm going to remember it next week. All right, bundled track. I know this one, so let's do this easy. Oops, how do I do this connection again? There we go.
there you go.
Preview is sandboxes, so by virtue of elimination, we have that. Ta-da! Okay, you can view when production data was last copied to your sandbox. True. An IP allow list is always enabled immediately after creating it. That doesn't make sense. False? Don't you have to put the IP addresses in? But
Well, I mean, if you create the allow list, it would
so I guess it's false, though. IP allow listing projects Confluence protects. True, no?
Yeah.
IP allow list protects Jira. Yes. Both sandboxes and IP allow lists are set up by default. No. This default access group for a sandbox differs from the production. Yes. A sandbox production environment will have same plan and user limits. Yes. External portal customers can log into the sandbox. No. 7 out of 8. That's still passing, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we
Remember,
are
62% for the real exam.
There's more questions. What the heck? Okay. Your organization has products and various subscription plans. For which one can you set release tracks that are bundled? Okay, so we can go. Is this a multiple choice? Your
Nope, doesn't look
organization
like
has
it. Looks like
products.
it.
For which one can you set the release track so that bundle changes are added? So not this one, not this one, and not this one, because there was no mention of Trello. There was no mention of JSM either. So that leaves us with this and this. But we want bundle changes are released early. This is where you got to read the question. We go to sandbox. It's the only one that has a sandbox, which is the only one that's early.
Ta-da! Oh, by the way, any product that's on enterprise is effectively premium, or has premium features. So, but again, as Alex mentioned, it was early, which meant preview track, which meant sandbox.
Yeah.
So that's why Alex got it right.
I'm learning how to read. All right. Your organization has only 3 products: Trello, Enterprise, Confluence, Premium, and Atlassian Access. A manager asked if the following features can be configured: a sandbox, custom email addresses, IP, allow lists, organizational insights, and release tracks. How many can be done? So we can do a sandbox for Confluence, 1. We can do custom email addresses, 2. We can do a IP allow listing for Confluence, 3. Organizational insights, 4, because we're on Atlassian Access, 4. And release tracks for Confluence. So all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why?
Which one didn't get accepted? I can't read
The
that.
last one is available with the subscription. You cannot configure custom email addresses because that's a feature only for Jira products.
Ah,
Huh. So Confluence. So that answers the question that I had earlier about when we were looking at those custom email addresses. What happened to Confluence? So again, Confluence doesn't get any love when it comes to custom email addresses,
Confluence is not getting any love.
which is
So,
dumb
yeah,
because there's
it's Jira.
notifications that come out of Confluence a lot. Why would they do that for Jira but not Confluence? Oh, silly Atlassian. These are those things where one day I wish I could sit in a boardroom from Atlassian and go, whiskey tango foxtrot people.
All
All right. So we are good to go. Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you all. We are halfway done with set module 4. Hopefully we can finish it up by sometime this week or next weekend. And I'm off to take the test on was it the 10th?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the 10th.
I'm taking it on the 10th. So got a few more days to study.
I think it's one last session. It's just going to be the last two,
4.3,
and then probably some tips and tricks and generally good advice on.
Yeah, and then we're going to have to do a postmortem on my
AKA Alex, here's how not to panic.
Whatever. All right, guys. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Check out the playlist. This is part 8. So there's 7 other videos. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. And thank you very much, Mr. Bob, for jumping on here. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye.
Yep. Bye, everybody.
Welcome, everyone, to the final session. I am so excited to finally be here. We started this journey November. It's been a while. So
it was like
the end is near.
Thanksgiving.
I gave myself 90 days. And, that 90 days elapses in a week. And so here we are pulling out to the very last minute here. And We're going to take the test next week, but this is the last session to cover the last 2 sections. So hopefully you've been following along. If not, check out the playlist. This video is part of the ACP-520 playlist where there's, I guess this is the 9th part. So check out the other 8 parts. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you smash that subscribe button as well. All right, let's jump into the material. I'll share my screen and we'll get started with these last 2 sections. Now, one of them is pretty big. We're going to start off with configuring advanced features, and hopefully y'all can see my screen here. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. And we're going to start talking about APIs. This is one of the more technical topics other than DMARC, but DMARC was apparently not that scary after we did it, but APIs is one of those other more of the technical side, more of the admin side than anything else. So let's jump into managing an organization with the admin APIs. I am pleasantly surprised, Bob. I will tell you, I've been working with the team here to get user counts out of Jira. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to do user counts out of an enterprise account, but it's not trivial.
No, it's kind of hard, and sometimes it trying to do it on a graphical user interface just makes you kind of grit and gnash your teeth, and
Yeah.
so
So
sometimes there's a call to do it programmatically, and this is what these admin APIs are for.
yeah, and so I worked with Tori. I don't know if you've heard of Tori, but there's this up and coming startup that they're supposed to be like this SaaS license lookuper for you, where they can tap into any other SaaS product and be able to like give you at a glance like your license usage across your SaaS products as an enterprise. And so we tried to plug in with Jira, and like they're able to get one Jira, but they couldn't get all the Jiras. And even if they got all the Jiras, they couldn't, because you're paid by the heartbeat at the enterprise level. They couldn't figure out the math, so ended up not working out very well with Tori. But now I'm working with another company, and we came in, and I gave them the API key here at the org level, and surprisingly, we had like a 99% accuracy. We're only off by like 20-30 users, which I thought was quite impressive. So kudos to this new company I'm working with, that their guy knows what's up. Maybe because he's British. We'll see. But anyways, so how do you manage an organization with admin APIs? So there's a lot of different types of APIs in the world of Atlassian. And so we're going to try to stay focused on what we're reading here. I'm assuming that these aren't the same for like development of the plugins and whatnot.
Correct. These aren't. These are for extracting the information that you were really interested in, as far as like understanding what your license utilization is, what users you have, and what access they have. And you're actually so you mentioned that there are a lot of APIs around in the world of Atlassian. For being an org admin and understanding the users and groups, there are three APIs you need to know about, and they are called, give me a second.
No spoiler if we're going to go over it later.
Oh, okay, well,
no, go ahead. I might not cover it.
There is an organizations REST API. There is a user
right here.
management REST API, and then a user provisioning REST API.
Ooh, that one I don't see. I see the user management here in the organization. We'll open those up. They do have a
actually the user provisioning is probably more aligned to the last section 4.4 when we talk about access. That's the API that you can use with access.
Cool. Well, let's take a look at all these then. So we got API keys here that allow you to manage the organization via admin APIs. Again, a different set of APIs, so don't get those confused with like trying to pull Jira issues or create Jira issues, right? This is going to be specifically more for the user side of the house. And you can update your organization settings using the organization REST API, which we'll take briefly in a second. I don't think that the quiz would ask you like, what API are we calling in this screenshot or something, right?
No.
Like, would that be too hard? Yeah,
No.
so we'll just look at them just so that you're familiar with them, but know that we definitely have the organizations and we have the user management one.
Right.
And then to make the request to the API with the client of your choice, you're going to want to create an API key. And this is really what we're going to be focusing on is how do we get that key? So
Right.
as of very recently, January 18th, we extended the length of the API key. So using a very length rather than a fixed length, ensure keys are more secure and reliable. Keys created by before January 18th are not affected. So this is more of a cybersecurity thing than anything else. Nothing that should really concern you other than just know that your keys are a little bit more safe. So what do you need to do? So if your script relies on a fixed length API, check the handle check that it can handle a variable length instead. And this change only applies to, again, those keys created after like 2-3 weeks ago. All right, so how do we actually create the key here? So you're gonna, like everything that we've been doing in this for this certification, everything's centered around admin.atlassian.com. And we're gonna go to settings and API keys. Now, this is a really good thing to be highlighting, right? So we're gonna be here I am in my admin.atlassian.com. Go to settings, and there's an API keys over here. Now, this is the place you want to go to because this is different than an API token. Anything you want to add there, Bob?
Yeah. So, if you're not familiar with what an API token is, an API token is on a per Atlassian account basis, and that allows you to use a particular Jira Cloud or Confluence Cloud API call as that account. You know, you're saying, I'm going to do this get operation. I'm going to retrieve this issue as Rodney Nissen, right? And by doing that as the token, they get all of the permissions and privileges of that particular user. So API keys are different. You're doing this at the org admin level, top of the top, and you're not doing it as an individual user or account.
User. Yeah. And in the enterprise world, this is the key you want if you wanted to do something where like you want to get all your user counts or see at an org level how many users you have. You want to be up here. Right? You want to definitely be at the org level because those individual ones won't do you very good. All right. And keep in mind, you need to be an org admin, right, to see this. Otherwise, everybody, almost anybody, I think from what I've seen, right, anybody can go to like what that id.atlassian.com/keys or whatever that URL is and make a key, a token, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mhm.
that token is limited by the permissions that they have in Jira. So they can go in and if they can create it in a project, they can do like issues in that project. They can extract issues from that project. But this key here is only available to your site/org admins, which is good.
Yes.
You don't want everybody being able to have the keys to the kingdom, literally. All right. So once you're in here, you're just gonna click on that create API key, enter a name so that you remember what it's for, and then it'll expire 1 week from today, and you can change the date and you can set how long it can expire. And you're unable to select a date longer than a year from now. So just keep that in mind that you may need to come at this every year and create a new key for any automations or whatever you're working on there. So I'll
But
hit it.
yeah,
I don't, go ahead.
sorry, as a point, you want that key to expire because
Mhm.
last thing you want is key that you forgot about or the previous person set up that's just out there forever that gives someone the keys to the kingdom. Someone is going to eventually discover that and use that against you.
Yep. So by default, again, it'll be about a week. So February 11th, as of this recording, is a week out, and I can just call my key something cool. Usually, it's whatever function or application you're trying to do. You can set your date though by maybe I can just set it to expire tomorrow, in case somebody sees my screen, they don't come into my instance. Um, I wish I could blur these. Usually, when I make videos, I can blur these out, but I'm just gonna hit create, and oh, there was an issue. Ooh, let me try a different date. Uh-oh. Let's go with a week from now. Nope. All right. I can't create keys. Womp, womp, womp. Probably. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's the problem. Stand by, folks. Stand by. Cue your elevator music, Bob. You have the floor.
If you need me
Where's
to, I can
the
create one.
Dazzle? No, I got one. I'm in the wrong account. I sign out of that account and Got to sign back
Still
here.
have we still have the experiencing technical difficulty screen, right?
Yeah, good, because you shouldn't see anything. What do you see now? We see the key here. We're going to go to the keys.
We do see your screen. Yeah.
All right. So attempt number 2, set to expire tomorrow. Create. There you go. So then you just copy these 2 items, and you can, whatever tool of your choice, right, client of your choice, you can just paste them in there. I will tell you the pro tip. These do go away the moment you hit done. They're gone. You can't access them again. So write these down.
Right.
It is not visible again. So stash them.
And then burn that piece of paper. Go ahead and click revoke, Alex.
Yeah.
That is the second thing that you can do with API keys that you need to know about is you can create them. You can also revoke them.
Yeah. And so this is really good in case somebody leaves your company. It's always a great opportunity to clean up any backdoors that you may have. Very recently too, I think in the enterprise, I don't think that this is covered, but I think under security, user API tokens is a new one where you can see across your organization who's created tokens. And you can also, I think you can revoke them as well from this screen. But this is something that's new, not on the ACP, but I saw this and I was like, wow, this is nice. Also the insights. Bob, have you taken a look at insights?
I have not. I've haven't worked for any client that has that available to them. So
insights on enterprise, very, very useful. It'll show you all your instances, your active versus inactive users, so that you can go and like clean up. Because I found an instance that I had like 1,500 licenses, but only 400 active users. So I claimed back like 1,000 licenses real quickly. Took us a while to click through them all, but we realized that it gives you a lot more active versus inactive. Because usually when you're just looking at the user list here, you can see their last active, but you're scrolling through, like in my case, like 150 pages, right?
Right.
So you can miss.
And
a
if you're
lot.
on an enterprise and they're on multiple sites, you have no idea which site they were last active on.
Right. Yeah. So this one gives you a glance of everything. So in enterprise, you got to go site to site and check everybody out. So I really like that feature. So anyway, that's how you create and that's how you revoke. I think those would be the 2 big things you want to know for the test. Let's just very quickly look at the organization REST API. So you can see here, this is the organizations. I'm just glad they spelled it correctly and not incorrectly. Although now that we're on the topic of spelling, nobody told me that I misspelled preparation on like the last 5 live streams here, guys.
I was wondering when you would catch that.
Well, I caught it today. So thank you for letting me know.
I do see that you caught it today.
Okay. You guys are so helpful, man. Just my pain is your guys' like joy. All right.
He learns. He learns.
He learns. You guys are just big bullies, man. Get bullied on the internet.
I feel fine about being a bully if it helps
is your conscience
you better
clear?
yourself.
You can sleep better. I'm glad.
Oh, I sleep great.
Yes, we're making you be a better admin.
Thanks. Okay, so again, here's the organization REST APIs again. Read through their documentation. Although I typically, this is the one thing that I hate about documentation, which is like you read a lot of useless information, and over here on the left, this is the actual activities that you're gonna want to do, and so this walks you through how to like. Here's the commands you would put in and the request that or the response that you're gonna get back, but this documentation never gives me an example of how to use it. So when you're using it for the very first time, I don't like unless you've done a lot of Postman stuff and like you actually know how to work with APIs. Like it's very not very friendly for like a complete novice.
Let me help you out here. So if you look, there it's actually sorted into 2 columns. You'll see that it's broken down where it shows you kind of the parameters that you'll need. You can expand and find all the parameters that you need. You also see all of the valid and what the success code is and the unsuccessful code is. On the right is examples, and the section on the top on the right column of the top section is the actual call. And it gives you a variety of ways of doing it. If you're if you're going to manually do it on curl, if you're going to use a PHP script or a Python script or a JavaScript. And then what
then you
the
get the
response
response.
would look like. And
Yeah.
typically the response is in JSON.
Yeah, but never mind. It's a different topic. We'll have to start a make our own app live stream one day because that's been very bumpy. So that's the org one again. All the actions or activities or whatever you want to call them over here. You check them out on the left. It'll tell you how to get your users, how to get your domains and whatnot. So you can see here again, orgs, users, domains, events. And when we switch over to the user one, you'll notice that they're different, right? So we can manage them. We can look at their profiles, emails. So different calls that you can do, different API, similar fashion, right? They're going to work very similarly, but they're just going to return back different information. Now these are just gets. So the puts are the ones where you can do an action, right? Like the get is just retrieving information.
Get is retrieving information. Put is changing the record or
And hopefully none of this is in the exam. I've never had to do anything with APIs. The only shout out that I'll do with respect to APIs is there's ways to automate if you have like 10,000, 15,000 users, right? That's when you want to do some API stuff because most of the time, most of the things that I do, even at an enterprise level, they're like onesie twosies, right? They're like, I think figuring out a script, I know that the technical side of us love to automate as much as possible. But to me, in my opinion, onesie twosies, I still do manually. It's when you get into like the thousands, 2,000s, 5,000 user updates that you got to do. That's when I'm like trying to figure out APIs. But for 1 to 2 users, which is like 99% of my use cases, I'm not going to the APIs.
well, but there's also kind of the situation where it may be 1 or 2 users or maybe it's more than 1 or 2 users. Maybe it's like 20 or 30 users, but you got to do it every week. That's where it's like, it'd be nice to have a script that I just run and
Maybe
it
I'm
takes
just
care
so
of it.
traumatized by my IT days that I just don't don't like scripts. I'm just a horrible sysadmin. I like brute force method. I like just punch it through. I like to suffer, apparently, as you guys know. All right. So what we're looking at here's the rest of the admin level API. So we've already looked at organizations. We have the user management. We have the user provisioning. So this may come into play with when we go to the Atlassian Access section. And then we have a third one, which is the data loss prevention, which we didn't mention at the beginning.
Data loss prevention is a new one on me.
The new one. It's so new that there's nothing out here other than an about.
Yeah, this is we might be looking in some beta territory here.
This is a classic Atlassian documentation. We're going to tell you about it, but there's nothing else that you can do with it.
That being said, I know a few companies that'd be very interested in this because this is their main beef with cloud.
Hopefully they add some more stuff other than an about.
I mean, it's
I was
a start.
have you guys tried to use the Confluence databases yet?
No.
I haven't found it.
I try to use it, and there's a document from Atlassian that tells you basically how to create your database. And if you've ever done an Excel file or a table before, or like a Confluence table or even like an Excel table, then you don't need documentation to tell you how to hit the plus button and add a database, right? But what you want to do is the use cases of the database, right? It's like the databases are like a pretty cool feature from what they showed you on screen and the promotional materials that I've seen online about what databases can do. They're dynamic, right? Like you can leverage, they're like variables, and you can kind of like coding, you can increment and decrement values based on data elsewhere in your Confluence. Well, guess what's not documented? Like how to actually do any of that. They've only documented, here's how you create a table. Thank you, folks. Thank you. But anyways, that's my little rant of the day. Up next, let's talk about application tunnels. I am not too familiar with application tunnels. Not something that I've ever had to use before, mainly because I'm only cloud. But these are going to be as this little picture indicates here, tunnels that allow you to go between cloud and data center. Now, in you guys' experience, like how often do your teams make these tunnels? Because, like I said, all my teams are almost always exclusively just in the cloud, so I've never had to worry about a tunnel. What's the benefit?
This-
Why
One or
do we
two.
do it?
I've had some experience with tunnels. Basically, for the exam, know in general how to set them up, and know where you provision it. Do you provision it on the data center side or on the cloud side? And as Alex mentioned, it's think of application tunnels as a bridge. They allow you
tunnel.
to connect your data between your Atlassian applications in the cloud and your Atlassian applications on your on-prem data center. All right. So you could have a hybrid environment where your Jira and your Confluence is on cloud, but you still have a Bitbucket data center. And so you can connect up that Bitbucket with that Jira using an application tunnel.
Now, this doesn't exist for cloud to cloud, right?
No.
Which I think is unfortunate, especially for enterprise customers. Because I'm starting to hit edge cases where I need two cloud sites to talk to each other, right? I got teams that are starting to become a little bit more diverse or a little bit more dispersed, I think might be the right term. I don't know. It's one of those D words, right? But they take up 2 seats, even though they only take up 1 license, but I still have these seats allocated, and they want to see the tickets from one project or another, and I'm like, it's just not possible. So it'd be kind of cool if Atlassian would allow within an organization to kind of like cross pollinate. I think it'd be but again, typical Atlassian fashion, you got to make that Benjamins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is this complicated to do though? Like I've never had to do it, so I would imagine that this is a scary thing to do. But it doesn't look I mean, it doesn't look hard, but like you go
It
to
doesn't
admin,
look hard. The steps are pretty
tunnels,
pretty
create a
easy. You just
tunnel.
need to know where you're going to do them. So there's actually a specific order.
Yeah, and then
for
there's
it.
an app that you got to install on your
Mhm.
on-premise.
Yep.
You create the link. So I got this far, right? So you create the tunnel, you give it a name. You're gonna need to know the URL of your instance. Now, I'm assuming firewalls and all those things come in play. Like I'm assuming
Yes.
you got to open up on the inside. You got to open up a tunnel, or you got to open up a port or something for that tunnel. No.
I
So again,
believe
much harder than just clicking buttons. You got to think this through a little bit.
You got to bring in your network team, your security team, make sure everyone's on board, get those negotiations on track because someone's going to have something to say.
Right. And then so in the cloud you create the link like I just did. I don't have an on-prem version, but you create the reciprocal link, or it will be automatically created for you. And then incoming messages to your network use the tunnel. Outgoing ones will reach your cloud products directly. So what does that mean? Incoming connections use the tunnel. Outcoming, so coming out of this, are just going to go straight into the apps without the tunnel. Okay, that makes sense to me. All right, this is what's supported. I don't know if maybe this would be on the test. We'll find out when we get into the actual test material. But I'm assuming one of these is going to have to go away at some point. Or not.
Well,
Core,
the
is that
words
still a
or
thing?
server is going to have to go away.
Just this part.
That's that part. That part will go away.
In data center, is there still a core?
Yeah.
Like, is that still a thing?
Yeah.
That's what they call quote unquote Jira work management.
It's a poor excuse for Jira work management. It is not the same.
Right.
All right.
Not as many
They have
They
have an article on security. There are some limitations. You can only link one cloud organization to a single self-managed product. So if you have multiple of those, you're not going to be able to do that. And so that's the application tunnel. So how do we configure them? So you got to install the application tunnel from the Atlassian Marketplace. So we have this, and So this is the UI for the on-premise version. And so you go to applications, you go to application tunnel, and you just get this going and you install that app.
Yeah.
Simple. Seems simple enough.
Yeah.
Next, you go to the next step, which is configuring your connections for and upstream ports. And so you're going to allow your out connections from your network, which 443 is that encrypted one, so that should be okay. You need to be able to reach this website. Again, this is a lot more technical. And then you can do a verification. And when authorizing the application links as the last step of the procedure, your self-managed instance needs to reach the cloud products directly. The outgoing communication is not using the tunnel, so you don't need to allow anything other than maybe your IP whitelisting if you have that, maybe. You can add an HTTP connector to the upstream port, and so this is how you have a bunch of stuff that you're going to be editing in a file. See, this is exactly why I'm not an on-premise admin. I do not miss these days at all.
It's not that bad.
I know,
You get
but I
Ansible
prefer
to do this for you nowadays.
I prefer not to worry about these items. So that's the Bitbucket, Confluence, and Jira. You can add some restrictions. You can remove the HTTPS redirection on your web.xml file. Again, this is such an explicit use case that unless you're actually doing this, like you can read through Atlassian's documentation here. Then you create the tunnel over in the cloud, which is what I showed how to do right here, where you just give these names and that's it. And oops, I gotta close some windows out. Definitely close some windows out. Definitely close a lot of windows out. Okay, and then you just add that information. You put that in here. You get the connected status, and that's it. Now you got to do the link. So again, follow through all these steps. I don't know. Do you, Bob? How much of these steps do people need to memorize or worry about? I think we should just worry about whatever's on that one section, right? When we get to the test.
I basically nail it to the 5 big steps that we talked about, right? And where you do them. So the first one is installing that application tunnel software. Which side are you going to do that on? Is that going to be cloud or on-prem?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be on-prem.
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah, on-prem. Yes. Sorry, I thought it was a rhetorical question.
And then configuring those required connections and those upstream ports. Where do you do that? Do you do that on cloud or do you do that on-prem?
And then create the application tunnel to your self-managed instance. This is in the cloud.
Yep. Number 3 is in the cloud. Right.
And just for clarification, right? Self-managed equals on-prem.
Yep.
Self-managed equals on-prem.
Or equals data center.
The tunnel application links, that is done on cloud. And finally, in viewing the cloud products that can use that application link, that's going to be on your on-prem instances or your on-prem products.
So you just got to know where you're doing the connection. So easy enough, I think. Well, for the test, I think it's easy enough. We'll review it again when we get into the documentation. So this is the create tunnel. I got both of those, and then we got troubleshooting, right? So if you need to troubleshoot some of the items, again, folks, this is the reason why I'm a cloud admin, not an on-prem admin, because of this specific scenario right here. So anyways, that is it with respect to tunnels and APIs. So the last section here under section 4.3 is data residency. Let's talk a little bit about data residency. So data residency gives you control over where your in-scope product data. Wow, that is just, why add extra words that aren't needed? For Jira software service management. What do they mean by like in scope? Like, why can't this just be in plain English?
Well, let's ask this question. You have apps, the app data. Can you set up data residency for that app data from your marketplace app?
Not really, no, because it's dependent on where they do it.
Exactly. So marketplace app data is out of scope because Atlassian can't guarantee that.
Are they working on fixing that though? Like, I would assume that is a barrier for some companies, no?
This is why. So And I'm gonna try and explain it. It's one of those key problems of why cloud is a little bit harder, especially if you're a marketplace vendor, is that on server and data center, it is very, very easy to place your data and connect it with the Atlassian app, because it would be on the same database. When you move to cloud, the marketplace app vendors had a problem that was no longer going to be connected in the same database anymore. Plus, when you're on cloud, you have no idea which resource is doing all of the heavy lifting that your app requires. So marketplace apps in the cloud would have no idea where they're going to be performing the calculations, and also where the data is being stored. So the first solution to that was they would connect up to Atlassian's cloud through APIs, but that meant that the processing and the storage was the responsibility of the marketplace app vendors.
Okay.
As an example, Tempo Data. Tempo is a really good example of this. Their data is stored on their own AWS instances. It's not stored with Jira, Jira issues. There's actually a separation between the two. Now, Atlassian is trying to improve this, because they introduced a second framework for application development called Forge.
I'm very familiar with Forge.
And Forge moves the processing and the application data to Atlassian's cloud
at a fee.
Well, right now it's free, but there's
plans.
Oh, there's plans, but right now it's free. So
thank you, Pramod here, saying that they're very, very helpful. Thank you for joining, and I'm glad that they've been helpful to you. Hopefully you can pass, because I'm hoping I pass.
So we've got this.
Alex, you got this.
Yeah.
I don't test well, buddy. Testing. I'm gonna go, what's Jira when I get to the exam? I'm gonna be trying to figure out what JIRA stands for.
Not distract everyone, but I was watching a random YouTube channel, and someone playing some games with the group, and they're like, "Oh, I'm going to be the project manager of the group. Let me go ahead and install Jira."
Oh my gosh, that is one of my pet peeves when they call it Jira.
I had to log into my official account and said, "Imagine making not only your career but your whole identity around Jira, and then someone you watch mispronounces it so horribly you miss the reference."
So is there a difference between ACP-520 and ACP-100 aside from the cloud data center?
Yes, there's a huge difference.
ACP-520
is looking at specifically what's needed to set up Atlassian cloud organizations, which are kind of the big envelopes that contain your Jira cloud product or your Confluence cloud product. And then ACP-100 is going to be everything related to Jira Data Center, how to be in the language a Jira product admin for Data Center, including user and group management.
But exclusive to Jira on-prem. Exclusive to Jira
on-prem, yes.
Right, which is over here. I like to tell people, right, the 520 hovers above the products, right? It's you may have noticed that we barely even use the word Jira throughout these 9 parts here. And then Andy says, which Jira? I'm telling you, folks, I'm gonna get to that exam, and I'm just gonna be like, Why am I here? What am I doing here? I'm gonna go back home.
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna do
do fine, Alex.
when I was in college once, I vividly remember taking a test for like one of my advanced calculus classes, and I like walked up to the professor. I was like, "You sure you printed out the right copy for the right class?" Because none of the questions look familiar. So I am just traumatized by test taking. All right. Maybe we can do it in crayons. Maybe that'll help. All right. So data residency. Now that we beat to death of what is in scope, um, it allows you to choose whether it's globally distributed or held in a place defined by a graphic location like Europe or US. And if you work in a regulated industry like finance, government, healthcare, data residency may be a necessity. Man, I cannot read at 6, 7 a.m. A necessity for operating in a cloud environment. More generally, it can also help you meet company data management requirements. Yeah. So how do you check? So we're going to go to admin.atlassian.com like always, and we're going to see our security. So we're going to come over here, go to security, and then on the left-hand side, we have a data residency, and we're going to see where we're at. So you can move these, apparently. So let's
Yes, you
move
can.
one. So let's move it, and let's just go through these steps here, and we're going to pick a location. So it looks like these are the locations, not a whole lot of lists. We got US, AWS, US East. Oh, we have a
Right.
California one? I thought we just worked off the West. I mean, the East. I'm
No.
pleasantly surprised.
No.
So
How do they know
remember that.
then?
So Atlassian Cloud is using AWS, Amazon Web Services, as its platform. So it is when you look and see, as far as data residency goes, about specific areas like East versus West. This is mirroring the regions that AWS has.
And there's not a whole lot of regions. UK,
They're not.
Switzerland.
No. But it is kind of a growing list. One of the ones that our friend Sajit Nair is looking for. He's looking for India.
India, right? Yeah, which is right here.
And it's right there.
That's cool. Well, at least Sydney got on the list, because that would be funny if they wasn't on the list. The hometown doesn't get one. Okay. I'll hit next. Oh, it takes an hour to move. Is there a fee?
Yes, because it's going to actually like move the stuff
Move your
from wherever
move the
it is.
data from.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about physically moving bits on a hard drive from one location to
Basically,
another.
I mean,
Yeah.
Digitally, but yeah.
And even at a data center, a internet connection is incredibly slow bandwidth compared to something like taking a hard drive out and transporting it on a plane.
Had my fair share of replacing, hot swapping hard drives in servers or data centers. All right, click next. I hope I don't get all the way through. So then you can just hit the submit request and they'll move it for you.
Right. So take a look at the if you take a look at the options, there's a it'll tell you what time. It also you can schedule it immediately, or you can schedule it for a specific or for the next maintenance window,
which is in a couple of days for me.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't know that I'll ever move my stuff because I don't care, because it's just a dummy one. But for your organization, and you may have a policy where you need to move it, I hope that this these locations are on your list. I hope one of these will work for you. Okay, so let's see, what else do we need to know? What are the regions? So here we have the regions that we just reviewed, so that's all good. Limit on some locations. So Opsgenie reports embedded to JSM for all paid plans will not be available for data migration. I wonder why they like pick and choose some things and not others, right? Like, it seems to me like if you did one, you'd do them all. Switzerland, Atlassian Data Lake is not available for this location. In-scope product. Okay,
It may come down to AWS capabilities. They're using some capability that is available in the Switzerland AWS data center.
That makes sense. Not sure how true it is, but it makes sense. If it was true. Because I feel
It's a
like
guess.
I feel like Amazon invests so heavily. Like I would feel like Amazon at this level, right at this point in time, would have parity across the regions.
You think?
You'd
You would
think, but
think.
you'd be wrong.
You think it would be wrong. All right, so here's the stuff that was. This is a good review here to know what's in scope, right? Again, we're gonna jump in here in a few minutes into the to the study material, and so we'll actually see what you need to be on the hook for or not. But just know that they have a nice little table for you here that tells you what is in scope and what's not. And why don't we pin user account information data? So we store user account information data in a central identity service in a small control set of replica services. We don't pin these services and the user account information in them because we host them around the world to meet the performance need of our customers. That makes sense. So there is such a thing like your data, like your Jira issue stuff is in a region that you care for, but where your users are logging in can be globally.
Yep.
So you got to be more optimized for where they're at. Okay. And then GDPR compliance, because Europe likes to screw with us. We take privacy seriously and we operate a global privacy program and meet the requirements of GDPR, KPK, LGBT, and beyond. We treat all user data the same way and use industry standard technical and organization measures to secure the information we store. Our privacy program is tailored to meet both legal requirements as well as your needs. This feels like a lawyer wrote that one. And then the marketplace. So Atlassian marketplace comprised, not compromised. That's a very different word. Comprised primarily of apps built by third-party marketplace partners. These partners often work closely with Atlassian and use Atlassian's tools and APIs, but are not part of Atlassian. Only some marketplace apps report data's residency, meaning pinning and migrating app from one location to another. If an app supports data migration, you can request your data to be moved. So basically what Bob said earlier. And there's an Ops Genie section here. We'll see if we have to know this later because I don't know how much in scope Ops Genie is. And then we're done with that. So that brings us to the end of 4.3. And so let's just jump into the material over here and go real quickly through the course here. Hopefully I'm still logged in. I might have to re-log into it. Yep, I'm logged out already. Hold up, folks. Hold up. University. Yeah, log back here. It's been a week. And I got a week left. I did get the email saying, you better take the test now because if you don't take it, you're going to be out of luck.
Literally the last day.
You know what? This is how we do it.
I don't know. Making me wait for anything is the worst thing you do. Just let me get it over with.
How the heck do I get all the way to module 4? There's like no easy way to jump around this thing. Bob, you've taken this dumb thing more times than me. How the heck do I get over there? Okay, admin roles, advanced features. Wait, we're in advanced features.
Yeah.
Go back.
You're on advanced features. Hit resume. What?
Here we go. Resume. Okay, section 4.3. All right. Admin APIs allow org admins to manage the organization sites users via the API, namely by writing scripts or webhook requests versus the admin interface. So what can an admin do with the REST API? So organization. So you need to know what these are. You need to know what they are, the two that are available here, and what they do. So the org admin or the org API can be used to get information about your organizations and the users in those organizations and update the org settings. The user one can be used to administer your organization's managed accounts, including the ability to deactivate accounts. Zoom the screen.
Yes.
My
eyes rolled.
My eyes are just bad.
It's dumb. Guys, don't spend the $2,000 on a Mac monitor if you aren't gonna want to zoom in, because that font stuff is tiny. Okay,
I'm just saying the YouTube algorithm is not kind to small text.
I know, but it's not my fault. Because if I blow it up, then I'm like, well, why did I spend $2,000 on a 5K monitor and I could have just gotten a 1080p monitor? So it kind of defeats the purpose.
That's an Alex question, not an internet question.
Yes. This is a question that I ponder quite deeply, though. I did tell my wife because I just moved and there's a bunch of cables behind my monitors. I told my wife, I'm like, I'm just gonna need a second Apple Studio display because everything works off of one USB-C cable. So you don't want cables in the back? I need permission to spend another $2,000. She's like,
I
I'll leave
bet
the
you
cables
thrilled
for
with
you.
that after recent events.
I know. I am. We met with the new buyers of my new house, and I'm like, you better like buy this house because like I'm getting tired of living off of beans and like bread. Like I need money. All right. So to use Atlassian admin APIs, you must first create the API keys. Again, we remember that this is at the org level. Then you can update the organization settings and manage your user accounts, making requests to the HTTP endpoint. So let's walk through how to do it. So you go to the settings, API keys, you give a name, set the expiration date, store the ID and key elsewhere. To generate multiple, you can generate multiple keys and give them out for various purposes. Is there a limit?
Nope.
Because I know that when you do the token or the tokens, there's like a limit of 25 or something like that. Have you seen that?
I am not aware of any API key limits.
Not the key, but like, look, if I do API token, you go to the website where you go to create the API token, or you
Right.
come here to manage security tokens, but there's a limit to 25 at a time.
Right.
So I'm just curious if there's a limit, but apparently not.
Yeah.
All right, here's some things to remember. If you have multiple keys, org ID is always the same, but the API key changes, and each key will expire within a year. The application tunnel. So provide a secure pathway between your Atlassian cloud organization and your data center. They can be used to integrate your products through application links that would otherwise require incoming connections to your network. And they allow it to exchange of data functionality between instances in a secure way without exposing your network. I don't know why though. Like, I feel like why are you double paying? Like,
What do you mean?
I get. Well, you pay for your on-prem and you pay for your cloud subscription. Like,
Maybe you're in the process of moving and you don't want to do one big monolithic move because that's just going to take too long.
but then
So you
this would
move
be a
Jira,
temporary
keep
thing though, right? Like,
Confluence.
but you would want to be on one or the other. Like, it's not financially smart to be on both, right?
You're
And if they
Or
are,
maybe you just, there's other use cases. You just acquired a company. They're not going to move. Now you have to somehow integrate their on-prem instance with your cloud instance.
but why though at that point, right? Like, if you just acquired a company, like, what do you need to go see over there that you have to bring it in from the data center that you just wouldn't have an account on their cloud?
I mean,
Let me lift up your jaw off the floor.
no,
No.
I'm just thinking through my process here.
Plus,
It's-
you're only thinking in terms of Jira and Confluence. There's also things like Bitbucket and Bamboo. And as far as I know, there is no Bamboo
Crucible and
cloud.
Fisheye.
There's no Bamboo cloud. I thought Bamboo was dead by now.
Crucible and Fisheye. They are not dead. They are very much not dead. I see them in organizations all the freaking time.
Yeah.
You guys are funny. Well, I guess they're funny. All right. What is it saying? Old habits die hard, right?
Yeah. The Atlassian world is
Mhm.
bigger than your perspective of it, my friend.
I understand that, but my perspective of it is the one that Atlassian wants because they're slowly killing or making it painful to be in that other world.
No argument there.
Whiteboards, like whiteboards
No.
and the assistant and Atlassian Intelligence and databases and all the cool stuff that Jira Cloud gets and Confluence Cloud gets. But who am I? I'm very single-sided. Can you tell that I love the cloud? I should just get I Heart Cloud.
I mean, why is that not a t-shirt?
I don't know. I gotta write it down on my t-shirt list. All right. So setting up the application tunnel. So again, you got to memorize these steps, right? So create the client tunnel connection. So the tunnel connection is created in the self-managed instance, your DC, by installing the marketplace app, configuring the required connections and upstream ports. Then you can create a tunnel for each self-managed instance. There can only be a single tunnel connected to a self-managed instance, but it can be used with multiple cloud products. What does that mean, Bob? Translate this to regular English for me.
So basically, there is a there's a one-to-one connection between on-prem data center and organization. But within that organization, that same tunnel can be used by Jira. It could be used by Confluence. So if you have a tunnel connecting your cloud to your data center, any app within that organization can use that tunnel.
Okay. Cool. Create the tunnel. So next you got to go to the cloud side and make the tunnel. And then you got to go back to the self-managed and get the tunnel, get the information from the cloud and put it in the on-prem one.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go back no, we're still here. For each of the cloud products, a tunnel application must be created and pointed to the existing tunnel. Multiple cloud products can be linked to a single tunnel. Note, the application link must always be created on the cloud side. So this feels like a test question when they make it bold.
That's why I tell you that know these steps. Also know where you perform these steps, cloud or on-prem.
And setup is complete. So traffic is forwarded to the target instance and reciprocal link that will be. Never mind. I'm gonna get off that horse. All right, data residency. So we talking about data residency earlier. So if you work in a regulated industry, we already read all this, right? So which products have data residency feature? So you got to know the product. So Jira Software, Jira Service Management, Confluence, Standard Premium. So note, no Ops Genie, no Atlas, no Bitbucket, right? Just these three.
Right.
How can you view the location of your data? So you go to admin.atlassian.com, security/data. And do you think you need to know if the available regions? Or just know that there's regions that are available?
Know that there are regions.
Yep.
You don't have to memorize the region names. Be
sure to know the steps to create an application tunnel. I'm going to study this a little bit more because I'm kind of fast forwarding through it, but I'm going to study it the next week here. So be sure to understand the purpose of creating the key. Let's go. All right, sample questions. I hate this part. Pavel needs to write a script to query the managed accounts in woozlemania.atlassian.net. Which two elements will Pavel be using? So he'll need the key, not the token, and the API. Because he doesn't need the token. You don't need a tunnel, and we never even looked at or talked about IP allow listing. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
All right, you need to configure a secure pathway between a self-managed Confluence instance and your Atlassian cloud product. Identify 3 configuration steps you must perform. You got to configure a port, you got to install a place, and you got to create the tunnel. What? Why not?
So the question was, what do you perform on the self-managed instance?
Oh,
so
there's a key part. I only read the first part. Read the whole question, folks. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go so slow that day. How many? You got what? 90 minutes? An hour? No, 3 hours, right? 180
3 hours.
You got 3 hours, 180 minutes.
I'm gonna just power through it, answer, and go back and like retake the test a second time.
Actually, that's how I did it.
Just power through it. Just give it to me. Okay, let's wrap this up.
I went through this exam probably 4 times before, and by the time I did the 4th, I was an hour and a half had passed. So
you still had the other hour and a half.
I did 2 passes, and I took an hour for both passes. 3 hours is plenty of time for you to go through and double check your answers, and it's usually well worth the second read because you'll pick up on things from later questions that like, oh yeah, that reminds me of this thing on this earlier question.
Can you hop around? Is it easy to, like, if you got an inspiration in a question, like let's just say you got an inspiration like question 30 that helped answer like question 2, is it easy to get back to question 2, or do you kind of have to start all over?
There might be a little bit of scrolling around. The at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see the question numbers, and there's a kind of a little bit of a scroll. And then, I mean, if you're at 30, you might have to hit like a left arrow icon to kind of have it scroll back to question 2 so that you can hit the square for question 2. But yeah, it's possible. And
Okay.
then that little thing on the bottom also shows you which questions you have flagged. Because
Ooh.
remember,
That's
you
the fourth
can,
thing. You could flag questions and go back to them if you're not sure.
yep.
And that is something I know both Bob and I do, is if we're not sure about a question, we'll flag it and we'll pay special attention to it on that second or third pass.
Yep. If I know if I know in my gut I got it 100%, I don't flag it. But if I'm anywhere short, it's flagged. And then
And usually those
what I
flags
really
are
pay
also
attention to.
good. Yeah. Those flags are also a good indicator when you get to the end of the test. You have to get, as Alex loves to say, 39 questions correct. If you tally up your flags and there's
What are the-
only 5 flags out of 65,
How many questions were there? 65?
yeah.
Up to 65, yes.
I just need a D, right? Like the D's passing, right? 65% is the passing score, or is it 60%?
62%. So
62%. I'm almost I can almost fail the test then. I feel.
I mean, that's one way to think about it.
Yeah, that's the way I think. Huh?
The other is your Tech tutorials, and that comes with certain expectations. Welcome to
Did
my
I fail a
life.
test? I don't test well. I know how to find
have-
information. I know how to. I don't understand why you gotta like the whole point of certification. Like it's quizzing you on crap that's in here. Why can't I do a control F when I have a question on that item? Like when am I gonna have to memorize how to do the application tunnel? When I
the
can
whole point of so I think you misunderstand the whole point of this journey. The whole reason why we have been doing
enlighten me, sensei.
the whole point of this journey is actually discovering those features that you don't use on a day-to-day basis. You
Yes,
don't
but I can pay
you
20
didn't
bucks to
know
do the
before today
discovery.
how to set up an application tunnel. You didn't know back in November that you could set the landing page of
I
a
also
product
didn't
for your
know that there was a Roadrunner. So what's the point? Is there like
So
is there a Warner Brothers certification that I should be aware of too?
And then there's this, and I know, Alex, you've had this because I've had this. You're sitting there at an ACE event and someone comes up to you and say, hey, I love your videos. They've been so helpful. I have this problem out of nowhere. Do you have an answer?
But the test's not going to help me with that.
No, but the studying we're doing now will.
I would argue that the reason I don't know how to do an application tunnel is because in my 7 years of doing this, I've never had to do an application tunnel
Yet.
yet. So maybe what I'm hearing is I can start charging more.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
that's also true.
if you get this reputation as somebody who knows all or knows more than other people, absolutely.
Been there, done that.
All right, let's punch through this. Let's see if we can finish this in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So Atlassian Access, we've already talked a lot about this. So I don't know why there's a whole different
back in module
section
1, but this
Yeah.
is just more details. But understand this last section is like 15-20% of questions.
Well, the whole last thing, the whole last module 4.
Yeah, the whole
Right.
module 4 is 15-20%.
Yeah. Okay. So let's understand Atlassian Access again, in case you're not aware, right? So it's extra fee, extra ka-ching that you pay Atlassian for the ability to do some cool stuff. Mainly it's just like
except for what case?
Enterprise, because you're already paying 2 arms and 2 legs and a kidney and a liver and everything else for Enterprise.
And a soul.
So I wouldn't say it's any cheaper. Like
But
they've already
you're not paying extra for it in Enterprise because it's bundled in Enterprise.
Extra is a very loosely used word there, Bob. Like you're definitely paying extra. You're just paying a whole lot extra. Oh, Atlassian's pricing. One day I hope to create a Fortune 500 company and worry about profits. Okay. So Atlassian Access enables visibility and security across all your Atlassian products. Again, something that doesn't exist in the on-prem, but definitely you got to worry about in the cloud. Stuff that, in my honest opinion, should ship with the damn product, but who am I to argue against profitability and corporate greed? But can't. What is it, Ronnie? You can't hurt the hand that feeds, right?
Can't bite the hand that feeds.
Here we go. So, Atlassian access policies and features apply to your managed users when they are accessing Jira software, Jira Work Management, JSM. Although I still think that there's a use case here that I'm not happy with. Atlassian, Bitbucket, Trello, and Status Page. You know what you should do though? You should turn the damn ACPs into like quiz whizzes. Then everybody would be a
We
mess.
actually can't. We have to be careful with what questions we do generate, because if they're a little too close to ACP questions, we could get in trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, but you can only get so see this is more of an advantage for me to not take the ACP because then I can claim ignorance. I don't know the ACP exam
Oh,
Yeah,
it's too
you're
late.
gonna
You're
claim
already
ignorance
taking
anyway.
it.
The what?
If I have to call Lena up myself and say, "Hey, I need help getting Alex to the testing center," I'm sure she would be 100% happy to drag me by the ear.
So should we tell Lena how much Alex just set on fire? How much in terms of dollars Alex just set on fire by registering
$100.
for it and not even taking the damn exam?
It was $100. I'll live.
Do you know how
is
much
free.
beans and bread
Franklin, that Alex
$100
just
can buy?
lit on fire and you're watching go up in smoke.
Okay, I will tell you this: if I fail the test, I'm not spending another $100 to retake it. So there's that.
No, at that point the price will probably go up and you'll be spending more.
That's even more of a reason to not retake it. So folks,
Last I checked, and it's actually today. It still is $100. I
still 100.
have no idea when they're actually going to change it to the $249.
Take it.
That
folks.
may
Take it
that
with
may
me
be part
tomorrow.
of the changes that come up in July. So
Yeah.
you might have to
All right,
talk
I
to
see
the
that.
certification team about that.
So
All right.
before you can subscribe,
Atlassian access.
Yeah, before you can subscribe, you need to verify your domain, which we talked in depth. Once you verify your domain and claim your accounts, then all the Atlassian accounts with the email address from that domain will become managed. You can subscribe to Atlassian Access by going to admin.atlassian.com, going to security and starting your 30-day trial. So we can do that here. You can go back out of, oops, not this place. Did I leave? Where did I go? At the new tab. Oh boy, Bob. Here we go. You go back here. Let me close these windows out so I don't confuse myself some more. And you can simply go to security. What did they say to do?
Actually, it's right there in the middle on the middle of the screen.
Oh, right here.
That
Yeah.
top
Start your 30-day trial. And you can come in here and start your 30-day trial, and then you can connect to these services. It's $4. It went up. It used to be $3.
Yes, it did.
Atlassian, hurting my wallet. And then you can see the numbers of users you're paying for. So this is at least it's nice. So you know always who's paying, because there's a lot of gray area into who's billable, who's not billable. And so here you'll always see who's billed, who you're being billed for. All right. Some of the features you get is you can connect to an identity provider. So Atlassian Access allows you to connect to your identity provider for SAML single sign-on and user provisioning. The SAML single sign-on, if you like your users to authenticate through your company's identity provider, they can log in with your Atlassian. Did you know that Okta is not profitable?
Well, Okta is in big trouble ever since that hack and they which allowed that
Imagine they're
Cloudflare.
having in that Cloudflare one, Atlassian admin, you really should read up on, because that might hit a little close to home.
Yep.
It just blew my mind when I was like, almost everybody uses Okta that I'm aware of, and or you're either on Okta or you're on Microsoft, and like, how are you not profitable? with
People that
many
I've set up have been using Azure AD for their identity provider, for their IDP.
Azure AD is really popular.
Yeah. No, I believe that. But then the people that just hate Microsoft are definitely not going to be on Azure AD. Okay. So with single sign-on, right? So if self-sign-up is enabled, we will automatically create an Atlassian account for them when the user logs in for the first time with SSO. You can create security policies that will apply to when users log in. Connecting with an identity provider and JSM site makes it easy to secure customers with access to your help center with SSO enabled. When your customers try to log into your help center, we direct them to your identity provider to log in without needing them to sign up for portal-only accounts. If a customer authenticates with an identity provider, for example, following a link with an authenticated environment, within the unauthenticated environment, the help center recognizes them so it can bypass the login experience. And then there's the user provisioning part, which is, so this was all authentication. So now we have user provisioning where basically the user accounts are created. You can require users to log in with two-step verification. So you do have the ability to use your Okta, but then this is confusing to me. So Okta or Microsoft, right, AD, the Azure AD, that's like a two-step process already, right? Like this just adds another time that you got to read two-step process again.
I don't know from the Okta side. I mean, I know about this.
Because I authenticate via Okta, right? So when I come to Jira, first of all, I'm logged in already. But for the first time, like every week or whatever, whenever my Okta decides to throw a fit, right? I have to like go on my phone, do the Face ID, and then I'm good. But then if you check this checkbox, does that mean that every time I want to come into Jira, I have to do like my phone?
Yes.
I don't think it's every time you log in. I will say this: if you already have two-factor going through Okta, this is extra. You don't need this. You could go without this setting. If you're on a identity provider, IDP, that does not support two-factor authentication, this is the way you get that checkbox so you're still in compliance.
That makes sense. Okay. You can check your audit log for that tracks key activities, although this is changing, right? So your login is going from like 180 days to like 30 days or something like that. You can revoke a user's API tokens, which we've shown you how to do that earlier. You gain insights, which I showed you earlier too. And then you also get support. And here's the contact, and here's how you do it. So there's that one. Managing your bill for Atlassian Access. So your Atlassian Access does complicate things if you're on standard or premium or free. And it's a little bit different when you're on enterprise. As you can see, there's an enterprise plan over there. On February 9th, that's like in a week. If you have managed accounts in your organization with Confluence, guess where we start counting them? I'm telling you, man. I think it's time to make Atlassian 2.0.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Thanks, guys. I was just like, let's just roll up our sleeves and start coding, but no, just have fun. How are you built for Atlassian Access?
I have left the coding world behind me. I do not want to go back.
My coding world is REST APIs, and so making my own REST API. No thanks.
No, thank you. You just gotta tap into them, right? All right.
Yeah.
Atlassian Access uses. I've always wondered. Like, I remember when I went to Google in 2009, and okay, keep in mind this is way before the days of ChatGPT and stuff, and Google was still an infant back then. And I go up to one of the Google engineers. I'm like, where do you guys go when you get stuck? Because when we get stuck on my homework, I go to Google for the answer. But where do you go when, like, because you're inventing Google, like this? It's always blown my mind, like when somebody invents something, like where do they figure it out? Because I've never been able to figure out anything in my life without Googling it. Maybe it's a generational thing. That's also why I'm not a PhD, but I do claim the Dr. Jura title. Anyways, another
Maybe
rant.
you should fix that.
I know. No, I'll never do a PhD in my life. My master's is just dead weight. It's a $50,000 piece of paper that lets me charge people a lot of money.
You're telling the guy that gets extreme test anxiety that the way to go is to go for a degree that has way harder tests.
Yes, I am.
Okay, just
at one
I'm
point,
on board with
the
that.
Atlassian community is going to figure out I'm not exactly the good guy.
That you're a bad guy. You should own that domain too. By the way, last week, Bob, when we started claiming super awesome URL, the number of emails that I got from verifying that damn domain, I had to stop it and remove it. I got tired. I was getting like 3 a day. Okay, so how do you build Atlassian Access users uses a different billing model for Atlassian Cloud products. Atlassian Access is billed per organization. That means you only pay once for each managed account. Your Atlassian Access bill will show the number of users that you're paying for. These are unique billable users for Atlassian Access. The user count may not match the total number of matched accounts because some plans already include Atlassian Access. We will charge twice. Well, that's kind of them. Which users are not considered billable? This is important for you to know. Confluence,
Yes,
any
it is.
account managed on an enterprise. Jira Work Management, anybody in the enterprise. So basically, if you're an enterprise, you're good to go. Status page, any account that can administer a public page, private, and then Trello, any managed account or not part of a Trello workspace. In addition, users are not considered billable if they don't have access to any products, they haven't been active since February 2018, their account is deactivated, they're a member of a non-billable authentication policy, they have Jira Service Management Portal customer account. Portal customers who have Atlassian accounts are covered by Atlassian Access features, but only agents counts as unique billable users. I still call BS on this one. But again, I'm on the old version. Their account is covered by a legacy Trello Enterprise account, or they only have access to Jira Product Discovery. Oh, that's good to know. That was nice of them for now, I guess. And so this is the same. I know, right? Here's some of the pictures that we've looked at before, where who's who and who gets billed. If your organization has 100 people with Jira software, I think we're good here. I'm tired. There's a lot of information. I'm not reading through this whole thing. Let's just jump into this test. And let's just finish the test. Return to activity. Where's my thingy? Over here. This one. Okay. Let's wrap this up, Bob.
All
what
right.
you will learn. Atlassian Access. Atlassian Access is a separate cloud product that connects your Atlassian cloud products to your identity provider from a single sign-on user sync provisioning. So it gives org admins visibility and security across all accounts, products, and sites within their Atlassian cloud organization. And so it allows you to verify, right? So you can verify your domains, claim the accounts. We learned about this in previous lessons. Removing your verified domain. If you remove your verified domain, you can no longer manage the accounts, and hence the Atlassian Access feature set up for that domain will no longer work. An identity provider is used to manage a digital user identities and provide authentication services and provision users to Atlassian products. You can connect one identity provider when you subscribe to Atlassian Access and connect multiple ones when you subscribe to an enterprise plan. So this is key. So you can only have one IDP if you're on premium, but if you're on enterprise, then you can provide a couple of them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my clients learned that the hard way.
I've gotten emails about this question too. User provisioning integrates an external user directory with your Atlassian organization. This integration allows you to automatically update the users and groups in your Atlassian organization when you make updates to your identity provider. And SAML single sign-on allows your. I did not know that that's what SSO stands for, but wouldn't this be like SSO?
Actually,
it's
yeah,
SSO.
SSO stands for single sign-on, not SAML single sign-on. SAML's a specific protocol that implements SSO.
Yeah, but it's not like XNA. Did you guys ever code in XNA? Do you guys even know what XNA is?
No.
So back in the Xbox 360 days, Microsoft made like a framework called XNA so that you can, it's basically like their APIs to make Xbox 360 games. But XNA stands for XNA is not an acronym.
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of things like that. Like YAML stands for YAML ain't markup language.
I like that. I had never heard of the YAMLs. But I always loved XNA, and the X stands for XNA, and then not an acronym. All right. Authentication policies. The authentication policy specifies the authentication settings for different sets of users and configurations in your organization. This includes two-step verification and password requirements. For example, authentication policy verifies that users who access your Atlassian organization are who they claim to be. Flip the cards. So how do authentication policies work in organizations with multiple products? In an organization with multiple products, you create authentication policies for users within your organization and not products. What kind of accounts can have an authentication policy? They apply to managed accounts only. You can create a policy for each subset of a managed account user in your organization or even a single user. At what point in the process is the default authentication policy created? When you connect an identity provider to your organization, Atlassian creates a default authentication policy. What's up with the local one? The local ones always trip me up.
What do you mean by local?
There's always a local. So you have your identity, your authentication policy, but then you always have a default. Like there's like a local default or something like that. That's always there. I'll have to show you later.
It's helpful. I think I know what he's talking about, and it's helpful to have access that isn't dependent on the IDP in case something's happening at, say, Okta, and you need to log into your instance to administer it, but
You can't connect to Okta.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
it's kind of like the same thing on on-prem, where if you connect with
Active Directory.
If you connect with Active Directory, you still leave like a local Jira directory is kind of the second way of authenticating into Jira. Well, I'm Jira Data Center, just so an admin can get in if LDAP is down.
I've had to use that many times.
Yep.
Many times.
Okay. Shadow IT.
It's a technology used in an organization that is not administered by that organization's IT department. And there's a lot of shadow IT happening in the Atlassian world. So Atlassian Access provides monitoring to detect shadow IT, but then they don't let you do anything with it. So thank you, Atlassian. So kind. API tokens. Users can create API tokens to perform authenticated operations with product APIs or script or other process that can use an API token to perform basic authentication with your cloud applications or Confluence Cloud. An org admin can always see the API tokens created by their managed accounts. They go to the managed account, scroll down to the security section. The API tokens table will list all the API tokens the user created. And with an Atlassian Access subscription, an org admin can revoke it. Access audit log. So if you don't have Atlassian Access, then you're kind of at a disadvantage then, right?
Yeah, basically.
I would consider Atlassian Access a requirement for
I would consider that it should ship
org.
with the product is what I would consider it.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but we got to work with the world we live in, not with the world we want.
That's why I'm going to go make my own one day. All right, so I got one down.
He says one day.
Tracks key activities that occur within a, let's go with audit log. Allows you to authenticate with one set of credentials. Let's do that. Let's do that because identity and identity should be together. Enables users to perform authenticated. Uh-oh, that's this one. There you go. Submit.
Yay.
I'm going to do well on this test. I'm going to pass it. Right? I got to pass it. All right, here we go. Final moment, 12 minutes. Let's get through this. Which users are considered unique billable? Crap. Not this one, according to Atlassian, although I have evidence to support the other ways. Deactivated accounts, not this one. Members of a non-billable, definitely not that one. Not that one. This one is the answer. Ta-da. Which task can you perform only when you have Atlassian Access? Well, this one for sure, because I just read it. Let's go with that. Look at that. All right, onward, baby. We are done, folks. We are done. With that.
All right. Are you ready?
No, but
what do you think? We've been on this since November. Are you ready?
I think I can get a D. I think I can get a 62%.
So
I gotta get 39
I'm expecting 103%. I'm expecting 103.
Do you have the ability to like take like a little scratch piece of paper, or is that not allowed in the test?
If you're in a testing center, they will provide a scratch piece of paper.
Perfect. So I can just put 39
if you're in the if you're taking it from home, they do not allow you to have a piece of paper.
All right. Well, I am going to a testing facility, which I gotta figure out where it's at still. But I, my friends, since November, am closing out that tab in my Chrome, and it is gone. No more ACP-520. For everybody else at home, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. Please do check out the
a few
entire.
things as you get to the testing center, right? Make sure you have your ID. That's the first thing that they're going to check. All right, and they're going to.
How do you get to the testing center without an ID?
You'll be surprised.
Well, you gotta drive.
I have heard. I have heard.
Yeah, but you only have to produce said ID if you get stopped by a cop on the way to the testing center. I'm telling you, if you
so people just risk it and just go without IDs everywhere.
Yeah. I don't get it, and that's not the type of person I am, but people do it. And there have been horror stories about people who have forgotten their ID on the way to the testing center.
My brother-in-law lives like 110 miles away from where I was in San Diego. He drove all 110 miles with his wallet at home, with his ID at home. Like,
yes.
I was like, what were you thinking? Like, you know how the probability you can get pulled over in a 101-mile commute?
You'd be surprised how easy it is to forget said wallet, right?
You don't feel the lump of like the wallet.
I don't have my wallet in my back pocket, so no, I don't.
Not anymore. Me neither.
Where do you put your wallet?
Front pocket.
Is there like a trend here that I'm missing?
I mean, I have a small wallet too, but that's beside the point.
Minimizing my wallet so that it's just like, this with.
That's about mine too.
IDs and cards. That's it.
I just move everything to my iPhone.
One or two,
California. Hey, doesn't Arizona allow you to have a digital wallet through your iPhone?
Yes, including driver's license.
Right, yeah. Maybe I should.
But still, we don't know if that's going to be accepted at a testing center. We know a physical card will be. So yeah, make sure on your
ID passport.
Take your ID.
Yes.
I don't
it's a photo ID.
I don't have
we know that. That's the next thing.
Fix that.
There's an event happening in March here in like a little over a month where there's just like a centralized get your passport day for the city that I moved to. I might do that.
Do that.
Right. I just don't feel like spending $200 on something I'm never going to use.
Okay.
You say that, but Jerry Day's still a thing.
Getting back on track. Tip number 2. Go to the bathroom before you go. You enter the actual office of the testing center. Right? You will not be allowed to take a break during the exam. You have to sit there for the entire testing period. So for the entire 3 hours. Or until you mark yourself as done. You cannot like get up and say I'm
BRB.
Like that. No breaks. So go to the bathroom before, show them your ID. They're gonna point you to a locker, and that's where you're gonna put all your Apple stuff and said wallet. So your phone, your watch, your your
clothes,
your AirPods, well, not your clothes. You can keep your clothes.
If you're wearing a jacket, they will ask you to put your jacket in.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because I had my certified jacket on me. That was my good luck charm, and I didn't end up needing it, but it was still in there.
Well, that's why I went with my certified T-shirt. So they let me keep that on.
I'm just gonna go make a shirt that says "I suck at tests. Please let me pass." All right, guys, we're good. What last tips do you have for us, Bob?
Relax.
He says. I need a 62%. How hard can it be?
Exactly. But still, get there.
And in true Grummy's fashion, I just need the lowest possible score to still qualify.
That's worked for me.
But in all seriousness, leave with enough time that you can account for traffic, account for coffee stops, whatever you need, and still make it plenty of time. You do not want to be stressing out about, I'm going to be late on the way to this thing, because that's going to affect how you perform in the test. Leave.
I don't even know where the center is at. I just randomly picked a place that I thought was close to my new house.
This is where you have the you're an Apple person. You should have this on your calendar, right? And from calendar, you can specify the address and make sure
I
you
should
have set
review though.
address.
I
So
should
that you
call.
can,
I should confirm though that the location still exists and stuff. All right. I think we're good then. I
And
am going to go next time y'all see me. Uh-oh. Huh. I don't have the I don't see the confirmation.
uh-oh.
uh-oh.
Oh, here we go. Confirmation.
Oh,
9 a.m. Pacific time, February 10th. Probably
Okay.
print that out. Diamond bar. Let's see how many miles that is from me.
Watch be 500.
No.
watch it be in San
I will tell you though that I was unpleasantly surprised by the lack of number of testing centers around me, even though I live in one of the most populated places on earth. 24 minutes, 20 miles.
Okay.
So probably schedule 30, 40 minutes
I'm gonna
ahead of
schedule an
time
hour.
to
I'm
leave.
leaving an hour before. I'm leaving at 8 a.m. on a Saturday.
Your grummy is
Okay.
showing through.
My what?
Your grummy.
What Grammy?
Military contractor. Be there
Oh.
early for no reason.
I know. Just to chill. All right.
Yeah,
Thank
if
you
you're not
guys
early, you're
for
late.
joining me. Are we good? Can we sign off?
One last thing, tip: when you pass, and you will know if you pass right away.
I'm not gonna tell
Call your
anybody.
friends
I'm
and
just gonna
let
leave
them
you
know.
guys. No, I'm gonna leave you guys on the cliffhanger. It's a Saturday. You're
No,
gonna have
you
to
need
wait
to call your friends and let them know so they can celebrate with you.
Yes.
Or what are we gonna do when I fail? Does that call you too?
I mean, you're not going to fail, but in the
You say that
unlikely
now.
chance you
I'm
do
telling you, I'm gonna walk
fail,
in there. I'm gonna go. What is Jira?
you mean Gyra?
Gyro. What is gyro? All right, I'll let you guys know. I'm gonna go have breakfast. Thank you
All
guys
right.
for joining me.
All
This is the final part. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you smash the subscribe button. Let me know if you wanted me to go through hell again for the next ACP, which it's not gonna happen.
You know my vote.
I do need to get a haircut too. All right, bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.